What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei fused with 666 and became the true Apocalypse God Emperor. The story takes place after the Evil Dragon War. Issei finally wakes up from coma and realizes that none of the girls decided to take their time to visit him or Asia, who was in comatose. The only people that visited him were his parents and his sensei Azazel. Things only become worse when he finds out that Rias is not only responsible for his death at the hands of Raynare but also proceeds to cheat on him with another man with the rest of her peerage, along with demeaning him. Having enough of the insults and betrayals, he runs away but suffers from Dragon's fall. He is then followed by the people who genuinely cared for him, as well as the only woman who truly loved him. They were there for him at their final moments, but it turns out two specific entities decide to take interest in him. Issei then decides, along with Draigg and the two specific entities, that he is not going to be ever manipulated or toyed with ever again in the new timeline. He then proceeds to perform a reset with only the people present with him keeping the memories of the previous timeline. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 1. To quote from Chara Dreamer, "Do you think your actions don't have consequences?" After the defeat and death of Draigg, Issei Hiyoto, the once pillar of the Alliance and the hero of the underworld, managed to defeat Draigg as well as killing RageRevan Levon Lucifer, the megalomaniac responsible for the near destruction of the planet for his own selfish goal of conquering the worlds. Eventually our hero fell into a coma and woke up after 2 weeks due to the usage of a form known as Diablo's Dragon. Diablo's Dragon, a form powerful enough to not only keep up with Draigg but also to overwhelm RageRevan with his sacred gear Canceller. Issei used that form along with Asia, who had just unlocked her balance breaker, used Fafnir to defeat the threat known as the Chaos Brigade once and for all. Even though our hero was exhausted, he managed to wake up to see Asia still in comatose state. Thankfully she only had minor injuries as well as was in a much better condition. At the Citri hospital, 8 a.m. Issei, "Ugh, where am I?" Draigg, "At the hospital, partner." Issei, "Wait, what?" He then sees around that he is in a room with several machines attached to him. Next to him was a blonde girl sleeping peacefully. This was Asia Argento, the heroine who had saved everyone along with Issei Hiyoto. Issei smiled at his adopted sister, knowing that she was fine. He then saw another woman sleeping next to Issei. Issei recognized this woman as his mother, Miki Hiyoto. Issei, "Hey mom, wake up." Miki, 5 more minutes, zzzzzzz, wait a minute, Issei. Issei, "Hey mom, ugh." Miki, "My baby boy, finally woke up, after 2 weeks of endless sleep, you finally open your eyes, I hope you were not dreaming something perverted." Issei, "Nah mom, I am fine." Miki, "Goru, come here fast now." An old man then proceeds to enter the room. Goru, "Miki, what happened?" Issei. Issei, "Hey dad." Goru also started to cry when he saw his son open his eyes after a while. The Hiyoto patriarch knew that his son had finally woken up after 2 weeks of staying in a coma. It was nothing than a joyful occasion for the both of them. Draigg, "Must be nice to have family coming to cheer you up after you wake up as the hero." Issei, "Yeah, and speaking of family." Issei, "Hey mom, dad, where is Rias and the other girls as well as the faction leaders?" Goru, "Well son, they visited you for the first half of the first week, after which even they decided to stop visiting you. As for the faction leaders, they were busy with their work since defeating the beast did have a catastrophic effect on the factions in general, resulting in the death of billions and massive damage on a collateral scale. And considering Rias, they must have college work since they have been constantly telling us that they have assignments piled up as well as an endless amount of practicals and homework to deal with, not to mention their work on their own territories." Issei, "So aside from you guys no one else visited?" Miki, "Ah yes, Azazel sensei and a white-haired boy named Vala visited along with his team. A black-haired girl also substituted in taking care of you while you were asleep, along with a blonde girl helping her taking care of Asia while the boys just looked at the girls doing their job." Draigg, "Man, how ironic that your rival showed up and not your team to the hospital." Issei, "Shut it, you overgrown lizard." Issei, "Well, I am going to visit them, to give them a surprise. This might lead them to reduce their stress on their college work." Miki, "Yeah, I guess you can help them in that way." Goru, "Yes son, my guess is you should focus on your studies and as well as help your king to prepare for her studies in the college." Issei, "Well then, I will see you too, call me if Asia wakes up." Issei then waves goodbye to his parents. He then proceeds to catch a cab back to the Hiyoto residence. At the hospital, Goru, "We should have told him what the girls were actually doing. I don't think keeping the truth from him is a good idea. Mickey, no, I just got my boy back and I am not going to let him suffer because of those unloyal bastards. Goro, I honestly can't believe we once saw them as our daughters. Issei would be heartbroken if he finds out what they did to them. At the Hyoto residence 10 a.m. Issei then proceeds to go home. Meanwhile he was having a conversation with his dragon. Draigg, so how is waking up from a 2-week coma doing to your health? Issei, I am surprised that my body has not been weakened down like all those stories I have heard when people go into a comatose state. Draigg, that's the flesh of the strongest dragon doing work for ya, partner. Issei, honestly I am just surprised at how far I have come. Once I was weak enough to get flicked for a distance for a long time by a weak-ass devil, and now look, I managed to take down a freaking super devil. Draigg, oh how right you are, now you are officially the strongest dragon emperor. Issei, it seems we have reached the house. The cab then proceeds to stop at the house. Issei the cab driver is shocked that his customer lived at such a massive residence. Cab driver, that would be 250 yen sir. Issei, oh here you go. After giving the money to the cab driver, Issei then decided to head towards the house. While entering he could sense more than just the girl's presence inside the house, there were more than that. Draigg, partner, I have a bad feeling about this. Issei, maybe it is just that they are having to deal with other college students who come here. Given that Rias and Akeno are smart, they would be dealing with their doubts or something. Draigg, I just hope you are right. They then proceed to go inside the house where they are hearing moans of some familiar voices. The brunette is shocked to say the least. Why the hell are there moaning noises inside his house? The duo decided to head inside. Draigg was feeling even worse now given that his suspicions were starting to come true. As much as he did not want them to, honestly he wanted to assume that this was all just a bad nightmare he would wake up from. He preferred being called the op-eyed dragon rather than going through this betrayal from someone familiar. Draigg, partner, stop. However, it was too late. Issei went inside and that's when he received the biggest shock of his life. He could see Rias Gremory, the woman he loved and cherished with all his heart, was fucking an unnamed man along with Akeno Himejima, the one who Issei helped reconnect with her father, and who had once hated Barakiel with all of her being. They were not only enjoying the session done with that unnamed man but also decided to add salt to the wounds by constantly insulting him behind his back. Not to mention a very big yet well-hidden secret to keep a dragon on leash had come out during this situation. Man, oh how does it feel? Rias, it feels so good. Ryujin, you are a much better boyfriend material compared to that Issei. Akeno, he is right. Issei is such a fool to think that you would ever love a fool like him. Crack. Man, I seriously cannot believe that you would go to such lengths to keep up a false charade of relationship with him just to keep him under a leash. Rias, yeah, at least he has one thing in common. Both him and Oni-sama, Surzex, have one thing in common. They are both fools. Fools under my threads, fools that can be easily manipulated when the time is right and discarded without a second thought. I mean, he calling me Ryutan annoys me to the very core. Crack. Akeno, Surzex is a fool. He believes that you and Issei are in a perfect relationship, and when the time is right to discard that fool Issei, we can easily mind wipe him, and he would not even come to know what hit him since he trusts you so much. Crack. Draigg was shocked and furious at the girl's statements. He saw them as nothing but a bunch of psychopaths. People who can't even feel emotions and manipulate others for their own benefits. If the sacred gear was not obstructing him, he would have torn them to shreds. Little sister of Lucifer be damned. He would turn the devils into an extinct race if it means to take down this psychopathic pathogen of the devils who is using her brother's status and naivety to her own advantage. Draigg wanted to get Issei out of there, as staying there would only hurt him more given that he has begun to suffer from an infamous disease known as Dragon's Fall. He didn't understand if they did not like Issei, why could they not have been truthful to him to begin with? This answer was also answered. Rias, his perversion is the worst trait about him. All he sees are boobs and naked bodies in a woman. The only reason I am even tolerating him is because of my damn big brother and parents, otherwise I would have never taken him into my peerage and kicked him out after dealing with Riser. Akeno, yeah, he just simps for you so much that he could not even see that you never loved him and only toyed with him. Even Asya and Kiba were fools that only could see a perfect relation you two, and even supported you when you pretended to be hurt when he called you president instead of Rias. Not to mention Gasper can be whipped back to shape if he dares go against you, reducing him back to his timid state. Ryujin, and the best part about that is that even now they are not gonna realize your true colors. Rias, you got that right, my dear. Akeno, oh Rias, I might steal him if this keeps going on. Rias, you will not, Akeno. Crack. With that, both the girls start fighting for him. Ryujin tries to calm the girls who are currently fighting for him, and then decides what he needs to do next. He might send someone to assassinate the sleeping Red Dragon Emperor along with his adopted sister and his parents to make sure he dies on the inside. Meanwhile, Issei just sneaks out. The betrayal of the girls he had once loved with all his heart had betrayed and discarded him without a second thought. He started to walk very weakly and started to realize whether all his friends were manipulating him just to get his powers. Draigg, partner. Issei then decided to wonder whether the date with Raynare and her killing was all part of Rias's plan to get him to be eternally loyal to her. He started to wonder whether even Koneko, Ravel, and the other girls were loyal to him, or whether they found more boyfriends or not. Draigg, partner. Issei continued to wonder whether that even the faction leaders were responsible for the betrayal towards him, whether they only saw him as the Red Dragon Emperor and not Issei Hyodo. Draigg, partner. Issei then suddenly snapped to reality and came out of his trance. He realized on how wrong he was thinking. The faction leaders would never betray him no matter if he was the Red Dragon Emperor or not, especially Surzex and Azazel. Draigg, partner, thank Office you are back to your senses. Do not think about those whores. They do not deserve someone like you. The faction leaders still care for you. Issei, you are right, Draigg. They then both realized that they were at the park, the place where it all began. The place where Raynare had killed him and Rias had revived him as a devil's servant of hers. Everything he had gone through with her was a lie. Such deception from Sonyeon he had cherished more than anyone else. Draigg, there are more people coming here, you might want to hide. Issei, you are right, Draigg, I guess it would be best if you hide. They both then decided to hide behind the bushes waiting for the people to come. That's when they decide to show up. The people that had shown up were Koneko, Zenobia, Irina and Ravel along with their new boyfriends. Irina, hey guys, how is your life going on? Zenobia, it has been amazing. My boyfriend Kenta has been keeping me happy since a very long time, without him finding out. Speaking of, how is the relationship with your boyfriends going on, girls? Ravel, it has been fine. Honestly, Tatsuya has been a much better boyfriend since a long time, and the best part about it is that he does not and will not even know about this for a long time. Koneko, not to mention Shinji has been keeping me much happy for a while now. Zenobia, I am surprised that Asuya refused to have a new boyfriend and still be loyal to that damn good-for-nothing pervert. She would have been much happy if she would have been with us instead of that fool. She would still be awake rather than asleep. It is no wonder God excommunicated her, until we found out that he had died. Crack. Irina, yeah, the best part is that Issei still thinks I am his childhood friend and his lover, but little does he know that I have a new boyfriend and he keeps such a good care of me even though we met like a few months ago. Koneko, that's why you chose him, since he looks kinda like that shallow pervert. Irina blushed and got angry at the accusation Koneko put on her. Irina, flustered, that's not true, even though he looks like him. He is nothing like that good-for-nothing pervert. Crack, crack. Koneko, yeah, whatever you say, Angel. Irina huffed and looked away. Koneko, but seriously, what you saw in him, I only see him as a carbon copy of that pervert. Irina, well, he is kind-hearted, helpful, a staunch believer in God as well as a wonderful man, not to mention he is definitely not a pervert. Zenobia, to think I once wanted his children, but I found someone much better. Juan is not only good-looking but also much better and stronger-looking than Issei. Irina, Rex is also quite helpful and supportive despite knowing that I am in a relationship with Issei. Honestly, I cannot believe that I was once friends with that mere pervert. Rex, hey Irina, aren't you saying too many hurtful things to someone who had given everything for your sake? Irina, nah darling, he would not even come to know that I never liked that fool, nor I wanted to be his friend. I just tolerate him for Lord Michael, otherwise I would have left him a long time ago. Koneko, he is nothing but a shallow pervert, an enemy of woman. Crack. Zenobia, useless and worthless pervert. Irina, a worthless scum, he cannot even go to God now. All the boyfriends, a weakling and a worthless scumbag, who only views women for their body parts and nothing else. Koneko, yeah, Rias should have kept that fool dead instead of reincarnating him. He was, is and will always be a worthless pervert. Zenobia, wait, so are you telling me that Rias created the situation for him to die? Koneko, yeah, how would you expect that? He would have fought for Rias. If he would have come to know that Rias killed him, we would have lost such a valuable piece, the Red Dragon Emperor, and he would never have fought for us if the truth came out. Ravel, that would explain why Issei wanted to free Rias from her engagement with Riser. Irina, wow, you devils certainly keep up your bad name. Everyone had started laughing about that pervert and worthless piece of scum of a human being. The boyfriends even went on to make jokes and mock Issei for what he is without any consideration of their surroundings. They did not even know that Issei had heard everything from his two-faced friends and lovers and decided that it was pointless to stay around these scumbags for long enough. He knew that there was nothing he could do for them. Since they have chosen their boyfriends a long time ago, he decided to renounce his former lovers once and for all. Draigg could only watch the scene in horror and disappointment at the actions of the former lovers. He tried to control his anger for Issei's sake since he did not want to go a route he once had where he would relentlessly slaughter them for good, but he did not want to be a genocidal maniac. Draigg would love to torture them, especially the angel given that she was his partner's childhood friend and lover since she betrayed him the most. That's when another voice had come. This time it was a friendly one. Hey Issei-kun. Issei, how Kiba? Issei saw Kiba, the once kind-hearted knight, now crying for a betrayal he never thought he could see coming. He never even imagined that Rias of all people would betray Issei like this. Issei, Kiba, did you know that Rias orchestrated my death? Kiba, no. Issei, don't lie to me Kiba, did you know? Kiba, I didn't. Sniff. Now I don't even know anything anymore. I am now thinking that did Rias triggered the Holy Sword Project's failure on purpose and, sniff, killed all my comrades. Issei had calmed down. He knew that the Holy Sword Project will always be a sensitive topic for him. Now he is even questioning what is true. He felt pity, helplessness that he could not be there for his friend who fought with him for so long. He knew that Rias had targeted them for their sacred gears and knew that she was responsible for everything, when all of a sudden, Issei coughed. Issei started coughing up blood. This alerted both Draigg and Kiba, who were present with him at the moment. Kiba, Issei, what happened? Draigg, I was afraid of this. Kiba, Draigg, what happened? What's going on with my brother? Draigg, he is suffering from a disease known as Dragon's Fall. Both, what is that? Draigg, it is an infamous disease, which is known for happening when a dragon's mate, or in Issei's case mates, betrays him, resulting in an almost guaranteed death within a few months of its initial symptoms. Kiba now dreaded the possibility of losing his friends. He is willing to do anything to save his friend from death's door. Lucky for him, Draigg had a solution. Draigg, there are only two ways now. Issei can be saved. Issei, cough. What is that, Draigg? Draigg, 1. Issei must forget his cheating mates. 2. He must find another girl to mark as his mate. Both now knew this was an impossible feat given that the girls were with their boyfriends, except Roswiz and Asya, with the former being in Asgard while the latter is in a comatose state. They needed to quickly think on what their next plan is or Issei might die. Previously, we saw Issei wake up from his comatose state and realize that in 2 weeks everything and everyone around him has changed. People who he once knew and loved were not the same as they were before. Even though a few people still loved and cared for him, the people he loved still betrayed him and discarded him before hesitation. At least in his final moments there will still be people that will love and care for him. Kiba, Issei, hang in there, I will get someone that will help you with this problem. Draigg, oh no. Kiba, what happened, Draigg? Draigg, things have gotten much worse for Issei. The evil pieces are now acting as a catalyst for the Dragon's Fall disease. Now instead of taking several months to kill a dragon, for Issei it would now be only a few hours. Issei, how did that happen so fast? Draigg, you need to remove your pieces fast. They are the reason the Dragon's Fall is happening at such an accelerated rate. Kiba, but Issei will die if such a thing happens. Issei, I am dying either way, Kiba, so Draigg, remove the pieces. I must purge them from my body. It feels like my own pieces are trying to eat me alive, just like Rias ate my emotions and destroyed them. Kiba, hold on, I will call Azazel, he might be able to help with the purging procedure. At the Grigori headquarters, 7 p.m. Azazel, geez, this paperwork does not stop. I wanted to celebrate Issei waking up, but this seems as bad as college kids' assignments. Man, there is no amount of stopping when it comes to paperwork. Barakil, I know, but keep your spirits up, you gotta be ready when the celebration happens of Issei getting up. Azazel, shut up, Barakil, at least you do not have as much paperwork as much as I have. Barakil chuckled and left after completing his own paperwork. Azazel then saw that he still had a lot to complete. Phone, fucking ring ring ring. Azazel, why is my phone ringing now? Azazel, hello. Kiba, Azazel sensei, it is an emergency. Azazel, worried, what happened, Kiba? Kiba, stuttering, it is Issei. Azazel, I will be right there, Barakil. Barakil, what happened Azazel? Azazel, something happened to Issei. Barakil, what? I am also coming. Azazel, well let's go. Azazel and Barakil then both leave the place and head towards the coordinates Kiba sent them. Azazel, shocked, what the hell happened here? The fallen duo were both shocked at what they were seeing. Issei lying on the ground coughing up blood. Azazel immediately figured out that he was suffering from Dragon's Fall. He knew how deadly that disease was since he had once cured a she-dragon of such an illness. Ever since that day the dragon hated her former mate. Barakil was unaware on why the Red Dragon Emperor suffered. Azazel then informed that he was suffering from Dragon's Fall. He dreaded the reason on how such a thing could have happened to him. Little is he aware on how such a thing could have happened. Azazel, I should have known this should have happened. After all, the girls did cheat on him. Barakil, what are you talking about Azazel? Azazel, well Kiba, could you fill him in on the recent stuff? Kiba, sure sensei, I will do that. Kiba then fills Barakil on what happens next. To say he was disappointed was an understatement. He started to believe that he failed his only daughter. He knew that he failed Shuri in raising his daughter into a proper woman. If only he had appeared earlier, he would have prevented his wife's demise, thus making Akeno into a kind-hearted lady. But the Akeno he saw might be a devil in her flesh. Barakil could only do one thing. He approached the now laying Issei Hyodo. Barakil, sniff, son, I am sorry for my daughter's action. I was not able to raise her well into a better person. Barakil had his head bowed. Azazel felt bad for his friend, lowering his head in shame given that he was the one to send Barakil on a mission, thus leaving his family unguarded. But what Issei said to him shocked the duo even more. Issei, please do not, cough. Lower your head Bara, cough. Quill-san, you are not, cough, responsible for this. Barakil, but as an elder it is my job to apologize for my daughter's actions. Issei, no sir, please, cough. It is not your fault, cough. But know this, I will never help nor love your daughter, cough, or her king's peerage ever again. Barakil, I totally understand that, son. Azazel, is there a way to help him? Azazel, he needs to mark someone as his mate immediately. I am figuring out a way to remove his evil pieces. Issei, but what about Surzex? Azazel, he will understand, son, although his heart might break even more hearing about his sister's actions. I will call your parents, Issei. They need to see your condition. Valentin would also come without hesitation once they see you in this state. With that, Azazel calls his parents and the Valentin. They appear towards the location in a heartbeat. Valley, Azazel, what happened? Hyodo. Kuroka, Issei, who did this to you? Le Fei, it is Dragon's Fall, one of the most infamous dragon-related diseases. Le Fei dreaded when she said that. She knew that Issei does not have much time left. She further realized that Issei is at an advanced stage of the Dragon's Fall. She did initially know the cause of the disease, but then she noticed 8 lumps on Issei's chest, and came to the conclusion that the evil pieces were accelerating the Dragon's Fall at a rapid pace. She knew that if the pieces were not purged, then Issei would die a horrible death. She knew that they had to be removed before it is too late. Arthur, what is that Le Fei? Le Fei, it is one of the most infamous disease which takes place in dragons or wielders of dragon-related sacred gears. This is one of the most unique diseases that does not happen due to a pathogen, or even a virus, or even a magical curse. It takes place when the mate of a dragon betrays the said dragon. The initial stages of Dragon's Fall would take place when the betrayal begins with the cracking of the heart, with the later stages being coughing up blood, as well as finally the body weakening to the point of near paralysis followed by death. Kuroka, no, it can't be, Shirin, why? Kuroka understood what Le Fei said about the disease. She knew that Rias Gremory and her peerage had betrayed him. This meant that even her sister had betrayed him and mated with another man. If she wanted to, she would love to tear her sister's boyfriend apart, but kept her cool, especially if Issei was around. He would not want her to do such an heinous action. He may never forgive her. Kuroka wept at her lover's bad condition as well as her sister's action towards her lover. She realized that she should have taken her sister with her, so at the very least she would turn out to be a better person. Kuroka, Issei, I am so sorry for what she did to you. I couldn't help you when you needed me the most. I wasn't there for you. I am sorry for what my sister did to you. Issei, please do not cry or, cough, apologize Kuroka for her actions, cough. She is old enough to make her own decisions, cough. But know this, I will never love or forgive your sister for what she did, cough. But worry not, I will not hurt her or trouble her ever again, cough. Kuroka felt slightly better that Issei does not completely hate her to the point of killing her or even hurting her master and her peerage. She was happy that the old Issei she fell in love with is still in there, but felt helpless seeing him in such a state. She would do anything if it meant that her lover is still alive. Mickey, my baby boy, sniff, this is why I didn't want to tell you about them. Valley, but MS, Hyodo, why didn't you tell your son the truth? Mickey, because we just got him. Those girls no bitches had cheated on him even while he was awake, and when he woke up from his coma I didn't tell him because I did not want to lose him, and I felt like hiding this from him would keep him safe. Goro, we thought that by keeping the truth from you would be better than informing you on what they did, since you had just woken up and you might not believe us given that you loved those girls with your heart despite your perversion. You still were loyal to them and they broke your trust by cheating behind your back. Issei, Mom, Dad, don't blame yourself, you did what you thought was right. You knew that I would have been heartbroken if I would have heard the truth, and either way my condition would have been the same either way. Albion, from Vala's divine dividing, there is only one way for this to work. Someone will have to the mating ritual with Issei in order to save him. Kuroka, I am ready to do it. Everyone looked at Kuroka in shock. They knew that she loved Issei unconditionally, but they weren't expecting her to be ready with the mating procedure. Mickey, sweetie, are you sure about this? Kuroka, yes, I am MS. Hyodo, Issei means the world to me. Even if my sister betrayed him, I would never do so. That's when another portal opened, this time Rosweez along with Gasper and a now awakened Asuya had came out. They both were in shock and distressed by the fact that their lover, Big Brother, was on the ground, coughing up blood. They were helpless to see him in such a condition. The man that had once given the Nana family helped the vampire get out of their fears, and the one that protected the Valkyrie from getting married to someone she did not like was helpless, dying on the floor. Asuya, Issei. Asuya rushed to see Issei. Crying, the blonde nun had tears in her eyes seeing the man who had given her everything was helpless. Gasper also rushed to his Big Brother figure alongside Asuya. Both knew that he needed help. Asuya tried using Twilight Healing to heal him up, but it was of no use. Rosweez, the calmer of the trio, had inquired by Azazel, who pretty much had told him everything from the beginning. The trio was furious and disappointed. No one had ever seen a nun this angry at the actions of Rias Gremory, the older sister figure she used to look up to. She wanted to summon Fafnir, who was all too eager to tear down the orc girls for betraying a fellow dragon. But Gasper calmed her down. He convinced her that Issei wouldn't want to do such a thing. Rosweez, on the other hand, kept a level-headed expression, but everyone who was around her knew she was pissed beyond pissed at her king and her peerage's actions. But she did want to kill them. She wanted to make them suffer. Kiba and Gasper hated themselves for being so helpless and useless when their friend needed them the most. They would have loved to torture their king, no former king's peerage themselves, without killing them for putting their brother through such pain. Arthur and Vala were fuming, as even they wanted to teach Rias Gremory a lesson, while Biko was consoling Kuroka, who had just came to know of her sister's sociopathic nature and her betrayal towards Issei. Lefei, on the other hand, was helping Azazel, who was trying to figure out a way to remove Issei's pawn pieces to at least slow down Issei's dragon fall, while Fenrir sat beside Issei in his final moments. That's when a portal had opened which slowed down time for everyone except Issei and Draigg. Two figures had shown up. Hey there, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei stood on his guard. He knew who this creature was, the beast of Apocalypse, Trahixa. He had his boosted gear ready. Trahixa, relax, I am not your enemy, at least not in your final moments. Issei, what do you want, beast? Trahixa, to help you. You see, I never wanted to be the beast that everyone fears today. God made those seals to prevent someone from using my power to create havoc. Since I was as strong as Great Red, he decided to lock me up. The old man feared and hated me just like he hated dragons. Draigg, as much as I hate him, he is right, God did once fear us. Trahixa, honestly I know seeing me talk like this was always weird, but know this, I was once a dragon. Issei, so why are you helping me? After all, I am the one that had killed you. Trahixa, well, since you freed me from that bastard RageRevan's control, I decided to repay you a favor. I will let you use my power. With that you can get rid of the evil pieces. Issei, how can I trust you? What if you steal my body? Trahixa, I am not a body snatcher or exoseller to do that. Why would I need your body? Issei, good question. Trahixa, so are you in or not? Issei, I am dying anyway. I got nothing to lose. With that the procedure begins. It was a painful process that made the light spear Raynare threw at him all those months ago feel like cakewalk. Eventually the pain died down, and all the pieces were successfully purged from his body. Issei felt free that his body had removed the evil pieces that were plaguing inside him for hours. That's when another entity decided to show up. sensing a very rare soul trait inside of the brunette. Greetings, Issei Hyodo. Issei, who are you? Where are my manners? My name is Chara Dreamer. So how did you land up in a situation with the Beast of Apocalypse? Draigg, you have no right to receive an answer, human, so just leave. Chara, I was not talking to you, you beast, do not provoke me or else. Issei, both of you knock it off, and Chara cut it with your scary face. Chara, sigh, okay. Issei, so how did you know my name, Chara? Chara, I work in mysterious ways, Issei, may I call you that? Issei, you may, we are not enemies after all. Chara, so I am here because you have a very rare soul trait, the soul of determination. This soul trait is the most rarest among all the soul traits since only one is born every 100 years. These souls are nearly impossible to come across, and are extremely powerful when kept in the wrong hands. A soul trait like this can withstand hits that would normally kill anyone, but the person will not only remember how they died, but they would also feel the pain of the injury, but their wounds will not be seen or be found even when the damage is internal. But they will still remember the wounds that had taken place in a different timeline before rewinding time to a fixed point. Additionally, there are 7 soul traits. 1. Bravery, orange. 2. Patience, light blue. 3. Integrity, dark blue. 4. Kindness, green. 5. Perseverance, violet. 6. Justice, yellow. 7. Determination, red. Chara then points to the soul inside of Issei's body. A red soul could be seen. That was in the shape of a heart. It shined red in the void. Chara then proceeded to show their own soul, which was the same color as Issei. Chara, as you see, we have the same soul trait, Issei, red, which means determination. Both we have the power that can alter timelines and perform what's called a reset, which goes back in time, resulting in the user only remembering the situation which never happened. Then there is something called a true reset, which completely erases the timeline and starts at a focal point. In your case, the focal point is the day when you met the fallen angel. Issei, then what do the soul traits the supernatural beings have? Chara, white, monster souls and supernatural souls are the same, except hybrids, who have the soul trait which is inherited from the human parent. For example, the blonde girl, points at Asia, has the soul of kindness, hence her soul is green. The fallen angel Azazel has a soul color of white, implying he is a supernatural. In a way, God created a failsafe for those unlucky enough to not get a sacred gear. That's why people see humanity as the most dangerous when it comes to potential. That's why the supernatural are recruiting them to join their ranks. So considering the power of the soul, what will you do with the now combined power of determination and the beast Draigg? Issei, my goal is unchanged, Chara. I will always protect the weak from the strong. However, this time I will not help the people that has betrayed me. I will not take revenge towards the people that betrayed me, but I will not protect them. Chara, may I know why did you say such a thing? Issei then explains everything to Chara, from his reincarnation into a devil till the betrayal he found out from the orc. To say Chara was livid would be an understatement. They wanted to kill the orc apart. But that would not make them any different from that monster who completed a genocide run. After all, once you start killing, you will not stop until the end. They also remembered that they had made a promise to a certain skeleton that they would never kill anyone ever again. They showed up to prevent Issei from murdering all devils, but they were happy that Issei will not hunt down anyone in the new timeline. After all, sins will only crawl on your back in one timeline. Chara, I am glad. I can see why everyone loves you so much despite your perversion. You really are a rare soul, no pun intended. You still see good in others despite their actions towards you. The people that are with you were your former enemies after all, yet they are still eternally loyal towards you. Now let's not keep them waiting. The time barrier dispels and everyone is shocked to see the pawn pieces on the floor. They begin to ask questions, to which Issei said that an apocalypse beast gave him a favor, which was that he managed to successfully remove all the pawn pieces. Azazel, but how? Father always told us that Draigg was mindless. Issei, that was a lie, sensei. He told me that God was afraid of Draigg, since he was powerful than God himself. Azazel, to think this kid managed to win Draig's favor. Rias, you have really screwed up big time. Azazel, so what are you gonna do now, kiddo? Issei, I am gonna reset this timeline. Azazel and Barakia were shocked about the words Issei had said. They knew that only a being with the soul of determination is capable of such a feat. They then noticed his red soul. They knew that he can perform a true reset. True to their thoughts, a reset button appeared on his left hand. Mickey, Issei, what are you talking about? Azazel, only a soul of determination can reset the timeline. Given the stuff Issei has gone through and not desiring vengeance, I am not surprised that he will be doing that. Azazel then explains how the soul works. They were surprised to say the least that Issei had achieved such a strong power. They felt that it would be best if this timeline stays as nothing but a nightmare. Barakil, son, are you sure about this? Issei, yeah, but this time I will not help them, especially in the new timeline. Everyone present knew that Issei made up his mind of resetting the timeline, even though they would remember the timeline as a dream. Everyone except his parents, Azazel and Barakil. Will we ever see you again, Issei? Issei, yeah, I am sure of it. Everyone, bye Issei. Issei, bye guys, see you in the next timeline. Issei is currently sleeping on his bed, his old bed before everything began. Before he was used as a tool, Issei felt like he had truly came home, not the home that became when Rias and the female members of her peerage had came to stay with him. As of now, he is the only teenager living in his house. Issei, yawning, good morning guys. Draigg and Trahixa, good morning to you too Issei. Issei, so looks like the reset worked, huh? I am back at my old room, my old house, so we are really at the beginning of the timeline. Draigg, yeah it did, judging by the looks it seems like your old house, before Surzex remodeled it into a celebrity house. Issei, to be quite honest, I never liked my model house, it always seemed too big for my liking, I always preferred a small space. Issei then looked out to see that his house was indeed like his old house. It felt nostalgic, like he always wanted to feel such a thing but never could because of the girls always taking over his bed. Despite this, he still let them do what they wanted until they decide to throw and discard him away like a tool without any remorse, guilt, or consideration for his feelings. He decided that this new timeline would be a new start, a fresh one where there is no one who will use or toy with him. He would never let anyone toy with him ever again. Issei, hey Draigg, I would like to perform some changes to my behavior. Draigg, what is that, partner? Issei, I am getting rid of my perversion. Draigg, you what? Issei, you heard me correct, I have decided that my perversion was the reason I let those girls manipulate me and use me. Never will that happen again. Draigg was on cloud 9 when he heard that. No longer will he ever have to hear Oppai ever in his life again. He will no longer be the Oppai dragon ever again, and will never take medications for his trauma ever again. Trahixa chuckled at his roommate's antics. Although he never knew what Oppai dragon was for Draigg, he could only assume that it was a bad thing, judging by the fact that he desperately wanted to forget that. That's when a call came downstairs. It was from his mother. It was a regular school day after all. His mother had called him to breakfast. She was preparing the table for her husband and her son. Mickey, Issei honey, breakfast is ready, you may come down. Issei, coming mom. Issei immediately came downstairs getting ready for his school since he was surprisingly early to head towards his school. His mother was shocked that he had gotten ready so early, otherwise she had to wake him up always. Issei, morning mom. Mickey, morning sweetie. Gora, so someone decided to wake up early, so what is the reason, a new girlfriend? Issei flinched at his father's sarcastic comment. Mickey playfully hit his head. Gora calmed down, and then decided to not tease Issei any further. Issei chuckled at his parents' antics. Oh, how he missed such antics. Issei, not really dad, just have decided to change my behavior a little bit. Gora, and what would that be, son? Issei, I have decided to cut down my perversion. Mickey and Gora did a mother of all spit takes. They were looking at Issei like did the world end or something. They knew something happened. Something drastic must have happened for this change to have happened. They assumed the reasoning to be the incidents that happened in the previous timeline. As much as they wanted it to be false, they knew that this happened in a previous timeline. The betrayal of all the girls as well as their infidelity towards him. Mickey, Han, is it because of those girls? Issei, yes mom, I made a promise to myself in a previous timeline that I will not be manipulated ever again due to my lust. Plus I did kinda hurt you with my perverted antics. Gora, son, we are so proud that you are trying to change yourself, that you decided to make yourself better and not go down a dark path because some women decided to not be loyal to you. I am glad that you decided to change yourself to be a better person despite the world constantly trying to push you down. You stay determined, you do not falter, and you definitely do not give up. Issei, thanks dad, proceeds to look at his watch. Oh shit, I am getting late, bye mom, bye dad. Mickey and Goro, bye son. Issei then gets on his bike and heads towards school, ready for a start of his new life. Mickey, so he decided to give up on his perverted nature. Gora, I just wished it was due to a better reason. Mickey, yeah I think so too. With Issei. Issei was riding on his bike, and heading towards school. A new life had just begun for the boy who had gone through so much in a span of a few months, all because of a date gone wrong. However, this time he would be careful to not be manipulated so easily. While heading to school, he was reminiscing the previous timeline on how he was fooled so easily by the girls into loving them, but in reality they were only using them for their own benefit. During these thoughts, he had parked the bike near the parking area present at the school. Issei then enters the classroom, where he proceeds to head towards two people, a bald teenager as well as a spectacled teenager. Both were reading magazines. Issei sighed, knowing that even in different timelines, some things will never change, especially not with these two. Issei started to get tempted to read those magazines, but managed to control his desire, since it was that desire which had gotten him killed multiple times, directly or indirectly. He says hi to both of his friends Matsuda and Motohama. Issei: hi guys. Matsuda and Motohama: yo Issei, what's up? Issei: nothing much. Matsuda: say, do you want to peek on the kendo club changing today? Issei: nah fam, I am cool thanks. The perverted duo were shocked by Issei refusing to peek with them. What is even more shocking, that Issei, the most perverted of the perverted trio, refusing to peek towards women. It got the whole school riled up, riled enough to ask Issei endless amount of questions. Two of the kendo captains took particular notice. They initially despised Issei, given that he used to mostly peek on them when they were changing, not to mention that Issei got away most of the time peeking on them, hence they decided to focus on him even more, not even giving a chance to explain, and when he was caught, they used to beat him mercilessly, so much that he had a hard time moving for a few minutes. But when they heard Issei refusing to peek at Issei, the captains Murayama and Keitase knew that something was wrong. Murayama was hopeful that Issei would change, while Keitase was skeptical that he would change for the better. Kaori Murayama was a girl of the same class as Issei was. She wore 2 braids and had shoulder-length brown hair and green eyes. She initially had a crush on Issei, but thanks to his perverted nature, the existence of that crush was unknown. While Yui Keitase was also a girl of the same class as Issei was, she had open pink hair of shoulder length. Unlike Murayama, however, she hated Issei for his perversion, given that she was nearly assaulted once before, so she kept herself and her friend Murayama away from him, since she was like a sister to her. Murayama: hey, did you hear? Keitase: what? Murayama: Hiyoto has refused to peek on the women today. Keitase: you serious, Kaori? Murayama: yeah, Yui, he even refused to join his friends in peeking on us today. Maybe he is trying to change for the better. Keitase: I highly doubt it. Murayama: why? Keitase: because he might not peek on us today, he may not peek on us tomorrow, but after a while he would continue his old ways once again. Murayama: I don't think he would resist peeking unless something bad had happened such that he would be forced to change his ways. If he does change, then the perverted trio might change for good, and if possible it might even go away. Keitase: I'ma have to stop you there, Kaori. Murayama: why, don't you want them to change their ways? Keitase: I do, but I highly doubt they will. Even if I believe Issei may change, I highly doubt the other two might, given that they are the ones that dragged your crush into being a pervert. Just look at them. Points to Matsuda and Motohama convincing Issei to peek on women. After all, they were the ones to change him into a pervert once again. Murayama blushed at the accusation of her having a crush on Issei, but was saddened as she remembered that the perverted duo converted Issei into one of them, making him most perverted amongst the trio. Keitase: as much as I want them to change, I highly doubt they will. Murayama: I believe you are being pessimistic, but you are not wrong, let's go. With that, both Murayama and Keitase leave and head towards the kendo club. Meanwhile, Issei's friends keep pestering him to peek with them, Issei having enough snaps at them. Issei: for the last fucking time, I will not peek at the girls, so stop annoying me and peek at them yourself, goddammit. What language do you fools not understand that I will not peek at the girls? Issei, out of anger, released a ton of aura, causing the perverted duo to feel fear unlike nothing other, causing the duo to get knocked out immediately. The students that had witnessed this immediately ran in order to control their laughter against Issei, who had just showed that he will most likely never peek at women ever again. Those present also witnessed that he was most likely done with his perverted antics. Both Kaori and Murayama were in shock at Issei lashing out on the perverted duo. His friends, they assumed that they might be wrong about Issei being a pervert anymore. At the Occult Research Club, 10 a.m. Rias was taking a bath. While taking a bath, she was reminiscing all the stuff that had happened while she was away. Kiba was suddenly being distant, and all of a sudden she had gotten a message from Graphia that her engagement to Riser Phoenix was preponed to a lesser date. It was not helping that Kiba was no longer interested in any orc activities, and the others were as strong as they were beforehand. That was when she heard a sudden spike in energy, a sudden burst, something only a dragon god would have. That was when another woman joined in. Her name was Akeno. The vice president of the orc had joined in. She was a black-haired beautiful Japanese lady with a body figure men would kill to obtain. When she entered she was completely disheveled and in a panic state. She may be a sadomasochist, but this was even too much for her. The aura put her into a completely panicked state. Akeno, Rias, what the hell happened here? Why is there an aura akin to a dragon present? Rias, I do not know that because even I had sensed it just now. Akeno and Rias then noticed Kiba in a calm state of mind. They knew that his night piece was unable to sense his aura. But he had another reason to be calm, since he had kept his memories of the previous timeline. He was utterly disgusted and ashamed of being part of such a shameful peerage. Even Gasper the vampire, who was locked inside the door in the school, wanted to just run away. He did not mind being a stray if it meant to stay away from them. But Kiba convinced them that this would mutate his pieces to the point where he would be an actual monster, which is something Issei would have never wanted him to become. Seeing Kiba so calm, Akeno decided to ask him a question. Akeno, Kiba, why are you so calm? Kiba, oh, nothing much, Akeno, just watching the scenery. It is a beautiful day outside, birds are singing, flowers are blooming. Rias, can you please check on the aura? Kiba, yes, President. Kiba then left the orc building to find out the cause of the aura. While leaving, he was reminiscing his memories of his reincarnation as well as his previous timeline on how if only the girls were loyal to him, none of this would have happened. Issei would have still been loyal to them, and an all-out peace alliance would have happened, but they couldn't even be truthful to him. While he was eternally grateful to the Gremries, especially Surzex and Suji, Knight of Surzex, for training him. He hated Rias for still being the spoiled princess, always has been. Kiba, wow, Issei, you certainly know how to make an entrance, eh? Kiba mentally laughed, knowing that only Issei is the dragon god here at the moment. He is not gonna spill the beans, especially to Rias of all people. She does not deserve this, deserve a man as loyal as Issei. But at the same time he will still repay the Gremries for saving him, by being loyal to them. If Surzex or any of the family members were to ask to trade his piece, he would gladly accept the offer if it meant to stay away from Rias. Back at the Occult Research Club room, 10:30 a.m. Akeno and Rias were constantly panicking, unable to figure out the situation going on in the school. Akeno considered calling her brother to help deal with this mess, but Rias didn't allow it since her pride would have been hurt. Meanwhile, while the duo was panicking, Koneko was nowhere to be found, given that she had purchased sweets to satiate her endless hunger for sweets. That's when three members came into the orc building to discuss the situation going on with the orc. Considering both Kiba and Koneko were missing, they decided to go straight to the point. Rias, what the hell happened here? Rias, I don't know, Sona. All of a sudden a power spike came up and it was much stronger than us. Like a stronger entity had just resided in Kuo, and is much stronger than both of us combined. Then we must fight together, considering that together we might stand a chance against this entity. Sona, I doubt that would work, Saji. This entity, if Rias is saying, is much stronger than both of us, although I highly doubt that he would try to attack us. I have a feeling that going after him is a suicide mission, since I have a feeling that he would not hesitate to kill us. Then I would suggest to call your sister, President. Sona, please note Tsubaki. The last thing I want is her antics destroying the whole town and some people who were foolish enough to get caught up in the blast. Saji, then what we should do then? Sona, let's not call anyone and stay quiet. If we do not bother the being, we will not be in trouble or suffer its wrath. Saji, I feel like it is a good idea then. Sona and Tsubaki then looked at Saji as if he grew a second head. They knew that he usually is forced to listen to his commands. Sona, you listen to me, Saji, for the first time. Saji, I am reckless but not stupid. I know how to bail from the issue when it is too much for me to handle. Sona, smiling, very well, then I will take my leave. Rias, don't you dare provoke them. We do not know what they are capable of, and your desperation to get rid of the marriage might result in a bad reputation with the devils. Rias, alright then, Sona, see ya. The trio then leave the Occult Research Club building to attend to other matters. Akeno, Rias, you are not thinking about bringing them to your side, right? Rias, you read my mind, Akeno. He might be the key to get rid of the marriage contract the elders put on me. Koneko, very well, then I will find him. They both looked to see a white-haired girl approach them. They knew that she could trail him without being noticed by him, so they let her find him. Rias, then I will let you look for him, since you are the most adept at searching for auras like this. Scene break. Kuo Academy, 3 p.m. Issei could be seen walking through the fields near the Kendo house. When he could see his friends peeking at the girls, sighing, he decided to expose them for good. Maybe this might at least let the girls have a little bit of faith in him. Draigg, that might be a good idea. Issei, I don't know Draigg. I lost my cool nearly giving away my location to them. I don't want to be a part of their peerage ever again. Draigg, you will not lose your temper easily. I know you, partner. Besides, those two did annoy the heck out of you. Issei, alright then. That's when he knocked on the door of the kendo club. A voice came from the inside. Coming. Murayama, how may I help you, Hiyoto? Issei, hey, relax, I am here to tell you something. Kates, and what would that be, pervert? Issei, well, there are two people peeking at you just as we speak, so you might want to check it out. Murayama, why should we trust you? I mean, you are kinda ratting out your friends. Issei, they only use me as a scapegoat when it comes to these things, and besides, I do not always peek at you. I even stopped peeking when I refused to peek with them. Murayama, sarcasm, well, you certainly told the whole world about that. Issei, sweat drops, yeah, so are you gonna deal with them, or let them peek at you guys changing? Murayama, nope, let's go Kates, to teach those boys a lesson. Kates, yeah, points to Issei, you might have saved yourself but you aren't out of the woods yet. Issei, yeah, I know, but I promise you I will change. Kates blushed at his declaration to be a better person, then she snapped out of it to deal punishment to the perverts. Murayama and Kates then proceeded to bring the rest of the girls to the peeking spot where they usually used to peek at them. Murayama, hello there. The boys then look at horror as the girls had shinais in their hands ready to beat up the boys for peeking at them. They decided to hightail it out of there, but with the girls surrounding them, they were surrounded, unable to escape. All the girls present, you will pay for peeking at us, you damn perverts. Matsuda and Motohama, no. The girls then proceeded to beat up the boys to teach them a lesson. Several bruises and injuries can be found on their bodies. Issei could not control his laughter and subconsciously headed towards the orc building. He then saw her, the reason for her resetting this timeline. Issei then glared at her with an intensity that would have torn her apart. If looks could hurt, then Rias would have been killed over and over again. Rias then went inside to avoid his gaze. Rias, Akeno, who was that? Akeno, Issei Hiyoto, Class 2A, the leader of the perverted trio. Rumors have it that he refused to peek at the girls. He decided to change for the better. Rias, must be nice. I do sense a sacred gear in him. Koneko, I found him, the one who released the aura beforehand. It was that pervert Issei. Rias, figures, Koneko, I want you to tell him. He is the key for my marriage. I must have him as my team member, before it is too late, before he gets killed by them. Kiba, President, I feel like it is a bad idea to provoke him. We did confirm that he is stronger than you. Rias, do not worry, Kiba, I know what I am doing. Kiba, well, I hope I know what you do is gonna be good for you. I just hope Issei teaches you a good lesson, to not get on his bad side, cause what you are doing is suicide and I am not gonna follow through with this plan. At the Cool Gate 6 p.m. Issei was wandering around. While he was heading home, that's when he heard a voice he would never hear, her voice. Are you Issei Hiyoto? Issei, it is her, alright, the one who kickstarted my suffering. Draigg, I sense the same fallen angel aura from her, the one who killed you in the previous timeline. Issei, I will just play along with her for now. If she does not kill me like last time, I may spare her, since I did fell for her once. Issei, so who are you and what do you want? My name is Yuma Amano. I am a student of a nearby college. I have been watching you for a while and seeing how you have stopped being perverted. Issei, so... Yuma, I would like to go out with you, cause I really like you. Issei, Draigg, partner, she is not lying. Issei, wait, what? Traihixa, I can sense a liar when I see one, so either she is a liar who can even surpass the greatest lie detector of all time, or she genuinely loves you for being a kind person. Issei, wow, things are really different this time around. I will take your advice, but if she attacks me I will not hesitate to strike her down. Draigg, I don't think she would hurt you, as Traihixa said she genuinely loves you. Issei, alright then, I trust you too, cause I don't think I can take another heartbreak. Draigg and Traihixa, we know Issei, we know. Issei, alright then, Saturday 11 p.m. Yuma, thanks so much. Issei then heads home. While heading home he senses a devil's aura. He knows that was Koneko but pretends that she does not exist. Koneko then calls Rias to inform her about the situation. Rias, so he accepted her offer for date. Koneko, Yes, President. Rias, alright then, when the fallen kills him, I will save him and let him join my peerage. Keep an eye on him for the date. Koneko, very well, President. Kiba, I hope you know what you are doing, Issei. Scene break. At the mall, Saturday 11 a.m. Issei can be seen in casual dressing waiting for his date to begin. He could be seen in a casual clothing. That's when a lady dressed in a vampire-like costume approaches him and gives him a paper, which had the familiar Gremry crest on it. He decides to trash it after the woman goes out of sight. Issei, so everything is going so far with limited changes. Draigg, it seems sane to me so far, no changes at all. Their train of thought was broken with the appearance of Yuma in her casual clothing ready to begin her date. They decide to go to a food mall first, where they had their food. While consuming their food, Issei noticed Koneko's presence. He was getting annoyed with her tailing him around, but he had to pretend that he was a normal kid enjoying his date with his fallen angel girlfriend. Meanwhile, he did not notice that he was eating a full burger with his mouth open, causing him to choke. Yuma showed genuine concern towards him and gave him her handkerchief. They then finished their meal and both had split the meal money between the two of them. They then head towards a nearby arcade. Yuma then noticed a Pikachu plush. When she pointed that to Issei, Issei only sighed and decided to win the plush for her. Thankfully, due to his skill with arcade games, he was able to nab the plush she wanted and he gave it to her. She thanked Issei with all her heart, the latter becoming embarrassed to be thanked for his skill. They then left from the arcade and then decided to head towards a clothes shop. Yuma pretty much forced Issei to wear all the clothing she chose for him. Like a mother deciding what clothes to wear, she then decided to buy all the clothes she had chosen for him. Despite Issei being overwhelmed by clothes, he convinced Yuma to only buy 2 sets of clothing. Much to Yuma's sadness, he then decided to buy her a floral bracelet just like he did in the previous timeline. They then head towards the park, where Issei had died in the previous timeline. They decided to stop for a while. That's when Yuma said something. Issei dreaded that things might go the same like in the previous timeline, but Yuma said something else entirely. Yuma, follow me, Issei. Issei, where? Yuma, my apartment. Issei did the mother of spit takes. Yuma was confused at this reaction of Issei. Yuma, Issei, is something wrong? Issei composed himself and responded. Issei, nothing, I think I know where this is going. Both the dragons chuckled and cheered for Issei given that they also understood what was gonna happen next. Issei then visited her apartment, which was quite spacious for 2 people. That's when Yuma decided to undress herself. Yuma, embarrassed, are you not gonna undress yourself? Issei suddenly went blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He went to ask both the dragons for help, but both of them gave their best wishes to them. They told him to enjoy this moment, since he was unable to get that in the previous timeline. Yuma, hello Earth to Issei. Draigg, don't keep her waiting, partner. Issei, embarrassed, shut up you overgrown lizard. Issei, yeah I am there. Yuma, so are we gonna do this? Issei sighed given that she has made her choice. She wanted her first time with a man who has treated her with nothing but kindness. Issei on the other hand was not expecting to lose his virginity of all things. He then decided to might as well enjoy the moment, while it lasts, since her feelings were genuine for him this time. 2 lovers can be seen sleeping on the bed naked, Issei and Yuma who had went on a date. This time gone right were having the time of their life. Issei lost his virginity right from the get-go, something he was not expecting. Yuma even managed to let out her wings by accident while she was sleeping, something Issei only noticed and chuckled at the carelessness of the fallen angel. Even the dragons were happy that Issei had received happiness after a long time. Earlier he had managed to convince his parents that he was staying at a friend's house for a while and assured them that it was either Matsuda or Motohama. Issei, never did I think she would kill my virginity. Draigg, partner, I do not think that it is a bad thing, considering despite being surrounded by women in the previous timeline, you were still a virgin. Trihiksa, wait, you were still a virgin back then? That was kinda surprising. I would have jumped the gun if such a thing would have happened. Issei, I did not want to take advantage of them, but not mating with them was the right choice. Yuma decided to wake up. When she saw Issei being awake, then she knew that they had a pleasurable night, and she enjoyed every single moment of it. That's when she noticed her 2 black wings were out. Yuma, stuttering, Issei TS is cosplay. The 3 of them sweat dropped at this, implying that she was a bad liar as well. Yuma started to get afraid seeing Issei in an unaffected expression. Yuma, judging by your look, you knew that the supernatural exists, so are you a part of any devil's peerage? Is this why you wanted to get close? Yuma started crying. Issei consoled her. Issei, yes, I do know that you are a fallen angel, but I am not a part of any of the devil's peerage. In fact, you could even say I have a grudge against them. But I know despite being a fallen angel you have a heart of gold. Yuma stopped crying and responded. Yuma, so you do not care that I am a fallen angel? Issei, Yuma, I do not give a flying fuck whether you are a human, angel, or even a fallen one. I learned not to discriminate against blood a long time ago, so I love you for who you are and not your blood. Yuma cried tears of joy when she heard that she wanted someone to love her for who she was, ever since God died, and when she felt joining Azazel, nobody looked towards her given that she was a low-class fallen angel. When Azazel sent her to look after Issei Hyodo, she willingly watched over him and fell in love with him in first sight. Although she was not a big fan of his perversion, she knew that aside from his perversion, he had a good heart. But she truly fell in love with him now when she heard those words. Initially she only had a crush on him. Even during the date it was a mere infatuation. But she fell for him today, and will follow him to the ends of the earth if it means to be with him. Yuma, thanks Issei, thanks, I would love to officially be your girlfriend. Issei, well, I would love to be your boyfriend. Yuma immediately embraced Issei, like he meant the world to her, like she would be unable to live without him. Now they would be together for at least a long time. That's when Issei decided to ask Yuma something. Issei, how did you fall, Yuma? Yuma flinched at the question. Issei, maybe it was not a good idea to ask that to you. Yuma, no, you deserve to know. Issei, may I call you that? Issei, with a genuine smile, my girlfriend does not need permission to call me by my pet name. Yuma, alright, first and foremost, my name is not Yuma Amano, it is Raynare. I am a fallen angel of Gregorian service of the Governor General Azazel. 2. Since you know about my existence, then I can assume you are familiar with the Great War then. Issei nodded in confirmation. Raynare, great, makes my job much easier, so I will explain now how I fell. It was because I followed a former angel who fell and later became one of the founders of the fallen race. Well, you could say, blushes, I had a crush on him, even when I was back as an angel. Issei, was the man Azazel? Raynare blushed and nodded in confirmation. Issei made a mental note to talk to Azazel about this. Raynare, although I am surprised that you accepted me without hesitation, usually fallen angels are hated more than devil, given that they did not have a choice in being born like that, while it is the choices of an angel that resulted in the existence of the fallen angel. Issei, like I said, I do not hate you. I love you more than anyone else, Besides, I gotta head to school. I am still a school-going student. Issei then proceeded to head towards the door, but then forgot he could teleport to school anytime he wanted. He then opened a portal. Raynare was in awe when he opened such an advanced portal. Raynare, Issei, you know magic, then does that mean you lied about not being part of devils? Issei, relax, I am not a part of any devil peerage and will never be a part of one. Raynare, it seems like you hate the devils. Issei, you could say that. Well, let's just say we had a history together, and it wasn't pretty. Issei then remembered the previous timeline, and how the girls betrayed and discarded him without hesitation. Raynare, on seeing her lover in distress, held his hand. She told him that she will always be there for him, no matter what. Issei calmed down in an instant. He was happy, joyful that he had someone in his life who will be there for him no matter what. Issei then decided to head towards school. On seeing him, a certain beauty was confused and angry on how did he come to school without any issues. Rias expected that Issei would die so that she would have came in to reincarnate as his servant without any issues. She knew that this would let him be eternally loyal to him no matter what she does to him. Little does she know that Issei had gotten wind of the plan early on thanks to a certain friend informing him prior. Flashback. Issei was heading towards the area where he was supposed to have a date with Yuma, now Raynare. That was when he spotted a blonde knight. Issei recognized him as his friend who was with him till the end in the previous timeline, Yudo Kiba. The knight of the Gremry had appeared in front of him to inform about Rias's plan. On seeing him, Issei hugged and bro-fisted his friend. He then asked why he came here to visit him. Issei, so Kiba, what brings you here? Kiba, it is Rias. She plans on having you killed, so that you would eternally be her slave without question. Issei, so that bitch has not changed her ways, even in this timeline. Kiba nodded silently, unable to help or protect his friend even now. Issei, on seeing this, kept an hand on him. Issei, do not blame yourself, Kiba. You tried your best to prevent her from doing this. Now everything is on her. I do not blame you. Kiba, speaking of the situation, why did you accept her date proposal, given that she was the one who killed you in the previous timeline? Issei, Well, I did not always hate her. Remember the old timeline where I was afraid to confess to Rias, because a part of me was still in love with her, not to mention neither me nor the dragons found any deceit in her words. Kiba widened when he heard Issei's words. He knew that Issei was at one point afraid of confessing his love to women, even to those that genuinely loved him like Asia and Roswies. Kiba, so are you telling me that there are some changes in the timeline? Issei, yes, it is possible given that Rias is very much different in this timeline as unlike in the previous one, she is at least more honest in her motives. So I believe there are some changes in this timeline as well. Kiba, so what will you do, if she tries to kill you and Asia this time as well? Issei, then I will strike her down, although I don't think I will have the will to do so. Kiba, I wanted to tell you about Gasper, he misses you. Issei. Issei, I know, let me guess, Rias locked him up under the pretext of not being able to control his powers. Kiba, yeah, I have been keeping him company. I am the only reason he has not left and become a stray. Kiba, yeah, after remembering everything he wanted to leave and become a stray, thankfully I was able to convince him to stay in the room without any issues. Issei, well, thanks to stars he did not run. Speaking of escaping, there is a way to get away from her. Kiba, how? Issei, try aiming to be a high-class devil just like me and Tannen Sensei did in the previous timeline. You would be free from her control and try to get Gasper in your peerage. Kiba, alright then, this would work. After all, I trust you, bro. You better stay alive and do not die at all costs. Issei, hey, you know it. They then both bro fist. Flashback end. Issei, looks like I am still alive. Rias Gremory, what are you gonna do now? Looks like nobody is willing to help you with your stupid problem. But know this, I won't help you defeat Riser. You deserve to be as his wife. Solve your problems by training once in your life. Issei then entered the classroom where his two friends Matsuda and Motohama tried to punch him. Keyword tried. He easily held both their fists and smashed the duo into each other, striking their heads against each other. Both held their heads in pain. Issei sighed then asked, Issei, care to explain why did you try to attack me? Matsuda, you did not come to peek at us. The girls instead beat us up because we peeked at them. Motohama, if you were there then at least we could have gotten beaten together. Issei, sorry but no thanks. I would rather not prefer to get beaten for no reason. Even back when I was a pervert I felt like more of a scapegoat rather than a friend to you guys. But I will no longer peek, I made that very clear to you, remember? Matsuda, but bro. Issei, no buts. Issei then decided to take a seat. That's when a teacher had shown up. She had then decided to introduce a new student to them. Teacher, alright then, I would like to introduce a new transfer student to you guys. The transfer student then approached them and Issei was shocked. Raynare had transferred herself inside the school as a transfer student. Issei knew that there will be a lot of rumors and misunderstandings knowing this school. Raynare, hello, my name is Yuma Amano. I am from the Kanto region in Japan. Please take care of me. All the students, especially the males, had cheered for a new female students. That's when a female student then asked a question. Female student number 1, do you have a boyfriend? Raynare, yes I do. In fact I joined this school to be with him. The male population of the class then became sad. Issei started to dread what was gonna happen next. He just gotten out of hot water with the school and now he is gonna jump right back in. Plus the school is filled to the ground with devils who can easily hunt her down with an ease. He did not want to lose her, especially when there's a spoiled bitch who feels like she is entitled the world and may hunt her down due to spite. Matsuda, may we know who is that? Raynare, oh he is right there. His name is Issei. Issei covered his head down. Issei kissed his school life goodbye, cause now the male population might hate his guts, so he decided to face what's coming next. Kates, you and this pervert, no way. Issei's eye twitched. He can understand that she hated him for his past actions, but to talk about him to someone else pissed him off for some reason. Raynare, Issei is no pervert, he is quite the gentleman, especially towards me. The whole day was then chaotic to say the least, with the male population in despair that a former pervert managed to get a girlfriend while the females were in shock that the beast of the Kuo Academy managed to get a girlfriend. Issei only wanted the day to get over so he could go home as soon as possible. Teacher, you may sit next to Mr. Hyoto, he is after all taking initiative to change his behavior. Raynare, hey Issei, are you not happy to see me? Issei, I am happy, but more worried. Raynare, why? Issei, well, this school is basically a hotspot for supernatural activity. The devil heiress are in this school after all. Raynare, wait, what? Issei, you did not sense them when coming here. Well, this school has 2 devil heiress studying here. one being Rias while the other is Sona Citri alias Sona Shitori. They are the orc president and the student council president respectively. Raynare, then why did they not attack you yet? Issei, my guess is that they either were not able to sense your fallen presence, or they let you in so that they could deal with you late. Raynare started to panic that she put herself and her lover in danger, but that's when a comforting hand came to her, and Issei immediately held her. Issei, do not worry, I will protect you from them no matter what, and if they even hurt a single hair on you I won't hesitate to strike them down. I do not care if you are the little sister of the Satan Rias Gremory. Hurt her, and you will be my enemy. You do not want to be this dragon's enemy. Draigg, you are right, partner. We shall teach them to not mess with anyone's mate. Entire armies will fall when they try to hurt a dragon's mate. Draigg was silent, but he knew that nobody hurts a dragon's mate, cause being a former dragon, he knew that hurting someone close to a dragon is pretty much asking for death itself. Kuo Academy 1:30 p.m. Issei and Raynare were having lunch. Issei was initially expecting Kiba to show up, but someone else showed up. Issei, this did not happen last time. I expected Kiba to show up, but seeing her was not something I was expecting. Issei, control your anger, you do not want to reveal the existence of the dragons to them, especially not now. Issei, what do you want, Ms. Himejima? Akeno, are you Issei Hyodo? Issei, who would not recognize a former member of the perverted trio. Akeno, alright then, my president has requested your presence in the club. Issei, and if I don't want to come, are you gonna force me to come? It would ruin your reputation, Ms. Perfect woman. Akeno did not know what to say to him. She couldn't bring him into the club by force given that there is a fallen angel next to him. Both Akeno and Raynare were having a glaring contest with the former despising the race for her reason her mother died. Issei, although I would appreciate that you stop glaring at my girlfriend Ms. Himejima. Akeno then decided to stop glaring and started to head towards the occult research club. The students were furious with the way Issei treated one of the 4 queens of Kuo Academy. Student 1, that Hyodo. Student 2, it is a miracle that someone as beautiful would even talk to a pervert like Hyodo, yet he dismissed her without hesitation. Matsuda, I feel like the Issei we once knew is dead. To disrespect our queen takes a lot of resistance, and Issei never had that. Female Student 1, Hyodo has become a certified anti-simp. Female Student 2, I guess that's what having a girlfriend does to you. You only have eyes for one person only, and for Hyodo, it is Amano. Murayama, who had overheard, was heartbroken and angry. Angry at the fact that Issei had dismissed Akeno, the woman she looked up to without hesitation, but heartbroken that he had found someone else to be with for the rest of his life. She wept on her friend Keite's shoulder, who knew that she had once had a crush on the former pervert, but now he is someone else's boyfriend. If only she had confessed to him earlier. He would have been her boyfriend, and she would have prevented her from becoming a pervert to begin with. Back with the Occult Research Club 2:30 p.m. Rias, what? How dare he refuse to come here? Rias was radiating a dangerous amount of aura. When she heard that Issei refused Akeno to come to the Occult Research Club, Kiba knew that Issei must be already dealing with a lot of student hate, given that Akeno had quite a good reputation with the male population of the students. He could only pity Issei at the moment, plus, even here it was not helping that Rias, being the spoiled princess, she is unable to understand the word no, when said to her face by a student when she was always given what she wanted. Kiba, maybe it is because he was busy with someone with he really cared for, and not to mention that he did not bother us despite your little attempt to murder him and bring him to your side. Rias, I just assumed that he would be loyal to me if I had handled it that way. Kiba, well, newsflash, he would hate you more than anyone else, so please just leave him alone. I am telling you, for your own well-being. Kiba then left the room to get rid of some steam, cause he knew that it was pointless getting to converse with Rias, due to her prideful attitude as well as being unreasonable. Rias, Kiba, how dare he talk to me like this? Akeno, Rias, calm down, there might be a way to convince Issei to join us. Rias, how? Oh right, his parents. Rias then had a devilish smirk on her face. She knew what she needed to do to convince Issei to join him. She will have him by his side no matter what, even if she means to put his parents under gunpoint. She will do anything to get him by his side, even use her own body to satisfy his lustful desires. Kiba, who had overheard, realized that she has gone mad and desperate to resort to such dirty tactics. He needed to inform Issei about this. He remembers in the previous timeline on how RageRevan had attacked his parents in an attempt to weaken his morality, and it worked for a while, but his parents accepted him nevertheless. That's what gave him and Asya enough power to defeat him once and for all. He needs to tell Issei about this before it is too late. before she does something that might make him an enemy of the devils and worst case making him murder her in cold blood. Kiba thought that he had to inform Sensei about this so at the very least he can punish Rias for her actions. He needs to in this timeline, before it is too late, before she turns into the sociopath in the previous timeline. He may be in Siscon but he knows his limits when it comes to discipline. He won't let Rias cross a line she should not. Kiba, I gotta tell Issei about this. Scene break. At Kuo Academy 5:30 p.m. While that certainly was one hell of a day, Issei not only had to deal with his friends literally questioning him like he was some sort of convict. I mean considering he had dismissed Akeno Himejima, a girl whose body men would kill for without hesitation, certainly made him popular around the school for the wrong reason. Well, he decided to book it after all. He had to introduce his girlfriend to his parents, who still weren't aware about his exact whereabouts yesterday. That was when he noticed a certain unexpected door on one of the walls. He decided to ignore it for the time being and decided to focus on something else. That was when the door mysteriously vanished, much to Issei's surprise. Issei shrugged it off as his hallucination due to the stress his classmates had put him through. That was when he noticed Kiba in a very panicking state approaching him. Kiba, panicked. Issei, you need to hear this. Issei then noticed that he was in a very open space with any of the orc members noticing him. He decided to stop time only for him and Kiba to be moving. Kiba, Issei, did you? Issei, stop time, yes, cause they could watch us at any time. Seeing you panicked means that Rias must have done something. Kiba, good thinking, it is about Rias. She is gonna go after your parents in an effort to make you join her. That was when something in Issei snapped. He wanted to teach Rias a lesson for even thinking on hurting his parents. He released a bit of aura due to his anger, but decided to keep it cool. He remembered that he had put a barrier around his house to prevent any supernatural interference. Issei, sorry about that, but do not worry, the princess would know what is right if she wants to stay alive. This time if my parents even gets a scratch from Rias, consider that she will have a fate worse than death itself, although I won't kill her. Kiba, but what about Sensei? Issei, what about him? Kiba, he would hunt you down if you hurt his little Riatan. Issei, if he knows what's right or wrong he will know who to support. He has always been a leader first and a family man later. Even Grafia knows this. They both will punish Rias if she hurts any innocent bystander. Kiba, I was gonna tell him anyway, about what Rias was doing. Speaking of which, I heard rumors that you had just humiliated Akeno in front of everyone. Is it true? Issei, yeah, and I got hated by the male students because of that. Kiba, honestly, I can't believe that you weren't affected by her given that she is known to be extremely seductive and flirty. Not to mention that I didn't expect you to have someone who had killed you in Asia in a previous timeline as a girlfriend. Issei, I am still adjusting to the change. I always had a feeling Kokobile had a hand in manipulating Raynare into becoming the woman she was in the last timeline. My guess is Azazel prevented her from being influenced by him. Kiba, Kokobile was always an asshole. He will not change even in this timeline. Sensei will always have our back no matter what. Issei, okay, I guess you got to go. Rias will be looking for you, and Raynare will hunt me down if she does not find me there. Kiba, alright then, see ya bro. With that, Issei dispels the time barrier and both the boys head toward their respective girls. Issei then meets up with Raynare, who tells him about several girls trying to make her wary of Issei's antics. Issei only sighed as he expected this to happen. Issei then tells her that she needs to meet his parents. Raynare dreaded the moment, as meeting a boyfriend's parents, especially his mother, is something every girl is afraid of. But Issei assured her that everything will be alright. He told her not to tell what happened between yesterday night, to which she agreed. Scene break. At Hyoto residence, 6:30 p.m. Issei opened the door to his house and announced he is home. His mother was the first to greet him, only for her to be shocked when he brought a girlfriend to his house. Raynare introduced herself as Yuma Amano to the Hyoto matriarch, who initially assumed that it was one of his friends cross-dressing, which caused Issei to have the fuck face and Raynare to chuckle at the antics of his parents. She knew that this is something she could get used to. After confirming with both of his parents that she was indeed a girl and his girlfriend, his mom decided to have a long talk with her. Mickey, oh Issei, someone specific has come to meet you. Issei, who is that, mom? Mickey, they told that it is a surprise. We have decided to adopt her as our daughter. Issei, no, could it be? Draigg, it might as well be, partner. Inside they saw a girl who had worn a heart locket. She had short brown hair. She wore a simple green striped shirt and a black pant. Issei, Chara, is that you? Chara, in the flesh, my brother, but I am still surprised that I am still alive after the incident. Issei then decided to sit across Chara, who was equally curious on how she is still alive. That was when Chara decided to tell him about something important. Chara, first and foremost, I am Chara Hyodo, adopted child of Goru and Miki Hyodo, and younger sister of Issei Hyodo. Second, I will explain on how am I still alive, with my soul still intact. Issei, alright then explain. Chara, are you familiar with fun value? I guess not. So what happens is when you reset, you subconsciously choose a random value from 1 to 100. This number pretty much decides the outcome of certain events that may or may not take place, altering your complete timeline as a result. My guess is that the fun value you had chosen was higher than a certain number, hence why the fallen did not kill you this time. And on how am I still alive? When I found myself with a regular body after the reset, my first goal was to find you as soon as possible to inform you about my existence as well as to tell you about this fun value. Issei, so that explains the changes. Chara, That was when Issei's mother had called everyone for dinner. Both Chara and Issei headed towards the dinner table. Issei, you coming, Chara? Chara, yes, Issei. Chara, I miss this feeling, the feeling of being with a family. I miss mom, dad, and us real. I wonder what are they doing right now. I wonder do they even remember me or have they forgotten me. I wonder what Ray is doing right now. The next day began and Issei has someone at his neck, a woman in fact. This woman, also known as Rias, had entered into his house without permission and had the bright idea to hypnotize his parents. On coming to know of this from an old friend yesterday, Issei didn't expect that she would actually do it, but here she is. Chara could be seen next to Issei's parents guarding them from Rias trying to get closer, knife in her hand, as she won't hesitate to strike her down if she dared hurt her new parents. Issei, on the other hand, was beyond pissed at someone who he hated from not only his past life, but also in the current timeline. Issei wanted to squeeze the life out of her neck, but didn't, as he did not want to risk the life of his family. His parents thankfully were passed out, due to Issei successfully managing to remove Rias's possession spell. Issei, you got some nerve. You have some nerve of entering into my house and hypnotizing my parents, Gremory. Rias, on the other hand, was struggling from Issei's hand. Even her devil strength was unable to do anything to even phase Issei. She tried to punch or kick Issei, but it did not do anything other than piss off the dragon god even more. Rias, struggling, how are you, this strong? Issei, you want to know how strong I am? I train my butt off every single day, unlike you who relies on her power of destruction and thinks that's your golden ticket of winning every single match. Rias, struggling, how did you know? Issei, I am not a fool, Gremory, I know who you are. I also know that just because you are the little sister of Lucifer, doesn't mean you get a get-out-of-jail card for your actions. Issei then increases the chokehold on her, causing her to start coughing up. She felt the life in her body hanging by a thread, a little more pressure and the Gremory air would be no more. But Issei did not do that. This was a warning meant to be taken seriously. If not, she would have a fate worse than death. Issei then opened a portal to school. Issei, now get out and don't show your face to me ever again. Rias, wait, I just wanted to talk. Issei, you have lost all your chances to talk. Rias, Gremory, now leave. If you don't listen to my warning, this time and even threaten to hurt my family again. Issei's eyes turned red mixed with Draig's eyes. You'll be dead where you stand. Issei then threw the heiress of Gremory in the portal and closed it immediately. He then proceeded to head towards his downed parents to check for any injuries. Thankfully, with Chara assuring him that nothing had happened, he had breathed a sigh of relief. Raynare, you do know that they will be involved in a much larger scale in your life, and there is a possible encounter with Lucifer himself given that you hurt his little sister. Issei, I don't care. I can forgive anyone who hurts me cause I can defend myself very well. But when it comes to hurting my family members and friends, that's crossing the line, and she did just that. I do not forgive anyone that hurts my friends and family and will strike down anyone that dares to do so. Both Raynare and Chara understood what he meant. If their family members were threatened like this, even they would have taken the one responsible down. They decided to stay quiet. That was when his parents woke up. Mickey, ugh, what happened, guys? Raynare, well, it was Rias Gremory, she had come here. Mickey started to panic. She had forgotten to purchase a cross to protect herself and her husband from her attacks. They hated and feared her now that they know what kind of a person she is. That was when Issei came to them and said, Issei, Mom, nothing is gonna happen. As long as I am with you guys, I will always protect you. Chara, just like Big Brother Issei said, I will not let anyone hurt my adoptive parents no matter what. Issei's sweat dropped when Chara called her big brother. but was happy that Chara would protect her new family no matter what happens, and besides they got to get ready for school. At Hyodo residence, 7:30 a.m. Goro, your mother filled me in on what happened. Now we have to be more careful with her coming to our house. Issei, do not worry about that. I have enhanced the barrier to the point of no one below Satan class to enter into the house. She will not dare to enter unless it is out of my permission, and if she does she can expect several burn and curse marks. Mickey, thanks son, for always protecting us from them. Issei, why are you thanking me, Mom? Protecting you is something I will always do, even if you guys hate me. Goro, speaking of school, we are planning to admit Chara to your school. Issei, when? Goro, today itself. Issei, so Chara, you ready to go to school? Chara, yes Issei, I am ready to learn at a school. Issei, great, then let's head out. Issei then gets ready and proceeds to head towards school, along with Raynare, but that was when he saw a weird door on the wall. Raynare, is something wrong Issei? Issei, you go on ahead, I will join you soon. Raynare proceeds to head towards the school, leaving Issei alone. Issei then proceeds to check the door. That was when the two dragons decided to speak. Draigg, I must say that you did a good job showing who the real dragon of domination is back there. Issei, thanks Draigg. Draigg, although I would stay away from that door, I sense something weird coming from that door. Trahixa, Draigg is right. The energy in that door seems beyond our world, but in the end it is your choice. Issei then opens the door. To his shock he sees a skeleton, but he lacks any facial features. His eye holes are extended far above that of a normal skeleton. He is seen wearing a black jacket and some regular pants. When Issei approached him, he suddenly jolted and two white dots appeared into his eyes. Greetings. Issei, who are you? You must be Issei Hyodo, the current soul of determination. Issei suddenly went into defensive. Not knowing who this entity is, he had his boosted gear ready if needed to defend himself. I am not here to fight, Mr. Hyodo, I just want to talk. Issei, alright then, what is it? Let me first introduce myself. My name is W.D. Gaster, the former royal scientist of the monsters and the creator of the core. Issei, so why did you show up here, in Japan of all places? Gaster, well let's just say the void has the weirdest of interactions with this dimension. Issei, so how did you end up like this, Mr. Gaster? Gaster, well during my experiments on the core and human determination, something went wrong. I ended up tapping into something I should not have. I opened a portal to the void while experimenting on determination. This resulted in me being sucked in just like one gets sucked into a wormhole. I was able to protect two of my assistants from getting sucked into the void. At least I am happy that they are still alive and kicking. After that, staying in the void over time drained my sanity as well as my body. But thankfully getting rid of the smartest monster is not an easy task, even for the void. Gaster chuckled at the last part. Issei felt bad for the man. A man that only wanted to work on his dreams accidentally opened a portal that he should not have done. Now he is stuck in a place he never wanted to be, and Bahamut knows for how long he is here. Gaster, and that's not the worst part about it. I honestly doubt that anyone on the surface world or the underground even remembers me, as it has been so long since I have been here. Issei, sorry Mr. Gaster, I didn't know. Gaster, do not apologize Mr. Hyodo, it is not your fault. I brought this upon myself. That was when the void suddenly closes on. Gaster, it seems like it is your time to leave. Aren't you getting late for your school? Issei, but what about you Mr. Gaster? Gaster, I will be fine. We will meet again Mr. Hyodo, I know we will. With that, Issei leaves. He wanted to help Gaster get out of this mess, but the dragons assure that even God could not get them out of this mess. They knew that if they stayed there any longer, even he would have been corrupted like W.D. Gaster. Issei then meets up Raynare as they both head towards school. Scene break. Well, nothing special happened in the next 2 days aside from the fact that 3 of the 4 orc members were glaring at Issei, who was honestly getting annoyed by the fact about them first stalking him and now glaring at him. Issei knew that Rias was too prideful to even apologize for attacking his parents. Aside from that, he and Raynare were not only being watched by the orc, the student council president also decided to keep an eye on him, since he not only defeated Rias single-handedly but also opened a direct portal to school without them sensing it. Tsubaki, so why are we here, President? Sona, well, I just wanted to see how strong Hyodo is, whether he would become an enemy or an ally to us. Rias screwed up while being desperate to get a peerage member. Given that he could attack us at any time, we need to be careful with him, so as to not piss him off. Tsubaki, Then shouldn't you call your sister? Sona, bad idea. Knowing her, she will charge at him and only create destruction. That is something we need to avoid at all costs. Issei noticed this and realized that he could prank them. He immediately called Raynare and Chara. He decided to knock them out and transport them to the Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria. Sona, ugh, how did we get here? Tsubaki, we were knocked out, President. Someone wanted to bring us here. They even disabled our teleportation magic. We are stuck here. That was when she noticed a phone. With Issei mimicking the voice of Phone Guy, he decided to play a game with them. Issei, Phone Guy. Hello, welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, a place where fantasy and adventure may become real. There are a few animatronics you need to watch out for them since they come out at night, and good luck and may God be with you all. Sona and Tsubaki were both having a headache because of the mention of God. They both decided to look at the security feeds to see any animatronics moving. That's when they noticed both Bonnie and Chica missing. They saw them staring at the duo menacingly. Sona, Tsubaki, the doors. Tsubaki, got it, President. Sona, why are these animatronics hellbent on dealing with us? Tsubaki, I don't know. They continued like this, fending off animatronics till the lights went off and they heard this sound. Sona, Tsubaki. Tsubaki, yeah? Sona, we are fucked. Freddy, jump scare noises. Sona and Tsubaki, both holding each other, ahaha. The trio who were watching the struggling antics of the duo were laughing their asses off after getting themselves jump scared. Issei then decided that it was enough fun and teleported them back to the Student Council Club. At the Student Council office, 2:30 p.m. Saji, I don't get paid enough for this shit. That was when a portal opened and both the ladies fell from it. Saji easily got out of his daze and helped the duo up. Saji, President, Vice President, what the hell happened? Who did this to you? Sona and Tsubaki were knocked out for the rest of the day. At least they won't be bothering Issei for a while now. Thankfully they were being looked after by Saji. Poor guy already had a lot on his plate to deal with, and now they suddenly went unconscious because of something messing with him. Back with Issei. Raynare, that was so fun. I haven't had this much entertainment in a while. After the duo said their goodbye to Chara, who headed home. Since her admission was not done, they decided to continue with their classes. But little did they know that Rias was watching the duo with pure hatred. She knew that she was not strong enough to face any of them in a fight. Ever since Issei personally decided to train Raynare a few days ago, in light training, she knew that if she were to mess with them, Issei may not be merciful towards her. She feared what her fate might be, given that Issei warned them that she would be dead where she stands if she tried to mess with or hurt his family. Akeno, what do we do now, President? Rias, stay away from them. Issei warned me not to mess with him or his family. Akeno, so are you gonna do something or just keep quiet? Kiba, I told you to not provoke him, or to stay away from him, but you didn't listen. When he is giving you a second chance, you should take it and not attack him. But you ignored me and now he hates you for what you did. It is best to stay away from him. Koneko, he will not do anything. If he attacks Rias here, he will be an enemy of women. Kiba, why don't you fucking understand, Koneko? Issei will not show any mercy to you or Rias if you guys threaten his family. He will leave us alone if we leave him alone. Why do you want to bring him into his peerage for fighting against someone he barely even knows? Think, Rias, think. You could have easily built a good relationship with him. But your desperation screwed up any possible hope of an alliance, let alone friendship. Honestly, I am tired of telling you guys to leave him alone. If you want to go and get yourselves killed, then go ahead. I am not following your orders, Rias, in case you want to attack him. Kiba left to cool his head. He made a mental note to visit Issei in his house to apologize to his parents for Rias's actions. Rias, on the other hand, was shocked at Kiba's outburst. Same went for Koneko and Akeno. They decided to call it a day and head towards their classes. Scene break. 3 days later. Issei can be seen training Raynare given his experience in the previous timeline. Chara can be seen nearby consuming her chocolate since it is her favorite food. While sparring with her, he noticed a lot of weaknesses in her fighting style. Given that she relies too much on her light spears and nothing else, he also noticed that her physical prowess is very poor, like as low as a low-class devil. So Issei decided to train her in magic and her assassination skills since she is known for her stealth actions. Issei, alright Raynare, I have assessed your skills and I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Raynare, the bad news. Issei, well, your physical skill is like extremely bad, so bad that even a human adult can successfully punch you. Raynare, geez, you don't have to rub it in, Issei. Raynare pouted. Issei found her expression quite cute. Raynare, alright, what's the good news? Issei, well, your magical reserves are off the charts. Even untrained you are as good as an high-class devil. Given enough training your magic would be equal to that of an cadre class fallen angel. Not to mention, even if you are bad at physical strength, you make it up with your stealth tactics, like I had a tough time detecting you while our sparring match. Overall, you are similar to that of a glass cannon. You can deal massive amounts of damage, but even a quick blow can defeat you. Raynare, I see. So what would you suggest me, Issei? Issei, well, for starters I would suggest you to modulate your light spears into something like, say, a light sword or a knife. This would allow you to defend your body for a much longer time. Think of light energy as a clay. Given its stability, you can even create a flash grenade blinding enemies as well as severely damaging devils. Raynare, alright, then I will start training. Issei, good then. Meanwhile I will be training on my own accord. Issei, so guys, what would you suggest me to do? Draigg, I discussed with Draigg about that, and well, I would train you in increasing your durability, partner, as well as increasing your magical abilities and skills as well. Draigg, considering how strong you have become, it is only a matter of when stronger beings show up to face against you. I mean, you are strong to keep up with heavenly dragons, but you still have a long way if you may end up fighting either Ophis or Great Red. Issei, alright then, shall we begin? Issei then began training with the dragons, increasing his durability to that of a Satan class being, even without his balance breaker. He also learned multiple new moves like Extinction Ray, Extinction Sphere, Annihilate, and Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames. Scene break. Raynare and Issei were going to shopping. That was when they heard a girl's scream. Issei immediately recognized who this girl was and rushed towards her. Raynare wondered why her boyfriend just ran towards the noise. Man, I am such a klutz. Issei, Asya, is that you? Asya, that voice. Issei, is that you? Issei, yeah, it is me, no one else. Asya immediately jumps and embraces her adopted brother. She wanted to meet him after a long time. She knew that after the reset she had to wait for a while in order to meet him. She remembered everything after the reset, just like a few others. But before she could ask something, she heard a voice that sent chills to her spine. Raynare, hey Issei, what happened? Wait, aren't you that nun that was excommunicated? Asya started to hyperventilate in panic when she saw her. She remembered who she was, Raynare, the one that had killed her and sent her down the rabbit hole of being a devil against her will. Asya hid behind Issei to protect him, but Issei assured her that she would be safe. Asya, in fear, Lady Raynare, what are you doing here? Raynare, relax, I am not gonna hurt you, Asya, I never wanted to hurt you. Asya, Issei, who is she to you? Issei, well, she is my girlfriend and my love interest. Raynare blushed when Issei said that, while Asya did the mother of spit takes. When and how did such a thing happen? Asya suddenly collapsed due to the pressure. Issei, Asya. Raynare, we gotta take her to the nearby park and let her rest. She only became unconscious. But how did that happen? I mean, why did she fell unconscious when she saw me? They then take her to the park where she lays on Issei's lap while Raynare tends to her. That was when she had woken up. She still found it hard to imagine Raynare and Issei together. Issei, I guess you both deserve an explanation. Asya, I am all ears then. Issei then explains to Asya about the events that had happened until now, him being awake in his old house, meeting Raynare in Yuma form, dating her enrolling in Kuo Academy, Rias hypnotizing his parents, and finally him pranking the hell out of Sona and Tsubaki. Asya felt like she had missed a lot of stuff as a result. She felt a little out of place on what just happened. Raynare being a different person, Rias being a jerk. Well, that was not different. Her train of thought was snapped when 3 fallen angels had shown up to take Asya with them. Raynare, Midlet, Calawarner, Donasik, what do you want now? Midlet, you should have joined us, Raynare. We would have been the strongest, but here you are being with a nun and a weakling. Issei grew a tick mark at the gothic wannabe. Hand over the nun now. Raynare, never, and I will never join Kokabeel ever again. I am loyal to Issei and Azazel, not him. Donasik, your choice, Raynare. Looks like you will be perished with them then. Just as Donasik was readying his light spears, a voice comes across her. Chara, hey big brother, what did I miss? Issei, oh hey Chara, what you doing? Chara, you guys didn't came, so mom sent me here to bring you guys home. Donasik then attacks Chara with her light spear. Issei, Chara, watch out. Chara's eyes suddenly turn red and she slashes the spear in half with her knife. Chara, it was a good idea to carry one of these bad boys around, so mind telling me why you attacked me, fallen? Calawarner, None of your business, human. Mitlet then charges at her. Issei then decides to take the other two fallen angels before they can hurt Asya. Issei, Chara deal with Mitlet, Raynare protect Asya from them. I will take care of Kalawarner and Donasik. Chara, Raynare, got it big brother, honey. Asya got a little jealous when Raynare called him honey, but decided to keep him in. Asya then tries to focus on the battle. Chara is easily dodging all of Mitlet's attacks with zero to little effort. After all, she fought against much stronger and experienced opponents before. Mitlet, stop dodging, you human. Chara, what, can't keep up with the speed. Mitlet was seeing red. This human who seemed weaker than her was easily evading all her attacks. Chara got bored after a while and decided to end this. Chara, I wonder how an wingless angel looks like equals. Ray cover Asya's eyes. Raynare covers Asya's eyes. Chara takes out his knife and cuts both of Mitlet's wings. Mitlet screams in pain as she now becomes the very thing she once despised. She looks in Chara in fear and hatred. Chara, alright, time to end this. Meanwhile, in the next life, do not look down on humanity, or else you will die a much worse death equals. With that, Chara slashes Mitlet's stomach. Mitlet then explodes in a flurry of feathers. Chara, alright, now that's done, let's see how Issei is doing. With Issei, 20 minutes earlier. Issei, alright, I am giving you two only one chance to leave. If you don't, then you will die a miserable death. Kalawarner, bold words for a mere human. Issei, alright then, your funeral. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei transforms into his red armor, scaring Kalawarner and Donasik, surprising Raynare and delighting Asya. They knew one thing, the two fallen angels are screwed. Kalawarner, we need to get out of here, Donasik. Donasik, you may be right. Issei, oh, I don't think I will let you escape. Issei then quickly lunges at Donasik and uses Enhalate, killing him instantly. Kalawarner, out of fear, tries to escape, but then Issei uses his dragon claws to swipe at her, leaving her immobile. Kalawarner, please have mercy. Issei, I gave you a chance, now perish. Issei unleashes a dragon shot, killing her instantly. Issei, well, looks like even she has finished her fight. Issei could see Chara approaching the group unscathed. Raynare decided to ask the question. Raynare, are you the Red Dragon Emperor? Issei, yes Ray, I am. Raynare had stars in her eyes. She never knew her boyfriend was the host of the Welsh Dragon. She was on cloud 9. But even then she would still love Issei for being Issei and not being the Red Dragon Emperor. Raynare, wow, I never knew I had such a strong boyfriend. That would explain how you had an idea about the Great War. But still, you will always be my Issei. Issei blushed when Raynare said that. He then noticed a chucking lick Chara as well as a pouting Asya. Issei, do not worry, I have not forgotten about you, Asya. And besides, my parents still miss you. They would love to meet you. Asya, I miss them too. I would love to meet them. It's been a while. At Hyodo residence, 6:30 p.m. Mickey, Issei, Raynare, where were you two? Issei, hey mom, look who we found. Asya, hello mother, it has been a while. Mickey, Goru, come here. Goru, what happened? Mickey, Asya. Asya, yeah, it is me, mom and dad. The Hyodo couple immediately embraced her, their adopted daughter, after a very long time. They missed her just like Asya missed the Hyodo couple. Issei, Raynare and Chara decided to leave the loving couple to catch up while the trio headed to their rooms to sleep. Scene break. 3 days later. The Hyodo couple were enrolling both Asya and Chara in the Kuo Academy, which had successfully happened. Asya this time did not have any problem with Japanese, given that she remembered her past life very well. Meanwhile, with Issei and Raynare, they both were heading towards school. That's when they were stopped by both Sona and Tsubaki. Issei guarded Raynare, but Sona assured him that they only wanted to talk. Issei agreed to go with them only on the condition that they won't harm him and his family, to which Sona agreed. Sona, so Issei, do you play chess? Issei, yes I do, why? Sona, fancy a game with me, Issei? Issei, alright then. Issei and Sona then head towards the stucco office where all the members of the student council were present. Sona, which do you choose, black or white? Issei, black. Sona, very well then. Sona and Issei start regularly, with their pawns at the front. Normally Issei would have struggled, but thanks to his dragonic brain, he was able to anticipate her moves and predict a possible outcome. Sona then moved her bishop, to which Issei countered with his knight, which threatened her bishop. Sona, so may I know why you attacked Rias like that? Issei, well, she tried to use my parents as hostage to make me do her bidding, but she clearly failed. Sona then tried to move her pawn to protect her bishop, but that was what Issei predicted. He moved his bishop in a position threatening her queen, preventing her escape. Sona in response moved her pawn, but it was too late. She lost her queen in return for Issei's bishop, as well as losing the opportunity to castle. Sona, so are you a threat to us or? Issei, I am only a threat to the ones that attack or threaten my friends or family. Rias did that so she knows that I only give one chance. After that there will be no mercy. Saji, who knew Issei well, knew that Issei that had joined the school is long dead. Sona had made sure that he did not interrupt or provoke Issei for no reason. After a few more moves, Issei had lost only his bishops and a few pawns, but Sona had lost her queen, both her rooks and knights, and one bishop. Sona, well, Issei, I just wanted to find out whether you are the enemy of the devil faction or know nothing more, and I would like to apologize for Rias's actions. Issei, it is all good, and you don't need to apologize for her actions. Oh, and by the way, checkmate. Sona then noticed the chessboard and saw her king was surrounded by Issei's queen in one lane, while the rook had covered the other two lanes, thus checkmating her. Sona knew what this meant. Even her peerage knew what she meant. Issei, it was a good game. Sona, we can play again later if you would like to. Sona, alright. Issei then left the student council room. Saji, the pawn of Sona's peerage, asked his king. Saji, please tell me this is not true. Sona, I am afraid it is. Saji, Tsubaki, contact my parents. We have found a suitor for me, someone who is smarter than me. Tsubaki, yes, President. Kuo Academy Halls, 11:30 a.m. Issei was just walking through the halls thinking of the events that just passed through, the reset, the changes in this timeline, the chess match. That was when Draigg decided to talk to him about the chess game. Draigg, about the chess game you do. Issei, I did not cheat, bro. Draigg, I know you did not. Well, I was gonna talk about the aftermath of the game. Issei, yeah, I won, so what? Draigg, you know Issei. Issei, yeah, and oh shit. Draigg, well, you are officially Sona Citri's fiancé. Well, it was nice knowing you. Issei, well, there goes my relationship with Raynare. Draigg, hey, I'm a head out. Issei, you traitor. Issei decided to tell her about what had happened when he was called to Sona's office to Raynare as soon as possible. He immediately headed towards his class. Thankfully, he had come early because of an intuition, so he was not late for class. Teacher, today 2 new students will be joining this class today. Chara, greetings, I am Chara Hiyoto, sister of Issei Hiyoto, please take care of me. Asia, I am Asia Argento, I am from Italy, please take care of me. Issei, so they finally came, huh? Raynare. Raynare, I was waiting for Chara to come to school. Murayama, Chara, why are you related to Hiyoto? Chara, I am his sister, silly, adopted sister in fact. Issei, anything else? Murayama. Issei was glaring at the brown pigtailed girl. He hated the fact that people look upon someone's past mistake and ignore the fact that he is changing for good. Murayama, on the other hand, was shivering, like she pissed someone off she should not have. Her instincts were telling her to stay quiet, and she would be a fool if she did not obey them. Kates, Mura, what happened to you? Hiyoto, what did you do? Issei, I was just sitting here doing nothing. I really don't understand your problem, Kates. Why don't you just mind your business and take care of your friend who is clearly scared? Kates understood what Issei meant. She agreed to take care of her friend. She knew that Issei has changed for good, so there was no reason to provoke him. She went to console him. Raynare, Issei, what did you do? Raynare was smiling menacingly. Issei suddenly realized he was gonna have a bad time if he did not answer correctly. Issei, nothing, I swear. I just looked at her and she started trembling. I have no idea. As much as Issei hated his former self, he was scared of Raynare, scared as in like he once was when he was in love with Rias. She meant the world to him, and he would do anything to protect her and keep her happy, even fight a god if he had to. Raynare, smirking, alright, I have my eyes on you, my emperor. Issei, yes ma'am. Teacher, alright guys, simmer down, we have a class to complete. Asia, Chara, sit in front of Issei and Raynare. Issei, guys, what happened? Why was Murayama shivering? Trihiksa, that would be because of me. Your glare is that of equivalent to that of a god, so anyone of low class rank or lower than that like a human would get scared of you. Issei, I see. At Kuo Academy 1 p.m. Issei can be seen in the cantina eating his food. Since his class had ended early, that's when one of the student council members by the name of Momo Hanakai had shown up. She was asked by Sona to call him to the student council office. Issei, Mrs. Hanakai, what can I do for you? Momo, well, President has called you in her office to talk about something important. It is something personal. Issei, I knew this was gonna happen sometime. Well, lead the way, Mrs. Hanakai. Momo, cut with the formalities, you may call me Momo. Issei, alright then you can call me Issei. Momo, very well then Issei. With that the duo head towards the student council room, where Sona Citri is fixing her appearance. As much as she wanted to deny it, she admired the change in Issei given that he is trying to be a better person. Sona, Issei, you made it. Issei, what is it that you want, Ms. Shitori? Sona, you may call me Sona, Issei. Saji was being jealous since only a select few can call her. Issei, on sensing this, smirked and told Saji. Issei, I can sense jealousy from you, Saji. Saji, oh, and Issei, I am not mad. Well, what if I told you that there are 2 girls that have a crush on you in the school itself? The girls in question started blushing on the accusation. Momo and Rhea had a crush on Saji ever since he joined the student council. They wanted Issei to keep quiet, but then they would expose themselves. Saji, blushing, what do you mean, Issei? Issei, I am not lying, bro. Saji, can you tell me who they are, bro? Saji wanted to know who those girls are. The girls in question begged Issei not to expose them. Issei, I won't tell you cause that's for you to find out. Saji sulked at this. Issei, but I will give you a hint, they are second-year students just like us. Saji, alright then Issei, I will find them, I will love them and no one will ever say I am single again. Issei chuckled at Saji's declaration. The girls in question were blushing profusely, while Sona was getting embarrassed and annoyed at the situation. Sona, Saji, that's enough. Issei, we are getting sidetracked. Please can you guys focus? Both, alright then. Sona, so I called you here because of the chess match. Issei, if you are saying I cheated then I did not. Why does everyone keep thinking that? Sona, no, I know you played fair. I want to say is that since you defeated me, we are now engaged. Issei, okay, wait, what? Sona, let me explain. I think you are familiar with the declining pure-blooded devils due to the Great War, resulted in a lot of houses getting lost or even extinct. This resulted in a lot of our parents causing arranged marriages between 2 heirs to prevent pure bloods from going extinct. Issei nodded in confirmation. He was a lot familiar with arranged marriages given that he saved Rias from Riser in another timeline. He would do it again not because he loves her. He is never gonna love a cheetah like her. He just simply hated arranged marriages since it takes away a person's freedom and dragons cherish freedom more than anything else. Sona, alrighty then, so you know that in my case, I made a statement that the only one I would marry would be the one who would be smarter than me, and that would be determined by a match of chess. Issei, so you are telling me that by winning the game. Sona, flustered, you won a fiancé. Issei, wow, but I got a refuse. Sona, why? Issei, simple. I do not want a forced relationship. I do not want to marry you if you do not want to. I am a dragon and we dragons cherish freedom more than anything else. I simply don't want to take away the right to choose. I want to love someone equally and unconditionally, and I expect the same thing my mate to also do. But if one person does not love another, then what is the point of a marriage? Well, I will convince your parents to nullify this arrangement, because I simply don't want you to force you to do something you don't like. The dragons inside Issei were proud of him making such a statement. They knew that Issei has now become a true dragon, while the others in the stucco were shocked and stupefied. They weren't expecting Issei to say this. They all were happy that Issei did not want to force Sona into something she did not like. Sona, on the other hand, felt like her heart is gonna explode. She never thought she would fall for a former pervert, especially not like this. I mean, sure, she admired his determination and tenacity to change even when the world was not letting her change. But today his words not only showed no deceit but also showed true emotion. Sona, alright, I will give it a shot in our date. Let's see how well it goes. If it does not, we can cancel the engagement. Sounds good. Issei, I'm alright, I do not mind, so when can we go? Issei then mentally speaks to his dragons. Issei, hey guys, I do not like where this is going. Trahixa, just give it a shot like the devil said, it is not that bad. Draigg, Trahixa is right, partner, looks like your dream of being a harem king has been revived, just with a twist. Issei, honestly, let's see how it goes. Issei snaps out of his thoughts and leaves the mindscape. Sona calls him out. Sona, hello Earth to Issei. Issei, oh yeah, I also wanted to tell you that I already have a. Sona, Girlfriend, I know that I do not mind sharing. The supernatural approves of harems, so is 11:30 Saturday sound good? Issei, I am fine with it, as long as she is okay with it. Draigg, that's my boy. Issei, shut up, you overgrown lizard. Draigg was chuckling and roaring in laughter while Issei sighed. Sona, now you gotta go, after all it is your class tonight. Issei, yeah, see you Sona. Sona smiled and sang him goodbye. Saji was happy that his master might have found true love, now he had to find his true lover or in his case lovers. Scene break. Kuo Academy 3 a.m. Issei was walking across the hallway with Raynare. That was when Rias had passed by. Issei tried to ignore her but she stopped him. Rias, I must congratulate you for your victory against Sona Shitori Issei. Issei, didn't I tell you to call me Hiyoto, Gremory? Rias, oops sorry, Mr. Hiyoto, but you need to worry about someone else coming after you now that you are her fiancé. Issei knew who she was talking about, Seraphal Leviathan. In his past timeline they had become really good friends. They were also rivals given that they had very popular shows Miracle Leviathan and Oppai Dragon Show respectively. Issei is only one of the few that called her by the nickname Sarah-chan. Issei, you need not worry Gremory, I can take care of myself, very well. Besides I am surprised that you took your time to even warn me considering our first meeting. Rias, who was smirking now, had a shocked face. But then it changed into an angry face. Of course she would never forget the one who had destroyed her and her pride with ease, a few days ago. Rias, if you want to know who she is then she is Seraphal Leviathan, the older sister of Sona Citri. Now I will take my leave, cause I don't want to ruin my day talking to you. Issei, alright see ya Kao. Rias got a tick mark when she heard that but then remembered who she and where she is so she kept it in and left. Raynare, what just happened? Issei suddenly went pale when he heard her voice. He knew that he was screwed. Even the dragons were laughing at Issei's pity. Raynare Issei. Issei, yes Raynare I gotta tell you something. Raynare, are we breaking up? Raynare started crying about the fact that they are breaking up. Issei hugged her and calmed her down. After a while Issei spoke up. Issei, no, I will never leave you, no matter what, it is just that I somehow got engaged. Raynare, how? Issei then explains everything from him getting invited to the stucco office, him playing chess and winning, the condition she got for her to be engaged with someone, that being if there is someone smarter than her, she must be engaged to him. Since he won, he got engaged to her and now is gonna be watched by Seraphal. Raynare, I see. Issei, I am surprised you are taking this better than anyone else. Raynare, well I know you very well Issei, it has been a month since we officially became a couple. I know your personality very well as know that you are the Red Dragon Emperor, so it was only a matter of when you would start to attract other females. I knew that getting in harem was inevitable for you at least, so I accepted the fact you will have other girls heading towards you Issei. I do not mind sharing you. But I must be first, got it? Issei, yes ma'am. Raynare, now good let's head to class. Scene break. Abandoned warehouse 9:30 p.m. Rias. Alright, the Duke of Agars has informed of a stray devil here. We are sent to eliminate it. Are y'all ready for the elimination? All, yes President. They all go inside to only see Issei and Raynare present. Issei, who was clapping, approached them and said, Issei, wow, it took you guys long enough to come here. Rias, the stray, where it is what did you two do? Rias was fuming as she saw the man she hated with all her being. Akeno and Koneko were having similar reactions, while Kiba had a bit of a hidden smile. Knowing Issei must have already dealt with the stray before they could show up, Issei could then see the hate in the eyes and had a bit of a smirk. Issei, well I already dealt with the stray, you guys can call it a day and head back home or do whatever you were doing back there. Rias, I am only gonna ask you again Hiyoto, why are you here? Rias flared her aura to show that she is in charge. Akeno and Koneko did the same. Kiba had a calm expression. Issei in response flared his aura, causing the three to nearly faint due to the power domination. Kiba, being the smartest one, responded. Kiba, hey guys, let's just hear him out before going on the offense. President, you two please calm down all you. Issei sighed and calmed down. Kiba is the bridge between him and the orc, and Issei knew that he could not hold it in any longer given the constant stupidity and pride of Rias Gremory. Rias calmed down, then Issei spoke. Issei, well I already killed the stray before you guys came, so you can go home, and let us do the cleanup part, alright. Rias saw no reason to argue. Given that Issei did their job, she felt ashamed on not dealing with the stray earlier. so she decided to leave along with her peerage. Rias, let's go my adorable servants, you have earned your rest. With that the peerage leaves, leaving Issei and Raynare alone. Raynare, so are you gonna tell them about what you actually did? Issei, no not really. Flashback. Issei, this must be the place where the stray is attacking people, that's where the rumors state. Raynare, I do not know Issei, they are rumors after all. Issei, the devils wanted to keep them as rumors, to prevent the masses from knowing about their existence. Raynare, alright then. Issei then senses the stray devil. Issei, you may come out now, stray. A girl can be seen in the background. When Issei gets ready she shows her true self. The devil known as Visser then suddenly shows its true self. She had the legs of a centaur as well as the upper body of a very beautiful lady. Issei was tranced for a while before snapping to his senses. He easily dodged her acid spit while warning Raynare to keep her distance. Issei, keep your distance. We need to immobilize her, not kill her. Use your light grenades to do so. Raynare, got it. Raynare compresses light in her palms and throws it on the ground. This burns the skin of the stray devil as well as dazing her for a while. Issei then charges at her, punching her with a force, knocking her back for a while. Visser then responds with a kickback using her centaur hooves, pushing back Issei a few meters. Raynare, are you okay, Han? Issei, yeah, I can fight. I am only trying to contain her, not hurt her. I need to be careful. Raynare, may I know why are you containing her? Issei, cause something felt amiss seeing her. It seems like she wants to die. I just want to know the reason for her reason to die. Visser meanwhile recovered and she charged at the duo. Visser, die. Issei, sorry, but I don't plan on dying. Issei then decides to take it to the next level using only 2% of his power. He decides to roll her 360 degrees and fling her towards the wall. Raynare then threw 2 light spears on the ground, preventing her escape. Raynare, stop, unless you want to get injured. Issei, Raynare, use your light energy to create a web, try to entrap him. Raynare, a web, got it. She then created a web using her light modulation, and managed to throw it on Visser, entrapping her. Issei, now are you gonna talk? Visser, just kill me already. Issei, if I wanted to do that then you would have been dead by now, so tell me the real reason why you hurt those people. Visser, well look at me, I am a monster. I thought by hurting others I would get the attention of devils, but instead you two showed up. Please end my life already. Issei, how did you become a monster? Visser, that's what happens when you stray from your master, you turn into this hideous monster I am now. Issei, why did you stray? Visser, well my master was an abusive jerk who took advantage of females in his peerage. No one saw and noticed my or our suffering. As a result most of the girls in my former peerage broke mentally. He even used to sexually assault us for his own benefit. Initially I was a holy maiden before becoming a devil. I was then excommunicated for an unknown reason, after which they discarded me. Issei knew that someone that did this sounded familiar. He knew that this man had existed somewhere in the previous timeline, but he was unable to remember who. Raynare, what a sick bastard, makes Kokobil look like a saint. Issei, may I know his name? Visser, his name is Diodora Astaroth. Issei flinched on hearing his name in the past timeline. He was the one to kidnap Asia Argento, and nearly got her killed just because he wanted to satisfy his nun fetish. When he failed to do so he tried to kill her. Issei, Diodora huh? Issei was very angry, furious even, but he could not let his anger reveal to anyone around that he knows everything about him. Issei, so that's why you want to die? Visser, so please end my life. Issei, no I don't think I will, cause I found an alternative on how to fix the issue. Visser, what do you mean? Do you know how to rid of this curse? Issei, yes. I will be removing your evil pieces. Although this may be painful, you should be able to turn back into a human, and Raynare here can heal your wounds. Alright, you ready? Raynare, Issei, are you sure this will work? Issei, yes I know it would work, I have done this before, it will work. Raynare, but what if she dies? Visser, I would have died either way. Issei, you may perform the extraction procedure. Issei, alright then, brace yourself Visser. Issei then performs the extraction spell, which is basically him using Annihilate but on a very small and miniature version of the ability he would use on offense. After locating the location of the piece, inside of her stomach area, he performs the spell without doing internal damage. Visser screams as her very soul is getting hurt, given that evil pieces are capable of binding your soul, thus having small control of their body. After about 10 minutes of intense pain, he is able to successfully disintegrate the piece, leaving no trace of it inside the body. Visser's centaur leg suddenly breaks off and normal human legs are formed. Issei then teleports some clothes from a shop without anyone noticing and uses magic to apply on her. Visser then wakes up and sees she is a human. Visser immediately starts crying and starts hugging Issei for giving her a second chance at life. Issei keeps his hands away from Visser. It was not helping that Raynare was glaring at Issei the whole time. Someone said it right when they said, jealousy is woman's kryptonite. Issei, Visser. Visser, crying, thanks so much, I am indebted to you forever Issei. Issei, not a problem Visser, but for now go and find a job and a proper place to hide so that the devils don't find you. At least hide till I resolve the matter with Diodora. Visser, alright then Issei. Issei, you need to leave fast, I sense some devils coming here. Visser then leaves hurriedly and as Issei predicted a few moments later Rias and her peerage appear. Flashback ends. Raynare, wow you certainly are a miracle worker. Issei, hey thanks. Raynare then suddenly feels sad. Issei on noticing this realizes it is because of the hug that had happened a few moments earlier, so he hugs her to make her happy. Issei, feeling better? Raynare, yeah? Issei, alright let's head home then. Raynare nods and Issei opens a portal to head home. Scene break. The next day, a random mall 12 p.m. Issei was waiting for another date to take place. Given that he had to go through another date, Issei this time was wearing very specific clothes. He wore a hoodie along with a striped shirt and a modern fashion jeans. He was waiting for his date to appear. Sona Shitori, also known as Sona Citri, was gonna show up. And lo and behold, his date had shown up. She had worn decent clothes befitting for a date. Sona, I hope I did not keep you waiting Issei. Issei, not at all Sona, let's go then. With that the date begins. Thankfully since his dragons have taught him how to create money out of thin air, he was rich enough to go to a really good restaurant. But he was not alone. No, it was not the customers in the restaurant. 3 specific people were spying on him. On one side of the bushes there was Saji and the Stucco, Vice President Tsubaki, while on the other side the mouse Seraphal Leviathan was there. Seraphal then sensed the other 2 and joined her. Tsubaki, Seraphal-sama, what are you doing here? Seraphal, I am just checking on who managed to nab Sotan's interest. Saji, Vice President, is she the famous Seraphal Leviathan, President's older sister, and the Satan Leviathan? Tsubaki, yes, and better stay quiet, unless you want to get frozen to death. Saji gulped at that. He definitely does not want to die. Not until he gets laid at least. Not until he finds those 2 Issei talked about that loved him. Seraphal, keep quiet you two, keep watching. Both Tsubaki and Saji nodded. Issei noticed them and kept quiet. He remembered to have a talk with Seraphal regarding the servant abuse. He also wanted to talk about his situation with Rias and if possible get an audience with Surzex. But he kept that as a second priority for now. He needed to enjoy his date and keep Sona happy. He decided to stay in Seraphal's graces since he really didn't want to hurt her, let alone fight her. Not that he can't defeat her given his current power level. He didn't want to become the enemy of devils as he saw no reason in becoming an enemy. He never hated the devils, just the orc, and that too not all of them. So he decided that if he keeps Seraphal and Sona happy, it would be a win-win situation given that not only will Seraphal stay content but also he will be able to fulfill his love towards her. Sona, what were you thinking Issei? Issei, oh, nothing much, enjoy your food Sona. Sona chuckled at Issei's antics. Seraphal felt his awe as aside from her and her family no one has been able to keep Sona this happy ever since. Her parents were forced by the elders to do an arranged marriage to her. Sona thankfully was able to evade it by putting the smarter than her condition. But seeing her happy felt like that she was with the one she wanted to spend her whole life with. Even still being the siscon she is, she still decided that he is not good enough and waited for some more time. Tsubaki and Saji were happy. Both were saying that she has found her keeper. The duo then proceeded to head towards an arcade. Issei noticed that Sona wanted a magical girl plush. Sona then saw Issei looking at her and shrugged it off. Issei, do you want that Sona? Sona, blushing, no I do not want it Issei. Issei could sense she wanted it. Sighing he proceeded to head towards the claw machine and managed to nab the plush with relative ease, shocking Sona. Issei, here you go. Sona, thank you Issei. Issei, with a genuine smile, you're welcome, my princess. Sona flustered at her given nickname. She knew that this might be the new way of life she may live with her dragon, and she likes it. Meanwhile in the bushes. Seraphal, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Sotan likes magical girls. Both Saji and Tsubaki kept their mouth on the Satan. Tsubaki, do you want us to get caught, Seraphal-sama? Seraphal, shit, sorry, you too. Meanwhile with Issei. Issei, geez, they aren't even trying to be hidden. Sona, what was that? That sounded like Oni-sama. Seraphal, while hiding, shit. Issei, pretended to not know who Seraphal is. Who? Sona, my older sister Seraphal, the current Mao of the underworld. Issei, seems like she is strong. Sona, oh yeah, she is, but she is mentally a child. But nevertheless I respect and love her, she is my older sister after all. Issei, alrighty then. They then head towards a movie theater. Thankfully the movie Avengers, Age of Ultron is still on. They both had decided to watch. Issei had watched this movie in the previous timeline with Asuya before, so he knew the plot beforehand. It was a good movie and both of them enjoyed it. After all, Marvel movies never get old. Outside the theater, 7:30 p.m. Sona, I had a great time, Issei. The date we had was really amazing. Thanks for such a wonderful time. Issei, it was good, even I kinda enjoyed it. That was when Sona kissed him, and not just a regular kiss on the cheek. A French kiss. In fact, Issei was shocked himself as Sona pretty much kissed him in front of the three stalkers. All of them had their jaws dropped at the scene. Issei was taken aback by that. He was not expecting she of all people to kiss him like this on their first date. Issei responds with a slight blush. Issei, I'm Sona. Sona kept her eyes down. She then looked up towards Issei, and even he could see that Sona had a blush, yet she had a genuine and kind smile on her face. She seemed happy to kiss the man she loved with all her heart. Sona, that was my first kiss. Issei, you have earned it. Issei, oh right. Wait, what, that was your first kiss? Are you sure you want to have it with someone like me? Sona, yes Issei. I enjoyed the date, for real this time. Honestly, I never thought that a pervert, nay a former pervert, would do such things. I don't mind giving our relationship a shot. Issei, sure, it is kinda getting late. Let's go home. Sona, alright then, see ya Issei. Sona then uses a portal to head home. That's when Issei then points at the bush and says, Issei, you may come out now, you three. I know you were there the whole time. No response. Issei, geez, Saji, Tsubaki and Seraphal, I know that you are still there. All three of them came out. They were exhausted given that they were following Sona since the morning. Issei saw them and had an amused smirk on his face. Saji, laugh it off Issei. Issei, nah fam, I had enough fun for the day. Seraphal, so you are the one my Sotan is dating. How and since when did you know that we were hiding? Issei, Sotan, oh you mean Sona, right? Seraphal nodded. Yes, I am that guy. And as for your second question, one, your auras were not well hidden, and secondly, from morning I know you guys were there. Seraphal, he seems powerful enough. Sona seemed happy with you, even more so than she was with me. Honestly, I never saw her happy with anyone else. She seemed more happy with you than with any of her own family members or her peerage. But why did you not tell her that we were present, hiding in the bushes? Issei, there are two reasons for that. One, it would ruin the date. For some reason I had this intuition that your entrance would spoil the surprise plan for her. Two, this would ruin her day and possibly make her unhappy, which is something I wanted to avoid at all costs. Issei answered confidently. Seraphal was impressed by his fearless and confident attitude, while Saji and Tsubaki were shocked that Issei had such deep thinking about the situation. Nevertheless, the duo were happy by how the situation was turning out. Seraphal, you seemed like a good kid. You earned my respect, but know this: if you hurt Sona, raising her aura, you will have a fate worse than death. Seraphal tried to hold his hands to show dominance. Issei then knew he needed to show who is the boss in the situation. Saji and Tsubaki were sweating due to the aura of the Satan, but were even dumbfounded when Issei showed no emotion or even any signs of fear towards Seraphal. In response, Issei raised his own aura but kept it long enough for only Seraphal to experience. Seraphal was shocked to see not only someone matching her aura but also crushing it. He then easily broke through her grip without any effort, confusing her. Issei, fret not Ms. Leviathan, I will not let anyone hurt or even keep her unhappy. Just like I said before, your sister is in good hands. Seraphal, you seem like a strong man, who can take responsibility as well as defend the people he cares for. I like that in a man, hence I approve of your relation. I don't think you should have any problems with our parents as well. But there will be people who will try to take her away from you, especially the elders. Man, I hate those old-fashioned freaks, thinking that they are entitled to the whole world. Issei, oh, they will try. If they hurt or try to take Sona, they will face the wrath of the dragon. They will have a bad time. All three nodded at the seriousness of his words. They knew that he was a dragon from Sona informing them about it during her talk with her parents. That was when their stomachs grumbled. The ladies were blushing intensely because of that, while Saji wanted to eat something since the poor guy was hungry. Issei's sweat dropped at the scene and knew that he had to give some reward for their dedication towards their master, sister. Issei, alright, since y'all are hungry from stalking me, I will give you guys something to eat, my treat. Saji was all game for it while the girls were embarrassed due to their stomachs growling, but nevertheless accepted the offer. Issei then took them to a restaurant that serves them ramen. Issei, pops 4 plates of Ichiraku special please. Ramen guy. Issei, looks like you've got quite the party, eh? Issei, yeah, hey guys, ramen served here is pretty tasty, come and give it a shot. Saji, I never had from here before because of taking care of my siblings and handling student council duties. Serafal, being a Satan only gave me 5-star hotel food, I never got to try the local food. Issei, then try it, trust me you will enjoy it. They then wait for their food to come and eat it. Let's just say it was pretty good and all 4 of them enjoy it, then head back home. The date night 8:30 p.m. After having their food, everyone says their goodbyes and decides to head home, but little do they know that a mysterious entity is watching them from afar. So this is the man, you rejected me for Sona. Suddenly a grin on his face appeared. So if I kill this man, you will become mine and there is nothing your stupid sister will be able to do. Well Issei, spend your last moments with her, cause she is gonna be mine pretty soon. That man then teleports out of there and head towards the underworld. Scene break. 2 days later. Issei and the others were heading towards school when they got to know a very important announcement. Their new homeroom. Class. Teacher. Everyone got to wonder who that is. Raynare. The old teacher was good. Why did they decide to replace him? Issei. I honestly do not know what goes on in this school. I mean, this is a school where students can get enrolled in the blink of an eye. So it is not surprising that a new teacher has joined us after all. Chara. Yeah, I get the feeling that this one is strong. Asya, Raynare, she might be a good one, so just give her a chance. Raynare was quiet. She knew that the 4 of them were right. Maybe the new teacher would be as good if not better than the rest of the teachers. She needed to stay positive. They then head towards their class. Little do they know that they are gonna receive the biggest shock of their lives, and the teacher was none other than the Satan Serafal Leviathan. Serafal, hey everyone, I am your new homeroom teacher Sarah Levi, but you may call me Professor Levi. Issei and Asya were beyond shocked. The last thing they expected was a Satan to be the new homeroom teacher, not to mention they were well aware as the reason on why she is here for Sona. Issei thought just when his life could not get any more amazing and interesting, she became his new homeroom teacher. Issei felt really pitiful on what would have happened to Serzex given that he hated paperwork in his previous timeline. Earlier he had told Asya as well as his parents about his relationship towards Sona, and they surprisingly took it well considering in the previous timeline his parents were never against his dream of harem king, and Asya was unsurprised that she knew about his nature and tendency to attract women. She knew that in the past life he did gain true affection from 3 women, Kuroka, Rosweez as well as herself. All 3 of them knew that he would anything to keep the women in his life as happy as possible. All the boys cheered for such a beautiful professor showing up to her school. They now have a professor who they will be attending every class off. The girls on the other hand were sighing at the antics of the boys, as they always wanted a female homeroom teacher to go after. Serafal on the other hand enjoyed the class's liveliness. Issei, Miss Sarah, what will you be teaching us? Serafal, Issei, I will be teaching you history. Everyone was shocked that the new professor had just called Issei by his first name. Issei on the other hand had his head down to avoid any unnecessary attention. The girls had chuckled at Issei's plight. Chara, well, here we go again. Random student, Hyodo, why did she call you by your first name? Serafal, I may answer that. It is because we are good friends, right Issei? Issei responds with a sigh. Issei, yes, wait for it. There was an uproar on as to why Issei is getting the attention of so many girls. They also wanted to know his secret of getting girls, as according to them he is getting them without even trying to earn their affection. Student 1, Hyodo, how dare you get another girl? Student 2, please tell us your secret. Motohama, please tell us your secret. I will give you a 1,000 yen. Student 3, I will give you 2,000 yen. Issei had kept his head down the whole time. This is something no matter how hard he tries to avoid will always hunt him down, unwanted attention. Even in different timelines, he will always try to attract attention even if he does not want to. The girls on the other hand were trying to calm the other boys down. Issei made a mental note to talk to Serafal and Sona later. Scene break. Student Council Room 12:30 a.m. Issei, Sona, you know that your sister is my. Sona, homeroom teacher, I know, just when I thought my life was gonna get great, she of all people shows up to spice up my life. Well, I just gotta adjust to the change. Issei, I feel like this is all my fault. Sona, don't you fucking dare. Issei, you are not responsible for this. My older sister just acts like a child when in front of us. She will only act like a true Satan when necessary. I gotta tell her that she needs to act like a teacher when everyone else is around. Serafal, tell me what? Serafal comes out of nowhere, startling the duo. Sona, big sister, where did you come from? Serafal just appeared. Sona, I need to talk to you about how you need to behave in front of a classroom since you are a homeroom teacher. You have to address the students by their surname, and not their actual name, and you need to be a bit more professional just like you would do if this was a meeting with the elders. Serafal, but why? Sona, this is school and you need to act like a teacher since that's what you came here for. Serafal, if Sotan is saying then I do not mind. Sona, thank Lucifer she listened. Serafal, but can I please call their students by the first name? Sona, no. Serafal, puppy dog eyes, please see. Sona, must resist, damn it I can't, fine you may but nothing more. Serafal, thanks Sotan. Issei, Sarachan, can I talk to you about something? Serafal, what is it Issei? Issei, it is kinda important. Serafal realizes it is important, and goes into serious mode. Serafal, alright then speak. Issei, I wanted to talk about something related to stray devils. It is just one master is taking advantage of his devil servants and sexually assaulting them. The one I had encountered a few weeks ago had the same issue, and this resulted in her escaping from him as she did not want to get assaulted. Serafal and Sona were shocked and disgusted at what is going on behind their backs. They and the other Satans would never let any of these heinous actions unchecked. They wanted to themselves punish the one responsible for such things. No one low class or otherwise should deserve such treatment. Issei, although I won't reveal the name of the stray, I can tell you who the master is, and before you ask why I did not reveal the stray's name, I will tell you later but not now. Serafal, may I know who that man is? Serafal was oozing out with dangerous aura. She will not let such heinous actions go unchecked. She will make sure that man is brought to justice. Sona thankfully was much calmer than her sister. Even though she was angry, she kept her anger in check. She even told her older sister to calm down. Issei, it is Diodora Astaroth. Serafal, Bitan's brother it can't be. He is such a good boy. Issei who? Sona, Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 4 Satans and one of the 2 super devils. Issei knew who she was talking about. He was also one of the most smartest beings in existence. After all, in the previous timeline he and Azazel were the 2 that used to enhance his power and abilities to defeat much stronger opponents that normal balance breaker could not perform. Issei, Sarachan, he is the guy who was responsible for the sexual assaults. Serafal, it is just hard to believe he would do such heinous actions. Even then we got no proof that he could do such a thing, and the council will not stop his actions given that he is a pure-blooded devil. But I will see what I can do. I will talk to the other Satans and stop his actions, or at least slow it down, rest assured. Sona, now you guys need to go. It is 2:45 p.m. and you are already late for your next class. Serafal and Issei look at the time and say, both, oh shit. They both then rush out of the student council room and head towards their respective classes. Scene break. Hyoto Residence 9 p.m. Sona, Issei, Raynare, Chara and Asya were playing Uno. Considering that Chara and Issei were winning the past few rounds, the other 3 decided to team up against the sibling duo. Asya, oh I got you where I want to. Chara, now you will get a +4 on your deck, shows +4 card. Chara, you triggered my trap card, shows skip card. While they were having fun and playing Uno, suddenly a Gremry crest opens outside the door, in which a red-haired woman falls out. Sona, did y'all hear that? Issei, yeah, what was that? It felt like someone fell from above. Raynare, let me check who it is. Hey, isn't that Rias? Issei, huh, what's she doing here? Could it be that he is here? Oh yeah, I put up a barrier there since her last visit to my house. Well, no being below Satan class can breach this barrier, and only regular humans and those that have my permission to enter can come to my house. Sona and Asya were confused on why he had put that barrier, but Chara was aware on why he did that. It was to protect his parents from any unwanted intruders. Sona, may I know the reason for the barrier placement? Issei, she attacked my parents, to get me to her side, hence to protect them, the barrier was erected. Sona now knew why he did not want to help Rias with her problem. She attacked an innocent person, her future in-laws. Asia, on the other hand, was disgusted at what Rias has become. Nobody hurts her parents while she is around. She did not want to help Rias with the problem against Riser since she was also aware about the past timeline but decided if Issei wants to help her then only she will. Asia, how could she? Raynare, guys, we can worry about that later, first let's at least get her in. Issei, sigh, let's just get her in. After a while Rias wakes up but she is surprised to be seen in Issei's bed. Issei, so you are finally awake, huh? Rias, where am I? Sona, in Issei's room. Rias, Sona, what are you doing here? Sona, having a good time, till you showed up. Rias, oh I see. Issei, so what do you want, Gremory? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed in my house? Rias, yes, sorry, I wanted your help. Issei, oh, and what would that be? Issei and Asia knew what she was gonna say. He instinctively put his hands on Chara's ears to prevent her from listening to what Rias had to say. Rias, I want your virginity. The room was silent for a while, until Issei exploded at her. Issei, Gremory, are you fucking insane? How dare you come to my house and demand me such a thing? You are clearly out of your mind. If you demand such a thing, looks like the fall damage your fucking brain. Sona, Issei, calm down, your parents are asleep. Issei, upon realizing that, calmed down, and that's when another portal appeared. A maid in her 30s showed up from a portal. Issei and Asia recognized who this woman was. Grafia Lucifage, wife and queen of Surzek's Lucifer, mother of Milika's Gremory as well as the head maid of the Gremory mansion. Rias, why are you here, Grafia? Was it mother, father, big brother? Grafia, on all three accounts, my lady, honestly you shouldn't give your virginity to some random person who you do not even know properly. That was when she noticed Issei had covered Chara's ears properly. Issei, woman, there are kids here, no adult talk please. Grafia took a while and then composed herself. Grafia, my apologies, Mr. Issei, Hyodo Issei. Grafia, right Mr. Hyodo, I would like to apologize for speaking in such a prone for all manner. My name is Grafia Lucifuge, head maid of the Gremory family. I was here to collect Rias for a meeting. Issei, I see, would you like something tea? Grafia, no thanks Mr. Hyodo, I don't want to impose myself. Issei, alrighty then. Grafia, come my lady, they are waiting. Rias, my virginity is someone who I would give to someone who I like. I will never give it to him. Grafia, save that speech for Lord Gremory and Lord Lucifer, my lady they are waiting. Rias, can Akeno come? Grafia, the priestess of thunder, I see no problem in her coming. In fact, it is wise for the king to be accompanied with her queen. They both leave for the Gremory mansion. Asia, alright, what just happened? Sona, girl, do I have a story for you guys. Scene break. The next day, 11:30 a.m. Sona managed to inform the four about Rias's engagement with Riser, and all four of them had mixed reactions. Issei wanted to help her, but not because they like her. Issei knew that Kiba and Gasper were there in the Gremory peerage. If Riser were to win, then there they would be tormented for all eternity. Thanks to that man, not to mention they stood by Issei till his last moments in the previous timeline. Raynare just went with the flow. Asia had a neutral reaction, while Chara refused to help them, but they all wanted to head there as they wanted to see Rias with her most hated fiancé Riser. Sona, alright, y'all try to be respectful at least. Issei, okay. They enter the orc room. Rias was surprised to see Sona and Issei of all people along with his friends in her room. Given that Issei and Rias had a mutual hatred, she knew that something was fishy over here. Grafia wasn't surprised about his presence given that she knew that Issei was not surprised with her using magic to teleport in, and she did sense a barrier for that. She made a mental note to ask him about the barrier later on. Grafia, my lady, should I tell them? Rias, no, I will tell them. Guys, I am engaged. That was when a portal opens with the mark of Phoenix appears. A man with blonde hair and a cocky attitude shows up. Issei and Asia know who this man is given that he had changed his nature in the previous timeline, and even became a good friend of Issei and Asia as well. It has been a while in the human world, ah my darling Rias. Rias, with venom, Riser. After settling down, Riser was basically touching Rias where she did not want him to. Issei wanted to feel happy but could not do so given he felt pity for Rias. He knew before his change Riser was an asshole who pretty much disrespected everyone. Akeno then decides to bring in tea for Riser. She wished she had laced it with poison before serving him. Riser. Our Riser thinks that the tea made by Akeno is good. Akeno, thanks. Akeno leaves not without noticing a cheesy grin on Issei and Chara's face. She knew that the duo would be happy to see Rias and her peerage suffer. Kiba on the other hand had a neutral expression on his face. As much as he wanted to help his king, he was reminded of her actions in the previous timeline. As for the others, they were looking in disgust or sadness due to Riser's actions. After a while of tolerating Riser, Rias has had enough. Rias, I am not gonna marry you, Riser. My chastity is mine to give, and no one can decide against that. Riser. But Rias, Riser thinks that you have to respect what our families have decided for us. Rias. But I do not want to give my first time to someone like you. I will not let you disrespect the Gremry household just like that. Riser. You know, just like you uphold the Gremry household's name, Riser also upholds the Phoenix household's name. Riser will not let your petty squabbles insult Riser and the Phoenix household. Riser may have to incinerate your servants and those humans if you comply with him. Riser and Rias both raise their power level. Grafia, having enough, decides to raise her own power level to make sure they behave like nobles. Grafia, both of you, I am not gonna tolerate any misbehavior from both of you. Either you guys behave or I will make you two behave and act like nobles. Both Rias and Riser lower down their power levels in fear of the strongest queen. Issei smiled as he vividly remembered how he and Serzex once feared her dominating aura when push comes to shove, yet she was a motherly figure to those she was close to, including Issei. Issei also remembered she was a good mother to Milikas as well as a dutiful yet bashful wife to Serzex, especially when she pulled his cheek for his laid-back attitude in the parties. Grafia, Lord Riser, come with me. We need to do some work back in the Phoenix mansion. Riser, TSK, this is not over. Rias, Riser will be back. After a while, Grafia comes back with the decision that there will be a raiding game between the two. Riser, are these your servants, Rias? Rias, yes, and what are you saying? Riser, well, Riser has a full set of 16 pieces. Riser snaps his fingers and out come 16 ladies. Issei is seen glaring at the bishop of the Phoenix family, who felt uncomfortable and confused as to why is he glaring at her. Riser notices this and asks Issei. Riser wants to know that why are you glaring at Riser's sister Ravel? Issei, oh, no reason. Issei gave a smile to him, who nodded in approval. Riser then calls Zubelina, a purple-haired queen. He then proceeds to kiss her and grope, with the latter having no issue in him doing so. The orc and Raynare were disgusted. Kiba, Chara and Asya had neutral expressions, while Issei and Sona sighed at Riser's perverted attitude. Riser, you got a problem, boy, points at Issei. Issei, no, nothing, just that maybe reduce your perverted attitude and Rias might like you, keyword might. And even if you have a full set doesn't mean that two of your peerage members are sitting ducks, points to Ravel and an unnamed bishop who were pissed off. So even with a full set, someone with a smarter brain like Rias can easily give you a run for your money, or in your case feathers. Rias, Issei. Riser, who do you think you are, boy? Riser thinks you are nothing but weak. Mira, show him. A pawn named Mira charges at him. Issei easily sidesteps, catches her staff and breaks it in half. He then proceeds to throw her with such a force that the roof nearly shatters. Issei did this as this was payback for what she did in the previous timeline. Riser is shocked that this weak boy managed to defeat his rook so easily. But before Riser could give a command to his peerage to attack him, Grafia appeared and called him to head back home. Riser, this is not over, boy. Riser will crush you once and for all. Issei, yeah, whatever you say, Yakitori. Riser leaves in anger and decides to teach the boy a lesson. Grafia then informs them that Rias has 10 days to prepare for the raiding game. Rias, alright, thanks, Issei. Issei, I did not do it for you. I did it for Sona and Kiba. If it wasn't for them I would have never come here. Rias bites her lips and wonders why he hates her. She was determined to at least earn his forgiveness, if possible friendship. Sona, alright Issei, can you please train her so that she can at least fight in the raiding game? Issei, I doubt that would work. Even if they train they still would not be able to defeat Riser. I hate to say it but they are as good as goners given how Rias takes her training. Oh, and before you say that you inherited the pod from your parents, Serzex took months, if not years, to train to reach to the level of being a Satan. Sona, that's why I asked you to train her along with the rest. Issei, I will see what I can do, but it is not guaranteed that they will win. Seraphal, I think I can help with that. Sona and the others were shocked that she came without informing them. Issei, on the other hand, started to get used to this since this is what he expected to be Serafal's future brother-in-law. Sona, big sister, at least inform us before coming. Rias, Sona, what is Serafal-sama doing here? Sona, if I knew I would be telling you, Rias. Serafal, I have a plan. I managed to convince the council to let one person participate aside from Rias's peerage. Issei, let me guess, it is me, right? Serafal nods, while Asya, Issei and Kiba sweat drop. They knew that this is gonna be just like the previous timeline. Serafal then brings a contract to help with the issue. Serafal, alright, according to this contract, Issei will only help Rias once in the raiding game. It works similar to a summon, but it is only a one-time. After that the contract can be destroyed. Issei can also wish to destroy the contract if he wants to for any specified reason. Issei, thank God it is only one time. I would destroy the contract myself if it was more than once. I do not want to become a servant. Rias, Issei, do you find me repulsive to such an extent that you would rather die than be my servant? Issei, yes I do. You finally understand now. Let me spell it out for you. I can't stand to be in the same room as you, Rias Gremory. I only am helping you because I hate arranged marriages more than you and I wanted to help Kiba. Nothing more, nothing less. Rias started crying when she heard that. She now realized that Issei hated her more than anyone else. She started crying and ran out of the room. Serafal, kinda harsh if you asked me. Issei, I was just being honest. Akeno, Hyodo, apologize right now. Issei, while raising his aura, how about no? Akeno suddenly felt wet. Her masochist side was losing control. It was only a matter of time she started blushing intensively. His aura was dominating her, and she liked it. Issei's sweat dropped and stopped raising his aura. Well, she has not changed even in the previous timeline. Maybe they might be a little different in this timeline rather than the previous one. Kiba and Asya were unsurprised at Akeno's action, while Raynare decided that she was gonna get laid with Issei tonight. Akeno then composed herself and went after Rias, her best friend, to console her and to be with her at the very least. Issei, on the other hand, was happy that the episode was over where he was berated by everyone once in the previous timeline. He did not have to deal with that whole mess once again. Sona, that went as well as expected. It could have gotten worse. Thanks Issei for controlling your temper. Issei, yeah, you're welcome. Issei flirts with Sona. Serafal, being the siscon that she is, then decides to intervene. Serafal, ahem, well, can you guys stop flirting everywhere? Issei then notices a pouting Asya, a very calm smile Raynare, and a jealous Serafal. Issei then thinks that his harem life is back again, only with a little twist. Issei, alright girls, you wanna head home? Everyone, yeah? In the aftermath of the events that took place in the Occult Research Club room, the orc along with Issei's group head towards the Gremory mansion to train themselves to prepare for their upcoming fight. Issei had a much easy time to train a lot given that he needed to prepare himself for a future possible enemy, maybe enemies from other realities and timelines, but for now he had to train the orc. Issei, come on, you slackers, pick up the pace, even a snail moves faster than you guys. Rias, Issei, please go easy on us, we cannot pick up the pace like the others. Issei, it is because you do not train at all. Like I said, if you want to become stronger you need to push yourself. Power of destruction will not be a one-way ticket in winning the game. Would you look at that? Kiba and Koneko had already finished the uphill training. I expected this from Koneko but not from Kiba. It just shows that simple training can get you pretty far. Koneko, thanks, Issei. Issei, yeah, save it. You need to do now 25 laps while wearing that bag, and no usage of any of your demonic strength. Koneko had her jaw dropped. 25 laps. But she did not give up. She wants to win, especially for the ones that had given her a second chance at living. She will not become corrupt and drown in power like her sister did. Koneko, you got it, boss. Koneko began running the 25 laps. Eventually, after 30 minutes, both Rias and Akeno managed to reach up and were dead tired. Even Kiba had begun increasing his durability. After all, speed cannot be everything in a fight. Issei, alright, since everyone is here, we will begin your actual training. Chara will train with Kiba. Your primary weakness is the fact that you are not durable. Raynare will train with Akeno, while Koneko and Rias will train with me. Any questions? Akeno raises her hand up. Issei, alright then, ask away. Akeno, why do I have to train with her? Issei knew she had asked out of pure hatred of the fallen angel race. After all, she had the same past as her previous timeline counterpart. Issei knew she needed to get over her hatred as it will only do her more help than harm. Issei, Well, both of you are highly potent in magic, so it is best that you train together. Alright, let's begin the training. Issei and the others took their spots as they began their training in their respective fields. With Chara and Kiba. Chara, alright Kiba, just like big brother Issei and Asiya, I know about the past timeline, but that does not mean I am going to go easy on you. Kiba, I expect nothing less from Issei's younger sister. Chara blushed at the knight's fearlessness and determination but shrugged it off nonetheless. She then removed her knife and started training the knight. Chara, very well, shall we begin my knight? Kiba, gladly. Kiba managed to start with an offensive stance, and Chara took a defensive stance. Kiba then used his sword to parry up with Chara's knife. Chara had a tough time keeping up with Kiba's swordplay and often had to use her evasion to dodge as she barely had time to keep up with his attacks. Chara, damn it, he is fast. So have you been training Kiba? Kiba, yes, Issei had helped me a lot in the past timeline and I was barely able to do anything in return for him. It made me so weak and helpless. I was not able to help him even after the girls betrayed him. Either was I able to see the betrayal which had been happening since a long time. That was when I decided that in the new timeline, I will always be by Issei and his family's side, protecting them from all enemies at all costs, even my own life. Issei had gotten over my hatred towards the holy swords and allowed me to achieve my holy devil sword form in the previous timeline. That was when I decided to never abandon Issei and his family at any cost. I just want to pay him back for helping me so far. Chara, with a genuine smile, you are just like him, so then shall we continue our training? We definitely cannot slack. Kiba, you got it Chara. With Raynare and Akeno. Raynare, alright Akeno, I will be training you in magic, so, hey Earth to Akeno. Akeno, sorry I was in a trance state, care to tell me why are we doing this? I already know a lot of magic. Raynare, I know you do. I was gonna train you in your holy magic section, not to mention you only throw your magic in its raw form, try to modulate into a weapon or something. Akeno, I will not be using that side of mine Akeno. Raynare, your power is yours, it is not anyone else's power. You need to learn that by not using that side of yours you will only harm yourself, nothing more and nothing less. Akeno was then dazed. That was when Raynare noticed that she had stuck a cord. Raynare, let me ask you a question, what is Rias to you then? Akeno, well she is my everything and… Raynare, then will you defend her from anything no matter what, right? Akeno, that is correct. Raynare, then you should not be afraid of your fallen side Akeno. I sensed a great amount of light magic in you. Use it to protect the people you care about. Do not let them get hurt at any cost. Are you gonna let Riser have his way with Rias? Akeno, no way in hell am I going to let that bastard do anything to her. Raynare, that's more like it. I notice your magical attacks are more raw rather than concrete. I would suggest you to use it in the form of let's say a device or a weapon more or less. You use magic as let's say a stun grenade. You can use lightning as a sort of a compact ball and throw at your enemies, thus resulting in them getting knocked out simultaneously. You can use it less magic power and manage to deal more damage. Then you can use combination abilities as well, like use water magic along with lightning magic to have an area of effect magic. Given your holy magic you should have no problem with the instabilities that come with devil magic. Then you can use light as a sort of electro web so as to not only ensnare enemies but to also damage them, since light can hurt anyone. More damage to devils and fallen are just a mere bonus. Also you can try to use a light grenade to daze enemies or even damage devil enemies, which would come in handy in your upcoming raiding game. It can also act as an escape route if things go south in any situation. Akeno, I see, you told me a lot about magic than I already knew. I never thought I could use it this way. Raynare, I totally understand not accepting your fallen heritage, given something traumatic must have happened to you, but you must not hesitate in not using it just because of some trauma is nothing but stupidity. I hate to say that to you. Akeno got a tick mark but kept it in. She, despite her heritage, has been a lot of help to her. She began to realize that maybe not all fallen are bad. Raynare, so shall we begin, Mrs. Priestess of Thunder? Akeno, very well then. With that the duo began practicing modulation of magic into different stuff, like grenades, mines, as well as she also learned how to make perfect light spears thanks to Raynare's help. With Issei, Koneko, Rias and Asiya. Issei, alright then, I will assess your abilities myself. I want the two of you to spar with me. Oh, and don't hold back cause I won't be holding back. With that the mock spar begins with Rias and Koneko on one side and Issei on the other side. Asiya was cheering for Issei to win. She was also the referee for the match. Asiya, and begin. Koneko, being the close combat brawler she is, was the first to charge at Issei. Issei predicted that, and he easily sidestepped and dealt a close combat fist to her stomach, causing her to cough up and be sent flying. Even after that, she did not give up and tried to go after his jaw in an attempt to slow him down. Rias, on the other hand, was firing her power of destruction on Issei in an attempt to stop Issei. But this only created more damage around and barely did anything to Issei. On the other hand, Issei was able to constantly counteract Koneko's punches and at the same time sidestepping Rias's pod with ease. Rias, stay still, damn it. Issei, nope. That was when Koneko decided to bind him with her strength. Given that she was stronger than an average devil, she was able to hold him in for a while. Koneko, Rias now. Rias then charged up her power of destruction for a while and shouted. Rias, take this Issei, extinguish star. Issei, oh how cute she named it, oh shit. A direct hit, a lot of smoke had come out from the attack, and nothing was being seen. Asuya, Issei. Rias, did we get him? Issei, not bad, kinda caught me off guard, you two got some amazing teamwork, I gotta hand it to you guys. Issei's hands suddenly surged with power. Issei, you two will have to do a lot harder to injure me. Issei then charged at the duo, gut punching both of them. They were both sent flying. Issei then used his magic attack. Fire began to surround the duo, but just as they were recovering. Issei, the spar was fun guys, but it is time to end this firestorm. With that, fire had engulfed the duo as they both screamed in pain, with them constantly getting burned, and they both were knocked. Asuya, the winner is Issei Hyodo. Issei, that was pretty good from the duo, I am impressed by your gameplay. Issei, I have no doubt with enough proper training they could win, what do you two think? Draigg, initially I was disappointed in the Gremory of this timeline, but she is a quick thinker and is able to create strategies in a whim, that alone is pretty respectful, I think she can easily win against Riser. Draigg, I never cared for the duo, but seeing you getting attacked like that, I am increasing your training, mister. You will have a much tougher time in training and not be given rest until you master my moves properly, but I am impressed with the duo's tactful thinking. Issei, gee, thanks Draigg, sigh, this is gonna be a long vacation. After a while, Rias and Koneko woke up. To their surprise, their injuries were gone after a while. Issei had asked Asuya to heal their injuries. Rias, Issei, what happened? Koneko, how was our performance, Issei? Issei, I will say I was surprised by the fact that you two were able to catch me off guard, not bad indeed. Both Koneko and Rias were happy that Issei was impressed by their performance. That was when Issei went serious and told them. Issei, but this is not going to be enough, are you two ready for your real training to beat Riser? Rias and Koneko, yes. Issei, good, cause I will show you two no mercy. Issei then began their training. He asked Rias to train even harder. He wanted her extinguished star to be much more compact and denser. He also told her to keep charging for much longer. As for Koneko, she also learned on how to train with Issei and realized that she should not tank as much hits as possible, and also learned to evade abilities. Issei personally decided to rain fire from above so as to allow her to dodge attacks that she may need to dodge, especially from the Bomb Queen. Scene break. 8 days later. Issei could be seen walking through the halls of the Gremory mansion. Wondering on how far he has come, he noticed a lot of things were different in both of the timelines. A lot of things happened that he and a lot of the others who remembered both of the timelines were not expecting, like for example him getting a girlfriend within the first day, post-reset, as well as losing his virginity. He also then met up with people like Rias and Akeno who were way different than their counterparts. Like they were honest rather than deceptive. He also was not expecting Chara to be revived, but nevertheless accepted her as his little sister, and the last thing he expected was Sona Citri, one of the strictest women to ever fall in love with him, a former pervert, and instead of the attention of getting of Surzek's Lucifer, he gets the attention of Seraphal Leviathan, who becomes his good friend really early rather than much later in the previous timeline. Issei then noticed Rias was also unable to sleep due to the stress of the raiding game. He knew that this raiding game will decide her fate as well as what she is going to do next. Issei, hey there. Rias was surprised to see Issei awake. Rias, huh, Issei, looks like you could not sleep, huh? Issei, yeah, had a lot on my mind, so what's up, huh? Rias, yeah, I do not know what to say, but I am kinda excited. It is my first raiding game, and well, I just wish there were no consequences when you lose. I mean, it is a lose-lose situation for me. There is nothing Riser loses by losing. Issei, well, he is kinda losing a lot. Knowing him, his pride is gonna get crushed, and that is something no high-class devil wants to lose. Rias, yeah, you got that right. There was a comfortable silence between the two before Rias spoke up. Rias, hey Issei, what do you want your lover to admire about you, or more accurately, how do you want someone you love to see you as? Issei was confused at the question, but answered nevertheless. Issei, I want my person to love me as well myself. I want to be myself around the person I see as a mate, and not put a mask in front of that person. In other words, I want the person to love me as Issei Hyodo and not as a dragon or as the Red Dragon Emperor. Rias, hold up, you are the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, yes I am. I am surprised you found it out now. Rias, okay. Well, I would also like people to see me as Rias Gremory, and not as the heiress of Gremory or even the sister of Lucifer, just Rias Gremory. I want my man to love me for Rias Gremory and nothing more and nothing less. Just like you, I want that person to love me as me only and nothing more, nothing less. I also want to be the myself in front of the man I love. Issei, I see, maybe she is different than her. Rias, so what do you think of our performance till now? Issei, I would say that you are improving at a steady rate. If anything now, I am sure you can beat Riser Phoenix no matter what. Rias, thanks Issei for helping us. And I would like to apologize to you as well. Issei, for what? Rias, for hypnotizing your parents. I was honestly really desperate. I also was not civil to you at all. Plus I was downright hostile to you as well. Issei was dumbfounded. He did not expect the prideful Rias Gremory to apologize as well as confess to her crimes. He was sort of happy that she is not the same Rias from the previous timeline. Issei, well, if you want me to forgive you, well. Rias, I need to earn it, I know. Issei, you are smart, Rias, now I know it. Rias flustered at his compliment, but composed herself immediately. Issei, well, let's just say that I have forgiven you by 45%. Rias, 45%, huh? That does not sound that bad. Issei, keep up the good work, and it is only a matter of time that you are completely forgiven, amen. Rias suddenly got an headache, while Issei was laughing like an hyena. While initially annoyed, she was happy that he was having his fun. Issei, well, I gotta go. Tomorrow we have a rating game to win. Rias, yes, yeah. Issei, maybe I don't hate you at all, Rias. Draigg, you are really forgiving, partner, and I am proud of it. Issei, maybe she is the same. Draigg, slightly irritated, news flash, partner. When you erased the timeline, you already killed those bitches. That bitch and this Rias are not the same, know that. Issei, thanks Draigg, I needed that. Draigg, anytime, partner. At an unnamed location near the mansion. So this is what Issei Hyodo is truly like, compassionate. Ilava man, come back to the house, the Lord has called you for something. Ilava, coming, well, enjoy your last moments, cause I will enjoy killing you myself and Sona will be mine. Ilava starts laughing like a maniac before teleporting. Scene break. Rias, is everyone ready? The orc and Rias, yeah, we all are. They are all then teleported to the rating game arena. It was the replica of Kuo Academy. Grafia, the head maid of the Gremory family, is the announcer of the game. Issei was not surprised, he expected that this would happen. Rias, Kiba, may I get the map of the school building? Kiba, yes, President. Rias, alright everyone, listen, the orc building is our base while the principal room is Riser's base. Anyone who can defeat the opposing king wins the match. All nodded in confirmation and began their planning. Rias, alright, Arcano, set traps. Use light traps as well as electro webs in order to entrap Riser's pawns, as even though they are weak, they can still be a problem because they have the number advantage. Their drawback is that they are extremely cocky and prideful. They believe that they can win, but we must prove them wrong. Kiba, go with Koneko to the gym room. We have to either capture or destroy it so that the opposing team cannot use that as a base. Got it. Both, yes, President. Rias, take to the skies, eliminate the gym area. Once Kiba and Koneko eliminates any possible enemies, destroy the gym base before they can get it. Akeno, it would be my pleasure. Rias and Issei, take care of the pawns that might head towards the orc building. Make sure they trigger the traps. Will you be able to deal with them? Issei, it would be my pleasure, Red. Rias, alright, let's win this game and head back home and get a proper rest. With Kiba and Koneko. Koneko, well, we are here, Kiba. Kiba, I can sense 3 presenses. I know you two are their Gremory, come out now. Kiba, well, what do we got here? Mira, where is that dragon? I want to beat him up. Kiba, sorry, but I am your opponent. Mira, then I will have to crush you and hunt him. Kiba, I would like to see you try pole dancer. Mira got livid at the nickname Kiba gave her and lunged at her without any worry for their surroundings. Kiba smirked at this and took advantage of the situation. He quickly sidestepped and easily cut her pole with his sword with ease. Kiba, how so the durability training worked, thanks Chara. Mira, even without a pole I can still fight without any problem. Kiba, alright then let's dance shall we? Kiba was easily taking up the hits Mira was throwing at him. After getting bored he easily did a backslash eliminating her. Grafia, one pawn of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Koneko, good job Kiba, now it is my turn. Al and Nell, will you stop dodging? Koneko, smiling, nope. Koneko, they are easy to provoke. Koneko then gave both of them a roundhouse kick to their faces, knocking the chainsaw from their hands with zero to little effort, and easily knocked them out. Kiba, good job Koneko, now let's begin with phase 2 of the plan. Koneko, right. Both Kiba and Koneko then evacuate the building. Rias on seeing this gives Akeno the command to fire her lightning. Akeno creates a light bomb destroying the gym room with ease. Grafia, 2 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Kiba, it seems like our job here is done, now let's go find the others. Koneko, yeah let us. That was when her senses picked up a magic attack and she moved both herself and Kiba out of the way. Seems like I missed huh, not a problem, I can do it again. Both could see a beautiful purple-haired lady approach them. They knew who she was, Yubelina, the queen of Riser Phoenix. They needed to get out of there before they could get themselves eliminated. Yubelina, I don't think you can escape. Akeno, about that, I can't let you eliminate them. Yubelina, the lightning priestess it is a pleasure to meet you. Akeno, oh my, it is a pleasure indeed Bomb Queen. Looks at Koneko and Kiba. Both of you head to Issei and regroup, I will take care of her. Yubelina, oh you think you can defeat me Akeno? Akeno, I don't think Yubelina, I know I can defeat you. With that both the ladies take to the skies and they begin to fight by constantly throwing spells, while Akeno was conserving her energy as she knew that Yubelina won't be so lenient with wasting her mana like that. That was when all of a sudden Grafia made an announcement. Grafia, 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Yubelina, wait what, how did this happen? Akeno, we already planned for this to happen, so our trump card Issei already dealt with 3 of your pawns. Yubelina gritted her teeth at that, she wanted to help the others but a light attack easily knocked her on the floor. Akeno, oh my you should not have let your guard down. With Issei, 15 minutes earlier. Marion, Sharia and Buren 3 pawns assumed that they were clearing out the traps. That was when a bigger light trap had encased them, easily destroying most of their abilities. A light trap was triggered with them entering. Marion, how did this trap get triggered? Sharia, I don't know, I thought we were clearing those traps without any issue. Issei, hey you've been busy. Issei had appeared cracking his knuckles. Buren, so you are the infamous trump card helping the Gremry peerage. Looks like you would make a fine boyfriend, if we were not on the opposing sides. Issei, sorry but I will pass, I already have a girlfriend, now fire blast. A flame as hot as the dragon's flame had been thrown at the already weakened girls. As a result they could not dodge or escape. Soon the flame engulfed them. Grafia, 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Issei, neat, now I wonder what the others are doing. Judging by the situation Akeno should be dealing with the purple-haired lady. Scene break. With Kiba and Koneko. Kiba, well looks like Issei took down 3 pawns single-handedly. Koneko, and without a sweat, I wonder how strong is he. Kiba, let's hope that we are not on the receiving end of his true strength. Koneko only nodded at Kiba's words. That was when Issei appeared. Issei, hi guys, did you miss me? Kiba, hey Issei, good job on taking those pawns down, it really saves the effort. Koneko, so what is next? That was when Rias spoke up through the communicators. Rias, you 3 change of plans. Since Riser sent out his queen I will be coming out to bait Riser, so that I can try to beat him. Issei, Rias, that is a terrible idea, you will be defeated if that happens. They will come after you. Rias, and let you guys have the fun, not gonna happen. Besides they will take the bait and come after me. That is when you guys need to defeat the rest of his peerage, then we can go all out on him. Issei, sigh, alright then. Koneko, guys let's go, she must be out already. Issei, yeah? Kiba, our president, has always been reckless. Issei, yeah that is one thing that will not get changed no matter how many resets. Well let's win this then. Kiba, you got that right bro. Both fist bump and follow Koneko towards the building. with Akeno. Yubelina, I have this. Shows Phoenix tears. It restores my health and magic. Now what will you do, Thunder Priestess? Akeno initially gritted her teeth but then had a smile. Yubelina, why are you smiling? Akeno, well now I can go all out. I am going to enjoy watching you scream. Yubelina got angry and had the Phoenix tears. Akeno got ready and decided to end this once and for all. She uses her signature move Holy Lightning and deals massive damage to Yubelina. Akeno, oh my, how I wanted you to scream. I am enjoying every single moment of it. Yubelina finally collapses and is enveloped in a green light. Graphia, the queen of Riser Phoenix, had been eliminated. Everyone present was shocked that Akeno managed to eliminate Riser's queen except Issei, who was confident that she could eliminate her opponent with the right amount of training. Meanwhile, with Koneko, Kiba and Issei, the trio were approaching the principal's office, and that's when they realized that they were surrounded by the rest of Riser's peerage. Issei, Kiba, take of the knights and one pawn, while Koneko take care of the rooks and the other pawn. I will handle the bishops. Kiba, are you sure? Issei, yeah, I am. Besides, I got a score to settle with one of them. Kiba knew what he was talking about. After all, he was aware that Ravel was one of the few that had betrayed him. He wanted to pay her back in kind for her actions. Issei, your fight is with me, bishops of Riser Phoenix. Issei quickly uses his Dragon Fist ability to eliminate Maihi so that she does not become a problem. Graphia, one bishop of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Issei then approaches Ravel. As he approached her, he remembered all the hurtful things she did to him in the previous timeline. He lunged at her and uppercut her. Ravel could not understand why he did that to her. Issei then used Welsh Dragon Flare, easily overwhelming her flames and defeating her. Graphia, both bishops of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Riser, what? Damn that dragon, he even hurt my sister. He is gonna pay for that. Why does he have to get in my way of obtaining my Rias? That was when Riser noticed something different, something interesting. Riser, castling, huh? I have a plan, but for now let's go meet Rias. Riser then heads outside to deal with the mess. Meanwhile, with Kiba and Koneko, they managed to hold off the knights and rooks with relative ease, even managing to press the advantage by taking out the pawns early on so that they do not pose a threat. Kiba, Koneko. Koneko understood his next move and jumped up. Kiba, sword birth. Millions of swords had come up, easily preventing everyone present on the ground to escape, resulting in everyone getting overwhelmed and eliminated. Graphia, one rook and both knights as well as two pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Issei, good job guys, now only we need to deal with Riser. Riser comes out angrier than ever. Issei, speak of the devil and he is here. Hello, fried chicken. Riser, you ruined everything, you damn dragon. Out of anger, Riser fires a flame, but Issei deflects it easily. Rias, give up. Riser, your peerage has been eliminated. Riser, no, I will not give up, not until I make you mine. With that, Riser uses his flames to throw her to the side next to the unconscious body of Riser's rook Shuelon. Kiba, I will fight him. Issei, will you let me? Issei, sure bro, he is all yours. With that, Kiba goes after Riser. He knows about his regeneration, so he had to overwhelm it. He is not gonna give up, not after coming this far. With that, the battle begins. Kiba easily uses his ice sword to easily freeze any flame that came near him, thus rendering his flames useless. Thus, thanks to his training, he was able to create holy swords as well. He jabbed one into Riser's stomach, preventing his regeneration from working. Kiba, give up yet? Riser, you, with an evil smile, you should have gone for the head. Kiba, what do you mean? Issei widens his eyes when he sees the rook piece in his hand. He knows what he is going to do. He tries to warn Rias, but it is too late. Issei, oh shit, Rias, watch out. Rias tried to get away only to get stabbed by a flame sword courtesy of Riser. Where Riser was, the body of Shuelon was present. Kiba was shocked at first, and he was furious at the foul play Riser pulled up. Rias is then enveloped in a green light. She is eliminated. No one was expecting this to happen. Shuelon, good job, my king, falls unconscious. Graphia, Rias Gremory has been eliminated by Riser Phoenix. Riser Phoenix has won the match. Everyone present, including the announcer Graphia, was shocked at the sudden outcome. They were all expecting Rias to win. They did not expect Riser to pull up such a foul play in order to win. They were pissed beyond pissed, but none so than the older brother of Rias and the older sister of Sona Surzex and Seraphal respectively. They knew that it was a foul move to bring more than 3 rook pieces in a raiding game. That alone should have been illegal to do so. Saji, but how weren't they winning? Tsubaki, Saji, it is a move called castling where a king and a rook switch places. But this could be only done if the user has an unused rook. They can switch positions with that rook. My guess is Riser used that as an advantage. Saji. But you only said that Riser had a full set. Tsubaki. That is what I am wondering as well. Sona. My guess is that just like Issei was loaned to Rias as a reserve member to fight in the raiding game, someone must have given Riser an extra rook piece to switch positions, allowing Riser to do that. Saji. But isn't that unfair? Sona. Yes. But besides, it was an amazing performance. They managed to eliminate the full peerage of Riser. With such tactful thinking, and even without Issei, they would have been able to pull the win that was until Riser used a last-ditch attempt to win. Sona was worried for both Rias and Issei. Worried for Rias as he used unfair means to stab her in the back, as well as Issei, who had fought to win her freedom. She did not want Issei to lash out in anger at Riser's dick move, since that may turn him against the devils, which is something she desperately wanted to avoid. Sona. Oh, Issei. With Serafal and Surzex. Surzex was radiating a dangerous amount of aura, enough to make any furniture or walls fall apart. Grafia, on the other hand, raised her own aura to counter his so that it may not hurt any innocent devils caught in his rage. Serafal, on the other hand, despite being calm, was equally furious at what Riser did. She wanted to punish him, but her being the Satan, she could not be impartial. Surzex, how dare he? Grafia. Lord Surzex, calm down. Do you want to destroy the devils around? Surzex, on hearing his wife's voice of reason, he did not want to destroy anything. He just lost control of his emotions. He immediately lowered down his aura after realizing what he was about to do. He mentally thanked Grafia and made sure that he never lost control again. Surzex. Thanks, Grafia. I don't know how, but thanks. Grafia. Not a problem. But we are gonna have a good talk about this, Lord Surzex. Grafia gave a glare to him, to which he nodded. After all, even the Devil King is terrified of his wife. He knew that he is gonna receive an earful from her. Surzex. But still, how can she lose? She was doing so well, even winning to some extent, but he managed to somehow get the win. Grafia wondered how this outcome took place. She herself announced the match and knew that Rias won. Then how did Riser got his hands on an extra piece? Serafal. I do wonder, how did Riser get an extra rook, and if so, who gave him one? That would be me. A portal then opens, revealing an elderly man coming out. This was Zekrom Bale, the oldest devil still alive and the current leader of the Great King faction, the Devil Council, as well as the former head of the Bale family. Surzex still remembered how his aunt-in-law Misla Bale was shunned along with her son, and his cousin was shunned by this man's clan. Nevertheless, Surzex still respected the man, as he was one of the reasons that the Devil Society even exists as of today. Surzex. Lord Zekrom, care to explain? Zekrom. I was the one who gave the piece to Riser Phoenix. The council forced me to do so. Zekrom had a downward cast. He may be prideful, but he did not support injustice. He knew that pure-blooded devils were dying, but also understood that there needs to be love in a relationship. He was aware of Rias's hate towards Riser and knew that something had to be done. But the council was so outdated and out of touch that they were determined to put Riser and Rias's wedding together, coupled with the pressure from Riser, his family, and Rias's parents. He was pretty much in a tight spot and relented to give the piece to Riser. Surzex. Please hold your head high, Lord Zekrom. It is not your fault. Zekrom. I made a mistake. I must fix it, but I need your help, or more accurately, the help of a Satan and that dragon. Surzex. Alright then, how can I help? Zekrom. So here is the thing. Surzex is happy about it. Now it was up to Issei to save Rias. Surzex. I will be forever in debt to you, Issei, for not only helping out my sister in training but also freeing her as well. Scene break. After the match was over, the team was teleported out of the dimension, all of them very sad and visibly pissed, but none more so than Issei, who was furious at such a cheap tactic at Riser. He was pissed at the fact that he could not do anything just like last time. He was helpless. He assumed that Riser would have lost by training the orc the right time, but did not expect the same outcome to happen no matter the situation. Issei. Why again? Why this again? Draigg. Partner, it is not your fault that chicken got desperate and used a cheap tactic to get the upper hand. Issei calms down. Yeah, but is there a way to save her? Draigg. I thought you hated her enough that you refused to help her. Issei. I gave up on that. Hatred and vengeance breeds more of that. I want to end the cycle, cause it is not only pointless but also stupid. Forgiveness is the best kind of vengeance, so at the very least both sides can live in peace. Draigg. I can see that you really aren't different despite their betrayal. You still don't hate them, you really are something else. Issei. Hey, back then I forgave the Valid team as well as Azazel for their actions. Here also I will not hesitate to help and care for people that love and cherish me. Draigg, I sense a presence in your room, and it is a strong one. Issei then opened the door to his room and unsurprisingly he saw Grafia sitting there waiting for them. Grafia, judging by your expression you do not seem surprised seeing me here. Issei, shit, she is on to me. Well, hey Mrs. Lucifuge, what brings you here? Grafia, I am not a fool, mister. Hyodo, I knew that you sensed me a mile away, and you may call me Grafia. Issei, in that case you can call me Issei, so what brings you here, Grafia? Grafia, well, there is a way to save Rias. Issei's ears perked up. He knew that he had to crash the wedding. Grafia, you seem excited. Well then, may I know why you want to save Rias? Issei, I guess you are familiar that I am a dragon. Grafia nodded. Issei, then you know what we cherish then. Grafia nodded to that. Issei, then you must know that I will rescue her from being in that riser's clutches no matter what. Nobody deserves to lose her freedom. And I will sure as hell rescue her from his clutches and save her from being with him. I will not let her be a trophy in that man's hands. Grafia smiled at Issei's declaration. Grafia, in that case, Grafia hands Issei a pamphlet. My master wishes you to crash his wedding, in his words. If you want to save my sister, then you must crash the party. Make this entertaining. Issei, well then let's get this party started. Grafia leaves and Asya approaches inside the room. Asya, so you came back, how did the game go? Issei, we lost. Asya, what, but-how? Issei then explains the match, and its ending and on how did Riser cheat to win. Asya, so are you gonna crash the party, just like last time? Issei shows her the pamphlet. Asya could only nod at this suggestion of Issei's. Asya, alright Issei, give that cheater a piece of his own medicine, show him that cheaters never succeed. Asya then winks at him. Issei chucks at this. Issei, alright then Asya, I will show him a real match beatdown. Speaking of which, where are Chara and Raynare, and where are my parents? Asya, oh, they all are asleep, it is night time here after all. Issei, okay thanks, see ya. Asya, by Issei. With that, Issei uses the pamphlet to teleport to the party's location. Scene break. At the Phoenix Palace courtyard. Issei, alright, this is the place, you guys ready? Both the dragons gave a thumbs up. Issei, well then this is where the fun begins. Issei had a grin. Oh, how is he going to enjoy beating Riser down? At the bride's room, 1 hour earlier. Rias, all that training, all went for nothing. Issei not only gave us training but also he gave us an helping hand to take that Riser down. Rias started crying. She felt truly helpless. She blamed herself. If she had kept her guard up, none of this would have happened, and now she and her peerage were now bound to Riser. Rias, now because of my one mistake everyone who fought with me is under eternal servitude to that asshole. I cannot do anything. I am sorry everyone. I am sorry Issei. I failed you, all of you. That was when a flame erupted and came out Riser Phoenix in a white wedding tuxedo. He was ready to get married to Rias and he was all too eager. Rias, on hearing that voice, was pissed off. She wanted to either murder this man or if that does not work she wanted to commit suicide. At least in death she would be free from this man. Riser, our Riser's beautiful bride, are you ready? Servant, Lord Riser, you cannot be here, this is the bride's room. Riser, relax, Riser only wants to meet Riser's bride. Rias, what are you doing here Riser, should you not be at the altar? Riser, well dear, Riser could not wait for you so Riser came here. Rias, save it, you are nothing but a cheat Riser who only uses deception to win. I seriously wonder why do even girls like you even speak in third person. I will never love someone as entitled as you. Riser, then I will make you love me my dear. Riser came close. Rias could only close her eyes as she was extremely helpless in the situation. Riser, but Riser must wait. Oh, how is Riser gonna enjoy making you his? Riser teleports out of there. Rias breathes a sigh of relief. She thanked Lucifer for saving her, but she really hoped a saving grace would help her. Back to the present. Rias was present in the altar covering her tears. She was trying to control it. Riser then presents her to everyone in the party present. Rias hated the man who was betrothed to her with all her heart. She was praying to Lucifer for someone to help her. Ravel could be seen talking with Kiba, Akeno, Sona as well as Koneko. Ravel, oh how my brother won against Rias and won her. Akeno, he cheated Ravel. Ravel, cheated or no, he still won her and now she is gonna be married to my brother. Ravel starts laughing while the four glared at the phoenix female. That was when Kiba said, "Kiba, I wouldn't be so sure." Ravel, what do you mean? Kiba, well, let's just say Riser pissed off a very angry dragon and he is on his way here. Ravel only scoffed at Kiba's statement. That was when all of a sudden the doors suddenly opened, revealing Issei to be present. Issei, what's up fuckers? Draigg, way to make an entrance, partner. Riser, you are not invited to Riser's party. Guard sees him. Akeno, well guys, looks like our turn is up. Kiba and the others then go after the guards, easily holding them off. Kiba, go on ahead, leave them to us. Koneko, kick their ass. Issei, thanks guys. Riser, why are you getting in Riser's way, dragon? First you ruined Riser's victory at the raiding game, then you crashed my party. When will you learn? Issei, sorry man, I'm a man with principles and standards unlike you. You are too stupid to see that Rias does not want to be with you, so I am here to make you see how stupid and foolish you are. Rias deserves to choose a man she wants to spend the rest of her life with, and she has made it clear that you aren't the guy, so I am here to make sure she is free and is with the man of her dreams. Rias blushed when Issei said that. Riser got even more furious. Riser, WHYYYYU. Ravel, seriously, when will you learn? Surzex, I was the one who called him here, if you all are wondering. Issei, so you finally showed up, Surzex. You must be Lord Surzex Lucifer, I presume. Surzex, that is correct. Riser, so may I know that are you the one who had set this up, my lord, and if so then why? Surzex, well that is correct, I did set this up, the reason being that I saw the match and even though it was entertaining, as my little sister put up a fight, you kind of cheated. Riser, but my lord. Riser tried to say something but a glare from the Lord Lucifer silenced him up. Surzex, Issei Hiyoto, I presume, so what is it that you desire if you win Issei Hiyoto? Issei, if anything I desire Rias's freedom as well as an audience with you, that is if you do not mind. Surzex, if you win this, consider them done. Elder, but my lord, you cannot fulfill this low-class creature's demand, it is against the... Surzex, honestly he did not ask something big, so I see no reason to complete his request. That was when an attacker showed up and attacked Sona Citri. The attacker was revealed to be Ionava Amon, the second son of the House of Amon. Seraphal, Sona, Ionava, let her go. Issei, what the hell, who are you? Ionava, my name is Ionava Amon, the second son of the House of Amon and the former fiancé of Sona Citri until she rejected me using the condition of being smart. I lost the challenge and was removed from being a fiancé, until you stole me from her. Issei Hiyoto. Issei, Ionava, I am only gonna ask you this once to let her go. Ionava, no, you can go to hell. With that, Ionava teleports to the dimension where Riser is waiting to fight Issei. Riser is although surprised that he saw him here. Ionava then creates a temporary alliance with him since they both have identical goals. Elsewhere, Seraphal is distraught that her sister was kidnapped by that bastard. She and Sona never liked him and now there is a high chance that she might lose her forever. Issei on the other hand was furious that one of his mates was taken and now Ionava is going to feel the wrath of a true dragon god. In other words, he is screwed. Even the dragons inside are furious and roaring in anger. They wish they were let out so that they could burn the duel themselves but were unable to do so, since they made a promise to never perform carnage ever again. Seraphal, know that bastard, he will pay. Seraphal wanted to herself go and personally give those two devils a living hell. Surzex was also furious at the House of Amon's actions. He now wanted them to suffer. Elders be damned if they were to get in his way. Tsubaki was in panic while the others were confused on what should have been done next. Rias on the other hand was unable to do anything since only Surzex and Ionava could access the dimension. Issei then kept his hand on Seraphal. Issei, let me at them, Seraphal. There will be hell to pay for both of their actions. Lord Surzex, send me at them. Surzex, at once. Issei. Draigg, he is definitely a Riser 2.0. With that, Issei teleports to the dimension where they are. He sees Ionava forcing himself on Sona and immediately fires a dragon shot to separate them. Issei, hey, you've been busy. Ionava saw him and was furious that Issei intervened his moment with Sona Citri. Sona Citri on the other hand saw this as a chance to escape. Ionava notices this and captures her. Ionava, where do you think you're going? Sona struggled against his grasp. Sona, let go of me, you bastard. Ionava, I will deal with you later, but for now you stay in that cage I created specifically for you, like a caged bird. Ionova then tosses her in a cage, not caring whether she got hurt or not. Sona tries to escape, but the cage gets locked up and there are 2 undead guards trying to keep her from escaping. Issei, I guess that's his signature ability, Undead Summon. Issei, controlling his fury, let me ask you a question, you two. Do you think the worst person can change? That they can be better than simply if they want to? Ionova, go to hell, you damn dragon. Sona is mine only, Mini. Riser, what are you on about? Issei then starts chuckling. It unnerved the 2 high-class devils. The others were confused as to what is happening. Kiba knows that his anger is beyond what he expected, so much so he is calm, and that is when Issei is considered the most dangerous. Issei, let me ask you a better question. Do you want to have a bad time? Cause if you take another step you will not like what happens next. The devils, being as prideful as they are, take a step forward. Issei then sighs. Issei, well, don't say I did not warn you. With that, the battle begins. Issei decides to dispatch Riser first, since Ionova he wants to save for the last, as he wanted him to be tortured for his actions. Riser, you want to fight, so let us begin. Issei Hyodo. Riser begins charging up his flames to blast Issei Hyodo and throws at him. While Ionova is constantly trying to summon undead creatures to assist Riser, Issei dispatches them with relative ease as he immediately uses his Firestorm ability to burn the undead alive. Riser then shrugs off the undead and fires the blast at Issei. A lot of dust is formed, but Issei comes out unscathed and amused. Issei, was that supposed to hurt you, fried chicken? I must say I am disappointed. Issei was amused at Riser's pathetic attempt at hurting him. Riser was livid that the attack barely did anything to Issei. Issei, you have done your move, now it is my turn. With that, Issei began the beatdown of his life. He initially punched him in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Riser was shocked and angry. He wanted to fight back. But Issei noticed that Ionova was summoning his undead army. He decided to knock him out before dealing with him later. Issei, you stay put, I will deal with you later, Ionova. Ionova was coughing up blood and was trying to recover from his attack. Issei, now then, Riser, shall we continue? Riser, wait, this must happen. The marriage between us pure blood devils. A low-class dragon like you cannot understand that this must happen. Issei, you still don't get it, do you? Why can you not understand that Rias does not love you? She cries when she is near you. She hates you so much that I won't be surprised if she kills you out of sheer hatred. But know this, Riser Phoenix. I will not let you ruin your life. I will not let her suffer, so be gone now. Issei started to begin Riser's punishment. He initially started to erode his healing factor, thus preventing him immediately healing wounds. Riser was shocked at the prevention of his healing factor. Riser, what have you done? What have you done? Issei, destroyed your healing factor. It will come back after a while, but not now. I want you to suffer. Issei then began continuously pounding on him. His teeth started breaking, bones started cracking. Issei then fired a dragon shot in his stomach, making him puke out tons of blood. Riser was unable to keep up with Issei's onslaught. He was unable to do anything to stop the dragon's attacks. Issei pressed the advantage even further by then using his dragon claws. He started to gut Riser with his claws. Riser screamed in agony and pain as Issei did that. He then proceeded to continue his beat down on him. Bones were broken, teeth was shattered, and blood was flying everywhere. Revel, who watched everything as her brother, who was once so strong, was brought to his knees. She came to defend him, but Issei just threw her aside like a fly. She went flying towards a nearby pillar, dazing her for a while. Issei then held Riser by his neck. Issei, now answer me, Riser. Will you hurt or harass women again? Riser, glurg. Issei, now wow. Riser, yes, I will promise to treat everyone with respect. I won't hurt or harass anyone ever again. Now please have mercy. Issei then throws him towards a dazed Revel, who is horrified that her brother was beaten to such a condition. She started to fear this dragon who had brought Riser to his knees, broken his pride like it was nothing. Revel had tears in her eyes seeing her brother in such a condition. Revel, why? Issei, take him away, he needs medical help, don't let him die. Revel just nodded and took him away. He was barely alive, only able to speak as his body was in a broken condition. Issei then turned his attention to Ionova. Ionova was terrified beyond belief. He was not able to do anything to escape. Sona, on the other hand, was shocked at Issei's actions. She sure hated Riser, but even she would not have gone this far. She could only hope that this was her Issei, the man she had loved with all her heart. Ionova tried to summon an undead army, but this only increased Issei's already angry state to a much more ferocious state. He decided now is the time to reveal his sacred gear. Draigg had already approved of it as well. Issei, I have something special for you as well. Boosted gear had appeared on his hand. Do it, Draigg. Welsh Dragon Balance Break. Issei was clad in a red armor with dragonic traits like a tail and scales like appendages all over his body. He had green gems on his entire body, followed with a covered helmet with green eyes. Everyone present was shocked that the one they are dealing with is none other than the fabled Red Dragon Emperor. Sona, Serafal, my fiancé, brother-in-law is the Red Dragon Emperor. The ladies in question were in shock. Ionlava truly felt like he was facing a monster. Issei then rushed towards them and punched him in the ribs, breaking all of them. Ionlava was wheezing in pain as his abilities were completely useless against him. That's when something black appeared on his body. It started to cover him until he was clad in a black goo-like substance. 2 red eyes and a smile had appeared on his body. Issei, oh come on, don't give up, Ionlava. The fun has just started, equals. Issei then used his claws to start ripping Ionlava's whole body. Blood was flying everywhere, flesh was being torn apart. Issei made use of his super strength to break several of his bones, dealing severe damage to his body, dealing severe internal bleeding. Issei then proceeded to use his claws to cause severe internal damage. Ionlava was nothing but a bloody mess, but was still alive. Issei, if you think we are done, then you are wrong. The fun has only begun, equals. That was when Sona came and held him from behind. She was continuously crying on Issei, begging him to come back. Issei stopped and looked at his mate crying. That was when Issei also had tears in Issei's eyes. Even through a hate armor, he still loved and cared for her, and will always love her. Sona, this is not you. Issei, you are not a monster, you are not a murderer, you are better than him. Please come back, cause I cannot live without you, so please come back. I want the man I love back to me. Issei started to break and fight his hate armor. It was like its own entity. Issei, so, Na is the TU. Sona, yes, it is me, the woman you loved with all your heart, so please come back to me. Serafal, Sona, it is working. Issei, you need to fight the hate. It is trying to control you, it is trying to manipulate you. It is only using you for causing chaos and nothing more. It will only want to ruin you completely. So fight it, cause I want my brother back, not this. I know you are a good person at heart, so please don't succumb to hatred. Draigg, partner, they are right, do not give in to it. I have seen you stay on the path of righteousness no matter how hard life tries to push you away from it. Issei started to break free from the hatred. The trio were happy that it worked so well and were happy to get Issei back to them. Issei then looked at Ionlava and was horrified at his mangled corpse. Issei, did I do it? I am a monster. Sona, no, you are not a monster, you never were a monster, you don't deserve to die. It was hate that controlled you. You were not yourself when it took over you, so please stay with me. Serafal saw Issei lie on Sona's body. She was happy that her sister found her keeper. She was eternally grateful to Issei for saving her sister from getting raped by this man. She then focused her attention to Ionlava, who was the cause of the mess to begin with. Serafal, Ionlava Aman, you are hereby put under arrest for the kidnapping of the Citri heiress and will stay in bars until the end of time. You will lose your position as the second son of Avalon, and hereby freeze in coke-itis for the rest of your life. This is the verdict of the Satan Leviathan. Serzex, and she is in full support of me. Satan Lucifer, you have gone too far this time. You will remain in coke-itis for the rest of life. With that, Serafal teleports Ionlava to coke-itis to be frozen for all of eternity. He will never bother anyone in his life again. Issei, Serzex. Serzex, rest, Issei, you have done enough for us. With a genuine smile, you are the reason that our sisters are free from their arranged marriages. Serafal, he is right. Issei, I accept you as my little brother. You have shown enough love for my little sister, and I could not be any more happy than to leave her in your hands. Well then, you guys need to head home. Issei, the others are worried about you. With that, the dimension collapses and Issei and Sona falls on a griffin. They both then head home. Sona, hey, you awake? Issei, yeah, well, and sorry for everything that had happened to you so far. If I was quick enough, he would never have kidnapped you. And Sona, geez, you talk a lot. And please do not apologize, you did so much for me. You listened and even gotten out of your hate for Rias because of me. And for that I will be with you till the end of time, cause I love you and I always will do so. Issei, thanks, Sona, my honey. With that, the ride back home was enjoyable to the duo, with both of them heading home. It was an enjoyable ride for the both of them. With Serzex, Graphia and Serafal. Serzex, you seem pretty happy, Serafal. Serafal, of course, my Sotan found the man she loved with all her heart. Graphia, I never imagined that she of all people would find love. Serzex, yeah, me too. Honestly, I am indebted to Issei. If it was not for him, My sister would have been with Riser for all eternity. Seraphal, and my sister would be that bastard sex slave for all eternity. Graphia, but your parents would be disappointed in the breaking of the marriage. Sirzex, yeah, that's true, but honestly this will allow Rias to find the man she loves with all her heart, although he will have to go through me in order to marry her. Graphia sighs at this while Seraphal chuckles. Sirzex, well then let's go home. Graphia and Seraphal, alright then. With that the trio teleport back to their respective homes. It was then decided that Sona would stay at the Hyodo residence, and Seraphal managed to do the negotiations for Sona Citri to stay in Issei's home. His parents unsurprisingly accepted her to live in their house, and everything was well for everyone involved and life went back to normal. Looks like someone had awakened it once again. Then looks at the scene of Issei fighting against Ionlava. They then had a grin on their face, seeing that there is another soul that had nearly succumbed to their own self-hatred. Issei Hyodo right, the power of hate is a strong weapon, but don't succumb to it, or you will be as bad as the users who use the Juggernaut drive for power. I will be watching you and I will love to see you use it again, when you fall in despair. The entity then vanishes out in this air. It seemed like they saw another soul use hate to overwhelm their opponents. They seem to have taken interest in Issei after all. Scene break. At Hyodo residence 7:30 am. After the fight of Issei with Ionlava and Riser, Issei immediately takes to his house and meets Sona with the rest of the family. The family was very accepting of Sona and his mother pretty much took her to have a sort of girls' talk. Issei then tells everyone about what had happened at the wedding party, and while some were shocked, all of them were eventually happy by the fact that both the girls are safe and sound after all that. Chara on the other hand had a bit of a disturbed expression on her face. When approached by Issei, she explained to him on what hate exactly is and how it triggers and works, since she had also been a victim of it before. Issei knew that this power is similar to his Juggernaut drive and decided to avoid using it, unless absolutely necessary. Issei was reminiscing all the events of what had happened last night. It was one hell of a day for the dragon, but as he noticed he held something, only to realize that he was holding the breast of none other than his first girlfriend Raynare, who had fallen asleep next to him on his hand. Issei was surprised that he had held her breast, but was even more surprised that she was not at all affected by his holding her like that. Raynare, Issei, is it morning already? Issei, yeah, good morning to you too, Ray. Speaking of which, why is Sona sleeping her with me? Raynare, oh yeah, about that, we talked, and since because of the lack of pillows, each of us decided to use your hands as pillows. Issei, that would explain the sudden weight on my body. Sona then wakes up as well. Sona, is it morning? Good morning to you, honey. Issei felt a little warm when hearing from Sona his new nickname, which she started calling him ever since he saved her from getting assaulted by that bastard. Raynare on the other hand was pouting since she never called him by this name, but nevertheless made a determined face that she is never going to lose. That was when a knock was heard on the door. Asuya, Issei, Mom has called us down for food, you coming in? Issei, yo, wait a minute Asuya, we are not ready. Asuya enters the room anyway, on seeing both Raynare and Sona on the bed with him. Issei, this is not what it seems like. Asuya, I will not lose again, not this time. Asuya then starts to remove her clothing as well. Issei sighs as this is something that will always happen no matter what. His life just got a lot more lively with Sona entering into his life as well. On the table, Hyodo residence 8 am. The table was lively as usual with everyone conversing with each other. Mickey, so son, that was an amazing fight, but you kinda went overboard with dealing with them. Issei, yeah, you are right. Sona, so Mom, can my student council come to this house for this evening as we need to discuss something important? Issei, what could that be, Sona? Sona, well, it is about the contract amount each of the members have gathered. It is more like a friendly get-together. Issei, I see, so just like last time, so can Kiba come as well? Sona, I see no problem, but you need to ask Rias to let him in. Issei, alright then, so Mom, you have no problem. Mickey, no sweetie, why would I have no problem with your friends coming over? Issei, alrighty then, well, we got to leave for school or we will be late. Goro, alright then guys, see ya. All five, see ya around Dad, Father. Scene break. The five are enter the school gates at the same time. Thankfully there are not much people present that day. They then notice Saji looking for something. Issei called out to him and he rushed to them. Issei, hey Saji, what's going on? Saji, President, you need to come with us, we need you at the council. Sona, Sai, alright Saji, lead the way. Issei, Hey Saji, wait up. Saji, what is it, Issei? Issei, well, how is your progress going on? You know what I am talking about. Everyone present understood what's going on. Saji, well, I did locate them. They were in my class, Susu. Issei, good job. I believe you will find them in no time, Saji. Saji, alright, thanks bro. Issei, see ya. Asya, is something going on? Issei, well, I gave Saji a task in checking his progress. Asya, I see. They then head towards the classroom where they then sit for their classes. The day was certainly uneventful, with Issei's friends once again trying their luck to get their perverted friend out, but to no avail. Issei having enough runs and hides, letting them pass by him and then escape the other way around. At Kuo Academy, 2:30 p.m. Issei along with Asya and Raynare were sitting on the cantina table. They were having their lunch, along with talking on how things have been so far. Chara joins them as well after a while, since she had to deal with some girls telling her to be careful of the beast known as Issei Hyodo. That was when two girls approached the four people sitting. Issei, Murayama, Keite's fancy seeing you here. Murayama, Hyodo, I would like to talk with you. Issei, well, what is it? Murayama, well, we talked about it, and we would like to apologize to you, Hyodo. Both Murayama and Keite bow towards Issei, shocking the four people present. The two girls that used to beat him till now were now apologizing, and not just apologizing, they were bowing their heads in front of him. Issei was confused as to why they are apologizing, so he decided to ask them. Issei, why are you two apologizing? Murayama, well, it is just that me and Keite along with the other kendo girls used to beat you up before, and sometimes to near death. Plus we never saw you change and tried to turn other girls against you as well, so please forgive us. Issei then stands up and walks towards the other girls. Issei, I forgave you two a long time ago, so please do not apologize, Murayama and Keite. Plus I am equally as guilty in this. After all, before my change I used to peek on you girls without any respect for your privacy, so I apologize for that as well. The girls were shocked by Issei's deep thinking. They knew that this was his true personality beneath his former perverted self, that only his true friends could see, a kind and compassionate man, who was there for the people he cared for with his heart. They truly were wrong in judging this man. Murayama, but... Issei, no buts, I also need to apologize for my former actions towards you, so friends. Murayama, friends, but you need to call me Kaori from now on. Keite, and for me it is Yui. The duo then decide to leave the four to their stuff. Issei, I can't believe what I am hearing. They apologized to me. Wow, this was not something I expected. Chara, to think the two girls that hated your guts are now your friends. Great going, big brother. Asya, even I am shocked too. Things are really different this time around. Raynare, well, what happens for a reason, and in our case it happened for the best. They all knew what she was saying was correct. They then split up, with Asya and Issei heading towards a different class while the other two were going to the other class. That was when Asya and Issei spotted Kiba. Kiba, hi guys. Issei, hey Kiba. Issei and Kiba bro fist, while Asya happily greets him. Kiba, I never got to properly meet you, Asya. It's been a while. Asya, that is correct, Kiba. It has been a while indeed. So how is everything in this new timeline? Kiba, everything is going so well so far, but I guess all good things do come to an end. Asya, well, what do you mean? Kiba, you guys know what time it is then. Issei, wait, you don't mean? Kiba nodded. Issei and Asya felt bad for Kiba. After all, it is the time of Kokobile and Valper to show up. They both knew that this has brought up the memories of his time as the victim of the infamous Holy Sword project, which had killed his comrades, that had sacrificed their lives in order for him to survive the day. If it was not for them, he would have been dead a long time ago. He owes them their lives and will avenge them by destroying the ones responsible for their demise, no matter the timeline. Issei, on noticing Kiba's sad smile, decided to invite him to their house. Kiba, well, I would love to, but Rias. Issei, fret not, I will speak to her. Kiba, please try not to kill her. Issei, fret not, I do not hate her that much to murder her. I would be no better than those old Satan fools then. Kiba chuckled, and the duo then headed to their classes. That was when the principal of the academy had specifically requested for Issei Hyodo to show up. Issei then decided to head towards the principal's office, but he received the biggest shock of his life to see who his principal is, or at least his new principal. Well, hey, Issei Hyodo, or should I say the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei was not expecting her of all people to show up. He knew this was Venelina Gremory, the mother of Surzek's Lucifer and Rias Gremory, to show up. He did not expect she was the principal of the school, or at least the new principal of the school. Issei had a gut feeling on why is she here. After all, she was one of the few people that would get saddened at the fall of the engagement of Raynare and Rias. But in the previous timeline she had accepted Rias's love for Issei. If she would have known of her daughter's actions in the previous timeline, then she would not have been able to take it, and might have tortured her daughter to death for her actions, given that Venelina is known to be a sadistic devil that even Surzek used to fear. But she has been like a mother to Issei, a second mother in fact to him, so he decided to not tell her of her daughter's actions, at least not yet. Issei, may I know who are you? Venelina, oh my, it looks like they did not tell everyone then. Well, my name is Venelina Gremory, the new principal of this school. Issei, Gremory, are you related to Venelina? Rias, oh, she is my daughter. I guess you know her, after all you are the one to save her from her marriage. Issei, I see, so how did you become the principal? Venelina, well, the old one resigned because he found a new job opportunity, and since my husband is a part of the committee that manages the college curriculum, I got this job and the rest is history. Issei, alright then, may I know what you want to talk about? Venelina, you did kinda break the marriage between Raynare and Rias. May I know your reason for doing so? Issei, it is simple. Since you know that I am the Red Dragon Emperor, then you must know what dragons cherish then. Venelina nodded. Issei then smiled. Issei, good then. Well, Rias despised Raynare so much that she would have done anything, and I mean anything, to get out of this marriage. Venelina was shocked on what Issei had said. She did not know that her daughter was that desperate to get out of this marriage. If she had not imposed the marriage on her, then none of this would have happened. Both her and her son had love marriages, and even she knew that a marriage run by hate would break no matter what happens. Venelina, well, did she hurt anybody in sort of desperation? Issei, well, she did. My parents, more like hypnotized them only. But I reached there before any harm was done to them. She even apologized to me after that as well. Venelina was shocked. She knew that this was her and her husband's fault. They both should never have imposed this marriage on her. It was their fault, along with the elders persuading and imposing the arranged marriages of heirs so that pure-blooded devils can be born. Venelina, I want to apologize then for my daughter's actions towards you and your family. Venelina bows towards Issei. Issei, please do not apologize, Ms. Gremory, it is not your fault. Your daughter is old enough to decide her actions, and even she apologized for what she did, and I did forgive her, at least 60% as of now. Venelina, thanks, I am glad you don't hate my daughter or us for her actions. Issei, I do not and I never will, so please do not worry. Venelina, well, you need to go to class. Thanks for your time, Mr. Hyodo. Issei, please, Ms. Gremory, you may call me Issei. Venelina, in that case you can call me Venelina when in private, and Principal Ma'am in public. Issei, can I call you Mother? Venelina, why? Issei then remembers that she forgot everything. Issei, no reason, I am sorry, please forget what I just said. Issei then runs out of the room. While Venelina is contemplating her choices, she needs to talk to her husband about what happened, and as well talk to Rias about her actions, and she needs to be a little strict with her to at least prevent this from happening ever again. She did not want the Red Dragon Emperor to be their enemy. Venelina also wondered why Issei wanted to call her mother. With Issei. Issei, ugh, why does this always happen to me? Why do I get hurt when I least expect it? Draigg, it is not your fault. These are the side effects of a reset. Issei, I do not understand. How can she not remember anything? Trahixa, news flash, this is the price of resetting the timeline. That is why I never do it again, lest you want people to forget you again. Issei, sigh, you guys are right, but I can rebuild a relation once again. Draigg, that's the Issei I know. Now let's go, the others are waiting. Issei then catches up with Asia and she tells her that they needed to go to the Orc building to convince Kiba to come with them. At the Orc building, 3:30 p.m. Issei enters the building. Thankfully everyone is there to talk about it. Rias, Issei, Asia, what brings you two here? Issei, well, we have a request. Rias, alright then, go ahead. Issei, can Kiba come to my house today? We have a small get-together, so can he be free for the night? Rias, well, say no more. Kiba Koneko can take up your job for the day. Kiba, well, thanks, President. Rias, is there something else also? Issei, I want to tell you something. Rias, what is it? Issei, your mother is the new principal of this school now. Rias nearly coughed on her tea. Akeno's jaw dropped. Kiba looked at Issei for answers, who was speechless. Koneko, who was nearly stoic, had dropped her sweets, and Asya, who had a normal expression, was now sweating. Rias, Issei, please tell me this is not true. Issei, I am afraid it is. Rias. Rias, well, there goes my college life down the drain. Rias started sulking. Her mother being in this school was the last thing she expected to be here. Initially Sarah Fall had joined in as the teacher, but now her mother is the principal of this school. Now who is next? Her father. Akeno. But how did this happen? Issei. Issei. I also just came to know a few hours ago only. She became the principal just today only. She told me that the old principal had left the job because of a better job prospect. After that she got the job thanks to her husband, and the rest is history. Akeno. I see. Oh, Rias. Akeno started chuckling at Rias's troubles. Asya looked at Issei for answers, who was equally confused at what happened just now. Asya, so what now? Issei. Issei, when I first met her, she did not seem that bad. In fact, she was nice. Maybe this may not be as bad as we are assuming. Rias, well, I hope so. Issei. With that, Asya, Kiba and Issei leave the orc room and building and head towards Issei's house. They catch up with Raynare and Chara, who are informed about the news, and the duo were surprised but nonetheless accepted it quickly. Scene break. At the Hyoto residence, 8:30 p.m. Sona, so is everyone here? All members of the stucco, yes. Sona, so alrighty then, the contract list for this month. Tsubaki, 31. Momo, 19. Rhea, 17. Tsubasa, 15. Tomo, 14. Ruroko, 11. Saji, 9. Since you are here, Kiba, you will also get your contract check reviewed for this month. Kiba, 13. Saji, ah man, lowest again. Looks like I got to go for a higher goal then. I will surpass you all when the time comes. Issei, I know you can do it. Saji, work harder. Saji, thanks bro. Sona smiled at Saji's determination. She is happy that she is not forcing him to work harder. Issei is actually a motivation for Saji to push himself harder. She is happy that the others and Saji see Issei as a big brother figure. That was when Issei's mother brings in 2 albums. Mickey, does anyone want to see Issei as a child? Mum, don't. The album was opened. Both Sona and Raynare were blushing at a child version of Issei. Even the others had amused expression, either looking at his childhood photos or looking at Issei's embarrassed face. Saji and Kiba felt pity for Issei, since they would have also been embarrassed if their childhood photos were shown to everyone around. Chara also was curious about Issei's past, while Asya was unsurprised given that she had seen the photos beforehand. Saji, must be good reliving your childhood. The girls, pointing to Raynare and Sona, are currently enjoying them. Issei, yeah, that is something that I do not want to show them. That was when Kiba saw something that had reminded him of the incident. Kiba, hey Issei, you still have that? Issei, oh yeah, I don't know why, I should have burned that image when I got the chance. Issei remembered her betrayal, the one he least expected to betray him. He wanted to burn the image and destroy its existence once and for all. Kiba, on sensing his anger, kept his hand on him. Issei calmed down after a while. Kiba, maybe fate has its own twisted way of reminding people different things. Issei, you got that right bro. That was when Sona's phone was ringing. Sona, oh hello Rias. What? Issei, she wants to speak to you. Issei, for me, okay. Issei then takes her phone. Issei, oh hey Rias, what's up? Rias, I have a request for you. Issei, okay then tell me, what is it that you want? Rias, well, there is someone that would like to meet you. Since Kiba could not come due to his day off, he has specifically called the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, oh I see, well, inform him that I will be there by tonight. Rias, very well then, I shall inform him. Issei then cuts the phone and gives it back to Sona. Sona, so what did she want? Issei, well, there is this person who specifically wants to meet me, so I told her that I will be meeting him tonight. You do not mind? Sona, no, I do not mind, plus he seems kind of important, so you should go. Issei, alrighty then. Sona, well then the meeting has ended, you may all go back to your homes now. The student council and Kiba, alright then. They all leave the house, leaving Sona, Issei, Asya, Chara and Raynare as the only occupants in this room. Raynare, do you have to really go tonight? Raynare did not want Issei to go. She wanted to sleep with him, but since he is going for the night, this may not happen. Issei, worry not my dear, I will be back before bedtime. Issei keeps his hand on Raynare's head, who was enjoying it. Issei then noticed Asya pouting and gave her a head pat as well. Then he noticed Sona looking at him like a lost little girl. Issei, Sona, come here, do you want some too? Sona, no, I don't want. Issei saw her expression and was amused. He then proceeded to move his hand from Raynare and head pat her as well. Sona enjoyed every single moment of it and was cherishing herself in Issei's hand and was in bliss. He was happy that he was able to keep the girls happy no matter what. Issei, alright girls, I gotta go, but I will be back. Chara, alright, see you later big brother. Issei then leaves the girls at his room to meet this mysterious person who wanted to meet him. Issei, alright guys, if my hunch is correct, we are gonna meet him it looks like, even the coordinates are same. Draigg, it has been a while since I have seen him. Draigg, oh this is gonna be good, a reunion after a while. Issei, well then let's go and meet you sensei. Issei then leaves to the location to meet his sensei. With Kiba. Kiba was seen walking in the alleyway where he saw a priest running for his life. Kiba, what the? Priest, please save me. But before Kiba could do anything he was slashed by someone familiar yet evil beforehand. Man, you are so boring, che, not even worth my time. Then looks at Kiba and has a smile, a evil and sadistic one. Looks like it is my lucky day, a devil going home. Kiba, freed Selzen. Kiba definitely remembered him, from his past timeline, after all he was the one to kill him in that timeline. Freed, oh I am gonna gut you and then kill you ha 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 ha. Freed then removes a blade from his coat, revealing it to be Excalibur. Kiba's hatred is ignited once again. Kiba, Excalibur. Freed, so a devil like you recognizes this weapon, good, this makes it much easier for me to kill you. Kiba, well then let's dance. Kiba then dashes using his sword and parries with Kiba. However this time Kiba had an advantage with the knowledge coupled in the past timeline along with his durability training. He gave Freed a hard time, even overwhelming him easily. Freed, damn it, why don't you just die you damn devil? Kiba, sorry, I do not plan on dying today you false failed wielder. Freed, damn you. That was when Freed got a call. Freed, hello, ya alright? Freed keeps his phone. Freed, well I would love to dance but I gotta go see ya. But do not worry, we will meet again. Freed uses a flash bomb to escape before Kiba could react. Kiba, damn it, I let him escape, I need to inform President about this. Scene break. Two people are entering a church, they seem like exorcists. They visit the church again as it brought some memories back to one of the entities. So why are we here again? 2. Well, we need to meet the devils in charge and an old friend of mine. You mean that childhood friend of yours? 2. Yeah, it has been a while since I have seen him. I wonder what are you doing Issei right now? 2 then shows a photo, the same photo that Issei had at his house and was seen by Kiba. 2. I miss him. We will meet him, do not worry, but let us finish this mission. 2. Right. Apartment complex, 8:30 p.m. Issei had successfully reached the mystery man's apartment complex who had wanted to meet him. Issei had a slight idea of who this man was in the past life. There was only one faction leader that cared for him like a father. That was the reason he had such a good life in the underworld. Issei, well here we are. Draigg, about time then. Issei then heads towards the building number and apartment number since he was aware that he would have no reason to change, and he was right. Once he entered inside, a man with golden bangs and was wearing a yukata had opened the door. So you finally made it, Dragon Boy. Issei, still with that tacky nickname Azazel Sensei. Azazel, so you remember? Issei, yes I do, how could I forget you Azazel Sensei? Azazel, I am not your teacher Issei, not yet at least. Issei, I see. Azazel then takes him inside and immediately embraces him. Azazel, I missed you kiddo. Issei, crying, I miss you too sensei. Azazel consoles him and tells him. Azazel, so we have a lot to catch up Issei. Issei, wiping his tears, I have a lot to tell you, a lot to inform you, about the changes. Azazel, well then we can talk about it, let's have a drink. Issei, alright then. Issei then informs him about Raynare being his girlfriend. Azazel makes a you serious face. Azazel, what, how, didn't she kill you before? Issei, yes she did sensei. But this time she actually fell in love with me and I did fall for her. I will love her until the very end. Azazel, wow, maybe I did the right choice keeping her away from Kokabeel. After all he was the one turning my orders into killing the sacred gear hosts. Speaking of which, how are Draigg and Draigg doing? The boosted gear appears on Issei's left hand, the gem glows. Draigg, we are doing fine. Azazel, I am just happy to receive the same host in this timeline. Traigg, well, settling in a dragon does not sound like a bad idea. I am enjoying myself for once, experiencing the world without being feared or hunted. Issei, well, I always knew that Kokobile had a hand in making Raynare who she was back then, but thanks sensei for preventing her from falling down a dark path this time. Azazel, it is no biggie. After all, I managed to prevent you from turning into a devil. Speaking of devils, how is Rias Gremory this time? Issei, considering how bad she was back then with her deception, I will say that she was much better than what she was before. I mean, she was honest and was behaving like the Rias Gremory like I always saw her as. Azazel, considering your perversion, I thought you would have been head over heels by now. Issei, about that. Azazel, what happened? Draigg, Issei is not a pervert anymore. Azazel was shocked would be an understatement. He never thought that someone who was perverted enough to make even a heavenly dragon cry is no longer a pervert. Azazel, I definitely need a drink after this. Issei, oh boy, then you are gonna need a lot of drinks, cause there are a lot, and I mean a lot of changes sensei that have happened. Azazel, well, what are we waiting for then? Shall we begin then? Issei then proceeds to tell him about everything from his engagement to Sona Citri, to his sister being Chara Dreamer turned Chara Hyodo, meeting Asya and preventing her death, the opinion around him in the school from changing, him training the Gremory peerage to Riser using deception to win, his fight to Iolava and Riser, him nearly succumbing to hate, Sona helping him free from his self-hatred to completely restarting his dream of Harem King, Murayama and Kates apologizing, and finally Venelina being the new principal of the Kuo Academy. Azazel, well, looks like I gotta be careful being the teacher now that she is the principal. Issei, yeah? Azazel, speaking of which, I have a feeling on how you felt to hate. Issei, well, go on. Azazel, considering their actions in the past timeline as well as Iolava and Riser's actions were the ones that started triggering your hate cycle. As a result, when you started bottling it up, you were basically a ticking time bomb, and that devil was the trigger resulting in you being consumed by it. Thankfully Sona brought it out, otherwise you would have been another victim. Usually determination souls are the targets of hate, given that they usually suffer the most, and human souls have fell in their own self-hatred before. This made them into beings that even gods feared as a result. In other words, hate is similar to Juggernaut Drive but on a slightly weaker scale and no life drain issue. Issei, I see. Issei dreaded this new form of his. It reminded him of the Juggernaut Drive where he nearly tore apart the underworld due to Asya's death at the hands of Shelba Beelzebub. He knew that he must avoid using that form ever again no matter what happens. Azazel, alright, enough sad talk. Since you have gotten rid of your perversion, what is your new interest now? Issei, video games and memes. Azazel had stars in his eyes like a little kid. He then went inside a room and showed him all the consoles he had collected, from the SNES to the infamous Wii U, all the Xbox as well as all the PlayStations. Issei was shocked at Azazel's collection, so much so that it had made him his jaw drop. Issei, wow, every single console on the market. Azazel, that's not all. He then opened shelves of nothing but games for all the consoles. He had every single game for all the consoles, every Mario game, every COD game, every Gears of War game, every Sonic game, every FIFA game. Issei had no words. He knew that Azazel was a collector, but this is something even he could not imagine. Azazel, speaking of which, what is your favorite game? BTW. Issei, it is Five Nights at Freddy's. Azazel, well, that's a good choice indeed. Well, what do you want to know? Issei, who do you think Purple Guy's identity is? Azazel, my guess is William Afton. Issei, hold up, wasn't it Phone Guy before? Azazel, nah student, it was always William Afton. The guy is a psycho, keeps coming back from the dead just to kill some kids. I just wish that I had such power, it would have been in handy. Issei, speaking of which, I pranked Sona and Tsubaki by putting them in FNAF 1-like setting. Azazel, well, does she know or her sister know? Issei, nope, she would kill me if she knows. Azazel, good point, how was their experience? Issei, well, they surprisingly knew what they needed to do in dealing with Bonnie and Chica, like closing the doors before they enter and attack them. They were wondering why these animatronics are hell-bent on killing them. They did not even notice the power, and eventually the battery died down. Azazel, oh shit. Issei, Freddy showed up, Toreador March started playing. After a while they both got jump scared. They were clinging to each other for their lives and begging Lord Freddy please spare us. Azazel was laughing like a hyena at this. He could only imagine the stoic and serious Sona Citri begging for mercy and the possible expression on Freddy on what the hell are they doing. Issei. After which I teleported them to the student council and the rest is history. Azazel, oh I see. Issei, so is there something else you want to talk about? Azazel, oh Kokabeel is making his move, just like last time. I wanted to tell you so that you could tell Sirzex about that. He is going to target the heiresses Sona and Rias. He even stole the Excaliburs to try to provoke the angels. Issei was angry but kept calm as he was aware that this happened before. He knew that he needed to fight Kokabeel at some point in this timeline as well. Issei, so what is the plan? Azazel, if they are not able to handle it, I will be sending him to handle things. Issei, speaking of him, how are he and his team doing? Azazel, well they are a part of the Cows Brigade but this time as spies. Vala and the others really miss you. Issei, I miss them too, especially Kuroka. Azazel, oh yeah, she was gonna come to your house. Thankfully Vala and the others restrained that horny cat before she could get targeted due to her stray status. Issei, well at least she has not changed even now. Azazel, well look at the time, your girls and parents must be worried about you. Issei looks at the time, and it is 11 p.m. Issei, alright then see ya. Azazel, see ya around kiddo. Issei then leaves and teleports for his house. Scene break. The next day. Sona Citri is heading toward her peerage when she saw two girls in church outfits heading their way. A blue-haired girl and an orange pig-tailed girl heads their way before telling them their real intentions in this town. Sona then heads home, to which they saw that the girls were heading towards Issei's house. Sona began to question them. Sona, what the hell are you two doing here? 2. That is the same question I would like to ask you. I am afraid to say this but your childhood friend might be associated with the devils here. 2. But still, my friend is still my friend but that remains unchanged. We would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Zenobia Quarta. 2. My name is Irina Shidu, and we are both exorcists that are from the Church of Vatican. Sona, very well, my name is Sona Citri, the current heiress to the House of Citri, and one of the two kings of this town. I said that we will discuss about this tomorrow in the student council when both heiresses are available, so you did not need to come to the place where I was staying. Irina, oh we did not know you were staying here. I came here to meet my childhood friend. Sona, by any chance is your childhood friend Issei Hyodo? Irina, how did you come to know? Sona, so I was right, just a hunch. That must mean you are the girl in that photo, so she is the one Issei hates. It must be for a good reason. Sona, alright let's go in then. Sona opens the door, and she was greeted by Issei's mother Miki, who was shocked and angry that the girls dare step foot in her house after what they did to Issei, but kept her calm given that things might be different this timeline. Plus she promised Issei that she would not make a decision without telling him. Miki, who are you dear? Irina, MS, Hyodo, didn't you recognize me? I am Irina Shida. Miki, by any chance are you Tuji Shida's daughter? Irina, yes that I am. Miki, alright then come on and Issei might be surprised to see you. Oh I just hope he does not go full murder spree on these two girls. With Issei, Asya, Raynare and Chara. Issei, well that was one hell of a day today. I just hope Sona reached home today. Asya, I just want to head home and sleep for a while, I am tired. Chara, just hang in there for a while we will reach home in no time. Raynare was quiet but even she was tired. High school can be mentally tiring after all. Azazel had suggested her to be in the school to watch Issei after she told him that it would be the best way to watch over him. He would be paying the tuition fees after all. Issei then opens the door and enters inside. He sees his mom outside bringing in snacks. He had a feeling it is them given that it is about time. Chara also knew that it was them, those two girls that had betrayed her brother previously, while Raynare and Asya were a bit oblivious. Issei enters inside only to be greeted by Irina. Issei almost felt repulsed by her very existence. Irina on seeing Issei like this could only imagine what has happened to her childhood friend in her absence. Asya and Chara were shocked and looked upon these girls in pure hatred as they knew what they did back then. Sona, oh hey guys you came. Issei, hey Han, what's up? Irina's heart sank when she heard Issei call Sona Han. She knew that the devil and her childhood friend were now close. While Zenobia was glaring at Gang in pure hatred, Issei on noticing the hate decided to redirect his aura towards her and causing her to fear the man in front of him. If she tried anything, he will not hesitate to strike her down. Zenobia then decided to stay calm as to not piss off the dragon anymore. Irina, Issei, why did you call her honey? Issei, well, because we are officially engaged. Zenobia, then I must take you down since you are so close with the devil and kill this devil. Issei, I would like to see you try, exorcist. Zenobia and Issei were glaring at each other. Mickey feared this might happen. Sona and the other girls tried to calm the duo down. Irina decided to force Zenobia behind before things might get worse. Irina, Zenobia, calm down. Sorry about that, she is a little hot-headed. Issei, yeah, I can see that. So Irina, it was nice meeting you, so may I show you the door? Irina was confused as to why Issei wanted them out, but nevertheless complied given that they had to leave anyway. Mickey, Issei. Issei, what they did threaten me and Sona. Mickey sighed. She knew that was not the only reason Issei wanted Irina out. It was because they had betrayed him and even discarded his friendship just because he was a pervert. Nevertheless, if they saw beyond his perversion, they could see a man that would do anything to keep his loved ones happy and safe. Irina, well, I will take my leave. It was nice meeting you, Ms. Hyodo, Issei. Issei only looked away since he did not want to see her again. Zenobia, let's leave, Irina. Tomorrow is a big day after all. Irina had a sad face but nevertheless left. She did not understand why Issei did not want her here. She thought he would be happy seeing her here, but now she wondered why he hated her. Raynare, that was kinda harsh, Issei. I don't know why you hate her. Issei, it just brings bad memories, Ray. But don't worry, I will tell you when I am ready. Raynare, alright babe, I trust you. Raynare then goes to Asya and Chara to find out what is troubling her boyfriend so much. She wants to help him. She had never seen him like this, so she knows that he has a good reason of hiding it. Issei, on seeing her going, decides to go with her. Raynare, hey Asya, Chara, can I talk to you too? Asya, yeah Ray, what is it? Raynare, why does Issei hate them so much that he does not want to be around them? Asya's heart sank. She did not want to tell her what she did in the previous timeline. She might not be able to take it. Chara, on the other hand, had a neutral yet sad expression. Those memories hurt her brother, even now, even though they are from a different timeline. Asya, well, it is so bad that he wants to desperately want to forget it. He has a good reason for not telling you. Give him time, he will tell you. Chara, Ray, those memories still haunt my big brother even now. He wants to forget them, but his nightmares keep haunting him over and over again. Raynare, I see. Issei, Ray, I told you I will tell you when the time is right. Raynare, on seeing him, is shocked. She started to fear about their relation getting affected like this. Raynare, but Issei, I know that you are worried for me, but please don't ask about that. I don't want to remember her. I just want to forget her as much as possible. So please, I will tell you when the time is right. Raynare started tearing up. Raynare, crying, I want to help you, Issei. Please, you have not been the same ever since those two show up. I want to be there for you always. I want to keep you happy. Issei, you want to keep my happy. Issei then holds Raynare towards him. Issei, stay by my side always. Please do not leave me and let me hold you for a while. Raynare could sense the fear in his voice. She knew something bad happened, so she held Issei just like that. If it keeps him happy, then she does not mind at all. Raynare, alright babe, if it keeps you happy. That was when Sona comes in. Issei and Raynare separate. Sona, alright guys, what did I miss? Issei, nothing. Sona glared at Issei but nevertheless ignored. Sona, alright, I am going to sleep, you three coming? Issei, hey wait up, the bed is not big enough to handle all four of us. Chara, a little help here. Chara, bye, enjoy big brother. Chara left Issei to the girls. She was happy that she was sleeping alone on her bed from now on, while Issei was left to sleep with his three girlfriends. Scene break. At the top of apartment complex's roof. Azazel, fresh air, so you decided to join me, Vala. A man in white armor comes in and sits next to Azazel. Vala, Azazel, you called me. Azazel, yes I did. Vala, I want you to handle Kokabeel, if they fail. Valley, so just like the last timeline. Azazel, correct. Speaking of timelines, I met Issei. Vala did a spit take. Vala, when, how, why did you not call me? Azazel, relax battle maniac. We were just chatting about some gaming stuff, no perverted stuff. Valley, so did he stop being a pervert? Azazel, yeah, just hoped it was for a different reason. Valley, you better not tell Kuroka about this, she will go horn dog on him. Azazel, yeah, I know how you guys struggled in stopping her. Vala then remembered that it had taken his, Arthur's and Biko's strength and the fate placing seals just to keep her in check. Vala, Shisha wanted to fight him, just to see how strong he is. Azazel, your time will come, but now stay put. Vala, alright. Scene break. The next day, Student Council Room 12 p.m. The devils were sitting on one side, the orc was sitting on the left side of the room, the Student Council and Asya were sitting on the north side of the room, the exorcists were sitting on the south side of the room. Rias, so what does two exorcists want to do with us? Zenobia, well, we want you to stay out of our business and let us handle this. Sona, why, what is the issue, Miss Corta? Irina, I will explain. Out of the 7 Excaliburs, 4 had been stolen. You see, when the original Excalibur was broken, it created 7 pieces with 4 of them now stolen. Sona, I see, so that is why you wanted to meet us, for our help. Zenobia, if you think that, devil, then you are wrong. We want you to stay out of the way, or else. Sona, or else what? Rias and Sona had raised their aura. Issei sighed as he knew that Zenobia was always hot-headed. He knew that she had provoked many people before. But before things could get out of hand, Irina stopped her. Irina, Zenobia, not this again. Sorry about that, she is hot-headed, she gets into fights. We only ask you to keep out of this. Since this is a church matter, please let us handle this. Rias, I see. Zenobia, we also know who stole the swords. It was Kokabil. He is the one who currently has the swords. Saji, who is Kokabil? Issei, one of the fallen angel general. Well, let's just say he is a warmonger. Saji, okay. Zenobia, I thought you wouldn't mind to destroy the Excaliburs, so I assumed that you would work with the fallen angels, given that you would do anything to destroy the Excaliburs. Rias, I would never sully the name of Lucifer by working with the fallen angels. Sona, same with me, I would never work with Kokabil. Zenobia, well, thanks for your time. Zenobia and Irina then leave. That was when they noticed both Raynare and Asya. Zenobia, aren't you the fallen Raynare and the witch Asya? They both heard that and started sulking. Issei, on hearing this, was getting angry. He was not gonna let her insult his 2 mates. Irina, yeah, it is them. Both, yes, we are. Zenobia, do you two still believe in God? Irina, Zenobia, I highly doubt that they do. Zenobia, no, there are some that still believe in God, so do you two still believe in God? Asya, yes, I do. Raynare, I have not forgotten about God, I still pray to him. Zenobia, then in the name of God, I shall execute you. But before she could do anything, Issei rushes her and gives a fierce punch to the stomach. Zenobia coughs up blood. She could not understand how this human was this faster than an eye could see. However, before she could react, Issei grabbed her throat and lifted her. He began choking her. Issei, you got some nerve of not only insulting Asya and Raynare, but threatening their lives and outright trying to hurt them. How dare you? Irina, Issei put her down. Issei in response shot a glare to her, silencing her. Issei, apologize right now. Issei's eyes start to glow red. Zenobia started to feel fear. She knew that this is someone she should not have messed with. Zenobia, never. Issei tightens the grip. The chokehold increases and Zenobia can barely breathe. Issei, apologize now. Sona, Issei, please listen to me. It is not worth hurting these fanatics. Hurting them is not who you are. Do not do this. Issei's eyes turn back to normal, and he releases her. Zenobia, you will pay for this heretic. Issei, I don't give a damn about you or your beliefs. You can take them and shove it down wherever you want to. The concept of church is based on forgiveness. If you cannot bring that to fruition in forgiving Asya and Raynare, then you are as good as a government, a corrupt one in fact. Asya and Raynare are good people, worthy of being holy maiden and angel respectively, at least more than you. You are nothing but a crazy fanatic who is trying to show that they are superior just because they believe in some god. Zenobia, are you challenging the church? Issei, if it means to protect the people I love or care about, then I will strike you down. Kiba, good, then you might consider a small spar. Zenobia, who are you? Kiba, your senior. Rias and Sona sighed. They knew that this was going to happen given their aggressive natures. They decide to allow this to happen. Outside the orc building, 6 p.m. The girls remove their cloaks and reveal their swords, Excalibur Destruction and Excalibur Mimic respectively. Kiba summons his sword while Issei prepares his claws. It was decided that Kiba would fight Zenobia and Issei towards Irina. Issei had a sort of evil grin. Draigg, oh not good. Drahixa, come on Draigg, this is where the fun begins, summons Popcorn, want some? Draigg, with a deadpan expression, alright, this better be cheese flavored. Issei then cracks his knuckles. Irina decides to ask him a question. Irina, why do you hate us and the church? Issei, well, you did threaten me and my friends, and as far as I am concerned, nobody threatens my family, and I never did threaten the church. That's what your partner thinks, Irina. Irina, I see. Irina then uses Excalibur Mimic to strike Issei, but he only catches that with her hand. Irina, no way. Issei, yes way. Issei then punches Irina square in the face, nearly breaking her nose. He then kicks her upwards. Irina tries to react but is unable to do so as Issei holds both his fists and slams it down on her stomach. Issei, too slow. Irina falls to the ground coughing up blood. Zenobia sees her partner in pain. Zenobia, Irina. Kiba, your fight is with me. Zenobia, I will deal with you later. Zenobia tries to go to her friend to help her. Kiba and Issei look at each other, and not understanding what they need to do next, Issei summons the boosted gear and transfers some power to him. Kiba, sword birth. Kiba does the same move in the last timeline, however this was to cover any ground or mode of escape, forcing Irina and Zenobia to move to a spot where there are no swords, just like the Kiba and Issei predicted. Issei then came from above and slammed both his fists, knocking them through the swords, severely giving them several cuts and sword wounds. It was a coordinated plan of the duo, and it worked well. It resulted in the church duo being defeated. The end result was that the exorcists would consider calling the devils for help if things go sideways. Issei and Kiba brofist after their successful victory. Issei then looks at the church duo. Issei, just leave you two, I don't want to see you again. Irina was in tears seeing the sheer change in her childhood friend given that he once cared for her. Irina, controlling her tears, why Issei, why do you hate me so much? What did I do to you? What did I do to deserve this? Rias and the others were surprised at the coordination Issei and Kiba showed, but nevertheless Rias was happy that Kiba has gotten a friend. Sona was amused at the sheer tactful brain Issei had in dealing with the situation. Issei knew that Kiba would go to hunt the Excaliburs, but he had managed to convince him to stay back since he knew that him being a stray would not benefit anyone. Issei told him that he would tell him when his chance would come to destroy the Excaliburs. On seeing Issei's hostility towards the church duo, some were confused as to why does her hate the church so much, except for those that remember the past timeline. They knew why Issei hated these two so much, given that Irina not only had discarded their past friendship but had proceeded to cheat on him with a look-alike. Sona was the first to ask. Sona, may I know your hostility towards the duo? Issei, well, they did try to insult you as well as try to hurt Azazel and Raynare, even though they still prayed and respected God. One of the virtues of the church is based on forgiveness. If they cannot perform that, then I do not see those priests as followers of God. Instead, I see them as a cult trying to spread their beliefs. The others considered his statement as a bit harsh, but knew that his words hold the truth very well, considering that the church attacks towards the other factions have been aggressive as of late. They needed to tread carefully so as to not provoke a war. Issei, alright, I'ma head home, I am kinda tired. Issei decides to call it a day and heads home. The others soon follow. Issei then takes Chara and Azazel and tells them something. Issei, guys, I have decided to tell Raynare and Sona about the past timeline and my experiences with it. Azazel, Issei, are you sure? They may not be able to take it. Issei, I would have to tell them someday, and it would be best if I confess them and tell them everything right now. Chara, I see, secrets should not be kept from lovers. Issei, I hope you understand, Azazel. Azazel nodded her head and responded. Azazel, I believe in what Chara says, she is right, secrets must not be kept from the people you love. But let's just hope that they can handle it. Issei, I believe they can. Issei and the other two decide to head home. There they inform their parents about what Issei is going to do and they both accept it. It was only a matter of when he would decide to tell them. Issei decided to call both Sona and Raynare downstairs given that it is an important matter. Sona, so what is it, Issei? Issei, it is about time to tell you about my darkest secret. Sona and Raynare knew that this was important given the tone in Issei's voice. They decided to take a seat and patiently listen. Issei, alright, so do the two of you know of my soul traits? Both nodded their head in refusal. Issei then activates their soul trait. It was a red heart shape. Both understood this was the soul was that of determination. Sona, being the smarter one, understood and asked. Sona, so Issei, did you perform a? Issei, true reset, yes I did. Sona was shocked as to what must have drove him to completely reset the timeline. She dreaded to know the answer. Sona, may I know why you did it? Issei, I will, but no one must know about this. I will tell the faction leaders myself. Issei then proceeds to account for every single event that had happened in the previous timeline. From his death at the hands of Raynare, to his reincarnation as a devil's servant of her best friend Rias Gremory. Him fighting Riser to free Rias from Riser falling in love with Rias and the other girls, the Kokabile situation, the peace treaty after fighting a few more enemies from Loki to Saw to Draigg, after falling into a near coma because of fighting the apocalyptic beast, after which the Rias and her girls accept Roswies and Asia betrays him and sleeps with other men including Irina, who did not hesitate to abandon him and discard him without a second thought. He then encounters both Draigg and Chara, who would tell them about this information. After telling about certain loved ones who stayed with him till the very end, Issei committed the reset, with only those said people remembering the previous timeline. Sona and Raynare was shocked and depressed given that their lover had gone through so much. Raynare was the most affected from this revelation, as she could not even imagine the possibility of hurting Issei, let alone killing him. She wanted to go back and punch the living hell out of this counterpart for hurting her boyfriend. Sona, on the other hand, was also not taking this news too well. She couldn't even expect Rias to do such a heinous action to betray someone and use them as a tool. Needs cruelty and apathy, which Rias, or at least the Rias of this timeline, was not capable of doing such a thing. Sona, on the other hand, wanted to punish Rias, or at least slap the shit out of her peerage, except Kiba. She was also aware that his heart would break if he knew about his sister's actions, so she decided to not tell the leaders until Issei decides the time is right, but for now agreed to keep quiet. Both couldn't take it in and decided to embrace Issei while crying their hearts out. Raynare, crying, "I am so sorry, Issei, for what she did. I would never do that to you. She does not deserve you." Raynare constantly kept crying at what she knew was a possible alternate of hers. She knew why Issei did not want to tell her about the secret. Even she would have wanted to desperately want to forget if her past self did such an heinous action to the one she loved. Betrayal towards someone she loved requires cruelty and psychopathy. She may be a fallen angel, but she had a heart. Issei had held her tightly as she constantly cried on his chest. She wanted to stay by his side, but now she was not even sure that would be possible, or not. Issei now realized that she truly was not the same Raynare. Not even a small trace of her remained in this new person. Issei had embraced her in return, knowing that she truly loved him no matter what. "Issei, please do not cry, Ray. It was not your fault for what she did. The past Raynare is long dead, forgotten by history completely. I never hated you back then, and I will never hate you even now. You will always be one of the few people I will love and protect with all my heart, so I will not leave you no matter what happens." Raynare, crying, "Even after everything, you still would not hate me." Issei, "If there is one thing I learn out of this situation is that hate only brings in more hate, and I could never hate you no matter what happens. I love you, Raynare, and I will always love you." Raynare could not hold it any longer, and she had kept on crying on Issei's chest. Issei held her as she was crying and made a mental promise to never leave or give up on her this time, no matter what, to never abandon her ever again. Sona, on the other hand, was controlling her tears. She never would have even imagined such a thing to happen during her presence in Kuo. She would have definitely punished her past self for not checking on Rias enough to, at the very least, so that she could have at least prevented something like this from happening ever again. In a way, she blames herself, as she could have at the very least done something. Sona wanted to make sure such a thing never happens again, at least not in this timeline. She will never betray Issei's trust in her no matter what happens. She will always be by his side. Sona, "I am so sorry, Issei, for what she did. I never imagined what she could possibly do to you, and I would have stopped it from happening no matter what happens. I never thought they would be this heartless to abandon you without a second thought. Even so, I am a little bit happy that there were some people that genuinely loved you and stayed by your side." Issei, "Sona, please do not say that. You would have never let them do what they wanted them to do if you had even a little idea on what they were capable of doing. They manipulated your trust as well as Serzex's trust along. I know that you never side with the wrong no matter what happens. That was what I came to know about you. And trust me when I say this, you always cared and cherished the people you cared for with all your heart, whether it was Rias, your peerage, or even your older sister Seraphal. You may be strict, but you always loved the people you cared about no matter what they did. You punished them, but despite everything you were still by their side until the very end no matter what. Rias is not the same woman she once was. Different timeline caused the personality of some people to change, but a lot of people were the same like they were back then, and you are one of those people who never changed no matter what happened. I loved you, Sona, because of your personality, strict, yet underneath that strict persona is a kind and caring person." Sona could not take it anymore and also cried on Issei's chest. Even she knew that despite suffering a lot, he still did not harbor any evil intentions and hate-filled intentions towards the people that had once harmed him. Issei could have easily gone and murdered everyone who had harmed and betrayed him, but he chose the path that everyone could live peacefully, and no one would have taken vengeance at all. Sona was eternally grateful to Issei for going the pacifist route, and no one suffered. Sona and Raynare both were crying on his chest for a long time. Issei truly now knows that these two would love him no matter what happens. Issei held both his mates close to him, knowing that he would care for them no matter what happens to him this time. Outside the room, Chara, Asya and his parents were hearing everything. They all were happy that Issei finally found the people that would love him no matter what and will follow him till the ends of the earth just for him. All four of them then decide to leave them so that they can be together for the night. Chara allowed Asya to sleep in her room as she knew that Issei's room will be full today. Issei saw that both the girls had fallen asleep on his chest. Using his dragon's strength, he picked them up and placed him on his bed. He then went to sleep alongside them. Even in their sleep they were holding him and calling his name. He knew that he might get used to it before he himself fell asleep, holding the two girls in his hands, promising to love them no matter what happens. Scene break. The next day, Issei and Raynare could be seen going for shopping, where they could see two familiar robbed figures on the street begging for money. Issei was amused while Raynare wanted to laugh but kept herself quiet. She enjoyed them suffering a little bit. Zenobia, please give us money for the Almighty God. Irina, we need money to survive. God will definitely bless you guys. Issei, yo, what the hell are you two doing here? Irina, oh Issei. Zenobia, we need money because someone had to use all of our allowance to buy a painting from a fraud, so we are begging because we do not want to steal money. Irina looked down in shame when she said that. Issei, I see. How about I give you a meal, my treat, what do you say? Zenobia, we do not take meals from heretics. That was when Irina and Zenovia's stomachs started growling. Those tummies needed some food. Raynare was barely controlling herself. Issei, alright then if you say so, come on Raynare, let's go. Raynare, alright Issei. Irina, no wait both of you, we want something to eat. Zenobia, but Irina. Irina, do you want to starve before we can do the mission? Let me tell you, death by starvation is one of the most painful ways to die, unless you want to die before doing the mission. Zenobia stayed quiet as she knew that Irina's words hold true. Issei, alrighty then let's go. They both went to a restaurant where they could see the girls finishing plate after plate. Issei and Raynare could only sweat drop as they knew that these girls were hungry, so they finished like 10 plates of food each. Issei wondered how they do not put on weight even after eating so much food. Irina, oh bless these two souls in the name of God, they are not bad individuals. Zenobia, for giving in to hunger, we have really sold our souls. Issei could only sweat drop even further as he could see the church duo acting like this. Issei then began asking some questions. Issei, why do you two want to go after Kokabeel? Like, is he not way too powerful for you guys? Zenobia, we would sacrifice our lives if it means that the swords would come in our hands. If that does not happen, we would destroy them. Issei, I see. I would not be so sure. I mean, if I were you, I would get any possible help needed. Zenobia, what are you implying? Issei, well, let's just say a lot of people prefer peace, not a lot of people desire violence. Just because we do not believe in your God, does not mean we do not prefer peace and quietness. You should accept any help you get if they want to help you. Don't push those people away or become enemies with them, cause I see no reason. Zenobia, I see. Irina, so what do you suggest, Issei? Issei, how about a temporary alliance between us? We both have the same mission in mind, so why not work together? Irina, alright then, who else wants to work with us? Issei, well, there are some people that would love to work with us. I will give them a call. Issei then first dials up Rias. Rias, oh hey Issei, what's up? Issei, well, a favor is what I request of you. Rias, what is it? Issei, you know the holy swords being stolen by Kokabeel. Rias, yeah? Issei, well, I got some intel and I know where it is. Rias, I see, what do you need me for? Issei, your permission, I need Kiba and Koneko to join me in the quest. Rias, why not me? I am bored sitting here doing nothing while you guys have all the fun. Issei, worry not princess, your turn will come very soon, but for now I need those two. Rias, alright then, they will come to the fountain in 30 minutes. Issei, okay then, thanks Rias. Rias, you're welcome. Issei then hangs up the phone. He then calls Sona. Sona, where the hell are you guys? And besides, I am cooking, so what is it, Issei? Issei, well, can I borrow Saji? Sona, I see, so just like last time, when you, Kiba, Koneko and Saji went to deal with those two exorcists last time without informing me or Rias. Issei, sweat drops. Hee yeah. Sona, sigh. But at least drop the groceries, before going. Issei, it will be done, my princess. Sona blushes and then keeps the phone. Issei, hey Ray, give me the stuff, I will drop this at home. Raynare, sure thing Issei. Issei then teleports to his house and drops the groceries at his house. He then heads back to Raynare. Mickey, I will never get used to him teleporting. Back with Issei. Issei, alright, that's done. Raynare, so what is the plan? Issei, let the others come, I will tell everyone together. At the park 5:30 p.m. Everyone that Issei had asked for joined in. No one knew about Issei's plan except Kiba. Issei then began telling them about the plan as well as the situation. Issei, so guys, I believe that the Excalibur fragments are in one of the churches present in the town. That is where we will encounter the rogue priest that Kiba encountered. We need to take him and the priest present to get those fragments. Irina, how did you know so much in so little time? Issei, I do my research and figured out the possible hideouts of the people involved in the actions of the theft. Irina, so what now? Issei, we will head there during night time, that is when they would be the least active, plus since most of us are devils we do have a slight advantage during the night. Koneko, I see, so what do we need to do? Issei, so here is the plan. Koneko can sense the presence of the priests. Kiba can fight with one of them on par while the exorcists can assist him in taking down the exorcist. While I and Saji go after the priests, sounds good. Everyone nods. Zenobia, Kiba, Issei, I need you tell you some things. Both, go ahead. Zenobia, the one responsible for the Holy Sword Project is Valper Galilei, the Archbishop of Annihilation. He is the one that murdered those children all those years ago. Kiba, that memory is still as fresh as it is in my mind. I still remember how those people used to experiment on us. We were not even treated as people anymore. Yet we still believed in God, believed that we were chosen for some reason, but in the end none of us succeeded in wielding the Excalibur. Day by day some children died one by one as they were being used. They were experimented in order to wield the Excalibur until there was only a handful of us remaining. When the project was considered a failure, they decided to abandon the project and destroy any evidence related to it. They decided to kill us by toxic gas. Run. Save yourself. Don't worry about us. Just keep running. Eventually they realized that I had escaped and they decided to hunt me down. They tried looking for me but failed. I thought I survived, but in the end the toxic gas was too much for me to handle and I passed out coughing blood. That was when I saw her, Rias Gremory. Rias, I won't let you die. You have great potential. Live for me. Rias saw the hate in his eyes. She was determined to help him no matter what. After Kiba recited his story, Saji was in tears. The church duo looked down in shame as knowing what their faction did was inhumane and immoral that even the other factions wouldn't dare to do. Raynare was disgusted at the church while Issei kept his hand on his friend-turned-brother to make sure that he is not alone. He will always be there to support him and have his back no matter what. Zenobia, because of that the man responsible was excommunicated because of that reason alone. Issei, wow, excommunication, is that all you church people do when someone does such an heinous act? Not even imprisonment. This is what pisses me off. Instead of arresting him, or even killing him for what he did, all you do is kick him out and make sure he never comes again. Honestly, this is why I do not believe in God anymore. Zenobia keeps quiet knowing that he is not wrong. Irina wanted to say something but does not because she knows that he makes some valid points. Even she wanted him dead after what he did to those kids. Issei, but I am not here to bring up past mistakes. What is done is done. There is nothing you can do about it, so let's just go and deal with that bastard once and for all, right guys? Saji, initially I was not that interested, but now I am in. Listening to Kiba's stories. Guys, let's take him down so that no one has to suffer such an incident ever again. Kiba was happy with the overwhelming support this time. He knew that this timeline was much better than the previous one and knew that he would be getting all the help like he was not able to do last time. Kiba, so is everyone in? Everyone, yeah? Meeting point 8:30 p.m. Issei, well, I got these exorcist clothes to allow us to infiltrate the church, so that no one will easily detect us. Raynare, how ironic that devils and fallen angels are wearing church clothes, must be interesting. Zenobia, there are 2 churches that are present. We will be splitting into 2 groups. Kiba, Issei, Raynare and Koneko will be in one group while the other group will consist of the rest, that is me, Irina and Saji. Alright. Issei, cool, alright everyone, let's rock. They then decide to split up with the groups heading towards different directions and heading towards the church. They each had a phone through which they can contact each other as the exorcists are found. The group lead by Issei then head towards a dome-shaped church where they saw none other than Fried Selzen, the stray exorcist who was guarding the dome. Fried, Yahoo! I thought this was just some exorcists to play with, but they are nothing but devils and fallen in disguise, such a shame. Kiba, Fried. Fried, ah, so you remember me, glad to see I left an impression on you devil scum, so shall we begin? Kiba, with pleasure. Issei and Kiba begun fighting with Raynare assisting from behind trying to use light spears and her wings to an advantage, but Fried was somehow able to take on all three of them without any problem, although he was getting pushed back. Meanwhile Koneko had informed the other group of their location who told them that they would be heading there as soon as possible. Fried, hey, aren't you that fallen who refused to side with the others? Raynare, yeah? Fried, what a waste, you would have been so useful to my master, such a beautiful body gone down the drain. Raynare shudders at his comment. Issei on noticing him gets infuriated and punches him square in the face, breaking his nose. Fried, you bitch, you will pay for that. Fried was holding his nose that was bleeding, but he was caught off guard by Kiba appearing before him and slashing him with his sword, causing him to have stab wounds. Fried, this is not good, I have to escape, before they kill me. Fried tries to use his flash bomb to escape, but an appendage holds him back. Saji and the others had appeared to assist them and was able to keep Fried from going on anywhere. Saji, oh, you ain't going nowhere, you freak. Fried, god damn it, this thing. Fried tries to slash at the thing, but it does not budge. These devils and their stupid tricks trying to make my job much more harder, damn them. Saji, my gear is called absorption line, it prevents anyone, even God, from escaping its grasp. You are now stuck here, Fried. Fried, damn you devil scum. Relax, Fried, there is a way to break the trap. Listen to me carefully. An old man comes out of the church wearing priest robes as well as a church cap to hide his baldness. He had a smile on his face, but he was quite devious in nature, knowing that they will not be able to do anything. Fried, old man Valper, so you decided to show up as well. Kiba, Valper Galilei. Kiba looked at the man in pure and utter hatred. He hated this man into the very core of his body. He wanted to kill him right now. Valper, try fusing the elements of the new Excalibur into the sword, Fried. That is the only way for escaping this trap. Fried, fusing the elements. Ha, got it. Suddenly the sword on his hand glows and he slashes at the appendage, knocking Saji back. As a result, he gets pushed back. Issei, let's take him on together. Kiba, no, I am taking him now. Issei, no, Kiba, no. Kiba rushes towards Valper but is knocked back by a force field. Issei then sees burn marks on his body, implying that the damage was done by holy magic. He wanted to punish Valper, but he had to tend to his friend first. Valper, you fool, light is harmful for devils, and going into a church and going against a light barrier is even foolish. Issei, you will pay for this, Valper. Valper, oh am I. Valper has a sadistic grin on his face, but Issei seems unfazed. He glared at the former priest, even terrifying him. Valper decided now would be the best time to flee. Valper, Fried, it is best if we leave from here before more reinforcements arrive. Fried, you may be right. Fried throws a flash grenade, stunning everyone except the exorcists. Irina, I saw where he was going. Zenobia, let us handle this. This is after all a church matter. They both leave to follow the rogue priest and exorcist, leading the others to swallow in defeat for failing to deal with the exorcists. Saji, so what now? Issei, let's leave the rest to the exorcists and go back home. Besides, your masters would be worried for you. Koneko, he is right, let's go home. I will take Yuto back to the president. I think he should recover by the time we reach home. Issei, alright then, let's go. After the battle, Issei tells the rest of his team to go to their respective houses. They managed to understand that they at the very least slowed whatever those exorcists were planning to do next. Issei cheered them up, saying that despite their losses against the exorcists, they still did well and managed to slow down them before they could have initiated their plan before. He also told them that the two exorcists are giving chase to the rest before it is too late. So they will be on the run and will contact us before it is too late. Issei and Raynare then head home, only to find a worried Chara, Asya and Sona waiting for the duo there. Sona, how did it go? Issei, we only managed to slow them down. Raynare, it was going well until the stray priest Valper Galilei joined the fight and managed to flee before they could get caught. Asya, but should you not have the advantage? Issei, we did, but being the cowards that they are, they fled. Sona, I see, so what now? Issei, they will begin the plan sooner or later, so we can relax for a while. Speaking of relaxing, I told the others to take rest. Thankfully none of us were injured, so we all made it out in one piece. Chara, we need to be careful on what they are planning. We cannot let our guard down, especially with him around. Issei, you got that right, lil sis, but for now let us sleep. All agree to Issei and they head towards their respective rooms to go to sleep. Scene break. The next day, 9 a.m. The gang then head towards the school, where they could see the kendo club chasing around Matsuda and Motohama since they were both peeking at the girls changing like the 50th time or something. Everyone then looks at Sona and she responds. Sona, sigh. I will deal with those once again. I know that a lot of students are perverted, but these two are truly the worst. Even after getting beaten up they still will go and peek at the girls once again. They pretty much are as determined as you two. Points at Issei and Chara. Issei could only be dazed at her claims, with Chara chuckling at her brother's pity. She knew that those two would never dare to peek at her, since she knows how to scare people. Raynare could only wonder what pushes them so far to get some views on girls. If it is trying to get a girlfriend, then they are certainly going about it the wrong way. Asya, on the other hand, was unamused since she knew of their antics in the past timeline as well. After which they then head towards the classes where Matsuda and Motohama try to talk to Issei, but he only ignores them, given that aside from perverted things they do not have anything else to talk only. He knows that Matsuda has the brawn of a jock while Motohama is a nerd that has earned a lot of marks, yet they use their strengths in such useful things. Such wasted talent. Issei then suggested the duo that maybe if they stopped peeking, they might get a girlfriend just like him. Matsuda, no, we will never give up on looking at women. Motohama, Oppai is life, Oppai is everything. We will never give up that, even if you are my friend. Issei, alright then, well I have done all I could do. Issei then leaves the duo knowing that this is a lot harder than he first thought. He after all had to head towards his biology class where he would be dissecting a frog today as a practical. As annoying as it is, he knew that if he needed to get a good college, this is the least he should be doing. Issei then catches up with the others. Although the girls except Chara were terrified of normal frogs, they knew that this must be done. Biology teacher, alright guys, is everyone ready for the practicals? Fret not ladies, it is a fake frog, not a real one. All the girls in the class breathe a sigh of relief. Biology teacher, alright then, who wants to go first? Issei raises his hand up and begins the practical. Issei, fingertips only. Draigg, you can do it, partner. Issei then manages to successfully dissect the frog at the given location. With precise surgical motion and perfect hand control, he was able to dissect the frog perfectly. The teacher in charge was shocked at his perfect control of his hands and manages to do it. Biology teacher, Mr. Hyodo, wow, talk about perfect control. I mean wow, you get full marks for your practical. Issei, thanks sir. Issei then heads back to his seat and one by one the others complete the practical. Even the low performers had passed the test. Biology teacher, alright, that's it for the practical. All of you have done surprisingly well this time, so you may go back to the other classes. Everyone, alright, thanks sir. Everyone bows their head and leaves. Kuo Academy, 5:30 a.m. Sona and Tsubaki were walking around the school grounds where Sona's familiar had all of a sudden came to her and informed her of what had happened. Sona, what are you serious? Alright then, you can leave. Tsubaki, what happened, President? Sona, Tsubaki, call Issei, Raynare, Asya, Chara, Rias and her peerage and my peerage right away. Tsubaki, on seeing the seriousness of the situation, decided to call them without asking any more questions. Sona and Tsubaki then head towards the location where on the ground was a wounded Irina. By the time two magic circles open up, one is where Rias and her team come up and the other opens up, revealing Issei and his friends along with Sona's peerage. Issei, Sona, what just happened? Irina. Sona, thank Lucifer, you guys came at the right time. My guess is someone attacked at the right time. Irina, Issei. Issei, what happened? Irina, who did this to you? Irina, barely able to speak. When we were chasing the two exorcists, we were able to corner them, but suddenly he showed up and attacked us. Issei, what about Zenobia? Where is she? Irina, she escaped, albeit a little wounded. She was forced to abandon me. Issei, I see. Yahoo, you like the present. Everyone got alerted to the voice. It seemed familiar. Out of the shadows a silvered-haired priest stepped out. Everyone knew who this man was. Freed Selzen. Sona told Tsubaki to take Irina to the mansion so that she can get treatment for her injuries. They then proceed to get ready for the battle against Freed. Freed, oh, I am not here to fight you. I am only here to deliver a message to the two heiresses. Rias, a message for us. Freed, yeah, look up, there he is. A man is then seen hovering above the gang. Everyone recognizes this man as Cocabiel, one of the fallen angel cadre of Grigori. He was flying there looking down upon the group. Cocabiel, odd if it is not the two Eris. What a pleasure to finally meet you two in person. Rias, well, if it isn't the angel who has fallen, Cocabiel, how may I help you? Cocabiel, crimson-haired princess of destruction Rias Gremory, you have hair just like your brother Surzex, it is sickening. Rias, so what are you doing here, Cocabiel? Cocabiel, well, I was bored with all this peace and stuff, so I decided to bring about a war. I tried to steal the Excaliburs in an attempt to provoke heaven, but all they do is send me two small fry exorcists. Honestly, it is disappointing. But my guess is that if I managed to hurt you two sisters of Satan's, then surely Surzex and Seraphal would definitely want vengeance. Thus it would satisfy my desire for war. Azazel is a fool, he should have pressed the advantage when we were winning, but he chose to go for peace. Issei, touch them and you are dead. Cocabiel, ah, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, I haven't forgotten about you. I saw your fights with my subordinates, and those two heirs your hate form would come in handy for the war when I kill your girlfriend. Issei in response fires a dragon shot which Cocabiel reflects. Issei, threaten them again and you will be dead where you stand. Cocabiel, we will fight, but not here, not now. Cocabiel then flies away along with Freed. They both head towards the Kuo Academy to trigger his final stage of the plan. Sona, he is heading towards the Kuo Academy. Rias, we need to stop them, before they trigger that. Saji, what Rias-sama? Sona, they are planning to vaporize the town along with all its residences. Everyone remembers that they have families to protect. They know that if Cocabiel has his way it would result in the death of everyone in this town. Saji and Issei in particular were pissed if they both had their siblings, parents that they needed to protect. They clenched their fists, as they decided to stop Cocabiel once and for all. Issei, so what are we waiting for? Let's go and stop that warmongering bastard. I am definitely not letting him hurt my parents no matter what. Saji, Issei, you are right. My siblings are counting on me. I promised my parents that I would look after them. So guys, let's go. Scene break. Kuo Academy Courtyard, 8 p.m. Sona and her peerage had started the creation of a barrier so that at the very least she could prevent the explosion from hurting the residents of the town. They knew that if this blast hits, everyone will die. Meanwhile, Issei and his friends along with Rias and her peerage had decided to deal with Cocabiel once and for all. They knew that it was now or never. He needed to be stopped before it is too late. Sona, hey Issei. Issei, yeah? Sona, stay safe. Make sure you come out of this alive. Issei, you got it. Issei and the others then enter the barrier where they could see Valper trying to fuse the Excaliburs as well as an amused Cocabiel waiting for his long-awaited fight. They then saw Freed patiently waiting for the procedure to get ready. Cocabiel, so who is gonna show up, Seraphal or Surzex? Rias, they will come after a while. You will have to deal with us for the time being. Cocabiel, sigh, you guys are weak as hell. Oh well, I don't mind waiting for a while. Cocabiel then summons two Cerberus to keep himself entertained. He might as well see their fighting to keep himself entertained to see how far they can go. Issei and his friends decide to deal with one Cerberus while Rias and her peerage decide to deal with the other one. The first Cerberus attacks Chara, who easily dodges the attack and slashes it with her knife. Her training with a certain Royal Guard captain is coming in handy, as she outmaneuvered and easily was able to give the held dog a slash towards his face. Raynare assisted them in throwing light spears which had managed to deal severe damage to the dog. She then used a flash of light to daze him, with Issei using his base strength to smack the dog at a distance. Asya was healing any damage that was done to her allies while at the same time keeping her distance from the dog's attacks. Chara then decided to use her Knife Storm ability to deal severe cuts and bruises to damage the Cerberus, limiting its momentum. Chara, this is the end for you. Raynare, big brother, do it. Raynare then used a light sword to cut off both of the dog's other heads. The Cerberus screamed in agony as the two heads gets cut. Issei then used Extinction Sphere to eliminate the dog out of his misery, killing the Cerberus. The second Cerberus is dealing with Rias and her peerage. Rias had given an order to deal to stall the Cerberus while she charges up her new move she has been working for a while. Rias knew that this move is going to take a lot out of her, so she needs to use it in a limited amount. Kiba was the first as he was dealing with Cerberus. Kiba kept his distance while dealing damage to the Cerberus. Koneko on the other hand focused herself on taking the damage while she acted as the bait for the Cerberus. She skillfully dodged his claws while dealing punches directly to his face, shattering some of its teeth. The Cerberus growled in fury as she tried to nab Koneko, but a holy lightning stopped him courtesy of Akeno. Akeno, ara, bad doggy, you need to be punished. Akeno constantly dealt punishment in the form of holy lightning. She also used holy and lightning bombs to paralyze the dog as well as daze it. While the dog was recovering, Rias had her new move ready. She called it Extinguished Star. The supernova of pure pod easily hovered towards the Cerberus while sucking it into it like a black hole before being reduced into pure nothing. Kokobile, on noticing this, was finally a little bit content with the show going on before he began to realize that Issei was holding back. But before he could say anything, Valper had completed fusing the Excaliburs into one. Valper. Oh my god, it is finally done, my life's work is complete, the Excalibur has been fused into one. Kokobile. So as you have seen, you have lost, so what will you do now? Issei, we will find a way, like we always used to do. Kokobile. Oh, is that so? Well then. Kokobile summons multiple portals, and out of which armies of fallen angels appear. They all were fallen that were wanting war instead of peace. They all were wanting to fight. Issei could particularly feel the bloodlust radiating off the angels. Everyone else started to feel dread, especially the devils, given that the amount of fallen angels were surprising. That was when Zenobia had showed up to assist the teams. Outside the barrier, Saji and the other peerage started to get exhausted from maintaining the barrier. Saji, ugh. Sona, Saji, focus. Saji, yes, President. Sona, except for me and Tsubaki, all of us are exhausted. What is going on in there? Issei, Rias. Back with Issei and the others. Chara, oh shit. Raynare, you could say that again. Chara, oh shit. Issei, Rias and the peerage take 750 on the left. I and my friends would take 750 on the right. Kiba, stop Valper before it is too late. Rias, screw you. I will take 751. Issei, that's the spirit. They then fight fallen angel after fallen angel, with each of them easily killing them since several of them were low-class fallen angels. The middle-class ones were handled by Rias, Akeno and Issei. They easily dispatched all of them. Kokobile was shocked that these weaklings were able to kill so many angels in a span of mere minutes. Kokobile finally decided to step in since he saw Issei and Rias as worthy opponents. With Kiba. Kiba was approaching Valper, eyes hellbent on killing the man responsible for so much pain in his life. He approached him with hate-filled eyes bent on taking the man down. Kiba, do you remember me, Valper, those children you killed back then? Valper, children? Oh, you mean the Holy Sword Project? Of course I do. I managed to complete the research because of that only. Kiba gritted his teeth. Valper, but do not worry, their lives did not go in vain. I had made this out of the research. I always wanted to hold the Excalibur. Imagine when I found out that I was not worthy for wielding it, it kinda hurt me. So that is why I did all that, to find whether there are other wielders, so hence the beginning of the project. Kiba, so why murder us? Valper, the research was getting us nowhere, so we had to do only what we could. We disposed you, since you meant no use to us, we had to dispose of you people. Everyone who heard Valper's words were horrified at his actions as well as reasoning. They found him to be nothing but a megalomaniac. Chara hated such men, as she remembered at one point there were people that once were power-hungry enough to kill other people for their own selfish reasons. Valper then pulls out a blue diamond like crystal. Valper, but I am not done. You can have my research. We have already been able to mass-produce better quality of them. Those church fools, they excommunicated me, yet they still use my research. Nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Valper then throws that crystal to Kiba. He holds it while still reminiscing whether he should be alive or not, whether those kids had dreams like them, whether he was worthy to be even alive than those children or not. That was when the crystal started to glow, as well as something inside his body, his soul. Several ghostly figures had appeared alongside. They all were alongside him. Everyone present had tears in their eyes, seeing the scene unfold. Don't lose hope. It is not your fault. You live, so don't waste your life. Life for us. Don't take revenge. Strike the demon down. Kiba's soul started glowing. Suddenly his soul, which was blocked, now had an orangish glow that was emanating from his body. His soul trait had been finally unlocked as a desire to protect his friends and comrades and to never repeat the same mistake ever again. Chara, is that the soul of bravery? Issei, how, what happened, Chara? Chara, looks like he finally unlocked his soul trait that was locked for so long. Because of his desire for vengeance, he was never able to activate his soul trait. But now the Knight of Gremory has achieved his balance breaker along with his soul trait getting activated. Issei, so along with balance breaker, he finally achieved it. He unlocked his soul trait. Good job, Kiba. Draigg, the knight has finally perked up and broken his chains of hate. Truly a remarkable soul. Chara, so that is the first hybrid soul I am seeing. Amazing. Kiba, my friends did not desire me to take vengeance, but instead wanted me to strike the man no demon down in front of me. Valper, but how can this be? Two opposing forces cannot be. Freed, help me. Freed, I am here, old man. Valper, you should have let yourself been killed, you fool. Kiba, I am not a fool, you are. That was when Zenobia appeared alongside Kiba to help him. Zenobia, so the Knight of Gremory, are we on the same page? Kiba, yeah, but do you not want to collect that sword? Zenobia, I cannot even call that abomination an Excalibur anymore. It does not even look like one, but I have something powerful than that as well. Zenobia begins chanting, and a portal opens up revealing a sword, this sword known as Durandal. Valper, no, it can't be Durandal, but how are you able to get it? Zenobia, unlike the enhanced wielders, I am a natural-born wielder, the one and only wielder that existed after a very long time. But even then this son of a gun does not even listen to me, it has a mind of its own. Both then charge at the stray exorcist Freed, who easily was overwhelming him. Kiba used his soul trait to easily use the orange guard to protect himself like an armor from Freed's Excalibur's attack. Eventually they overwhelmed him and defeated him with relative ease. Kiba then turned his attention to Valper. Valper, both demonic powers and divine powers could mean only one thing, that along with the four Satans he is also dead. Valper was then suddenly disintegrated by a spear headed this way, whose thrower was none other than Kokobile, who easily killed the old man with ease. Kokobile, oh Valper, you were a smart man, smart enough to figure that out, the well-hidden secret from the masses. Rias, what are you talking about, Kokobile? Kokobile, oh, when all the four Satans were killed in the war, even God had died because of that, in a last-ditch effort to seal the dragons. Everyone was in shock. Asya had fainted, who was caught by Raynare. She was also in disbelief that God had died. Zenobia was staggering at the revelation. Rias, you're lying. Kokobile, oh am I, Gremory. This resulted in pure angels being no longer born, as well as a lot of high and ultimate class angels and devils being killed and nowhere to be found. As a result, the existence of evil pieces began. But Azazel, instead of pressing the advantage, he backed out. It pissed me off. After fighting the war for so long, he backs out. How dare he? Zenobia, so how are we getting the love? Kokobile, oh, the Archangel Michael has been acting as God's backup for a while. He is the one to keep the system active. As long as the system is there, exorcisms and blessings will work to some extent but will not be as potent as before, hence why the number of believers have reduced more than before. Issei, honestly, I don't give a damn whether God is still alive or not. As far as I am concerned, I see him in a neutral light. He has made mistakes and by no means he is a perfect being, so it really pisses me off when some people make him into a saint. He has made some blunders, but what makes him respectable is the fact that despite his mistakes he always tried to correct them. His policy of forgiveness is what made me respect him. But you are nothing but a war freak. You have nothing better to do, not even a hobby. All you can do is fight, that's it. Honestly, I pity you, Kokobile. You have nothing else to do in your life. Kokobile got angry at the dragon's statements. He wanted to attack him first, but that was when Kiba and Zenobia intercepted him and attacked, but he swatted them away like flies. Issei then sees a Durandal out of Zenobia's hand. Issei, you thinking what I am thinking, Draigg? Draigg, picking up the Durandal, go ahead. Issei then picks up the Durandal, much to everyone's shock, especially Zenobia's. He then charges at Kokobile, who blocks it with both his hands. Kokobile, such power, you really are worthy for the fight. The others tried to help him, but Issei stopped them. Issei, guys, no, he is mine. Kokobile, so may we begin, Red Dragon, speaking of which I never got your name. Issei, my name is Issei Hyodo, remember it, cause I will strike you down. Kokobile, Issei Hyodo, nice name, our battle will be legendary. They then begin fighting. Kokobile can be seen summoning spears left, right and center. Issei deflected most of them with ease with Durandal. He then lunges at Kokobile at speeds only I can see, to which Kokobile covers his full body with his wings. Issei then used Welsh Dragon Flare to burn his wings. Kokobile screamed as his wings were being burnt. He immediately in response used his wings to extinguish the flames before it completely burned his wings. Issei, so how does fried bird sound? Kokobile, damn you, I will kill you. Kokobile then proceeded to deliver some serious punches and kicks to Issei, who was easily able to counter and evade them with ease. He then proceeded to give him his own punches and kicks with which Kokobile was able to fight against Issei. That was until Issei stepped it up to new gear, easily destroying most of Kokobile's light spears, and then slashing Kokobile endlessly, without any effort. He was able to easily pierce his armor without any effort. Kokobile, yes, this is the fight I was looking for, the battle I always wanted, thanks Hyodo Issei. I will not disappoint you, now perish. Issei, well then I will not hold back then Kokobile, let's just say I will make your final moments. Absolutely glorious. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. Issei then dons the same red armor which he had used to fight against Raynare before, only this time, it was slightly black in design. Issei then charges at Kokobile and starts beating him down. Kokobile had a grin like this was the fight of his life. He never felt any more alive ever since the war had gotten over, but now he felt like he has a reason to keep fighting. That was the reason he wanted a war, so that he could feel alive again. Issei then proceeded to slash him with Durandal. He initially managed to stop it with 2 fingers, but Issei increased the pressure a little more, forcing him to use his hands, but was eventually forced to dodge as this sword is capable of killing him. Issei took advantage of this and fired a dragon shot into him, but he used his wings to cover himself so that he does not take any damage. After he opened them, he was met with a punch to his face, breaking several of his teeth. Kokobile gritted his teeth in pain, after which Issei fired 2 precise extinction rays on the legs, reducing his aerodynamic body, preventing the usage of his legs. He then lunged at Kokobile and delivered a beatdown, breaking his hands, completely preventing their usage. Issei, what happened? Crack Elf, can't keep up, it seems like I have the advantage. But before Issei could do anything, a white light came and a white armored man had shown up to the fight. He broke through the barrier like it was nothing. Issei, so you finally decided to join the party, Vale. Vale, sorry, but Azazel asked me to bring him in. He will not be bothering you guys anymore. As for you Kokobile, you will be frozen in coke-itis for your crimes. Kokobile accepted his fate, knowing he had the fight of his life. He was then taken away by Vale. Vale, Issei, can you come with me for a while? Issei, hey guys, I will be back after a while, okay? Issei and Vale then fly away to an unnamed location. Both of them then deactivate their balance breakers. Issei, hey man, it has been a while since the reset. Vale, normally I would love to fight you, but for now, points at the unconscious Kokobile, I will have to deal with this guy. Speaking of which, Lefei and Kuroka miss you. As for Kuroka, we had to use our full power to keep her in check, so that she does not go horny on you. Issei sweat drops at this, and then chuckles at Vale's pity given that he saved his butt there. Issei, speaking of which, are you still part of the Cows Brigade? Vale, yeah, but as a spy. Issei, speaking of which, what is his next plan? Vale, he knows that the beast is not there inside its seal. He is now looking for another way to reach the other world. Issei, that should stall him for a while. Draigg, it has been a while. Albion, indeed Draigg, although I did not expect myself to remember the previous timeline. Draigg, you can thank your partner for that. Albion, speaking of which, when can we go for ramen to that place? I miss that ramen. Issei, do not worry Albion, your wish will be granted very soon. Yay. Issei, so did any changes happen to you after the reset? Vale, not much. I know a lot of changes happened on your side. Azazel told me about it. Speaking of which, I never thought you would get her as your girlfriend this time. Did you tell her about the previous timeline and her action? Issei, yes. Vale, I take it she did not take it well. Issei, yeah, how are Arthur and Biko doing? Vale, they are fine, they have been training after the reset. Issei, figures. Vale, I gotta go, Azazel is waiting for me, he will get annoyed if I don't bring in Kokobile. Issei, yes yeah bro. Both Vale and Issei fist bump as the latter leaves him to Azazel for Kokobile's punishment. Issei then heads back to them. Issei and his friends check up on him since he did meet the White Dragon Emperor after all. Issei, Sona, I am fine. Raynare and Asya, nothing has happened to me, he did not do anything. Sona, but isn't he supposed to be your rival? Issei, I will explain everything later, but for now nothing has happened to me, although I am kind of tired of the fighting. Sona, sigh, no matter what timeline, you two will always be chaotic. Raynare chuckles at Sona's pity while Asya was amused. She knew Vale will not do anything to them since he is not their enemy. Issei, well then let's go home, and keep a good job in unlocking your soul trait, it is bravery. Kiba, I see that is what the orange armor is for, this can be handy. Rias, I am proud of you Kiba, You did not give in to your hatred and managed to overcome it. You have become more powerful than you ever were. Chara, the redhead is right. Not a lot of people can overcome their hatred. But you did it. Good job indeed. Kiba, thanks Chara. Chara had a light blush. Issei, on noticing this, had some teasing material against his adopted sister. Issei, alright guys, let's call it a day and head home. Get a night's rest. Everyone, yeah? Issei can be seen with the other who are celebrating their victory over Kokabeel. It was one hell of a battle for the gang, with each and every one of the members being pushed to their limits, given that Kokabeel and not only summoned two Cerberus as well as a whole legion of fallen angels just waiting to get their hands on them. Even though they managed to defeat all of them, it still pushed most of them to their limits. Kiba unlocking his soul trait as well as his balance breaker, and finally the death of God was too much for some of the characters. Zenobia then wonders how can a heretic use the Durandal not only so efficiently but also without any drawbacks. If the death of God was not a big shocker for her, and that was when this unexpected thing happens, she also needed to bring the sword back to the church. Zenobia, hey, can I have Durandal back? Issei, oh yeah sure. Zenobia tries to touch the sword, but the sword revolts, and it cuts off Zenovia's hand in response. It was thankfully a minor cut, so it was not an issue. Issei was surprised on as to why is he able to get Durandal this time instead of Ascalon. Zenobia is under so much confusion, she is beginning to contemplate her life choices. She then leaves, given that she has nowhere to go now, along with the rest of his team back to their houses. Sona, talk about one hell of a day to finish the week off, right Rias? Rias, yes, speaking of which, will I ever get someone that will love me like Issei loves you? Sona, you will just stay positive. And one more thing, do not leave that person under any circumstance. If he loves you unconditionally, you also should do the same. Rias, I will Sona, I will. Sona, so she is different this time, I guess even I can give her a chance. Issei, so how am I supposed to carry this home? I can't access the dimension Zenobia used to summon the sword. Sona, try incorporating it into your sacred gear, Issei. Issei, okay. Draigg, just like last time, will it, and it should be done. Issei then does the same thing he did while trying to incorporate the Ascalon into his gear. He managed to merge his and the sword's wavelength. Thus the sword was incorporated into the boosted gear and can be called whenever Issei wills it. Issei, alright guys, let's head home and enjoy ourselves, given that we had one hell of a fight. Saji, I was stuck creating a barrier. I did not even have any fun with the Cerberus. Plus the white dragon destroyed a barrier I built all day. Issei, do not worry Saji, you will get your fun later down the line. They all then head home and decide to celebrate. After all, it was indeed a grand victory. Scene break. The next day, 2 p.m. Issei and Asya could be seen walking towards the Orc, given that Satan Surzex Lucifer has called the duo to his office for some information, and the talk that Issei wanted to speak to him for. On the way, they could see a skeleton leaning on the pole next to one of the houses. Hey kiddo. The skeleton was wearing a blue hoodie, along with a white shirt and a black and white shorts. He was seen holding a bone in his hand, given that he might have to fight Issei at some point. Issei stays on guard, given that he might have to fight this unknown entity, although he does resemble W.D. Gaster in some way. I am not here to fight you, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, who are you and what are your intentions? The name Sans the skeleton. I am part of the monster faction. Issei, skeleton, are you a part of Hades? Sans, no buddy, I am not wanting to be a part of his faction. I am too lazy for that. Plus, who would want to be with that walking catacomb? Issei, oh, you are right about that. Sans, he really does need some sunshine. Sans, after all, he is bone tired from doing all that work. Issei, you are not that bad Sans, nice pun by the way. Sans, you too kiddo, I heard that Red Dragon Emperors often fall into the Juggernaut drive, but you seem different, way different from the others. Issei, I know. Sans, I prefer making friends, after all I befriended your mother as well. Issei stayed silent. Sans knew he fucked up big time by mentioning his mother. Issei then proceeded to kick his balls for that. Sans held his crotch in pain. Issei, I will kill you, I will fucking kill you. Asya, Issei, calm down. Sans, while holding his crotch, kiddo, I believe there is a misunderstanding, I did not mean it that way. At the park, 3 p.m. Asya is using her twilight healing to heal his crotch up. Sans felt a little bit better after getting himself healed after that attack. Asya, here you go, Mr. Sans. Sans, just call me Sans, kiddo. Speaking of which, I did not mean it that way, Issei. Befriending is just simple friendship, nothing more. nothing less. I do not understand why people take it that way. Issei, I need to also apologize for doing that, kiddo. Sans, no biggie. Speaking of which, the factions of Devil, Fallen and Angels have decided to do a peace conference after the Kokabeel incident. The monsters have also been invited to that as well. Issei, so who is coming? Sans, just me and the king of the monsters. Issei, I see. Sans, speaking of monsters, you met W.D. Gaster, didn't you? Issei, how do you know him? Sans, he was a mentor. You know, I am somewhat of a scientist myself. I used to work for him until the incident happened and he was swallowed by his own experiment. He has been stuck in the void for years now. Issei, yeah, he told me that. Asya, who is this W.D. Gaster? Sans, I have a story for you then. Sans then proceeds to explain Gaster and his experiments, he being a renowned scientist to being a prisoner in the void. Asya felt bad for the man, who only wanted to fulfill his ambition, became a victim of something unexpected. Asya, I see. Sans, hey Asya, don't sulk, it doesn't suit ya. Well, I gotta go, he is waiting for me, but we will meet soon. Issei, yeah indeed. Sans and Issei then shake hands. That was when a fart sound was heard. Issei was embarrassed, while Asya wondered who did that. Sans started chuckling. Sans, that old whoopee cushion trick always works. Well, see ya, kiddo. Issei waved a silent bye. He wondered how could he fall for that. The dragons were also mentally chuckling. Asya, well, we need to head to the club, the others must be waiting. At the Orc Room, 3:30 p.m. Rias, goodness, where is he? Kiba, he will come wait for some time. Surzex, Kiba is right, don't be impatient, Riatan. Rias gets embarrassed by the nickname Surzex calls her by. She knows that he only calls her by the nickname when he is in his big brother mode, but nevertheless it is still humiliating. Surzex, Kiba, since we are waiting, how about you show me your soul trait as well as the sword of betrayer? Kiba, at once my lord. Kiba then activated his soul trait. Surzex asks Grafia to create a small separate dimension to test this out. Kiba then summons his sword of betrayer and charges at him. Surzex then holds the sword with 4 of his fingers and responds. Surzex, not bad Kiba. Initially only 1 finger was enough, but now I need 4. That is indeed some improvement. Also, to take my aura head on with your armor is something to be proud of. Not all high-class devils can achieve that. I am proud of you, Kiba. Kiba, your words flatter me, Lord Lucifer. Surzex then asks Grafia to nullify the dimension. That was when the doors opened and revealed Issei and Asya showing up. Issei, hey guys, looks like I missed the show. Rias, Issei, where were you? Akeno, we were waiting for so long. Issei, sorry guys, I met someone on the way here. Surzex, not a problem. By the way, Issei, I was just testing Kiba's strength, and it is safe to say that he is much stronger than some of the high-class devils. I might consider letting him give the middle-class examination to get him promoted to middle class. Asya, that is so nice, congrats Kiba. Kiba, thanks Asya. Surzex, speaking of which Issei, what do you want to talk about? Issei, not here in private, if it is okay with you. Surzex, I see why not, well then let's go. Surzex then teleports the 4 to his dimension, where everybody back in the Orc wondered why did Issei wanted to speak to him in private. Kiba might have an idea about what exactly he is wanting to talk about. He knew that this might affect Rias and Surzex in the long run. Surzex, what is it Issei? Issei, well, have you heard of soul traits? Surzex, yes indeed, so what is yours? Issei then shows a red soul. Both the elderly devils were shocked given that the soul of determination is extremely rare to find, like there is only one every century. Surzex wanted to ask how did Issei activate his soul? Surzex, the soul of determination, one of the rarest souls, do you know what it does? Issei, yes I do, Lord Lucifer. Surzex, makes it easier then did you do the true reset? Issei, I did. Surzex and Grafia were shocked. They knew for him to do a true reset something bad must have happened to him to perform such a reset. They wanted to know more. Surzex, may I know why? Issei, how about I activate your memories of the previous timeline and then explain? Asya, Issei, he may not be able to take it. Issei, it is best if I do it, Asya. Issei then activates the memory activation in both Surzex and Grafia. They come to know everything from the marriage with Riser, Issei falling in love and Rias as well doing the same, the peace conference, the hero faction, Loki, vampire civil war, till RageRevan and Trahexa attacking. Both also viewed Issei as their little brother and their future brother-in-law. They knew that he was not the type to give in to something no matter what. Sensei and Grafia both had tears in their eyes. They never knew that it was Issei, their Issei that always had helped them. They were unable to recognize at him first. They immediately hugged him after that. They missed him. Sensei, Issei, my little brother. Grafia, I miss you, Issei. Issei returns the hug. He then asks Asia to join, which she did. It was a wholesome moment for the four of them. They met after so long. After the reset, they knew that something bad, no terrible must have happened in the past timeline to force him to commit a true reset. Issei, I missed you too, big brother, big sister. Asia, I missed this, the family moment we once had. Sensei, speaking of this, why did you reset? Issei, I will tell you, but this might tarnish Rias and her peerage's image. Except Kiba and Gasper, she did something really bad back then. Sensei, Issei, I have always been a leader first and a big brother second. That is what being a Satan is. Issei, but do not punish them for their actions. What they did back then is long erased, just a bad memory for me. Sensei, I see. I wonder what it could be. Issei, are you too familiar with Dragon's Fall disease? Sensei, yes. Wait, don't tell me. No, it can't be. Oh no, she wouldn't. Sensei fell back on the seat. Grafia herself was devastated. They both had connected the dots together. Rias and the other girls had cheated on him with other men. Sensei wanted to punish them for their actions. Grafia herself was leaking aura. She wanted to freeze them for a century for this action. They also knew that Rias was nothing but a psychopath. He in a way was happy that Rias had her personality changed due to the reset, with her being more open to the family and her big brother as well. Issei, after I was suffering from Dragon's Fall, Kiba called Azazel and Barakil, along with Valatim, my parents as well as Gasper, Rossweez and Asia. They all were there for my final moments. Sensei was intently listening to what Issei had to say. Sensei would love to punish Rias for what she did but believed that the timeline should just stay as nothing but a bad memory. Issei, after that I was contacted by the Beast 666, as well as Chara Dreamer, now Hyoto, my younger sister. Sensei was confused. The Beast had the intelligence to contact Issei. He always knew that the Beast was being controlled since it was mindless. He wondered whether that was a lie by the Satans just to keep the devils under check. Sensei, but how? Isn't the Beast supposed to be mindless? Issei, that was a lie. Here I will let it speak for itself. Trihixa, hello Lord Lucifer, Lady Lucifuge. Both jumped out of their seats in a panic. They knew that the Beast was not someone to be taken lightly. But despite that, he having a voice was something even they were not expecting. They wanted answers. Trihixa, allow me to explain. I was once a dragon, but I became stronger as time went by. I was as strong as Ophis the dragon god. The gods and the four Satans feared me just like they feared Great Red and Ophis, but the former went to the dimension gap while the latter went into hiding. I was out minding my own business when these guys attacked me out of fear, in a bid to defend myself. I fought against them, but that old bastard sealed me away, and since then I was here. After which RageRevan used his soul as a last-ditch effort to keep me under control. I wanted to be freed, but then Issei and Asia killed RageRevan and freed me from his corruption. Since then I went to Issei and met Chara. The rest is history. Draigg, I can confirm, the old man really hated serpents, especially dragons. Sensei, I see this a lot to take in. Issei, a lot of powerful beings will come after you, especially the Greek and Hindu gods. Issei, that is why I will stay hidden, like Ophis did, so that they do not detect me that easily. Plus Trihixa does deserve to live a normal life. Sensei, wow, Issei, you really have matured. Speaking of which, what differences happened in this timeline and the previous one? Issei, well, remember the fallen that had killed me? Grafia, Raynare. Issei, yeah, her, well, she is my girlfriend. Sensei and Grafia did the mother of all spit takes. Issei had an amused look, while Asia's sweat dropped. They knew that this is gonna be common for them now. Sensei, but how did she not kill you? Issei, not this time. She genuinely fell in love with me and she became my first mate. Grafia, I see. Sensei and Grafia noticed a blush on Issei's cheek. They knew that their brother had fallen in love this time. Rias did not deserve him, not after what she had done. None of the girls who cheated on him did. They made sure to keep Rias away from him. They did not want to lose their little brother again. Issei, so anything else? Sensei, why forgive Rias? I mean, if I were in your place, I would have gotten back at those girls for betraying you. Issei, I wanted to at first, but then I realized that nothing will change. Rias meant a lot to you. Akeno meant a lot to Barakil. Koneko meant a lot to Kuroka. I did not want to hurt them by hurting those cheaters. hatred only breeds more hate, nothing more, nothing less. I want the cycle of hate and vengeance to end. It is truly pointless. I wonder why people even want to take vengeance. Honestly, if I do take vengeance, then what is next? What will I gain by doing it? It will only give me a few seconds of satisfaction. After that, the consequences last forever. And then what, someone else comes after me with revenge. And the cycle continues. And by not hating and moving on, is when the cycle truly ends. But I will never love your sister or her peerage ever again. Sensei, that is totally understandable, Issei. Even me nor Grafia would have loved that person who betrays someone in love. Grafia nods in confirmation. She would never accepted Sensei if he ever betrayed her. Sensei, you truly are a remarkable soul. You do not hate others even when they hurt or betray you. Not all souls are capable of doing that, and you might not only be the best soul of determination but also the best Red Dragon Emperor in both timelines, Issei Hyodo. Issei, you flatter me, big brother. Grafia, no, Issei, he is right. You not only stopped hating Rias and her peerage for their heinous actions, but also gave them a sort of second chance to be better. You truly are a rare gem. Issei, thanks both of you. Sensei, so we gotta leave, the others might get worried. Issei, indeed. They both then leave the time-space. Rias and the others were curious on what happened. Sensei and Grafia did keep his power a secret, given that if found out by the others, especially him, he might use Issei against us this time. Rias, brother, what happened? Where were you? Sensei, oh, nothing, we were just having a chat. Speaking of chats, isn't it your parents' day the next day? That is why we are here. Rias, how did you know? Grafia, did you tell him? Grafia was quiet. Sensei then responded. Sensei, I have my ways, little Rias. Speaking of which, I never booked a hotel. Issei, do you mind if I stay at your place? Issei, I have no issues, but Sona and Raynare may not like it. Sensei, that will not be a problem. Hyodo residence, 8 p.m. They then head towards the Hyodo residence. Sona and Raynare were shocked that Satan Lucifer is here. A amused Char was standing next to the wall. Even the parents were shocked at his presence. But what he did was even more shocking next. Sensei, I would like to apologize for my sister's actions, Mr. and Mrs. Hyodo. Sensei bows in front of them. He regretted not raising his sister properly. Such a thing would have never occurred if he and his father not pampered her enough. Mickey, does he know? Issei nods in approval. Both the parents were confused but nevertheless accepted it. Gora, please keep your head high. Lord Lucifer, it is not your fault. Do not beat yourself up for her mistakes. You did what you did. You did your best in raising her. And besides, we are still family even if Rias's actions were unforgiving. Sensei, you still don't hate us. Mickey, with a smile, why would we? Lord Lucifer, you did give my son a new life and a whole lot of friends. We would never hate you. You are like family to us. Sensei, thanks Mr. Hyodo and Mrs. Hyodo. Mickey, now come on in. We do need to celebrate. After a while they could be truly enjoying themselves, where Issei and Sona were in a room. Sona, why is he here? Issei, well, he had nowhere to go. Besides, what is the issue? Sona, well, never mind. Issei knew why did Sona say that. Now he is aware that Sona must act like her stoic self. Even Raynare is trembling at Lord Lucifer's presence. Issei then held her hand only for it to notice that it was moist. Issei's hand had a calming effect on her. She remembered that her boyfriend will always be there by her side. Raynare, thanks babe. Issei, not a problem honey. I will always be there for you. Sona started pouting. Issei, on noticing this, gave her a kiss on the forehead, calming the citry heiress down. He then hugged Azazel, who immediately melted into his hug. That was when Sensei arrived. He smiled warmly at the scene. Sensei, hope I am not interrupting anything. Sona, no Lord Lucifer, nothing is happening. Sensei, good to see you too, Sona. Looks like Issei is able to bring you back to your usual self, instead of the stoic strict person everyone else sees you as. Sona blushed and stayed quiet. Sensei, and Raynare, I was told by Azazel beforehand only that you are staying with Issei. Looks like you really do love him, not like the last time. Raynare, indeed Lord Lucifer, I will love him no matter what. My past self is nothing but a fool for abandoning Issei. If I ever find her, I will make sure she regrets. Sensei, indeed, and Azazel, thanks for sticking by Issei no matter what, but I am not here for that. I wanted to tell you to inform Rias that she can release her bishop. She is strong enough to handle him. Issei, Gasper. Sensei, indeed Issei, he was sealed away because Rias could not control him back then. But now she can. but aside from that I need to talk to Issei, so I will be borrowing him for the night. All 3 girls, you can't. Sensei, ladies, it is just for one night, it should not be a problem. All the 3 girls then relent and leave, but not before kissing Issei. Sensei sighed, as he will always get girls no matter how hard he tries. Hyoto Residence, 3 a.m. Issei was wide awake. He was unable to sleep because of a lot of changes that have happened. Sensei, can't sleep, can you? Issei, a lot of changes, a lot of differences, an encounter with Gaster. Sensei, did you say Gaster? Issei, yeah, I met him once in the void. Sensei then gets up. Sensei, how did he end up there? Issei, an experiment gone wrong. Sensei, I see. Issei, speaking of which, how did you know about him? Sensei, we were good friends back in the day. He was an ambitious man. He also had 2 students. They went by the names Sans and Papyrus. But he still cared for his foundation employees like their own children. He truly was a man with a noble heart. I and Ajuka used to chat with him about the science. He was from a different era entirely. Issei, he seemed like a nice guy. He still had hope that one day he would get out of the void. Sensei, knowing him, he would. Issei, well, let's go to sleep, it is a big day tomorrow. And I guess the meeting will be happening soon, right? Sensei, yeah, and are you planning to reveal about your powers to everyone there? Issei, yeah, but one person will not like it, or one faction specifically. Sensei, the angels, right? Issei, yeah, alright then, good night, big brother. Sensei, good night, Issei. They both then go to sleep. Scene break. The next day, 9 a.m. Sensei, alright Issei, I will be heading to school. I do have to watch over Rias today. Issei, yes, see you too, big brother, big sister. After Grafia and Sensei leave the 5 to head towards the school, they also then get ready to head towards the school since it was Parents' Day for them as well. Issei, well, what are we waiting for? It is our Parents' Day as well. Chara, I am unfamiliar with this new thing in schools. Issei, just see you might enjoy it. Kuo Academy, Issei's classroom, 10:30 a.m. Sarah Fall, alright everyone, let us make clay designs since it is Parents' Day, do your best. Issei, alright this time, what should I do? Mickey, go. Chara, Asia, I know you can do it. Gora, try your best son, I know you can do it, try not to make the same thing as last time. Issei and the other 2 could see them holding a camera and see them recording. Issei sighed at his parents' antics while Asia and Chara chuckled at them. They would never change no matter the timeline. Issei then imagines something, however this time he imagines a dragon, a specific Welsh dragon, in fact, and after a while. Sarah Fall, Issei, did you do this? Issei, Ms. Levi. He then looks at his clay model, only to realize it was a life-size model of Draigg, the Welsh dragon, whom he made just by imagining. This was new even for him. The Welsh dragon was so proud that he was crying tears, just like a certain Ma hero. He was happy that Issei did not make a life-size model of Rias this time. Student 1, wow, Hyoto, that is some excellent craftsmanship. Student 2, even I could not be this precise. That is something only skilled people can do. Female Student 1, since you stopped being a pervert, you really have changed. Female Student 2, I will give you 1,000 yen for this model. Matsuda, I will give you 2,000 yen. Student 3, I will give you 3,000 yen. Chara, wow, I never knew that Parents' Day can be so lively. Asia, it usually isn't. Mickey, looks like our son is even gaining popularity now. Gora, change does attract people. Student Council, 12:30 p.m. Sona, well done, Issei, it really looks like him. Issei, thanks Sona. Tsubaki, speaking of which, can you make a model of Kiba? Issei, why? Tsubaki, stammers, no reason. Issei pretended to not know but knew that she had a crush on Kiba. Sona, what is the commotion? Student 1, it is a magical girls shootout. Us students from the photography club can't miss a chance of a professor dressed as one. Sona, oh god no, not this again. Issei, welp, let's go, and stop her before it is too late. Gym room, 1 p.m. Photos were being clicked of a certain familiar magical girl. Students were enjoying clicking photos of the Seraphal Leviathan dresses in a magical girl's costume. She did not even mind posing for the boys since she enjoyed getting the attention of them. The students were continuing their clicking, but that was when Saji came and drove them all away. The students grumbled at how annoying the student council was with them intervening to shoot, and that was when Saji turned his attention to Seraphal. Saji, Seraphal-sama, you cannot pose like this as a magical girl, you may get fired for being inappropriate. Seraphal, but Saji, this is who I am, a milky girl spiral. Seraphal then poses like a magical, causing Sona a major embarrassment, while the others sweat drop at Seraphal's antics. Sona, big sister, I cannot have you pose like this, like a magical girl in front of the students, considering the fact that you are a teacher in this school. Seraphal, Sona-chan, not you too, Issei-chan, please help me. Both the girls were glaring at Issei, who practically had no idea what to say. He knew that both are right and wrong to some extent. Issei needed to sort this out, but before he could say anything, Sona said something. Sona, big sister, I cannot let you pose like this, I gave you one pass, that was it. Seraphal kept hovering around Sona, begging her to let her do this. That was when Sona has had enough. Sona, crying, no, I can't take this anymore. Sona runs away as Seraphal chases after her. Seraphal, Sotan, wait for me. Sona, no, stay away from me. Issei, sigh, welp, I gotta go after them. Saji, take care of the mess she had created. I will handle Sona, just leave it to me. Chara, alright, take care, big brother. Issei then went after them. He knew that this is going to be a long day, with him chasing and cheering up Sona while he is handling the Satan Leviathan. That was when he comes across his parents and Asya. Mickey, hey son, why are you in a hurry? Issei, well, something happened, and Seraphal made Sona cry, hence why I am chasing after her. Goro, I see, we just met Rias's mother Vanillina, who just so happens to be the principal. She apologized for her daughter's actions and informed us about the change in your behavior. You have certainly gained a following. Issei, I know, Dad. Goro, oh, and one more thing, we have invited Rias's brother as well as Sona's sister to a party we are keeping up tonight. Issei, oh no, oh okay. Issei needed to head towards the duo. He luckily found them chatting with Rias and Akeno. They felt pity given that Rias's brother is also a siscon when he is in his brother mode. Sona, oh hey Issei, what's up? Issei, where is Seraphal? Sona, I lost her, thank Lucifer for that. Issei, well, there is bad news for you. Sona, oh god, don't tell me that she is going to come to your house as a party guest. Issei nodded silently. She knew that she was gonna be embarrassed. She could only yell at the top of her voice. Sona, I am as good as a goner. Rias, well, at least I am saved from an embarrassment. Rias was informed beforehand that her brother would be going to Issei's house for the party. Scene break. Hyodo residence, 10:30 p.m. The Hyodo couple along with the Lucifer couple and Seraphal Leviathan were watching videos on their kids. First showed the three kids, Asya, Chara and Issei. They were all kinda happy that their parents did not dote on them. The couple was proud of how their kids performed at the Parents' Day. The next up was Surzex showing off Rias and her performance with her constantly telling her brother to stop recording the footage. And last but not the least was Seraphal constantly telling how her sister performed in front of the whole world. Sona could not take it, and went to home. She felt like this was heaven for the devils. An endless amount of embarrassment and mental torture for her. Issei had followed her into the room, where he could see her huddling herself in the corner. Issei, hey, wanna go inside my room? Sona nodded. Issei opened the room, and she went inside the bed to lie down flat on her face. Issei could only watch in pity as she was silent because of everything that had happened. Sona, hey Issei. Issei, yes Sona. Sona, are you glad that you met me? Issei, yes I am. I mean, you taught me a lot of things. You made me allow to love every side of you, even your flaws. You are perfect in your own way. I thought you would be happy with your sister getting along with my parents. Sona, yes I am, but... Issei, do not get me wrong, but that is her way of showing that your sister loves you, more than anything else. You mean the world to her, and she would not be able to live without you, so please try to get along with her. Sona, I will try. Issei. Sona then approaches Issei, and she kisses him. Issei also envelopes himself in a kiss, and responds back with a passionate kiss of his own. That was when the lights turned on, revealing a menacing smiling Raynare as well as a jealous Asya. Raynare, ah, so this is why you went after Sona, darling. Asya, not fair. Sona. Sona, embarrassed. This is not what it looks like, guys. Seraphal, ah, this house is lively as usual. Sona, big sister, I have something to say. Seraphal, go ahead. Sona, I am sorry for ignoring you. I am sorry for not trying to understand you. I am sorry. Seraphal, shhhh, it is okay Sona, I forgive you. You are my younger sister. I will always be by your side till the very end. I have never seen you this happy. It is all thanks to Issei. He made you much more open than you ever were. I am happy for you, and I always will be. Sona, thanks big sister. Seraphol leaves the four to themselves. She then watches Sona as she is laughing and enjoying herself with Issei and the others. She then looks down as she always wanted something but she never got it in the past 500 years. Seraphol, my sister is happy. Happy with the man she loves. I should also be happy. But then why does it hurt my heart so much? Seraphol's mansion 5:30 a.m. Seraphol has entered her mansion after the party that has happened in Issei's house. She felt a growing sense of sadness, like she never felt before. Seraphol, why is this happening to me? Seraphol then paces around. Seraphol, am I falling in love with him? No, I must not. He is my brother-in-law. I cannot fall in love with him. Seraphol then remembers about the shoot for her show. She then thinks that maybe this might get her out of her mind. Scene break. The next day, Occult Research Club room, 9:30 a.m. Issei was seen among Rias and the other club members. He and his friends were called by Rias to introduce someone. They wondered who could that be, only to see a blue-haired girl enter the clubroom in school uniform. Zenobia, greeting everyone. My name is Zenobia Corda, the Knight of Rias Gremory. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zenobia then did her own style greeting, unsurprising Issei, Asia and Chara. They knew that this thing had happened in the timeline before. They in response greeted him as well. Issei knew that this is the time where Zenobia becomes a better person, or at least thought she would. He wondered whether she would be the same this time around, or will history repeats itself. But no matter what, he is not going to fall in love with her. Issei, so she is the reason why you called us for? Rias, no, there is another reason. Issei, I guess it is Gasper then. I see. Rias, so even who is going to come then? Rias, my brother had asked me to release my second bishop. He knew that I was now strong enough to handle him. He knew that now I was ready for him then. He goes by the name Gasper Vladi. He is a half-vampire and my bishop of the peerage. He is kind of a recluse. Issei, so he has not changed much ever since the betrayal. Rias and the others then head towards the door where Gasper was sealed away. Due to him being much stronger than Rias, Rias then unseals the barrier where Gasper was. He could be seen huddling in a corner, not wanting to come out given his fear. He then notices Issei and approaches him, wanting to meet his brother. He wanted to hug him but realized that she was there. Rias, the one that betrayed her brother. He controlled himself. Rias, this is Gasper Vladi, my bishop and my family. Rias hugs the half-breed who only jolted away from her in disgust. He remembered what she did and decided to stay away from her. Gasper, Gremory-sama, please do not touch me, and stay away from me. Gasper recoiled away from her. Rias was wondering why certain people hated her. First Kiba, then Issei, then Chara and now Gasper. They all hated her. But she wanted to know why. When asked from both Kiba and Gasper, they both refused to tell her what she did to deserve such hatred. She bit her lips and teared up. Issei, on noticing this, asked Rias and the orc, except Kiba, to leave. Issei, hey Gaspy, did you miss us? Gasper, on seeing that the orc are not around her, immediately hugged Issei. He wanted to meet him ever since the reset, but couldn't because of him being sealed away in this room. He immediately cried on Issei. Gasper, crying, Yuwa, big brother Issei, where were you? I missed you so much. Issei, I missed you too Gasper. Asia, hey Gasper, do you remember me? Gasper, of course, big sister Asia. Gasper immediately hugged Asia, who returned the hug. He has always been like the little brother she always wanted, a little brother. Issei was more of a lover. Asia, I missed you too Gasper. Gasper then noticed Raynare and Chara. He wondered who those two were. Gasper, hey Issei, who are they? Issei, oh, points to Raynare. She is my first girlfriend, and points to Chara, my adoptive little sister. Chara, a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chara Hiyoto, Issei's younger sister. Raynare, my name is Raynare, Issei's girlfriend. Gasper, are you the same Raynare that once killed my big brother? Raynare looked down. Issei, on noticing this, said, Issei, no, they are not the same. And before you ask, she, Sona, Surzex and Grafia all remember the previous timeline as well. Raynare is the one who is my first girlfriend as well. Gasper's jaw dropped. Issei chuckled at this. Gasper, how did this happen? Are there any more changes? Issei, oh then buckle up little brother, there is a lot of changes. Issei then explains how Chara became his little sister, how he had his relationship with Raynare, his encounter with an enigmatic entity named W.D. Gaster, how he got Sona as his fiancée, him training the orc, his raiding game with Riser, his deception, Ionava kidnapping Sona, his fight with both Riser and Ionava, him nearly succumbing to hate, Sona getting him out of it, the Holy Sword Project, Kiba unlocking his soul trait with his balance breaker, and finally his fight with Kokabeel. Gasper, wow, this is a lot to take in, just one reset shows how many possible changes can happen in a timeline. Gasper's eyes start glowing. He was pretty interested in the changes. Like a child learning something new, Issei smiled at his curious nature. Issei, there would be more changes in the future. Gasper, speaking of which, I heard that you are getting along with Rias. Issei, honestly, I might give her a chance. Since she is improving herself with time, she is trying her best to change herself for the better and be a better person. Gasper, so even she is becoming better then? Issei nodded. Gasper had a bit of smile. After all, Rias had given him a second chance at living, plus he always was one of the few to believe that people change with time, for the better or for the worse. Issei, alright, let's go, the others must be waiting. Gasper nods. He wanted to meet his parents as well as Azazel and Barakil as well as Roswiz. It has been so long since he met them. Scene break. Rias, alright guys, let us head towards the familiar forest. Since it is full moon, we can go that area. Since Sona went last week to get hers, we are gonna go this week, since most of you do not have a familiar. Issei, maybe I will get a good familiar this time. Asya, I hope I get the sprite dragon this time. Issei, well then let us go. Rias, lead the way. Rias then opens up a portal, where the familiar master can be seen waiting for them. He was a low-class devil by the name of Zatuji. He used to stay in the familiar forest and wait for devils to come here and get familiars. Zatuji, Rias Gremry, what brings you here? Rias, I need to get familiars, if not multiple familiars. Zatuji, follow me then. Asya then spots a dragon, the same sprite dragon she had obtained last time and managed to bond with it. Asya, Rase-san. Asya then approaches the sprite dragon, who on seeing her immediately approaches her like he knew her from another timeline. He immediately snuggles to her, as he knew her once. Asya holds the sprite dragon like a mother does to her son. The sprite dragon enjoyed being close to Asya. Asya, oh how I missed you. Issei, it has been a while. I saw this jerk. Draigg, I remember him burning your slime, back when you were a pervert. Issei, at least I am not anymore. Speaking of which, is she still here? Draigg, you mean Tiamat? Yes she is. Don't tell me you are trying to recruit her. Issei, I may make her my familiar this time. Draigg, I see. Draigg had a sad face. Issei on seeing this asked him what the issue is. Draigg told him a story on how he once loved a female dragon. But she had rejected her for her treasures. The dragon was saddened, but eventually found an interest in something else. He became stronger. He found a new passion. That was when he met Albion, a dragon who had been bored since he never could face a worthy opponent. He then wanted to borrow some treasures as a way of payback for rejecting him and knew that if he lost them, he can still defeat her. Since he was much stronger than her, he was having the time of his life. That was when the three factions intervened and sealed them away. Ever since that day, the female dragon has been hunting down several of his hosts. Because of that. Issei, is that dragon Tiamat? Draigg nods silently. Both Trahixa and Issei felt bad for Draigg. He found love and was rejected by her. At the very least he could comfort him. Issei, we will always be there for you, bro. Trahixa, Issei is right, we are friends after all. Draigg, thanks guys, thanks so much. Issei then looked at the sprite dragon who in response zapped him. However, Issei was unfazed. The sprite dragon was shocked. He was unfazed by his strongest attack. Issei then approached him. The sprite dragon felt a little fear, but Issei kept his hand on the baby dragon. Issei, easy little guy, I mean you no harm. That attack was strong indeed. You can be stronger if you want to protect Asya. The sprite dragon cooed in response to Issei's petting. Asya felt happy that Rase had accepted him. Zatuji, the familiar master, was shocked by the dragon choosing a master. Zatuji, usually sprite dragons usually avoid people, but this one sensed your pure heart and choose you. Will you choose it as your master? Asya, indeed I will. That was when Chara noticed a flower, a familiar-looking flower. Chara, could it be? Chara approaches the flower, then turns around. Could it be? The flower then turns around to see a familiar face, along with another soul of determination following her. Looks like that is the new soul of determination. Maybe it could be a new start for me. Chara, is that you? Chara, Floey, I miss you. Floey, I miss you too, Chara. They both hug each other since the last time they saw each other was 400 years ago. Floey, formerly known as Israel, the son of the Monster King and Queen, had shown up. That was when Issei, who followed Chara, had showed up. Floey, Chara, who is he? Chara, oh, that is Issei, my adoptive older brother. I go by the name Chara Hyodo now. Floey, I see. Floey had his head down. He remembered his actions. He knew that Chara might have moved on. That was when Chara embraced him. Chara, like Issei, you will always be my brother Israel, just like they were also my parents. Floey, thanks Chara. Issei, it is a pleasure to finally meet you Israel. Chara told me a lot about you, even you being a crybaby. Floey, that was supposed to be a secret, Chara. Chara, sorry Azzy, he knows. Chara winks at Israel, who already had an embarrassed face. He knew that was his well-kept secret, and she exposed him to his possible older brother. Issei, do not worry Israel, your secret is safe with me. Speaking of which, what are you doing at the familiar forest? Floey, oh, I had come here to get some peace, given I have nobody and nowhere to go. Issei, I see, so do you want to come with me? Floey, why? Issei, well, you can be with your sister, and if possible father as well, given that he is coming here for peace negotiations as well. Floey, Dad is here. Issei, yes. Floey, he may not accept me, not like this. Issei, he will. I was once a pervert, and when I was exposed to be a dragon to my parents, they still loved me and accepted me. Chara told me a lot about Mr. Dreamer, and he seemed like one of the best dads. Ever knowing him, he would be happy to have his son, his Israel, back. Floey was thinking about it. He was traveling for years trying to feel anything, but thanks to his different soul traits comprising his body, he just might feel something. Floey, alright, I am in. Issei, great, welcome to the family Israel, may I call you that? Floey, you may, can I call you Issei? Issei, we are family, so of course. Floey then uses his wines to attach on his right hand and climb up on his shoulder, just like Pikachu on a trainer's shoulder. Floey felt comfortable getting closer to Issei. Issei, alright then let's go. Both, yeah? Zatuji, Floey, so you've finally chosen a master. Issei, yeah, I will be taking him, Mr. Zatuji. Zatuji, alright then, so what is next? Issei, well, we will be going back, since everyone has gotten their familiar. Raynare, welcome to the family, Floey. Floey, indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you, Raynare. Rias, I will be opening the portal, so then let's get ready. That was when a blast hit everyone. Thankfully Issei sensed it, and used a barrier to prevent the blast from injuring anyone. Draigg. Draigg, oh no, that is her. Issei got on his guard. He recognized her. She was Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, the one that had hurt his brother once, the one that killed so many wielders. The others were shocked by her presence. Zatuji did not expect her to show up. Why was she here? She never came out of the cave. She was there for a reason, and that was to kill the host of the current Welsh dragon. Issei, what do you want, Tiamat? Draigg and Trahixa were glaring at her. They remember on how she destroyed Draigg's heart once. Tiamat, on the other hand, was visibly furious. She was mad that the host of Draigg had come here to meet her at her domain. The others were shocked that Issei not only knew the strongest dragon king but also was familiar with her. He seemed angry at her. He knew something what she did to his partner, so he decided to deal with her before she tried to hurt Draigg and his partner. Issei, everyone go back to the portal. I will be coming in a while. Floey, go with Chara for the time being. I have a score to settle with her. Floey, okay Issei. Rias, alright Issei, stay safe. Raynare, hey Issei. Raynare and Asya kiss him on his cheek. Raynare, kick her ass honey. Issei, you got it babe. The portal closes, leaving Issei alone with Tiamat and Zatuji with him. Issei then looks at the Dragon King, eye filled with anger towards her calm yet furious sapphire eyes. Her bluish-white hair was shining in the dark familiar forest. Her horns were glowing with power. She was hovering over the duo. Zatuji was wondering what he should do next, whether he should call Surzex or someone to deal with the situation. That was when Issei called out for him. Issei, Mr. Zatuji, try to evacuate the familiars to the safe location for the time being. Contact Surzex before it is too late. This battle is going to get ugly. You also need to get out of here. This is going to be far worse than what you think. Zatuji, okay. Zatuji teleports out of there. Issei, so where were we, Tiamat? Tiamat, you dared to come in my land, Draigg. How dare you? How dare you lose my treasure and then show yourself here? Draigg, quiet Tiamat, you have no right to ask me that. You rejected me. You hunted down so many innocent people just to get back at me, only for a piece of metal. Tiamat, you will pay for this, Draigg, and your host will suffer. Issei, I would like to see you try, treasure freak. But if I win you will be my second familiar, what do you say? Tiamat roared in laughter when she saw his win reward. She thought she never would have been hearing such a stupid request from him. She thought that she would easily win this without any sweat. Tiamat, your host is a fool, Draigg, I pity you. Draigg, I would not be so sure about that, Tiamat. He fought beings way powerful than you and even managed to defeat them. He is more powerful than he ever was. Maybe if you had not been so harsh to me, that maybe we would have a better relationship. But what did my hosts do? Why they had to perish just because they wielded me? Why they had to suffer for my mistakes? Why go after them? Some only wanted to use my power to better, but you had to kill them for no reason. Besides, you are a fool to underestimate my current host. I never knew the strongest dragon king is an idiot. Tiamat, on hearing that she was a fool, attacked Issei. She wanted to rip him apart for being another host of Draigg. Issei easily sidestepped, giving her a fist to her stomach. She was sent flying. Issei then summoned Durandal. Blade. Issei used Durandal and charged at Tiamat, who was struggling against the blade. Issei decided to not hold back and began using his blade in a manner similar to fighting a beast. He used Durandal's high side to prevent her from striking his vulnerable body parts, while when she would falter he would use it to deal damage to her. Over time, Tiamat was unable to keep up with the strikes and knew she had to finish him off quickly. Issei, on the other hand, decided to keep Draig's powers a secret since she did not know what his full power was. Issei's main intention was to stall Tiamat so that Zatuji can evacuate the familiars so that they do not get affected by their fight. Zatuji, all clear, Issei, they have all been located to safe place. Issei, good Mr. Zatuji, now it is time to head to the next level. Looks at Tiamat, who was getting angry. You want to fight, you got it. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei then donned his red armor ready to fight Tiamat. He knew that she is the strongest opponent he faced so far. He needed to defeat her before she goes on a rampage trying to attack everyone. Issei then came forward and dished out a very heavy gut punch to her stomach. He used his playing field to the advantage and attacked Tiamat, dealing a severe damage to her. Tiamat coughed up and tried to attack back, but Issei dodged and gave her a fist to the face. He had taken it to the next level. Issei prevented her from going to the next level with constantly giving her a barrage of punches. Tiamat tried to block them, but the ferocity of those punches was too much for she eventually took some damage in the form of some blows. She then evaded the attack only for Issei to fire a well-timed dragon shot, which she barely could deflect. Tiamat, he is not trying to give me space to think or attack. Those hosts were easy pickings given that most did not unlock their balance breaker, but this one might be the strongest one I encountered so far. No, the strongest Welsh dragon host. I need to kill him before it is too late. Tiamat tries to go on the offensive to try to attack Issei, but he only held her attack with one hand. Issei had a bit of a smirk underneath his armor. He then proceeded to uppercut her while she was trying to free her hand. Filled with rage, Tiamat tried using her magic blast to hit Issei, but he used divide to divide it out of nothingness. Tiamat was shocked, confused and angry on how Issei got access to Albion's power. Tiamat, how did you get access to his power? Issei, I took it by myself into the body. Amazing results, won't you say? Tiamat, impossible, this should not happen. Draigg, Tiamat, if I learn anything from my partner, it is if a fool wishes for something to be possible, even the impossible can seem possible. Tiamat could not take it anymore. She lunged at Issei using her full strength. That was when Issei then summoned several wyverns, all made up from parts of the dividing gear, which he had stolen in the previous timeline from Vala in order to use his ability. Dividing Wyvern Fairy. Those wyverns started to drain Tiamat's magical power and strength and incorporate into themselves, which Issei had stolen to use his power to charge up two cannons that had appeared on his back. Draigg constantly boosted his power, allowing him to use it for himself. Tiamat tried to dodge it, but those wyverns were trying to siphon her power and strength away from her, preventing her to dodge. Longinus Smasher. Tiamat could be seen flying, unable to handle the impact of the blast coupled with the strength and magic draining abilities of the wyverns. Her body was sent flying across the fields. Issei then used Durandal to cut off her legs. Tiamat screamed as her legs were cut off by the sword. She did not know what she had to do. She was helpless in her fight against Issei. She glared at the Red Dragon Emperor in fury and hate. Tiamat, damn you Draigg, damn you Issei. Issei, so it looks like you have been defeated then. Tiamat, no, I will not accept this. I will not lose. I will not lose to you of all people, not to a host of Draigg. Tiamat in her fury transforms into her dragon form. She was determined to kill this host of Draigg no matter the cost. she then transforms into a pale blue western dragon with celestial blue scales. Issei, so that is her dragon form. Draigg, partner, let us also take it to the next level. Issei, you got it. Draigg and Draigg. Balance breaker, 666 mode. Issei then transforms into his new form. It had 4 wings, 2 draconic and 2 fallen, a blackish armor. It had a jet black tail, 2 visors on his chest, draconic as talons as well as a tail with a trident on it. The armor was radiating power akin to that of a dragon god. This form was wielded by Issei for the very first time, but since it is the first time using this power, he was not used to it. He was overtaken by strain. Issei, bro, how long do I have before deactivation? Draigg, about 3 hours. Issei, have more than enough to beat her to submission. Draigg, all the best, partner. Issei then charged using his armor towards the Dragon King. She used Chaos Fire to damage him. Draigg, be careful, that fire can burn gods as well. Issei, I know, I won't let it hit me. Issei skillfully dodged her fire and gave a fierce punch to the dragon's jaw, breaking a few teeth of it. He then uses Extinction Ray to damage Tiamat, who dodged it out of instinct. Issei then appeared in front of Tiamat and dealt a severe blow to her head. Tiamat's head was heavily damaged after that. Tiamat then had enough and decided to use her ultimate attack, Chaos Bomb. She began charging the bomb and in an attempt to defeat Issei. Draigg, partner, be careful, this blast is capable of leveling countries and continents. This power of hers made her into one of the strongest dragon kings. We need to stop her before it is too late. She will destroy the familiar forest if she fires that blast. Issei, you got it, we need to stop her. Tiamat is charging her sphere. That was when Issei directed the wyverns to absorb the power. However, this was too much even for them and they started getting destroyed. But were managing to weaken the sphere. Some of them also transferred the sphere's power to Issei. Issei, looks like it is about time to end this extinction storm. A storm of pure destructive energy enveloped the dragon. It had managed to destroy the bomb and severely damage. Tiamat roared in pain as the pure destructive energy had pierced her body, dealing massive damage to her, enough to get her out of her dragon form, and to bring her to a regular human form without any horns or scales. Issei then approached Tiamat, who had a look of fear in her eyes. She was now helpless against him. Issei was the first host to successfully not only defeat her but also dominate her as well. Issei, looks like I win. So before I do anything, may I know why or what drove you so far to murder every single host of Draigg? Tiamat, he stole my treasure, so I had to destroy him and his hosts. Issei, but that is not a reason enough to show no mercy to them, right? Tiamat looked down. She knew that she was blinded by hatred because she once loved him. She loved Draigg. She loved him with all her heart. She feared other dragons might attack him given that she was a beautiful dragon. So she rejected him. She feared him being killed. But when she saw that he moved on, she was devastated. She felt like he forgot her. Although when he asked for her treasure, she gave it to him because she loved him. But when he lost her treasure and perished, she felt like he abandoned her. She began suffering from Dragon's Fall. If it was not for Azazel curing her, she would have died. She started to hate Draigg for not only discarding her treasure but also for leaving her. Tiamat then told everything to Issei. Issei and the other 2 dragons were shocked. Draigg, on the other hand, was devastated that she always loved him but feared losing him. Hence she rejected him. If he knew this was the reason, he would have never left her to become strong. He would have never given up. He knew how devastating the disease was, given that his partner had also suffered. Issei stayed quiet given that he had no words. He was also once afraid of women due to Raynare stabbing him in the past timeline. He knew if there was anyone to fix Tiamat's heart, it was Draigg and vice versa. Issei then cheered the duo up by saying if they forgive each other and give them a second chance and forgive them for their actions, then maybe they could fall for each other once again, just like all those years ago. And maybe he could give her children, like Tiamat always wished. Issei, wow, Tiamat, I did not know you suffered. Draigg, got anything to say? Draigg, I never knew you loved me, Tia. I thought you rejected me because I was weak. I then found a new hobby. Albion, my current rival, pushed me to become strong. I started to train myself to reach the point of power where I am. I asked for your treasure cause I wanted to fight on an even plane. But the 3 factions killed us. As a result, your treasures got lost. Do you still love me even after all these years? Tiamat, yes, you fool. I always loved you. I feared your death. I thought you abandoned me. I thought you gave up on me. I loved you, Draigg. I always did. Tiamat started crying. She wanted love, but after Draigg died she started hating him because she thought he abandoned and gave up on her. Draigg, if you may, can we start over, in our relationship? Tiamat looked at Draigg. She wanted a second chance, and now she got it. She immediately hugged Issei. Given that Draigg can also experience it, Draigg cherished the hug. He felt like he found love once again, after all these years. Tiamat, I would love to. Draigg, thanks Issei. Issei, not a problem. Tia, can I call you that? Tiamat, indeed Issei, my master. Issei, just call me Issei. Tia. Tiamat, very well Issei. That was when a crest appeared and a portal opened up, revealing Serzex Lucifer and his wife Graphia. Serzex, looks like I missed the show. Issei, you came late to the party, big brother. Serzex, so what did I miss? Issei, nothing but my toughest battle so far, as well as a heartfelt moment between two dragons. Serzex, Tiamat, I did not know you loved Draigg. Tiamat, indeed I did, Lord Lucifer. Serzex, cut the Lord, I am not a man of formalities, so seems like you got a powerful familiar. Issei. Issei, indeed I did, in fact I got two. Serzex, that is a surprise. Issei, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one indeed. Issei then begins the chant and Tiamat becomes his second familiar. Floey became his first. They then opened the portal, revealing a worried group. The three girls then embraced Issei but were shocked when Tiamat came out of the portal. Tiamat, hello? Sona, Issei, how did you? Issei, oh honey, she is my new familiar, my second one, first is Floey. All were shocked that Issei managed to tame Tiamat, a dragon king, as his familiar. Even those that remembered the past timeline knew that this feat was impossible for Issei, but he managed to complete it. Issei, oh boy, do I have a story to tell you all. Rias, well, we have all day, so what did we miss? Issei then tells the full story to the group. Initially they felt pity for the Dragon King, but then were happy that the relationship was restarted. They then headed back home to prepare for the peace conference that was scheduled 2 days later. 2 days later. Peace conference, Kuo Academy, 2 p.m. The faction leaders were present for the meeting. This meeting had two purposes: to rebuild the Christian pantheon as well as end a generation-long conflict between the three factions. From the Devil faction, Serzex Lucifer as well as Seraphal Leviathan were present. From the Fallen Angel faction, Azazel was present, and from the Angel faction, Michael and Gabriel had came for the negotiations. Michael, so as everyone is here. Serzex, the monster faction is still remaining. Michael and Gabriel bit their lips as they remembered what happened to that faction. They were sealed away by humanity who had just been released from the underground because everyone once feared them. They had been informed prior that the King of Monsters, along with his judge who had shown up to the conference. They then sensed a familiar presence. Issei and his friends along with Sona and their peerages had arrived to the meeting since they were also invited as well. Floey and Tiamat had followed suit given that they were Issei's familiars. Azazel and Michael were beyond shocked. They did not know that Issei was strong enough to train the strongest Dragon King. Azazel's jaw dropped seeing Tiamat next to Issei, who just so happened to be the host of Draigg, given that she had suffered from Dragon's Fall and he was the one to cure her from it. He wanted to ask what happened that made her accept not only Issei but also Draigg as well. So they decided to keep it hidden for the time being. That was when another energy spike, in fact 2 energy spikes were shown. Both were monsters who had come for the peace faction to negotiate with the monster kind. The King of Monsters along with his judge had shown up. Serzex, Askari Dreamer, you finally showed up. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Askari, the pleasure is all mine, Serzex. Askari then saw Chara and Floey next to a brown-haired boy. As much as he wanted to hug them and ask them what happened and how they are still alive, it has been 400 years since he saw them alive. He also wanted to meet the Red Dragon Emperor, on what kind of a person he was. That was when Sans showed up. He also wore formals, probably forced by his brother to do so. It was uncomfortable for the skeleton, but he tolerated it nevertheless. They could now begin the peace negotiations. Serzex, so I have called you here, because us devils no longer want to do with war or attacking anyone. We are done with that. Michael, us too, but considering the reports of both the heiress Sona Citri and Rias Gremory, Kokabil had attacked in an attempt to provoke a war. Is there anything you have to say? Azazel, the Governor General of Fallen Angels. Azazel, nah, I had no say in what he was doing. He was responsible for the attack on his own accord. He basically went rogue from me backing out of the war. He was responsible for his own fate. But don't worry, he has been sealed and won't bother anyone ever again. Serzex, still you should have been more careful. He nearly destroyed the town as well as both Rias and Sona in it. Azazel, look, I tried stopping him, but it is not easy given the amount of support he had. But us fallen angels also want to end the fighting. I am not a fighter, more like a collector. I prefer research over fighting. Can we just call it a peace and call it a day? Michael, but... Gabriel, brother, we also want peace after all. I mean, it is common knowledge that Father or God is dead, as well as all the 4 Satans as well. The people present here as well know that. As a result, angels nor pure-blooded devils cannot be born. This resulted in the numbers being reduced, given that the Great War not only murdered them, but also a high amount of angels, devils and fallen were killed as well. Michael, I see no reason in not doing so. Askari, us monsters also desire no fighting. After our release, thanks to a certain human, our first priority is to mingle and make peace with the humans as well. So we settled in a town where human and monsters live in harmony, together, as well as with no discrimination or hate for the other. We also desire peace from the supernatural as well, given that we hold no hostility between them. Sensei, since we call peace, I will be sharing the secrets of the evil peace creations, so that angels and fallen can also have their own sets. Azazel, I will be sharing the sacred gear research I have collected over the years. Michael, we will be sharing our healing tech as well as healing techniques of the angels. Askari, and monsters will also be sharing the lost magic as well as advanced technology powered by renewable resources. The core is one of them. Azazel, so what do the Dragon Emperor say, peace or? Valley, I just want to fight strong opponents, that's all. Issei, my goal remains unchanged. It is always to protect the people I care about no matter what happens. I will strike an enemy down if they threaten or attack my family and friends. The ones that remembered the past timeline smiled at Issei's declaration. They also knew that Issei will never change no matter what. Azazel said something next. Azazel, so no baby making as the goal. Issei, please stop. Those who remembered the past timeline chuckled cause he said a statement embarrassing himself as well as Rias back then, but now he changed into a better person. Azazel, so what does the soul of determination have to say about the situation? Issei then stepped forward, shocking the Gremry group, Citri group except Sona and the angels as well as Askari. Issei, I am the current soul of determination. Everyone present were looking at Issei and his red soul of determination. They knew he had control of this timeline, given that Issei could just reset the timeline and no one will even realize what happened to the previous one. Those that remembered the past timeline were in a much better state, given that Issei had told them beforehand. Michael, the Red Dragon Emperor, did you perform a Issei, a true reset? Yes, I did. Everyone that were present was horrified. They knew that he would perform a true reset for a reason, and it was for a good one. In fact, some were dreading the future, the possible future that drove him to reset the timeline. Michael, may I know why? Issei, alright then, this is gonna be a big one. But before I show the incidents in the past timeline, I want you to not punish the perpetrators of the previous timeline, since their sins were kind of erased, washed away because of the reset. So please do not punish them. Michael, alright Issei. Issei then activated all the memories of the ones present, Sona's peerage, Rias and her peerage as well as the angels. The angels were happy that they achieved peace but wondered as to why did Issei commit a reset. Rias, Gremry and her peerage, except for Kiba and Gasper, were horrified at what they did in the previous timeline. Sona's Citri peerage wondered why Issei performed a reset, as they also wondered what drove Issei to completely destroy a timeline. They knew that Rias and Issei loved each other, so why a reset was performed. All answers will be answered today itself. Irina, on the other hand, was horrified about what her past self did. She not only discarded his friendship but also went on to cheat with him towards a look-alike. Issei, since everyone remembers their past timeline, I will tell them what happened which drove me to perform a reset. The girls that cheated on him begged him not to say, but Issei did it anyway. Issei then began to tell him after the defeat of the beast what had happened. He fell into a comatose. When he woke up, he realized that none of the girls had visited him in the hospital. The only people that visited him were Azazel and Vale and his team. After which he heads home only to receive the biggest shocker of his life. Rias and Akeno, the woman he had given his heart to, were fucking a man, cheating on him behind his back. He also heard them not only insulting him but also insulting Sensei as well, calling him a fool and an idiot. He then left cause he could not bear them anymore. He then headed towards the park with his doubts, but that was when the other girls, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel and Koneko, were present with their boyfriends. Even they only tolerated Issei because of his perversion. They also insulted and humiliated him, given that he was present listening to everything. That was where he discovered another truth, that Rias had let him die at the hands of the fallen angel, shocking Issei to the very core, causing him to suffer from an infamous disease known as Dragon's Fall. Kiba, who was also present at the same time, was there to be present for his brother till the very end. He had called Azazel to help him with the disease, but even he was helpless. The evil pieces were accelerating the fall to an alarming rate. They were eating him alive. He then saw this: his parents along with the Vala team had visited him as a means to help him cope with the disease, with Kuroka even willing to mate with him if she wanted to see him alive. Koneko was shocked on hearing this. Meanwhile, Lefei was working with Azazel to remove the pieces. The next was a portal revealing Gasper, Asia and Roswies, who were also there to provide Issei with comfort in his possible final moments. That was when time had stopped. He encountered two entities, the first being the Beast of Apocalypse Trahixa. He offered him a favor given that Issei released him from RageRevan's control. He removed his evil pieces, therefore altering his body to that akin to a dragon god. It was a painful process, but it was worth it. After which he encountered Chara in the same dimension, who showed him his soul trait and asked him what he was going to do next. Issei then informed her that his goal will still be unchanged no matter what happens. He then releases the time barrier and tells the people present about what had happened. They in the end all agree that this timeline should stay as a bad dream. Michael and the other leaders were disappointed at what the girls did. Serzex and Seraphal were livid at their actions. Azazel was neutral given that he was aware on what they did. Askari and Sans kept quiet but were emitting a dangerous aura. Gabriel was in tears, while Floey and Tiamat wanted to tear those girls apart for betraying their master. Tiamat was especially furious as she also suffered the same disease like Issei did. She wanted to torture those girls for an eternity, but Issei told her to stay put. He will handle this himself. Kiba and Gasper were furious on the girls, who could only look down in shame. Raynare and Sona were disappointed at how far those girls fell back. Saji wanted to punish those girls for their infidelity but kept quiet because Issei would not want him to do so, while the other peerage members and Asia were disgusted at what these girls had become. Rias and the other girls hated their former selves. They wanted forgiveness for what they did to him, but knew they would never be forgiven. Irina, on the other hand, dreaded what would happen to her, since she not only betrayed her childhood friend but also discarded their friendship like it was nothing. They knew that they cannot be loved by him, as they were aware that Issei would never love them. Not this time. Rias, Issei. Rias had tears in her eyes, but before she could say anything, Serzex told her. Serzex, quiet. Rias, brother, please. Serzex, don't brother me. Rias Gremory, I am disappointed and disgusted in you. In fact, all of you. The only reason you are not being punished is because of Issei. He is the reason for me to not punish you. Michael, Serzex, calm down. Your promotion to angel will be withheld. You would have been excommunicated since you have performed the biggest sin in life, betrayal. Irina, but Lord Michael. Gabriel, no Irina, I least expected you of all people to do this. If you want to become an angel you need to earn it, but you will not become an angel. I am honestly disappointed in you. Issei, now you know why I hid this from you guys. Seraphal, but Issei, you could have easily told us. We would have been able to help you back then, especially with your dragon fall. Issei, I had no time, I was dying. Because of the disease, I could only contact a select few people. Plus, I did not want to inform you because you loved your sister. Big brother, I did not want to tell you because it may hurt you. You might not be able to take it. Serzex, Issei, if there is anything that this job has taught me is to control my emotions. I never side with wrong, no matter what happens. But I guess the punishment that you considered is the best. The girls will never get you back. They will watch as you have a happy life and die realizing that they could have been a part of it if it wasn't for their betrayal. Rias, but... Serzex, no Rias, you deserve it, all of you do. Rias and the other girls start crying for this. Issei only looked away. Askari, it takes a lot of skill to temper yourself even after being betrayed. I am proud of you, Hyodo Issei. You did not give in to hate and kept moving, trying to achieve yourself. Sans, I agree with King Askari, kiddo. Not a lot of people have the temperament to live after such a heinous betrayal. It takes real skill and tenacity to do that. You are a good kid, Issei. Issei, thanks King and Judge of Monsters. That was when the barrier had been breached and multiple magicians had appeared from portals located outside. They recognized them as Nilrain magicians. Graphia in particular was panicking given the fact in the previous timeline Euclid Lucifuge, her brother, had led the magicians to perform several assaults on the three factions. Serzex, on seeing his wife, held her hand, calming her down. That was when a portal had opened up, taking Gasper with them. He was then forcefully made to activate his gear, sealing away the Citri peerage except Sona, the Gremory peerage, Asia, and the guards that had accompanied them. Sona and Raynare in particular had their hands held onto Issei the whole time when he was telling them his past to the leaders. Issei, it seems like time has stopped. Azazel, so just like last time. Issei, hey Vala, how about we do a competition? Loser has to pay the next meal. Valley, Oh, and what do you suggest? Issei, the one to eliminate most magicians wins. First we save Gasper, and then we continue. Valley, alright then, sounds good. Azazel, try not to destroy the school. Issei, alright sensei. The duo then head towards the clubroom where the Gasper was held. They eliminated the magicians while at the same time keeping the count up on who was getting the upper ground. Magician 1, don't move. Magician 2, or he gets it. Gasper, please kill me, don't let them use me as a weapon. Issei, nah, I would never betray my family no matter the cost. Magician 3, you are a fool, you should have used him as a weapon. Valley, damn it, we can't get close when they hold him a hostage, knife at his throat. Issei, this is why. Issei approaches in fast speed and disarms the magician. You will always be alone. Gasper, bite my hand, use my blood to defeat them. Gasper, got it Issei. Gasper bites Issei's hand and activates his sacred gear, easily freeing himself from the magician's control, and uses his vampirism to suck out the blood from the magicians. They felt helpless. Some try to escape, but Gasper prevents them. Gasper, it is no use, I can see your every move. The magician soon collapsed due to blood loss and magic drain, while Gasper comes back into his regular form and meets Vala and Issei. Issei then puts a bracelet on Gasper given to him by Azazel just a few minutes ago. Flashback. Azazel, use this bracelet to keep his powers in check, it should prevent him from going berserk. Issei, alright sensei. Flashback ends. Issei, Vala, do those magicians count? Vala, don't you dare cheat Issei. Issei only sighs and they then head out. They give Gasper to the faction leaders and continue on eliminating stray magicians. That was when two people in particular show up. Ah, if it is not the false Satans. A brown-skinned woman appeared wearing glasses. She wore a busted magician outfit. She was one of the generals of the old Satan factions. Surzex, Kateria, what are you doing here? Kateria, if it is not the one that does not deserve the Satan Lucifer name, you do not deserve to rule over us. You align yourself with these angels, fallen monsters, you disappoint me. Seraphal, catch on please, why are you doing this? Kateria, shut up Seraphal, you stole my birthright, you stole my right to rule the Satans. Before Azazel could say anything to handle her, Sans says. Sans, hey Surzex, how about I take a turn to handle this megalomaniac? Surzex, be my guest Sans. Kateria, how dare you call me a megalomaniac, you foolish skeleton. Sans, hey, I am saying what you are, no need to get your panties in a twist. Kateria has had enough. She tried to rush Sans, but he easily dodges. He then uses gravity magic to control her very soul, altering its gravitational pull, making her crash to the wall. She had several bruises because of a direct impact. Sans' eyes suddenly glow blue. Sans, time to take it to the next level then, shall we? Kateria used magic which Sans skillfully dodges. Sans even laughs at the devil's pathetic attempt to kill him. Sans, hee, you have such terrible aim. Even a child is much more precise. No wonder Seraphal is better than you. Kateria, how dare you? Sans, what is the truth that bad? Your powers are. Takes out paper and tears it. Terrible. Sans laughs at his own puns. Everyone else just sweat drops. Askari thanked that his wife was not here or she would have a field day with what is happening here. Kateria meanwhile was seeing red. She in a desperate attempt uses an Ophice's snake to get stronger in an attempt to fight against the judge. Sans, so you really sold your soul. How disappointing, Kateria. Kateria, you can't defeat me, skeleton. I have Ophice's power. Sans, well, I tried. Hey Askari, Surzex, can I take her down? Both give him the conformation to do so. Sans then summons several bones and uses his gravity magic before Kateria could react. He slams her to the ground, piercing her body through the bones. Kateria could be seen coughing up blood as the bones enter her body. Sans, last chance, surrender. Kateria, I will die rather than give up. Sans, welp, so be it. Sans summons a Gaster Blaster, eviscerating her. Kateria was no more, she had died. Sans, well, that is enough workout for the day, time to relax. That was when Vala and Issei came. Both were arguing on who got the highest kills. However, Chara recorded everything and told them that Vala won by 1 point. Valley, I won. Issei has to buy me food. Issei, only one, ah come one. Sans, don't worry kiddo, you will win next time. Askari, hey Issei, can I speak to you privately? Issei, sure King Askari. Askari, just call me Askari or Dad, whichever you prefer. Issei, alright then Askari. Askari, so may I know where you found Chara and Floey? Issei, Chara, I found her the first time during the time stop in the previous timeline. As for the second timeline, I found her in my home, where my parents adopted her. She goes by the name Chara Hyoto. As for Floey, I found him in the familiar forest. Askari, I see. Issei, come let's meet them. Askari. Askari, but I can't, they won't. Issei, come on, they do remember you. Chara told me stories about you, on what kind of a dad you are. She also told that she knitted a sweater for her saying Mr. Dad Guy. Askari, so she remembers me, huh? Issei takes Askari to Chara and Floey, who are waiting for Issei to come so that they can head home. Askari, Chara. Chara, Dad. Askari, Chara. Askari immediately gives her a bear hug. After all, he has seen her after a very long time. For 100 years to be exact. She died while consuming some buttercups. After that, his wife had taken her body and buried her in the same spot she had fallen into the underground. Askari, I miss you, Chara. Chara, I miss you too, Dad. Issei then notices Floey looking at Askari. Issei, come on Floey, go ahead. Hey Askari, can I tell you something? Askari, go ahead Issei. Issei, I can tell you Floey's identity. It is none other than his real dreamer, your son. Askari was unsure. He then asked if this is true. Issei confirmed that this is true. That Floey was his real the whole time. Floey then tells how he dies as humans slayed him as they thought that he killed Chara. After which a scientist had experimented on determination, who injected the determination into a golden flower, which had Israel's dust on it. Hence Floey was born. He was initially unable to feel emotion. As a result, he tried to do things to feel anything but failed to experience anything. That was when he found the souls and captured them, transforming into his god of hyperdeath form, thus breaking the barrier and finally releasing them. After which the souls were exhausted, and he reverted back to the Floey form. Askari was in tears the whole time. He was in front of him and his wife the whole time, but he could not recognize them. He immediately embraced him and Chara together. It was a father reuniting with his kids after a very long time. Issei then left them to catch up and met up with his friends and Tiamat. Tiamat, I did not know you suffered from betrayal by your mates, Issei. Issei, I did. It was heartbreaking, especially when one of them is your childhood friends, but I am done loving them, any of them in fact. I moved on and found true love, or in my case my true mates. Tiamat, but to think you could have gone on a rampage the whole time could be devastating, but you still chose to move on. It really is commendable. Issei, I did not want to hurt Surzex or Tuji Shida by hurting their sister, daughter respectively. They have been nothing but nice to me and I gotta repay the favor. Speaking of which, how is your and Draigg's relationship going? Tiamat, it is well, we have been getting close. Draigg, indeed partner, we have been starting to build our relationship from the start, and it is going well so far. It is just that I am stuck in the gear and can't do or feel anything. Issei, I have a plan. Once I become strong enough, I will find a way to break you free from the gear. After all, you deserve freedom. Draigg and Tiamat, thanks Issei. Issei, don't thank me. I just did it because you two deserve each other after being separate for so long. Azazel, hey, I have some questions. Issei, what's up sensei? Azazel, I thought you hated Draigg. Tiamat, how are you in a relationship with him? Draigg, well, let's just say we patched up. Tiamat, indeed we did. Now I do not hate him. After the truth was revealed, I could not. Plus you can thank Issei for fixing our relationship. Azazel, you really are something, kiddo. Issei, thanks sensei. That was when the other girls came. Raynare had told her that Michael was happy that there was some believer of God despite his death like Raynare and Asya. Sona on the other hand told that they are planning to remodel the house into a bigger one just like the last timeline, so that more people can come and stay here. Issei, so who all are coming? Sona, oh, most likely Kuroka will come to the house. I know she really cared for you. Issei, it has been a while since I saw her. After the reset, I just hope she does not go full horny on me. Vala, I am afraid it will be. It took all of our strength to prevent her from coming and meeting you. Issei, looks like my life just got more interesting. Draigg, it always was Issei. Issei, guys, I need to talk to Surzex about something important. I will be back. Issei then heads to Surzex to talk something important. Issei, hey Surzex, you busy? Surzex, no Issei, is something the matter? Issei, it is about the two stray devils, one being Kuroka and the other being Visser. I need to tell you about the real reason they became strays. Surzex, I know Serafal filled me in. Kuroka's name will be removed from the stray list. As for Visser, honestly the elders are not letting me remove her name. But what disgusts me is the fact that Ajuka's brother is sexually assaulting his own peerage just to satisfy his fetish. Honestly, the only reason I am not killing him is because of the council preventing me from doing so. I know in the previous timeline he attacked Asia, right? Issei, indeed, if he does that again, I will torture him to death and kill him for real, council be damned. Sirzex, I know, that's why I am keeping tabs on him, and we saw him talking to the Cow's Brigade. You can then take him down and kill him. Even the council then can't stop you, Issei. Issei, indeed, big brother. Issei then heads towards Chara, Askari and Floy. He asked them to come to his house. Askari did not want to impose, but he wanted them to meet his parents. His parents wondered who he was until he introduced him to be Chara's adoptive father, and Floy's real father. Askari, thanks Mr. and Mrs. Hyoto for taking care of my children. Goro, don't worry Mr. Dreamer, they are such good children. After that they then begin to talk about the experiences and about their children. Sona then informs the couple about the remodeling of the house just like last time. It would be slightly bigger with more rooms. They knew this was about to come, but honestly they are used to it. Askari then leaves with Sans since the other monsters were worried about them, so they left. After the peace conference, Issei then heads off to sleep since it was a long day with all three girls sleeping beside them. Chara and Floy were looking at them sleeping. Chara, so what do you think about Big Brother? Floy, honestly he is a really amazing person. He is also like my older brother. Instead of a master, he is honest, kind and forgiving, kind of what I was. Even my father liked him. Tiamat then joins them. Tiamat, so what are you two talking about? Chara, we are talking about Issei, on how our lives changed on meeting him. Tiamat, you got that right. I never would have mended our relationship with Draigg if it was not for him. Chara, you are right, Big Brother has helped us all, and we owe him a lot. Floy, indeed we do, indeed we do. They then head to sleep in their rooms, since tomorrow was another day to live. Issei could be seen heading home. It was a few days after the peace conference, and all the mess that had happened in the aftermath. It was one hell of an event. He was heading to his home. After he had just gotten wind of a new Sonic game that had come on the market, he purchased it and headed home. He wanted to see what new game had come, given that Sega, the company behind Sonic, never made an announcement as such, and Sonic Forces still had a year to come in the store shelves. The past few days have been a nightmare for Issei, given that the girls of his previous harem, except Ravul, have constantly made his life difficult, given that they were constantly apologizing. Thankfully, with Tiamat now getting involved, they don't even come closer to him, given that they do not want to anger the Dragon King. Issei, while in his thoughts, manages to reach home, where he is greeted by Sona Citri. Sona, hey Issei, where did you go? Issei, to the game store to see any new games were there for me to play. I found out this CD of a new Sonic game that had come out and wanted to see for myself. But the weird thing about it is that Sega did not even say or announce such a game. Sona, is it Sonic Forces? Issei, no, there is still a year for that. Issei, honestly this game seems kinda sketchy though. It only has the name Sonic.exe on it. The artwork is torn and the shopkeeper gave me at a discount. Maybe he wanted to get rid of it for some reason. Sona, Issei, I do not think it is a good choice to play this game. Issei, let us find out. I don't think there is a monster inside the game, but still, for precaution, call Azazel sensei or your sister if things go south. Sona, alright then. Sona then calls both of them, and after explaining the situation they inform that they will look into it and tell them what to do next. They felt that if things go south they will head towards the house immediately. Issei then puts the disc into the drive. The logo of Sega can be seen, but the voice seems distorted. Issei then notices that it was Sonic 1 for the Sega Genesis, but after a while a screen appears, shocking the duo. The screen then blacks out, shocking them. The cursed screen only lasted for a while, but it was enough to catch the duo off guard. Sona, what the hell was that? Issei, I don't know, we gotta keep playing to find out. They then see a player select screen comprising of Tails, Knuckled and shockingly Robotnik. Issei was particularly shocked given that two characters were completely out of place here. Knuckles did not show up until Sonic 3, while Robotnik or Eggman was a villain who should not be here in the player select screen. They also noticed that the main hero Sonic was missing, that meant something was off. Issei then selected Tails since that was the logical choice. He was then transported to the Green Hill Zone. However, the music was distorted and was been playing in reverse. Issei then took control of Tails and headed forward. They then saw dead critters everywhere, shocking the two. They proceeded to move forward and finally they saw Sonic. Sona's gut was telling them to stay far away from the Sonic. But Issei lost control of Tails and he started moving towards him. That was when Tails was too close, Sonic's eyes were black with red pupils. They knew something was wrong. All of a sudden the screen gets distorted and a laughter is heard. Issei recognizes this laughter as Kefka's laugh from Final Fantasy. Sona, Issei, stop the game now, this is some sort of messed up game. Issei then closes the game, but before they could remove the disc, a voice calls out to them. Where do you think you two are going? Issei, who is that? It has been so long since I found new playmates, you will be a fine addition to my toys. Then uses two arms, which were Sonic's, and drags both Sona and Issei into the computer game. Asia, who is watching this unfold, immediately calls Azazel and tells them what had happened. He immediately arrives along with Seraphal Leviathan, who then notices the duo was now trapped in a flaming forest. Azazel, I was afraid of this. Asia, what happened? Seraphal, ever heard of the Sonic.exe creepypasta? Tiamat, no, what is it, and how does it have to do it with Issei? Seraphal then explains when the evil pieces were first created there was a devil who had managed to kill its master. A pure devil, he was known as the first stray devil who had killed his master. He was then captured by a cult and his soul was separated into hundreds of copies of the Sonic 1 game. Ever since that day this stray has been hunting unlucky souls that used to play the game, haunting them for all eternity. Thankfully they managed to track 99 of those copies before it was too late, until the last one, which was never found. So we assumed it to be destroyed by someone else. But now it seems like the last copy was never destroyed and Issei had found it, by accident, and now both Issei and Sona are trapped in there. Floey, is there a way to get them out? Azazel, I will try Floey, there is a way out. Tiamat, I wish I could help Master fight in his battles. Tiamat was looking down, she felt like they are stuck in the game forever, but Raynare kept a hand on her saying, Raynare, worry not. I know Issei is strong enough to beat this demon. Tiamat, but still, it just seems hopeless. Asia then nods her head and says, Asia, no matter what happens to Issei, no matter how much he falls, he always gets up, he never gives up, we gotta believe in him. The others know of Issei's determination, they knew he would not give up so easily, so they only had one option, to believe in him. Azazel and Seraphal on the other hand were working on a way to get the duo out successfully. Inside the game, for 30 p.m. Sona and Issei then wake up inside a flaming forest, where they notice Tails running away from something. They were unable to figure out what happened, they just got sucked into the game right away. That was when they heard the same laughter, they then saw a demonic Sonic chasing after Tails. Sona, we need to save him. Issei, on it, Draigg. Draigg, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei then used his super speed to get Tails out of there before Sonic could kill him. He could see Sonic looking at him, smiling menacingly from the corner of his eye. He knew that he was going to chase him, so he managed to teleport out of there before it is too late. Tails, who are you people? Issei, would you believe us if we got sucked into this place? Tails was in a panic attack. The one he looked up to just wanted to kill him in the most brutal way possible. Issei tried calming him down, but he was still under a panic. He was a kid after all. Issei told him that they would protect him, but Tails did not trust him at all. That was when Sona came from behind. She held him in a way a mother would comfort a child. She kept his hand on his fur, calming him down. Sona, shhhh, it's okay, we will not hurt you, relax. Tails had calmed down. His tears had stopped falling, which were during the time he was with Issei. After a while when he woke up. Tails, ugh, so it wasn't a dream. Issei, hey Tails, what happened to you? Tails remained silent. Issei, it is okay, take your time. Tails looked down, he knew that this was not Sonic, at least the Sonic he once knew. His tails were drooping, he looked at the two unknown people and asked. Tails, who are you, and how do you know my name? Issei, my name is Issei and the girl next to me is Sona. As for your second question, we got stuck in this world after he dragged us here, and you are very popular from where we come from. Tails, wow, are you serious, Issei? Issei, yeah? Issei ruffles the kid's hair, he smiles. Issei, so what happened exactly? Tails, I don't know, I approached Sonic after which I saw his eyes black with red pupils. It seemed like he was possessed by something or someone, after which I was teleported here. I started running trying to escape, but then he showed up, he tried to kill me, he chased after me in an attempt to kill me. He would have killed me if it was not for you guys saving me. Issei, I see. Issei felt bad for this kid. As far as he remembered, Sonic was very protective of his friends, so something was wrong. He and Sona understood that there was something possessing this game. Issei, so what do we do next? Who is this Sonic going to go after? Tails, my guess is Knuckles, he is a red echidna. He wants to go after him next. We need to save him before it is too late. Issei, his presence almost seems devilish. What do you think, Draigg? Draigg, I felt something is wrong yet familiar when I saw him for the first time, like he seemed to know something. Issei, I see. Issei, hey Sona, was there a devil trapped before in a game or something like that? Sona, no, I don't think so, could it be? Issei, you know who it is. Sona, he went by the name Exterior. He was the first stray devil after the evil pieces were created, after which his whereabouts were unknown until now. He could possibly be him. Issei, I see. Issei knew he needed to be careful, if he needed to defeat this Exterior, if he had to save Sonic from his clutches, so he decided to head where Knuckles could be, but he was not there. The Master Emerald was unguarded. That was when the Emerald showed them Knuckles' location. It showed him running through a modern city with blood all over it. He had a horrified look on his face. Issei clenched his fists, knowing that Exterior must be stopped. Tails, I recognize this area. Sona, where is it? Tails, scrap brain zone. Issei, alright, let's go there and save Knuckles. Tails and Sona, yeah? They head there where they could see Sonic.exe already caught up with Knuckles. Issei told that he would be holding Sonic.exe off while they teleport Knuckles out of there. Sona was unsure, but Issei told when she opens the portal and Issei rushes in, he would push Knuckles and himself into the portal. Knuckles, on the other hand, was getting tired of him attacking him when he is just dodging his attacks. He knew that he cannot keep this up longer. That was when the trio assisted with Knuckles, Tails and Sona opened up the portal while Issei held off Sonic.exe. Sonic.exe was visibly angry now. This is not how he wanted to play, and this dragon is ruining everything. Issei then pushed Knuckles to the portal along with himself, but not before flipping Sonic.exe off. He and then the others were teleported to the mountains. Tails and Knuckles hugged each other while Knuckles kept his guard up when seeing Issei and Sona. Knuckles, who are you guys? Tails, easy, Knuckles, they are the ones that saved me from Sonic.exe, and they came up with plan to save you as well. Knuckles, honestly I do not know who to trust. Sonic betrayed me and tried to kill me. Issei, that was not Sonic, it was someone possessing his body. Knuckles, are you sure? Issei, indeed I am. Sona, he goes by the name Exterior. He is the one that tried to kill you, and Knuckles, he was the one that sucked us in as well. Knuckles, I see, but how did you find me? Tails, the Master Emerald, it told us of your location. Speaking of which, I might have an idea on whom he might go next. Issei, who would it be? Tails, Dr. Robotnik, also known as Eggman. Issei, but isn't he supposed to be your enemy? Tails, even I was confused. That was when I hacked into his computer and saw Sonic.exe heading there. Issei, alright, we need to save him. Knuckles, but isn't he our enemy? Tails. Issei, right now we need to prevent as many deaths as possible. Knuckles. Knuckles, you are right. Speaking of which, I never got your names. Issei, my name is Issei and this is Sona. Sona, hello? Issei then opens up a portal to Robotnik's base in space, and they decide to stop Sonic.exe before he reaches there. He then sees Robotnik trying to flee while his robots and Metal Sonic tried to hold this demonic Sonic down. Robotnik then encounters the gang, who tells them, Issei, come with me if you want to live. Seeing no reason to argue or refuse, Robotnik complies and he then goes with them. They then head to the mountains where they would be safe from Sonic's influence. They had to make a plan. They then introduce themselves and they begin planning. Issei, hey, Tails is the Master Emerald capable of separating souls. Tails, yeah, but are you thinking what I am thinking? Issei, indeed, so we lure the demon to the Master Emerald. Knuckles, are you crazy? He will use it to get powerful. Issei, Knuckles, if he wanted to do that, he would have done it while toying with you. Knuckles kept quiet, knowing that Issei is right. Issei, so if we can lure him to that location, we can separate Exterior from Sonic, thus saving Sonic, after which we can deal with Exterior and defeat him once and for all. Robotnik, not a bad idea, indeed that might work. Tails, I am surprised that you would work with us considering our relationship. Robotnik, an enemy of an enemy is a friend. I prefer the old Sonic, not this imposter. Issei, alright then, let's go. They then head to the location where there are Sonic.exe is waiting for them. Sonic.exe, I was wondering when you 5 would show up. Issei, give up Exterior, you won't win. Exterior, you ruined everything. Red Dragon, If it wasn't for you I would have made them my puppets. You ruined everything. Issei, says the blood-crying faker trying to kill people. Exterior, visibly angry, I am no faker. Exterior then lunges at Issei, who dodges. Issei, man, he is so easy to provoke. Sona, open the portal to the temple. We need to lure him in. Sona, got it, Issei. Sona then opens the portal to the temple where Issei lures him there. He then dodges all abilities that the demon throws at him, multiple abilities. He tries to alter reality itself to try and get an upper hand on him, but Issei skillfully dodges his attacks. He manages to successfully push him to the portal where Sonic.exe looks up, seeing that he is directly above the Master Emerald. Issei, Robotnik, Tails do it. Both give the confirmation. Exterior tries to escape but is pinned to the ground by Issei and Knuckles. Sona also uses water magic to hold the demon off. Exterior then screams in pain as he is being forcefully removed by the Master Emerald. He is eventually freed as he and Sonic then split up. He seemed visibly angry while Sonic was disgruntled. He sees the demon looking angrily at a brown-haired boy and a black-haired girl. Both Tails and Knuckles help their friend get up. Robotnik joins them as well. Sonic initially went on the defense, but both Tails and Knuckles told them that he was not their enemy for now. Sonic then looked at Exterior. He wanted to get back at the demon for possessing him, but a hand signed by Issei told him that they would handle this. Exterior seemed like a small parasite given that he has been cut down to many sizes over the years. He seemed nothing like his past self. Exterior, you ruined everything, I will kill you. Issei, I would like to see you try Body Snatcher. That was when a portal opened up. With that, Azazel, who was watching everything what the others said. Azazel, Issei, send this parasite back to our world. Let us deal with him. You did enough. Issei, thanks sensei. Issei then throws the parasite to the portal where he is greeted by everyone watching the game. He knew that he was a goner given that there was a cadre fallen, a devil king, a dragon king, and many others. Issei then helps up Sonic on his feet. Sonic, thanks man, for saving me from that demon. Issei, it is no biggie. Sonic, so what now? Issei, fix the damage done. I guess with Robotnik's help it should be possible. Robotnik, indeed I will help. Sonic, I am surprised that you are even helping us. Robotnik, my goal is to conquer, not kill everyone, so I will help you guys. Sonic, I see. The portal starts closing. Sonic, looks like it is your time to go then. Issei, we will meet again Sonic. Sonic, heh, indeed we will. Issei Hiyoto, Tails filled me in on who you two are and thanks for calming down Tails. Sona. Sona, it is no problem. Tails, do you have to go? Sona. Sona, sorry Tails, I have a world out there, but we will meet again. Sonic and Issei shake their hands and then, they both then jump into the portal where they all say their goodbyes. Hyoto Residence, 6:30 p.m. Sona and Issei go back to the portal where they could see Exterior beaten on the ground. He had multiple light spears on his body. His lower half was frozen. There was chaos magic everywhere. He also had some knives as well as some friendliness pellets. Chara, Issei, Sona, do the honors, finish this monster. Issei, indeed I will, babe. Sona, indeed, for all the crimes and murders you have committed and the torture you have done, I, Sona Citri, heiress of the House of Citri, sentence you to death. With that, an explosion engulfs the demonic parasite, killing him instantly. Azazel, oof, that's done. Now we can rest knowing that all parts of the Stray are destroyed. Speaking of which, how did you two get the disc? Issei, well, I found it on the local game store that was selling this. I got it for a very cheap price. Azazel, I see. I will investigate further. You two should get some rest. Both, alright sensei. 2 months later, Hyoto Residence, 6 a.m. Issei can be seen sleeping on his bed in his newly remodeled house. It was a model house just like the last timeline, however. This house had been equipped with a much bigger bed for all the rooms, a swimming pool, a training area, a kitchen, and a lot more in that house. There was even a gaming room, courtesy of Azazel, with all of Issei's favorite games installed on his consoles and PC. 3 girls can be seen sleeping next to him, that being Raynare, Asya, and Sona Citri. They were all his mates and were deeply in love with the dragon. That was when his alarm rung, signaling it was time for his school. He will never get used to how the devils remodeled the house in just a matter of hours. The girls started to wake up one by one, with the first one being Sona Citri, the school's student council president. Since she had to greet the students, she had to leave early compared to the others. Sona, oh morning Issei. Issei, morning to you too, yawns, while 6 a.m., you must need to wake up early for the council. Sona, Indeed I have to, at least unlike the others, I have to come to the school early just for that. Sona looks at Raynare and Asia, who were busy sleeping on the bed in peace. They knew that they needn't be waking up this early, so Sona went to the dining room where Issei's mother Mickey was preparing food and had woken up at the same time, given that the kids would be waking up soon. Mickey, oh morning honey, did you sleep well? Sona, indeed mom, I did. Mickey, where are the others? Sona, Issei just woke up, while the other three are sleeping. That was when the boys showed up. Floey also had just woken up due to his brother waking up. He then went on to wake the others up, since it was the final day of school. After which the summer vacations would begin. Sona and the others had planned on going to the underworld since Issei still has to meet his in-laws. But most likely they needed to train in an event of any attack happens. Even though the peace treaty was signed, it is most likely that an attack or a breach will be happening soon. It is best that they start to train as soon as possible. Issei, hey mom, is the food ready? Mickey, oh it will be in 5 minutes. The others then take a seat. Everyone was talking about the events and changes that have happened so far. With everyone, things have been quite different. Initially they were expecting limited changes, but now more changes have been coming. Goro, I am glad that the peace treaty went so well, and to mention that 3 months ago the house was only inhabited by us three is something. A lot has changed. Well, at least I am glad that everything is peaceful. Tiamat, indeed Mr. Hyodo, things have been much better. I never thought I would be able to not only amend my relationship with Draigg, but also find a family that loves and cherishes me like their very own. Issei, well, everyone has their ups and downs, but what pushes us forward is our determination to do the thing no matter the obstacles in our way. Chara, indeed brother. Floey, speaking of family, when is that cat lady coming? Asia, well, she did say by today morning she should be coming. Issei, I honestly wonder what she was doing so far. As far as Vala told me, she was so in heat that it took the combined efforts of his entire team to stop her from coming here. Everyone's sweat dropped when they heard that. They knew that things are going to be much better from now on, and lively as well. That was when the bell had rung. Issei went and opened the door, and he was pounced on by a familiar face. Oh, how I miss you so much, Issei. The mysterious lady was snuggling to Issei's chest, who was basically trying his best to keep his perversion under control. He needed to control himself. Issei, Kuroka, please get down, I miss you too. Kuroka, I miss you too, Naya. With this commotion going, everyone else appears. The girls, on seeing this, suddenly get jealous. A dangerous aura was forming around the three girls, scaring the remaining residents in the house. Floey hid behind Chara for protection. He knew that if he messed this up, he would be in big trouble. Raynare, Issei, who is she? Raynare was smiling at Issei, who knew that he messed up big time. He needed to have a good explanation or he is as good as a goner. Asia, on the other hand, knew that Kuroka would be showing up to the house, but was still jealous, while Sona kept her calm self, given that she knows that Issei has a good reason. Issei, well, she is Kuroka. Floey, you mean the cat lady? Issei, yes, now please Kuroka, can you get off me? There are other people watching. Kuroka, you're no fun, Naya. Kuroka gets off him and Issei gets up. He knew that she was gonna show up to his house sooner or later, given that she was one of the three women that genuinely loved him, the other one being Asia. It is going to be even more chaotic when she shows up. Kuroka is greeted by the new people in this house. She was expecting the Occult Research Club to show up, but she was not expecting Tiamat and Sona Citri of all people to be present. The parents of the house recognized Kuroka and immediately greeted her. Vala can be seen outside. He finally felt like a huge burden went from his life. Now he knew that Kuroka was Issei's problem. Vala decided to leave but was stopped by Mickey, who wanted him to at least have something and leave. Vala, Ms. Hyodo, I do not want to impose. Mickey, nonsense, you have been such a help, at least have something and go. Vala, fine. At the table, 7:15 a.m. Gora, so how is everything back there? Valley, it is fine, Mr. Hyodo, just there is no one to fight. I mean, I am called a battle maniac for a reason. Goro, I see. Vala, now Issei, she is your problem. Issei's sweat dropped. He knew that this is gonna be a long day, especially if she makes it to the school. Kuroka, Vala, I am not that bad. Valley, you literally took all of our strength combined to just get you to stay put. If anyone just moved a little bit, you would have gone all in on Issei. Issei coughed the juice inside while the girls were glaring at Issei. Issei knew that he needed to control the situation before it gets out of hand. Now there are 4 girls that are hounding on him. Raynare then asked. Raynare, who are you two? Issei, exactly. Kuroka, oh, I am one of the three that loved him from back then, Naya. Raynare sulked. She knew the past timeline was not her best timeline, but nevertheless knew that more girls might get attracted to her boyfriend. But the best part is that she is his first, and has already taken his virginity. Raynare, I see, so will you be joining school with us? Kuroka, maybe. I don't want to go with her around. Honestly, I am disappointed in what my sister did. Her cheating is the last thing I ever expected. MS. Hyodo, please forgive me for my sister's actions. Miki, it is not your fault, Kuroka, you tried your best. Kuroka looked down. Ever since the reset, she blamed herself for what her sister did. She never should have left her sister alone. She would have been much better if that would have happened. But here Koneko, Shirin was still monotone in nature. At least she is happy that Issei does not completely hate her, and maybe in the future may forgive her for what she did. Vala, well, I gotta go. The others are be waiting for me. Issei, yes, see Vala, we will have our fight in the near future. Vala, indeed we will, Issei, indeed we will. Vala and Issei fist bump, and they both leave to head to their respective locations. Issei, well, we gotta head towards school as well. Gora, yes, see you 5 at evening. All 5, bye dad, mom. Miki, bye guys. Raynare, Sona, Chara and Asya leave for school. Issei is then stopped by his father. Gora, looks like your dream is continuing as son. Gora nudges an embarrassed Issei. Miki playfully nudges her husband's head. Miki, now is not the time, sweetheart. Gora, geez, okay. Issei, embarrassed, by dad, by mom. Both, by sweetie. Scene break. After heading to school, during class Issei reminisces about the past on how quickly he was deceived by Rias Gremory and her peerage, except Kiba. All his adventures, the arm he sacrificed, saving her, the confession, everything was nothing, just a lie to become the strongest king. He was disappointed at himself for being such a fool, foolish enough to fall for their deceit. That was when the dragons called out to him. Draigg, still remembering the past. Issei, yeah, it still hurts a lot, their betrayal and stuff. Draigg, honestly, I do not know what to say, them betraying and everything going to hell is just dumb on their part. Issei, if they did not like me, why could they not just say it out loud, to my face? That would have been much better instead of them cheating on me like this. Draigg, they are fools that lost their only chance in happiness. I heard that Serzex had cut down his sister's control of the territory. Sona now has nearly full control of that territory. She must listen to Sona's command. She has some control, but Sona must know everything or she will be removed by force from there. Issei, I see, must be nice. Trihiksa, honestly Issei, you really chose a different path. Look at Tiamat, who out of a simple misunderstanding literally murdered several of Draigg's hosts out of spite. You did not choose to take revenge. You chose to be better, and I could not have asked for a better host than you. Issei, thanks guys. Both, anytime Issei, anytime. That was when Momo from the student council had come. She was sent by Sona Citri to pick up Issei Hyodo, given that someone special had come to meet Issei. Issei, oh hey Momo, what brings you here? Momo, Issei, President has called you to an important meeting. Issei, is something wrong? Momo could only nod. He knew that it was serious given that Sona never called him in between of his classes, so he decided to go with her. If Sona called him, there must be someone or something important going on. Issei headed there as soon as possible. Momo told him that the president had told all of the members to head back to the classes, and they all left. Issei wondered who could it be that could drive away all the members. It has to be someone important, and lo and behold, he could sense holy aura on the opposite side of the door. Draigg, I knew it was Michael. I can see why Sona drove the members away. Issei opened the door, and lo and behold, it was Michael along with his sister and Seraphim Gabriel. Issei wondered why they are here, at a school of all places, not to mention they were in the room of the student council, given that the orc room was off limits given that Serzex did severely punish Rias and her peerage except Kiba and Gasper. Michael was in his normal state of mind. He honestly had more questions towards Issei given that he had Trihiksa the beast that was indirectly responsible for so many deaths in the previous timeline, as well as his father's indirect demise. Gabriel on the other hand was in a state of conflict. If anyone loved their father the most, it would be Gabriel. She missed him the most. She also was the sensitive amongst the 4 seraphs, hence she was in doubt that her father was a liar. She did not want to believe that her father lied. I mean, sure, he made mistakes, but being a liar is not one of them. Seraphal and Azazel, The newly appointed chemistry teacher was also present, given that both needed their presence as both were faction leaders. Azazel knew the truth while Seraphal was present to protect her sister and brother-in-law from angels. She was also the rival of Gabriel. Michael, Issei Hyodo, glad you could join us. We have some questions about the past. Issei, what may that be, Lord Michael? Michael, how did Durandal chose you over any of the exorcists in the church? Issei, honestly I do not know the exact reason, I just picked it up. Issei summoned Durandal from his boosted gear, and used it against my fight with Kokabeel. After that I even returned it to Zenobia only for it to reject her and come to me. After managing to allow it to enter my boosted gear, I became its permanent wielder. Michael, I see. Issei, anything else? Michael, what exactly happened in the past timeline when you committed a true reset? Issei, there might be changes in this one. Are you sure you want to hear them, Lord Michael? Michael, indeed, just for precautionary measure. Issei then went on to explain the future actions of the church, resulting in two of the most crucial events: the Exorcist rebellion as well as Kilopatha's attack on the heaven, resulting in RageRevan getting his hands of the fruit of life and the fruit of wisdom. Gabriel and Michael were both shocked, given that the heaven would be attacked in the near future, as well as several exorcists rebelling against the heaven for the reason of hating races like devils and vampires. Michael, why would they rebel against the church? Michael was dumbstruck. He did not know that things would take such a bad turn. Issei then went on to explain. Issei, a lot of exorcists joined the church out of hate of other races. When the Kuo Treaty started to involve the vampires, that was the last straw. Most of them joined the church because back then they were enemies of the church, therefore they joined them. They wanted to kill vampires and devils to avenge their loved ones, but then the Kuo Treaty happened and a growing discontentment started growing in the church. The inclusion of vampires was the last straw for most exorcists, given that vampires are known to be the most aggressive amongst the races that hunt humans. The two races also were responsible for ruining of so many exorcist lives. They were never even punished for their actions. They started to rebel, hence causing the Exorcist rebellion. Michael, I see, I should have helped them when time was right. I will try to prevent such a thing from happening ever again. That's it for the questions from my side. Sister, do you want to ask anything? Gabriel, indeed I do. I wanted to know why you hate the church. Issei, oh boy, I do not hate the church. More like I do not have that much love like I did before. I mean, you did excommunicate Asya even though she only healed a devil, so I am a bit angry about that. Aside from that, your exorcists did threaten Sona as well as Asya and Raynare just because they were devils or fallen or had left the church. Gabriel, sigh. I knew this was going to happen. We never wanted to excommunicate her. She was such a gentle lady. Even most angels are not capable of being. We wanted to help her. Believe us, Issei Hyodo. But we could not, given that she healed a devil. This would have thrown the church and the system into chaos. We could not let such things exist since the church was at its most vulnerable. If word got out that such actions were taking place, this would drastically reduce the number of believers in the church, hence weakening the system, resulting in collapse of the heaven. I would also personally like to apologize for their actions in not only the previous timeline as well as the current timeline. We wanted them to come here to retrieve the stolen swords, not provoke the other factions. Both Gabriel and Michael bow their heads in apology, given that their exorcists did cause a lot of problem to not only Issei's friends as well as the Citri heiress. Issei and the others were surprised. Issei then asked, Issei, please Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel, keep your head high. It was not your fault that such a thing happened. You tried your best after his demise, so please do not apologize for their actions. So anything else? Gabriel, I want to know about Draigg. How did you manage to convince the apocalyptic beast to join your side? Issei, this information and everything I told about the timelines must not go outside this room. The others, especially the Cows Brigade, must not be informed about this. Alright. The people present nodded their heads. They must prevent history from repeating itself, especially if they want a better, peaceful future. Issei, good. So when I suffered from Dragon's Fall, that was when I encountered the beast itself. He gave me a chance to remove the evil pieces from my body and even used his power to slow down the disease and cure it. Gabriel, I see. So what father said about the beast was wrong. Issei, God was a fearful man. He made a lot of mistakes due to his fear. He is the reason that both Albion and Draigg ended up getting sealed in their gears. I mean, sure, they were fighting, but the interruption only killed a lot of their men. Not to mention, Draigg was sealed because of God's hate and fear towards serpents, especially dragons. That would explain the existence of Samael. I would let the man himself explain what happened. Draigg then spoke from the boosted gear. Draigg, hello Lord Michael, Lady Gabriel. Both jumped out of their seats in a panic and activated their angel wings out of fear. They knew that the beast was not someone to be taken lightly. But despite that, he having a voice was something even they were not expecting. They wanted answers. Draigg, allow me to explain. I was once a dragon, but I became stronger as time went by. I was as strong as Ophis the dragon god. The gods and the four Satans feared me just like they feared Great Red and Ophis, but the former went to the dimension gap while the latter went into hiding. I was out minding my own business when these guys attacked me out of fear, in a bid to defend myself. I fought against them, but that old bastard sealed me away, and since then I was here. After which RageRevan used his soul as a last-ditch effort to keep me under control. I wanted to be free, but then Issei and Issei killed RageRevan and freed me from his corruption. Since then I went to Issei and met Chara. The rest is history. Draigg, I can confirm, the old man really hated serpents, especially dragons. Gabriel, no, I do not want to believe he lied. He was not a liar. Please tell me you are lying. Issei, I am afraid that they are not. I trust these two with my lives. Gabriel was crying. The very revelation of a father being a liar hit her hard. She did not know what to do. The last thing she wanted was her father being a liar. Michael comforted her sister since he knew that his father did tell a lot of lies as to keep the angels and the exorcists' loyalty. Michael kept this a secret because of the church losing its followers and only wanted to keep this to himself. Seraphal and Azazel felt pity for Gabriel. If there was anyone who loved God more than anything else, it was Gabriel. Azazel in particular knew this. Sure, he was not that close to his old man, but he knew that Gabriel still loved him and God did to her. Azazel still remembers his attempt to strip Gabriel of her clothes, but he only got shocked in response given that God punished him for his perversion. Seraphal may not like Gabriel on the other hand, but felt pity for her rival. After all, she was her rival, not her enemy. At least not anymore. Azazel, it is alright Gabriel. Dad did keep a lot of secrets. Even I was shocked back then that Draigg chose Issei as his host, but nevertheless accepted it. Michael, since when did you came to know about this? Azazel, since the previous timeline. Gabriel, wiping her tears, hick, why didn't, hick, you tell us? Azazel, one, you guys would not have believed me, and two, I wanted Issei to spill the beans to you guys. Honestly, I thought you guys would be aware of Dad's actions. Michael, honestly, I am speechless. Issei, I did not want to know what exactly happened to the dragons. Father did not tell us. He only told me to lead the heaven after his demise. I want to personally apologize to you and the two dragons for our actions. Issei, please do not apologize for his actions. It is not your fault. Michael, alright, that's it for the questions. We need to take our leave given that it is your school day. Everyone then bid farewell to the angels, leaving Issei alone with Sona, Seraphal and Azazel. Sona, Issei, there is another things I want to inform you about. Issei, what is it? Sona, since the school is ending due to summer break, we are going to the underworld for vacation and training. We also want you and the others to join. We will be heading in the train since all of us have to visit the Citry Manor, to meet my parents. They wanted to meet you since a long time. Issei, oh shit. Issei dreaded meeting his in-laws given the fact that every boy dreads to meet their girlfriend's father. He knew this was gonna be a long meeting. Azazel, oh come on Issei, it can't be that bad. Seraphal, you did earn my respect. You should be fine with our parents. Issei, you did deal with someone who loved her Sotan more than anyone else. Sona, Onisama is right babe, you should not have any problem with my parents. Issei, alright, I will try. Speaking of which sensei, will our training be the same in this timeline or will it be different? Azazel, good question. Considering the changes that have happened, you will have an additional trainer along with Tannen, as well as the others are also going to have more trainers. I am planning to get Raynare trained with the captain of the Royal Guard of the Monster faction given that she was the most efficient in using her spears. As for the others, the training will be similar but there would be minor changes. Issei, I see. Sona, so in 2 days, we all will be heading towards the Citry Manor, so inform your friends beforehand. Issei, alright. Sona, guys, you need to go to your classes, even I have mine, so, let's leave. All three, okay, see ya. At the train, 3:30 p.m. Sona, babe, it is gonna be fine, my parents are not that bad. Issei, I know but I am still nervous. Floey and Charo were looking around at the scenery, not much there is to look at, so Issei gave his 3DS for them to play on. They enjoyed playing Pokemon Auras as well as Super Mario 3D Land. They managed to play the game for a while. As for Tiamat, she was just waiting to get on the solid ground given that she is not used to traveling in this mode of transportation. Raynare and Issei were having a conversation with the Citri peerage as to what they were doing. Saji, on the other hand, was getting excited since he wanted to become stronger, so that he can at least protect his friends from attacks. He knows he cannot rely on the Issei and Tiamat to save them. The least he could do is unlock Balance Breaker just like Issei did. That was when the Gremry peerage had showed up. Everyone was on guard. Tiamat, Chara and Floey wanted to tear them apart for hurting Issei, except Kiba and Gasper, who had become very good friends with the trio over the span of 2 months. Issei was glaring at the girls who had their heads down. Sona and Raynare both held each of his hands in order to comfort their lover, while Issei looked away from the Gremry group. Issei then asked, "Issei, what do you want, Rias?" "Rias, I want to talk about the past." That was when Issei flared his aura. He was pissed that she mentioned that. He was trying to forgive her, but she just knows how to make things harder for him. He wants to just move on, but here she is trying to make amends for what she did. On realizing that there were others around, Issei keeps his calm and asks, "Issei, speak and make it quick." "Rias, we want to apologize for what we did back in the past. Please forgive us if you can." All the girls involved bowed their heads. Issei did a mother of all spit takes. He thought a simple apology. A word can undo all the damage that she has done. No, she will have to do a lot better than that if she needs to earn it again, his friendship. But he will never love her or any of them ever again. "Issei, you really think that a fucking apology, a sorry can fix everything, Rias? I almost died multiple times for your sake, and you proceeded to cheat on me with not only some random boy but also proceeded to berate me behind the back. And you three are no better than the others, you also did the same. I gave you everything but you just threw me away like a toy, a tool. Do you even realize how hard is it to live knowing that the people you once cherished turn their backs on you? No, you don't, and you never will. Because you guys are nothing but prideful, entitled and shameful people." Issei began to cry. The glares of his friends towards the Gremry group increased tenfold. Tiamat's eyes turned draconic, while Chara's eyes turned red. Floey had his friendliness pellets ready, while Sona, Issei and Raynare were consoling the once betrayed dragon. That was when Sona decided to speak. "Sona, you see Rias, what you have done, you broke his heart, yet he still does not hunt you. Just leave before things get worse." "Rias, but..." "Sona, leave now, don't make me or them hurt you." All the girls leave, running away afraid of what will happen if they stay, leaving only Kiba and Gasper with them. They both approached their brother and consoled him, who was still in a vulnerable state. "Kiba, we tried telling her to leave you alone, but she never listened to you." "Gasper, sorry big brother." Issei, in tears, "It is not your fault. Sniff, you tried your best." They both have a hug with Issei. They are the only ones from the orc that cared for him. Kiba and Gasper want to become high-class devils as soon as possible so that they can leave her peerage to rot. They hated that things that were going good were now back to square one. Sona rubbed Issei's head. She knew that he must have suffered thanks to them, but knew that she will always have his back. Raynare and Issei also joined the group hug to comfort him. Everyone then joined him in a group hug. They were and are always a family. They will always have their backs together. Issei, thanks guys for everything. All respond with a smile. He realized that there will always be people that will care for him in this timeline. That was when Azazel and Seraphal joined in. They smiled seeing Issei happy. He deserves this after everything he has gone through. "Azazel, did we miss anything?" Before Issei could say anything, Raynare told Azazel. "Raynare, it was Rias Gremry. She tried to apologize for something that cannot be fixed." Issei started crying because of the betrayal, and then Sona and the others drove them away. "Azazel, I see." Azazel and Seraphal knew of Issei's vulnerable state. They made a mental note to keep Rias and her peerage except for Kiba and Gasper away from Issei and his friends for the entire training session. Seraphal, it seems we have reached the Citri Manor. That was when the portal opened and revealed a big manor along with a huge territory. It was not as big as the Gremry territory, but nevertheless big enough to train for everybody. Everyone knew that they needed to be strong for what comes next. Issei, wow, this is amazing. That was when the train suddenly stops and everyone falls. Issei and his friends along with Sona's peerage, Tiamat and Sona vanished. That was when they encounter a huge dragon, and he was here for a challenge. The unnamed dragon then attacks the team with all his might. Since Sona was absent, Tsubaki commanded the Citri peerage to attack them. Saji used his absorption line to stall the dragon, but he easily destroyed it. The other kept firing their magical attacks which were pushing the dragon back, who responded with his fire breath. Tsubaki used Mirror Alice to deflect most of the dragon's fiery breath back at him. However, the dragon kept the pressure on the barrier, eventually shattering it. Kiba used his swords to hold him in place. but the dragon used his horns to defend his attack. Gasper used his time-stopping abilities but could only stop him for a while. The dragon eventually broke free. Saji tried to defend his team from the dragon's attacks but was eventually overwhelmed. That was when Issei's team decided to strike. Issei immediately went balance breaker, catching the dragon's attention. He went to advance but Floey's vines help him in place. Floey, unlike the absorption line, my vines aren't easy to break. The dragon struggled against Floey. Floey was only holding him for long enough for Issei to attack him. Issei used his full strength, punching the dragon so hard that it managed to crack his jaw. When the dragon recovered from his attack, he used his fire breath attack to damage Issei, who just dodged it. Chara then used her knife attack and knife storm to hold the dragon in his place. This managed to graze some scales. Raynare began to pressure a light into thermal bombs, dazing and damaging the dragon for some reason. Issei decided to end this with Extinction Sphere. But the fight was abruptly stopped by a familiar voice. Issei, on knowing this, stopped the fight since he knew it was a charade. Azazel, alright, that's enough. What so you think, Tannen? Tannen, the now identified dragon, responded. Tannen. Most of them were exceptionally good, especially Issei's group. Even the human managed to keep me in place for a while, and the leader Issei managed to deal severe damage to me, and I was holding back. If I went all out, then maybe I would not have ended up taking severe damage. Azazel, I see. Sona, good job guys, but you need to improve, especially you Saji. Saji, I know, Issei just took the spotlight away from me again. Issei chuckled while Sona sighed. She knew that this is going to be an interesting training experience. Azazel, so your real training begins tomorrow. Your trainers will be explained then and there itself. Issei, I see. The gang is then teleported to the place. Issei knew that this is it. It was the time to meet his future in-laws. Issei, alright, let's do this. Sona knew that her parents were surprisingly more accepting, so they all decided to head inside. The teams were greeted by Sona's parents, Lord and Lady Citri. Lord Citri, this is the famous Issei Hyodo, my possible future son-in-law. Lord Citri seemed to be a man in his 30s. He wore a classical business outfit and had black hair with a white strand. He seemed serious in person but was joyful in nature, especially with his family members. Lady Citri, on the other hand, was the more serious of the parents. Issei noticed that was where Sona and Serafal got their primary looks from. She looks just like her daughters. She, on the other hand, seemed to wear a black full-body skirt with red freckles on it. She also had her hair tied in a bun and had a warm smile. Issei, on seeing them, bows in gratitude. The others joined him pretty soon. Lord Citri asked them to all raise their heads up. They are as good as family to them. They know that Issei is the one who saved Sona from getting sexually assaulted by Ionava. They personally were disgusted that they even considered him as a possible future son-in-law, so they were eternally grateful towards Issei for saving their daughter. Lady Citri, we would like to welcome you all to this mansion. Consider this like your home. We would like to talk with you guys once you get changed up. All, yes, Lord and Lady Citri. They all head inside their rooms to get changed and ready for dinner, given that they had been there for hours in the train station, coupled with mock training by Tannen. Citri Manor, 8 p.m. Lord Citri, welcome everyone. You must be all tired from the journey. How was it aside from tiring? Issei, quite pleasant, Lord Citri. Lord Citri, Issei my boy, please refer to me as father from now on. Lady Citri, and me as mother, my child. Issei, that was fast. Alright, if you two say so. Sona was happy that things have been going good so far. She then noticed a bit of a serious expression on her father's face. She knew that this must be serious. Lord Citri, Issei, I must apologize for what he did. I mean, if it was not for us, he would have never tried himself on Sona. We brought him as a marriage proposal. We never knew he was a rotten pervert who used to never have any self-respect for other women. We also wanted pure-blooded devil children, but in reality we saw that we must never force relationships on our children. Thankfully we saw that before it was too late. We never thought he would kidnap Sona like this and assault her. We thanks for saving her, Issei. Both Lord and Lady Citri bowed their heads in apology. Issei told them that it was never their fault for doing something their daughter would benefit. Thankfully their instincts as parents prevented the marriage from happening. The condition was as a helping hand for Sona to find the man she truly loved. Chara, Big Brother is right. Lord Citri, you need not apologize for his mistakes. He brought that on himself and the consequences lasted on his entire life now. Floey, indeed, when I heard of this I was disgusted, but I am happy now that he won't be bothering anyone ever again. Lady Citri, thanks all, and Chara, you may call me as mother and my husband as father. Chara, thanks. How many mothers and fathers I am going to have till at the end. The rest of the dinner was just a regular conversations on what was going on in their day-to-day lives as well as what they were doing in their school. It was a lively conversation like what happens in a day-to-day basis. Citri Manor 10 p.m. The others have gone, leaving Lord and Lady Citri with their daughter Serafal, given that ever since the visit to his house, she has been acting aloof. They decided to talk when everyone had gone to sleep. Lord Citri, Serafal, I need to talk with you. Serafal, what do you want to talk about, father? Lord Citri, why have you been acting a little weird when no one is noticing, like you seem kind of lost? May we know the reason? Serafal remained silent. Lord Citri, Sarah-chan, don't hide anything from us. You know that we never forced anything on you. We are your parents, we want to help you, honey. Serafal, Dad, I love you someone. Lord Citri's ears perked up. Lady Citri had a warm smile. Lord Citri, is it Issei? Serafal jolted from her desk. Serafal, how did you know? Lady Citri, we saw you looking at Issei, taking glances at him during our conversation. We saw you were a bit saddened when he was talking with Sona and the other girls of his team. So tell us, do you like him, dear? Serafal, I see, but I cannot love him. He is my brother-in-law. These are nothing, just budding feelings. Even if I loved him, he still belonged to Sotan. I cannot take him away from her. Lord Citri, but he has an harem. There are 3 girls that love him already, the fallen Raynare, the nun Asya, and another girl who he did mention but did not mention her name. I don't see a problem in that, Han. In fact, knowing him, he will love you just like he loves the others. Serafal, but... Lord Citri, listen Sarah, I know you love your sister, but you cannot keep your feelings bottled in for a long amount of time. You might lose him forever then. You need to tell them at some point in your life. Just talk to them and give it a shot. Lady Citri, indeed dear, just give a talk. Both then leaving Serafal to ponder on what she needed to do next. Scene break. The next day, outside the Citri mansion, 9:30 a.m. Azazel, alright fellas, your training will be decided. Issei and Saji will be training with Tannen. For Issei I have an additional special trainer, the one who wielded Durandal before Zenobia. For the girls in the Citri peerage except the king and queen, they will be training according to the peace trait. For instance, the rooks will increase their strength, and so on. For Tsubaki and Sona they will be training in intelligence, strategy and magic as well. For Chara, Raynare and Floey will be training with a special guest. Kiba will be training with Suji Okita, Knight of Surzek's Gremry. Gasper will train in being much more reliant in the outside world, and last but not the least Asya will be training in improving her sacred gear. Try to unlocking her balance breaker. This would be lasting for 2 weeks of your time in the underworld, so better get ready. That was when a presence was felt, a divine presence. They knew that it was strong given his power. So he is the boy I will train. Pleasure to meet you, Issei Hyodo, the Red Dragon Emperor. He seemed to be of 2 meter tall, white-haired old man, with wrinkles, and also an extremely developed muscular build, contradicting his advanced age, fitting far more for an ideal young male. Azazel, Issei meet Vasco Strata, the Devil of Vatican, the strongest exorcist of the church and the former wielder of Durandal. He will be the one training you. Issei was not expecting him of all people to show up training him, given that he was the current wielder of Durandal. He knew that he would meet him at some point, but not right now, and definitely not in the form of training. He knew that he is going to learn a lot from this man who had 80 years of experience. Issei, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Strata. I never thought you would be the man training me. Vasco, indeed it is to meet the strongest red dragon, and please call me Vasco or Sensei. I will be teaching you how to use the Durandal properly. With my guidance you should be able to perform well. Issei, I won't disappoint you, Sensei. Vasco smiled. That was when Tannen took away Saji and the others started their training. The trio of Chara, Raynare and Floey were surprised to meet their trainer. If it isn't the punks, Ascari asked me to train. She was a monster. She had blue fish-like skin as well as fins for ears. She also had an eye patch covering her eye because of being attacked by an unnamed human. She wore a tank top and irregular jeans and held a bluish spear in her hand. The name's Undine, captain of the Royal Guard, the former one in fact. I am the one asked to train you guys. Undine notices Chara and Floey. She recognizes the duo immediately as she had met them 400 years ago until their untimely demise at the hands of humans. She decided to not go easy on the duo since they needed to be trained to help their friends. Floey, is that really you? Undine, glad you could recognize me, Azzy. I missed you too, Chara. And who are you, Fallen? Raynare, oh my name is Raynare. Undine, I see. I was told everything about you, punk, including your boyfriend Issei. He seemed like a good respectable man. Based on what Askari told me. After all, Askari is the one that personally had me trained to reach where I am right now. Undyne then smirks and readies her spear, ready to train the trio in their abilities. She was determined to make them stronger than before. She after all promised Askari and herself that no one will die until she is around. The trio then braced themselves to be trained by one of the monsters after all. Undyne, I will be training you punks, you'd better be ready. With that, Undyne charges at the trio ready to train them to be better. Scene break. With Saji, Issei, Vasco and Tannen, Dragon Mountains 11:30 am. Vasco, so Issei, use your durandal only. I want to see your experience with the sword only. Issei, alright Vasco sensei. Issei then charged at Vasco, who easily avoided his strikes but knew that he was a powerhouse. It would be difficult to block his strikes given his age and stamina. He knew that Issei had no form or stance in his sword play, so he needed to be thought very well given that opponents with much more experience can strike him down. He knew that given his power others might take notice and try to recruit him, or worst case kill him in cold blood. That was something no one wants, especially not him. So he needed to train him so that at least he would be much better in fighting. Vasco, Issei, your power is amazing that it can give gods a run for their money even in your base form. I cannot imagine how strong you would be if you went balance breaker or even further. But your sword skills are good but mediocre. Issei, I see, what would you suggest Vasco sensei? Vasco, I would be teaching you my fighting style given that you need a proper stance for the first week of your training. For your second week, you will be training and improving your stance as well as sparring against the former Dragon King Tannen. Issei, I see, speaking of training. They both look at Saji who is seen running against Tannen. They both sweat drops seeing his training against the former Dragon King, who was just toying with the host of Vitra. Vasco, your friend seems to be handling himself quite well. Issei, I wouldn't be so sure. Saji, hot, please slow down. Tannen, fool, you need to keep dodging if you want to survive, you need to be stronger, so I will be improving your training regime. Saji, Tannen, complaining won't work, hatchling save yourself. Tannen kept throwing his fire attack at Saji as he was barely able to dodge his attacks. He looked at Issei for help but was unable to do anything as Tannen showed him no mercy during the training. Issei, I guess we should continue Vasco sensei. Vasco, indeed my student. Vasco began teaching him his fighting style, weak points of most supernatural racism including gods as well as how to use Durandal and its uses more effectively. Vasco then reveals his soul trait which only angels knew, that being the soul of justice. Issei was surprised that he had the second rarest soul trait on the planet. Issei then showed his soul trait to Vasco who was surprised. Vasco, that is indeed a rare soul. Issei, take care of it, don't let it fall into the wrong hands. Issei, I will sensei, I will. Vasco then continued teaching till it was night time. Dragon Mountains 10:30 p.m. Issei and Saji were sleeping in different sleeping bags. They were looking at the stars. That was when Saji asked a question. Saji, how are you this strong? Issei, you were always stronger back then and even now. Issei, I trained my butt off, sure I have potential but potential does not get you anywhere. I was once very weak enough that a little child can defeat me but now I am considered one of the strongest people of all time. You need to train Saji. Hard work is the only way to achieve success but don't overwork such that it weakens your body. Saji, I see. Issei, speaking of which, how is the relationship going? Saji blushed and responded. Saji, I managed to find one of them. Issei then got up and looked. Issei, who? Saji, Momo Hanakai, she is the first one that had a crush on me but I am too afraid to ask her out. I am afraid that she might reject me. Issei, Saji, you need to confess before it is too late. She has had a crush on you and ignoring it might ruin your chances of being with her. You need to inform her about your feelings before it is too late. Saji, but what if she rejects me? Issei, then we can have a drink and you can vent it out. Saji, oh okay. They both then go to sleep. After all, they needed to train for the next 2 weeks. With the others, Asya can be seen training. She once again wants to unlock her balance breaker, Twilight Saint affection. She knew that she needed it to help Issei and the others. While Kiba was training his soul trait armor along with his sword fighting skills, Gasper was more open this time around and actually went out. The others were training in their respective skills with a very hostile reunion between Akeno and Barakil. Azazel had even given their Gremory group their training schedules. Even they cannot slack off when the Cows Brigade is out there performing their actions. They needed to be trained if they needed to be stronger in helping the factions in combating the Cows Brigade and any other future threats. Sona and Tsubaki improved on their magic and even managed to unlock a very powerful water ability, and Tsubaki improved on her Mirror Alice so that it can tank a much powerful hit later down the line. Amongst all the trainees, Issei and Saji had the most improvement. Not only was Issei able to unlock even more powerful fire and destruction magic techniques, he was also able to remain for a much longer time in his other balance breaker furnace. Saji managed to finally awaken Vitra from his slumber, and was able to get personally trained by him. Azazel even gave him more sacred gears of Vitra to make him much more effective. Asya was able to be much more effective at healing herself and her team while at the same time unlock a new AoE healing spell which can only affect anyone she wants to heal. Kiba and Gasper became more durable in his bravery armor, as well as his sword fighting skills, while Gasper became more adept at using his sacred gear. Raynare managed to gain another pair of wings as well as being even more adept at using her light powers, even managing to use Undyne's Spear Storm, which she personally taught her. Where spears can come from anywhere on the ground, Chara became more adept at using her knife abilities, while Floey managed to unlock his Omega form without using too much soul energy. The others also had an improvement. Rias was able to improve on her strategy as well as her Extinguished Star move. Akeno learned how to use Holy Lightning more effectively. Koneko increased her durability, while the Citri Peerage had massive improvements in speed, durability, and strength. 2 weeks later, Citri Manor, 9:30 a.m. They were heading towards the manor where they were greeted by Tiamat as well as Lord and Lady Citri. Tiamat was especially ecstatic since she missed her friends, especially her master Issei and her mate Draigg, the latter who equally missed her. Issei, that was one hell of a training, but we did become stronger, right guys? Saji, indeed, I feel much better and stronger at this. I now feel more confident in protecting. That was when they were greeted by the others and they all discussed on how they improved their progress. Issei was happy for most of the members given that they are much stronger now. He was especially happy with the progress of Raynare, Asya, Chara and Floey. He was curious as to what his Omega form is like, which Floey told that he will only use that form when absolutely necessary, to which Issei agreed. They were then met by Lady and Lord Citri. Lord Citri, it is good to have you guys back. Lady Citri, your teachers informed us of your improvements, and we are all impressed at how much you guys have improved. Issei, thanks mother, father. Lord Citri, speaking of which, the Young Devil Gathering is coming up soon in 2 days. We would like you all to join them in the gathering. Issei, so it is about time for the Norse to show up then. Draigg, and don't forget about that god as well. Issei, how can I forget that Ragnarok freak? Tiamat, so do I need to go as well? Lord Citri, indeed Lady Tiamat, it would be nice if the strongest Dragon King also heads there. Tiamat, alright then Lord Citri. Lady Citri, now you guys rest, you did a lot of training and get ready for the gathering. Indeed Lady Citri, mother. The next day, Citri Manor, 5:30 p.m. Issei was seen going back to his room after his shower. He was told that he and his friends were also invited in the gathering. He was excited to meet Sarorg as he wanted to fight him once again, in this new timeline. That was when he saw the door to Asya's room open. While going inside, he saw Asya huddled in a corner. Issei approached her, to which she woke up with a jerk. He looked at Asya with a worry. Asya, Issei, what's the matter? Issei, just wanted to check on you. I mean, you seem a little off ever since the Devil Gathering was announced. Is something the matter? Asya, nothing at all, Issei. Issei knew something was up. He kept his hand and held it in a protective manner. He will always be by her side. Issei, please tell me the issue. Asya could not keep it any longer and told him. Asya, it is about the Youth Devil Gathering. He might show up and... Issei immediately understood who she was trying to talk about. She was talking about him, of course. The infamous Diodora Astaroth, the one that nearly sexually assaulted her in the previous timeline, as well as the one that had nearly assaulted Visser as well. He knew that he needed to be called out for his actions, and he had Visser on speed dial in case he needed a testimony against him. He also knew of his actions towards his peerage. Issei immediately hugged his mate, knowing that he will always be by their side no matter what. Asya huddled in the hug and was close to him. She knew that Issei will always be there for her. Issei, he won't do anything to you, not this time. I will always protect you no matter what. He will not even come closer to you. And if he even tries to attack or make a move on you, I will destroy him, torment him for his actions towards his peerage. He will never use you ever again, no matter what happens. Even the Satans have given me the permission to kill him if he goes too far. Asya, I see. Asya felt a little ease given that now she has strong, no loyal friends that will always have her back. She knew that they will make anyone that hurts her suffer. Issei, now let us go, we need to go to the dining hall. The others are waiting for us. Asia, yeah? Scene break. The next day, Citri Manor, 6:30 p.m. Issei was preparing for heading to the Devil Gathering, but then a Gremry crest symbol opened up and revealed two people, that being Venelina Gremry and a red-haired man showed up alongside her. Issei knew this man to be Azazel Gremry, father of Rias Gremry and Serzek's Lucifer. Venelina, Issei, a pleasure to meet you. Issei, now the pleasure is all mine, Lady Venelina. So who is this man next to you? Venelina, this is my husband and the leader of the Gremry household, Azazel Gremry, the father of my 2 children. Azazel, a pleasure to meet you indeed, Issei Hyodo. Issei, the pleasure is all mine, Lord Gremry, so what brings you two here? Venelina, we want to apologize for what Rias did to you in the past timeline. Issei did a mother of all spit takes, he never activated their memories, so why and how do they know about the past timeline? Issei could only come up with one conclusion, Serzek or Grafia or both must have told them about what she did. It must have been heartbreaking to hear what their daughter did to him. Issei then decides to activate their memories since they know most of it. Venelina looked in horror, as she didn't know Rias was a sociopath who used everyone for her pleasure. She viewed Issei as her own child. She was horrified that even Rias would do such a thing. She wanted to punish Rias for what she did, but I guess by keeping her away from Issei would be the best thing since she knows that she does not deserve Issei. Azazel, on the other hand, was devastated. The daughter he raised with his own 2 hands hurt him in such a manner, given that he also viewed Issei as his son. He knew that the Rias in the previous timeline was not her daughter. He only could apologize for what she had done. He knew that he will prevent Rias from going down this path ever again. They both embrace Issei after a very long time. And Issei accepts their hug wholeheartedly. Issei, please do not apologize, Lord and Lady Gremry. Venelina, just like last time, call me mother, you are like a son to us, Issei. Azazel, even though you and Rias are not on the best terms, you are still like our son, even more so than how Rias was back then. You can call me father if you wish. Issei, please do not say like that. Rias has improved, she is not the same like she was back then. But know this, I will never love her ever again. I am sorry. Venelina, no son, please do not be sorry. I am happy that you don't seem to hold any or much malice after what she has done. But I will do anything in my power to keep her away from you. She will not be near you for the party. You do not hate us, Issei. Issei, I cannot hate you, you were also like my parents. But please do not punish Rias. Her sins have been erased. Venelina, no, Issei, she has crossed the line. We will not keep her here. But she will never ever come close to you unless you approach her or I ask her to. Azazel, indeed it is the least we could do. As parents, it is our job to punish her if she crosses a line. This is something I know we should have done a long time ago. At least it is not too late to change her this time. Issei, I see. Azazel then nudges his arm. Azazel, I heard you have Sona as your fiancée this time, along with a fallen, a Nekasha and a nun as your girlfriends. You seem to be into older women. Good job, son. Issei blushes on the accusation. Venelina then asks her husband. Venelina, stop teasing him, Han. Anyway, get ready for the party. The others must be waiting for you. Enjoy, Issei. Issei, thanks mother, father. Both Venelina and Azazel say goodbye to Issei and they head to the Gremry household. Issei gets ready and catches up with the others. He is seen wearing formal this time along with the others who were waiting for him. Even they were wearing formals this time around. Scene break. Youth Devil Gathering Hall, 8:30 p.m. Issei and his friends along with the Sona Citri and her peerage were ready to head towards the hall ready for the party. Most of them were well aware of what might happen inside the party. They know that the Norse mythology will show up for the peace treaty, so they decided to be at their best behavior. Issei and the others are then welcomed by the party attendants whose sole purpose is to entertain the guests. They all encountered Serafal, who had told them the young devil's room is chaotic to say the least. They knew that this was going to happen given that majority of the devils were prideful. Serafal wanted to talk to Issei in regards to her feelings, but the others had dragged them to a place where the young devils were. Serafal pouted but was determined to confess her feelings at some point whenever she knows that there are more chances that she will get in the near future. They enter the hallway. To much of their dismay, they can see the room is already chaotic. It looks like you really want to die, Zephador. The devil known as Zephador, who is wearing a yellow suit with bug-like facial features, responds to the claim. Zephador, you stink of virginity. What's wrong in saying the truth, you shitty bitch? Issei, why am I not surprised? Saji, looks like a fight is going on. Sona sighs. This is what happens when young devils meet. Something like this is bound to happen. Tiamat, they seem kinda lively. Floey, I doubt that's lively, Tia. Raynare, is this how young devils gather around? Interesting. When young devils gather, this usually happens. Sona, Seorg Baal. Issei knew who this man was. After all, he is the strongest young devils. He wanted to fight him in this timeline as well. Seorg, I'll say my greetings later. Seorg then approaches the two devils and says, Seorg, stop, you two, princess of Agar's family, Sigvaria and problem child of Glagia Labala's family, Zephador. Zephador, who are you calling a problem child? Hated prince, if you'll keep talking like that I will. Seorg, this is sudden, but this is your last warning. Any more of this childishness, and you will have to deal with me. Sigvaria calms down knowing that he would crush her, but not Zephador. He then lunges at the Baal heir. Zephador, you incompetent fool of the Baal family. Seorg then punches the heir of Glacia Labalas into a wall, knocking him unconscious. Asia in the meantime falls below someone familiar, someone disgusting. You should be more careful, my dear. Asia suddenly jolts away from this man. She remembers him. He is Diodora Astaroth, the same person that had nearly assaulted her and almost got her killed by Shalba Beelzebub. Asia hides behind Issei, who had his hands on her. Issei got defensive knowing that there might be a fight breaking out. His friends suddenly notice his bloodlust, wondering why he had that. But after seeing Diodora, they knew that it would be best if he stayed away from them, especially Asia. Asia, stay away from me. Issei, leave while you can, Astaroth, if you don't want to have a bad time. Diodora then exposes his true self. Diodora, you shitty dragon, you dare try to talk to me like that, the nun is mine. Before he could continue, Issei punches him, breaking any barrier he had put up. On his face, he had a broken nose simply by the impact. He was then sent flying to a wall, cracking through it. He had passed out from the pain, blood dripping from his face and nose. Seorg, and those prideful fools call me aggressive. Issei, stay the hell away from Asia. If I ever see you around her or my friends ever again, nobody will save you from me, Diodora Astaroth. Issei then looks at Asia and asks, Issei, are you alright? Asia, yeah, I am fine. Sona, well, that was an interesting gathering right there, aside from the fact that there are 2 holes now. Issei's sweat drops on seeing the damage he had done, while the others except for Chara, Floey and Raynare looked at Diodora in pity, while the others in Issei's group and Sona's peerage had a neutral look. Seorg, you certainly showed who is boss to him, Red Dragon. The name is Seorg Baal, the heir of the House of Baal. I would love to fight you at some point. Issei, indeed Seorg. Seorg, but tell me, why did you punch him so hard? Issei, I will tell you after we fight. Seorg, alright then. Sona, he is the strongest amongst the young devils. You might have your work cut out for you. Issei, heh, that's the fun part of a fight. Seorg, you seem like a good person. I would enjoy fighting with you, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. Seorg then leaves, the gang alone to socialize with the others. Issei, sorry about the wall though. Sona huffs at him. She knew why he did that. He deserved it, but at the same time, property damage is something she does not want to deal with that. Sona sighs and tells him, Sona, I am not mad, but please keep your emotion in check. Issei, alright. Tiamat, that certainly left a mark not only on him, and on the palace as well. Floey, but we all agree he deserved that, right guys? Chara, I would have slashed the guy for even coming close to me. Sona, guys. Issei, okay Sona, we will not do it again. Sona sighs knowing that this would happen again. She knows that nothing is going to change no matter what. She only can hope that it does not get worse than this. Issei then notices Koneko leaving all of a sudden, with her being followed by Kiba. Issei follows them, thus getting the attention of both Rias and Sona. Issei then enters the other elevator since the one Koneko went from has closed down. He is then followed by Rias and Sona. He was not surprised to see them here though, given that Koneko is Rias's rook while Sona is worried for Issei, so they both entered the elevator. Issei, how did you? Sona, we saw you running so I came. Rias, I noticed Koneko missing so I joined you as well. Issei sighs knowing that he cannot lash out on her. All three realize what is going on. This is the time when Vala and his team are going to infiltrate the gathering. They knew that Koneko must have sensed her presence given that she is here as well. Issei and Sona knew that Kuroka might lash out on Rias this time, knowing that she influenced her sister to betray Issei. Issei, Rias, you need to go back. We will bring back Koneko. Rias, she is my rook, I am not going to leave her. Sona, Kuroka might kill you out of spite, leave this to the two of us. We will bring Koneko back safe and sound. Rias, I am not abandoning her, never again. Issei, alright then, your funeral. The trio then follow Koneko to the area where Koneko was looking at her sister, the same one that had once abandoned her and gotten drunk with power. Kuroka, looks like your friends have joined us. It's been a while. Issei, Sona, Gremory. Kuroka said the last word with venom. She remembers what she did to Issei. Koneko was shocked that Kuroka knew who Issei was. Sona was unamused given that she is not a stray anymore, while Rias was confused on as to what is going on. Issei, since you are here, are the others here as well? Indeed, it has been a while. Issei. A man wearing a traditional Chinese armor showed up. He had short, light-colored hair. He seemed joyful in nature, despite being in a terrorist group as a spy. Issei, indeed it has been a while. Biko, Kikik, so you remember me, Red Dragon. Care to explain what is the Switch Princess doing here along with you too? Draigg starts to have PTSD given that the name brought in memories of him being the Op-eyed dragon, so he nearly was about to cry because of that. Issei knew that Biko calling her that name meant something else. Sona and Rias were kind of embarrassed when he said that, but Kuroka and Koneko were staring at each other, glaring at the other. Issei, well, we did not want her to come, but she is stubborn. Kuroka, like the princess she is. Rias, I am not going to let you take Koneko, you abandoned her. Kuroka, yes, I did abandon her, yes, I did leave her, but you abandoned your soulmate, which is unforgivable. I did it out of fear that she might be hunted with me and for a different reason which you may not believe me. You on the other hand abandoned him out of sheer lust and malice. You let him to die out of your stupid lust. Rias Gremory. Rias, but you're a stray and I won't let Koneko suffer. Before Kuroka could respond, Issei intervened. Issei, news flash. Gremory. Kuroka's name has been officially removed from the stray list. As far as she is concerned, she is an ally now. Rias was in disbelief. That was when Sona said in support of Issei. Sona, I can concur, I was present when this happened. Rias, Sona. Sona, no Rias, Kuroka is family and one of Issei's mates as we speak, she is not an enemy anymore. Rias was in shock. She thought that maybe she could get Issei's heart back in this timeline, but he has made it very clear that he doesn't want to do anything with her. Rias, but why Issei? Issei, because she is one of the three that was there in my final moments. She was the first to come, ready to mate with me just to save my life. That is how much she cared for me. When you let me die by Dragon's Fall, she would have done anything to save me. That's how much she cared for me, something you never will do because of your stupid pride. Kuroka blushed when Issei said this. Biko noticed this and knew that he got some teasing material against her. Rias started crying. Koneko looked down in shame, while Sona had a bit of a smile on her face. That was when Biko spoke up. Biko, since you talked about mating, when am I gonna be an uncle? This caused Issei and Kuroka to be embarrassed with the comment. She screamed Bakua at Biko, who was laughing like a hyena. Rias and Koneko were confused while Sona was emitting a jealous aura. That was when they all picked up two strong auras. All recognized one of them while the other shocked them. Issei, no, it can't be. Kuroka, why is he here? Issei, we gotta go inside the hall, we need to stop them. All five, right? They all rush inside as soon as possible. Inside the hall, 30 minutes earlier, the leaders were waiting for the Norse pantheon to show up. It had been a while ever since they had seen Odin, the leader of the Norse. Before that, they had called out the 5 young supernovas and announced that they will be having their raiding game very soon. Surzex and Azazel were discussing something relating to the Chaos Brigade. Azazel. So things haven't been any different in this timeline. Considering the Norse will be showing up at this time, many of the gods were against this alliance, hence they were deterring the leader from joining the treaty. Not to mention the Chaos Brigade is rounding up these gods for fighting against us. Surzex, it really has been difficult. With the Chaos Brigade on our tails, we cannot let them get any more powerful. Honestly, they have been nothing but a thorn in our pathway. Michael, even heaven has some traitors that are leaking secrets to that faction. They are somehow able to bypass the system and not fall. It is just shocking even for me. Azazel, I wasn't expecting heaven to have some of them. We need to really be careful now. Secrets should be kept between us only. That was when the Norse leader Odin had arrived along with his assistant Roswies had shown up. Odin was wearing traditional Norse robes and a cap along with an eye patch. He had a beard and a smiling expression. He was accompanied by Roswies, a Valkyrie in a business suit she wore. She had silvery white hair along with a figure that puts Rias's to shame. Odin, sorry we came late. We had some business to attend to. Roswies. By business he meant that he was looking at lewd women. Lord Odin, we cannot slack off in matters like these. Odin, this is the reason why you cannot get a boyfriend. Roswies on hearing this fell on the floor and kept ranting that she will get a boyfriend in the near future. Odin sighed at his personal Valkyrie's antics. Odin, this is Roswies, she has been often crying about not being a boyfriend. She is kind of on the serious side of things and takes things too seriously. Roswies then makes her face up. She was looking out for Issei, her lover from the past timeline. She wondered where he is but could not have found him. That was when another faction had shown up along with the Norse. Ascari, sorry we were late, we had to take care of a few things. Ascari was joined by a female monster who looked similar to him but lacked any golden hair that he had. She was also known as the Queen of Monsters. Azazel, glad you could join, MS Teriel. Teriel, the pleasure is all mine. Azazel, Surzex, things have really changed for the better, with all the factions uniting. Ascari, indeed Tori, let's go on stage. The dreamer couple then go on stage and meet Odin and his assistant Valkyrie Roswies. That was when two magic circles opened up revealing two guests that did not want the peace treaty to take place. Odin Loki. The man now identified as Loki was wearing a simple white robe with 3 blue jewels on his forehead and yellow earrings. He has light blue hair that floats behind him with 2 small shoulder-length bangs. Loki, sorry old man, you cannot make peace with these low lives. Roswies, you need to tell your grievances to the public channels, not by attacking the factions. Loki, you will not tell me what I need to do, lowly Valkyrie. Roswies gritted her teeth. Odin responded. Odin, leave now, I will forgive you if you leave without question, you are doing a mistake. Loki, I am the one preventing you from doing the mistake. Loki then summons his children Fenrir and his grandchildren Hati and Skoll to attack the devils. The devils present get ready to attack him. That was when a voice was heard. You know Loki, it is not nice to create a mess. A man appearing in his early 20s with silver hair that is tied in a braided hairstyle. He wears a silver robe with detailed accessories. Both Surzex and Grafia recognize this man. Surzex, Euclid, what are you doing here? The now identified Euclid responds. Euclid, well, if it isn't the false devil king who stole my older sister from me, we are here to find the soul of determination for our purposes. On hearing this, both the king and queen of monsters had gotten on their guard, ready to incinerate him alive for even threatening Chara. That was when Ajuka used a seal to imprison the duo and send them to a secluded area which he only knew about. Surzex, how long will that seal hold him for? Ajuka, a day. I made it much stronger compared to usual given that we are dealing with Euclid as well. Grafia, brother, why? Grafia was crying given the fact that not only was her brother alive but also was devastated by the fact that he has become their enemy. She has always been close to her brother. Surzex kept in hand on his wife, knowing that Euclid meant a lot to her at one point. That was when Vala and his team showed up with Issei, Rias, Sona and Koneko. Vala then told that he would be joining them for the assault against the duo who attacked the peace faction. Issei then noticed another monster with Ascari and assumed that she must be important to him. Teriel on the other hand noticed Issei and wanted to talk about letting her see their children. Roswies on the other hand was ecstatic to see Issei once again but kept herself under control. Issei informed them that they would be going to deal with the rogue god and devil. As he saw Grafia crying, knowing that only one person would be showing up, that being Euclid. Surzex, I see, so your friends, along with Sona, Rias and their peerages and Vala and his team will be the ones dealing with them. Issei, indeed Lord Surzex. Azazel, the white and red dragon emperor working together to deal with a bigger threat, this must be good. Vala, I just want to fight Euclid, I want to get back at him. Issei and Azazel both knew why he said that. He despised his grandfather and father for not only hurting his mother but also for making his childhood a living hell, causing him to run away. Issei kept his hand on his rival, knowing that he will be there for him. Vali, thank Issei. Issei, anytime Vala. That was when the others go back into their rooms to prepare for their fight. On his way back he encounters Teriel and Roswies. Roswies, on seeing him, immediately hugs him after the reset. She was the last to have met him. Issei returns the hug to her. Teriel patiently waited for her turn as she knew that Roswies wanted to meet him more than she did. Roswies, I miss you Issei. Issei, I miss you too Ross. Roswies, speaking of which I heard there are a lot of changes from Azazel. Issei, buckle up Roswies, I will tell you everything from start to finish. Issei then explained to her all the events that have been taken place so far. From his date with Raynare, his engagement to Sona, him meeting Asya and dealing with the other three fallen, to Raynare actually falling for him this time, saving Sona from a perverted devil named Ionava, him succumbing to hate, Sona getting him out of it, and the list went on from his fight with Kokabeel, his training with Tannen and Vasco Strata alongside Saji, him receiving Durandal as a weapon instead of Ascalon, till the youth gathering. Rosweez, this is a lot to take in. Issei, Raynare not killing you, do the other know of this? Issei nods. Rosweez knows that she was the last to know about everything, but nobody could blame her, as she cannot show up in a territory owned by a different faction causing drama, which is definitely something they want to avoid. That was when Tariel spoke up. Tariel, my child, may I call you Issei? Issei, indeed, but who are you? I saw you with Ascari. Tariel, my name is Tariel Dreamer, queen of the monster faction. Ascari told me everything that happened at the faction meeting. You have gone through so much yet you do not wish for vengeance. You truly are a wonderful soul, Issei. Issei, thanks MS Dreamer. Tariel, call me Tariel or mother, my child. Issei, this is awkward. Okay, Tariel. Tariel, I have a request. Issei, what is it? Tariel, can you let me meet my children? Issei, is that something you need to ask? Come, I will lead you to them. Issei then takes Tariel to the room where Chara and Floey, Asriel, were staying. He asks her to wait outside. He would tell her to come in. Issei, hey guys. Both, hi big brother. Issei, I have someone who wants to meet you. Issei then signals Tariel to come in. Both Chara and Floey were shocked to see their mother show up after such a long time. It has been 400 years since she saw them. They both wanted to hug them. Both, Issei, she is. Issei, your mother Tariel, go and meet her. Both Floey and Chara had tears in their eyes. They immediately hugged Tariel, who responded in kind, crying. Tariel, crying, I thought they killed you, those humans 400 years ago. I miss you, Chara, Asriel. Both, we missed you too, mother, we never saw you. Tariel, after all this while you were beside me, Asriel, I could never see you. I even hurt you. I am so sorry. Tariel kept weeping at her kids as she missed them for so long. Their kids were holding on to her. Issei and Rosweez decided to leave them at their reunion. After all, they had a lot of catching up to do. They encountered Ascari on the way. Ascari, hey Issei, have you seen Tori? Issei, oh, she is right there, catching up with Floey and Chara. Won't you join them? Ascari, no son, they deserve some alone time. I am not going to intervene, so I heard you managed to get even stronger. Issei, indeed I did, Ascari. I managed to use Durandal more effectively. Ascari, so care for a spar, Issei. Issei, it would be an honor, Ascari. Ascari then summons his trident. Issei summons his Durandal. They both begin their spar with Rosweez as the referee. Few hours before the fight, Youth Devil Gathering Hall. Issei and Vala can be seen looking at the teams. They were fighting against each. Both the leaders were sweat dropping. Kuroka can be seen taunting Raynare. Biko is taunting Tiamat, who is basically on the verge of tearing the monkey yokai apart. Arthur is mocking Chara and Floey, who is constantly using friendliness pellets to damage the Pendragonair, along with Chara slashing at him. While LeFay was teasing Asya, who was on the verge of tears. Issei, I knew we didn't get along back then. Vali, but even now, we are still chaotic. Issei and Vala sighed. They did not know what they needed to do. That's when Rosweez showed up. Rosweez, alright maggots, we have a god and ultimate class devil to deal with, so stop bickering and grow up. That alone made everyone quiet, and they all went back to their rooms. Rosweez gave a thumbs up and left the duo, who had their jaws dropped. Both Vala and Issei, she needs to teach that to us. Scene break. Issei and the others start to get ready to fight against Loki and Euclid at the same time. They all knew that this would be the fight of their lives. Even Rosweez volunteered to join the fight. She was ready for some action. They all were teleported to the location where Ajuka had sealed away the Norse god and the devil of Lucifuge family. Issei and the others were watching the seal start to break, and it eventually had broken, revealing a very furious Loki and Euclid. Loki, that damn Beelzebub, his seals were so annoying to break through. Euclid, but look here, those fools send us these children to fight us. Loki, looks like I can summon Ragnarok, much faster and much quicker. Issei, not on my watch, you will try. Euclid, if it isn't the infamous Red Dragon Emperor, the same one that has been ruining our plans so far. And Valley, you should be fighting alongside us, not these mewling squirms. Your grandfather is on our side. Valley, I will never fight with that asshole that ruined my childhood. He can go to hell for all I care about. Euclid, you will not talk about Lord RageRevan like this, you half-breed. Euclid in response fires a magical blast at Vala, who easily divides it out of nothingness. The others then in response begin their assault on the two attackers who were actually staggering a bit against them, especially against Issei. Loki then summons Fenrir along with Hattie and Skull, with summoning the Midgard serpent as well, while Euclid summons most of Nilrheim magicians to assist him, which pushed back the teams. They were told to stall Loki so that Odin can send Mjolnir to seal Loki once and for all. Flashback. Odin, I take full responsibility, but to deal with Loki I have a plan. Surzex, what is it, Lord Odin? Odin, I will ask Thor to send Mjolnir, as that weapon can only seal away Loki. The only person that is capable of wielding the Mjolnir is the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel, I see. Issei, so I will be a key in stopping Loki. Very well, leave this to us, Lord Odin. We will take him down. Odin, I am sorry for the trouble he caused. Raynare, it is not your fault. You tried your best in raising him. His choices are made by his own free will. Odin, thanks, Red Dragon. Issei, not a problem, Lord Odin. Flashback ends. Issei, we need to hold them off for a while. Valley, Arthur tried to get Fenrir to your side. Deal with him first, since he is the main threat. The Citri peerage and the Gremry peerage should be able to deal with Hattie and Skull. Rias and Sona deal with the Midgard serpent, while me and Vala team will deal with God and Nilrheim forces. All got it, Issei. Issei, alright everyone, let's rock. Issei and his team, Roswies along with Vala team are heading to dealing with Loki and Euclid and his team. Roswies, Lord Loki, please go back. Lord Odin would forgive you. You are making a mistake. Loki, I am stopping him from making a mistake. Roswies, looks like there is no getting through you then. They begin their battle. Vala team and Issei were dealing with Nilrheim magicians. They managed to defeat most of them with relative ease. Those magicians were at least doing their work in slowing them. That was when a big player showed up. It must be the fools you asked to me to deal with. Euclid, indeed Walburga, we need to find the soul of determination and capture him alive. Walburga, leave it to me then. A lady in her early 20s with short hair adorned with numerous ribbons. She wears a purple gothic Lolita outfit. Issei recognizes her immediately. Issei, Walburga. Walburga, it seems like you recognize me, Red Dragon. I must be really popular. Issei remembered who she is. She was a real thorn, persistent in achieving what she wanted and managed to get that as well. She fled like a coward when things did not go well. She was really sadistic in nature as well in dealing with her enemies as well. Issei then begins his fight with Euclid and Walburga, both using their magic to hold the dragon god at bay. He managed to keep them under check with his barrage of punches and managed to pierce through most of their attacks, and the barriers that they created. They were shocked that he not only seemed like a seasoned fighter but also a veteran. Walburga, we need to retreat, Lord Euclid. Euclid, seems like we have no choice. Red Dragon, we will be back and we will find the soul no matter what and give it to our Lord RageRevan. Issei, you will trying and tell RageRevan to suck my ass. Euclid wanted to kill Issei for insulting RageRevan, but Walburga force teleported them out of there, leaving Loki alone with his children. Loki, damn that coward, leaving me alone with these squirms. Issei, you are right on that one, they are nothing but cowards after all. With Vala and Arthur. Vala and Arthur could be seen dealing with Fenrir, who had worn a blue collar, struggling to escape from its grasp. They knew that they had to free Fenrir first before bringing the dog to their side. Vale, alright Arthur, I will focus on the dog. Try removing the collar on his neck, that's what is controlling him. Arthur, should I use Caliban to control him? Valley, only if necessary, now let's help him. Both charge at the dog who was being controlled by the collar. They knew that the collar must come off first. The dog was able to keep up with Arthur and his slashes, while at the same time he was able to hold off Vala, who was in his balance breaker trying his best to get the collar off from Fenrir's neck. Fenrir growled at the duo and constantly lunged at them in an attempt to kill them before they could get rid of its collar. Fenrir at the same time struggled to get the collar of him, but a controlled shock forced it to get into its rage-filled state. That was when Vala came up with an idea. Valley, I gotta use half dimension, only then we can get the collar off. Albion, but Vala, this might hurt you as well. Valley, it is the least we could do, I am not leaving Fenrir with Loki. Vala then used half dimension on Fenrir. He managed to successfully reduce its size to that of a regular house. Fenrir was dazed, giving Arthur enough time to use Caliban to cut the collar of his body, after which he comes back to his senses, and recognizes both Vala and Arthur. Fenrir jumps at Vala, licking him. He missed him for so long. Vala, I miss you too, boy. now let's regroup with the others in order to defeat Loki. Fenrir and Arthur both agree and join the others. He sure as hell wants to get back at his father for subjugating him. They all encounter Rias and Sona dealing with the Midgard serpent. Scene change. With Sona's peerage and Gremry peerage along with Tiamat. Issei had asked Tiamat to assist the peerages in dealing with the other two wolves Hattie and Skull, given that they are as powerful as Fenrir, and the peerages might not be able to handle them. Tiamat willingly agreed as she single-handedly was taking care of one wolf, while the peerages were taking the other wolf down. Hattie was constantly growling at the Dragon King as she was able to take his attacks without any effort. Tiamat on the other hand was enjoying toying with the wolf, while at the same time she was easily evading his attacks. She knew that if these two were to fight her master, they would have been goners by then. Tiamat, is that all you got, you runt? Hattie growled at the dragon, who went on the offensive to deal with it. Tiamat, on feeling bored, decides to go all out. Tiamat, are you done? Now it is my turn. Tiamat then lunged at the wolf and used her strength to easily break the wolf's jaw. She then used her claws to tear the wolf's flesh apart. The wolf screamed in agony as she proceeded to rip the flesh from his body apart. Tiamat then connected her hands and slammed on the wolf's abdomen, cracking it, causing it to cough out blood. The wolf was unable to keep up with the beatdown that Tiamat was giving it, who was punching him endlessly, breaking a bone or causing it severe external and internal bleeding. Eventually the wolf passed out from the blood loss and damage to its body. Tiamat, how disappointing. I wonder how the peerages are doing against Skull. Tiamat then looks that the peerages' combined effort were able to do some serious damage to the second wolf as well, with the rooks easily holding onto to the wolf, while at the same time the knights were able to chaff through its high defenses. While the bishops kept firing their magic at the wolf, dealing severe damage to them, they then dealt with holding the wolf down, while the hard hitters like Koneko were able to punch his jaw so hard that it had been dislocated. The wolf staggered but was unable to recover from the punches the Nikomata gave him. She even used her senjutsu to deal massive damage to it, causing it to fall. Saji then used his absorption line to prevent the wolf from moving. He was assisted by Gasper, who used his forbidden Baylor view to stop him in its tracks. Saji, I got you, now not even you can escape from my abilities. Everyone end this fight. The rooks kept punching and haymaking the wolf. The bishops kept firing at him, causing severe wounds on his entire body, while the Kiba and the other knights used their swords to cut through the wolf, causing severe cuts and broken flesh from its wounds. Saji kept draining his strength, preventing it from moving much or using any of its abilities. Eventually the wolf passed out from the exhaustion, with him being unable to keep up with all the attacks. The others were exhausted but knew that the fight must go on. Loki and the others are still out there, and they cannot rest until he is stopped. They are joined by Tiamat, who congratulates them for their victory. Tiamat, now let's help the others. We have a puny god to beat. All yeah? Scene change. With Rias and Sona and their queens. Rias and Sona along with their queens look at the Midgard serpent. They knew that it would be an intense battle. Rias, so this seems to be our opponent, must be interesting. Sona, Rias, don't falter, it is not to be taken lightly. The Midgard serpent attacks them, but Tsubaki easily uses her Mirror Alice ability to deflect the attack towards it, who was able to take the attack. Akeno used her Holy Lightning to damage the skin of the serpent, while unable for it to be able to move for a while. Rias used her power of destruction to deal with most of the damage on them, causing the snake to falter in its defense. Having enough, the snake uses its tail to deflect the attacks and send all the girls flying at different directions. They were unable to deal with its massive strength, resulting in them getting injured. Even though they recover, the Midgard serpent uses its power to keep the girls at bay. That was when a voice was heard. Divide. The Midgard serpent was losing its power. Fenrir then lunged at the serpent and dealt a massive blow to its body, making it unable to regenerate itself. Arthur then used Caliban to pierce its internal flesh, causing it to bleed, resulting in the serpent screaming at them. Vala, are you girls alright? Sona, yeah, most of us are fine, it is only minor injuries. We will only use the phoenix tears if needed. What about you, Rias? Rias, some scratches, that's it. Akeno and Tsubaki also gave their thumbs up, given the injuries were not too severe. Valley, now let's deal with this once and for all. All the girls agree to it, and fire at it, the wound which was created by Fenrir. They all then managed to focus all their attacks at it, causing the wound to start increasing to a near fatal level. The serpent tried to fight back, but it is not able to muster enough strength to do so. Arthur, it is time to end this. Arthur uses Caliban to skillfully and gracefully cut the Midgard serpent to pieces. The now revealed copy of the original serpent was unable to keep up, and eventually was defeated by the group's combined assault. Scene change. With Issei's team and remnants of Vala team. Issei and the others were battling against Loki. Floey was able to keep the mad god in his place, making him unable to escape. Raynare was using her light spears and her spear storm ability to graze the god multiple times, resulting in severe wounds to his body. Kuroka used Tuki and Biko used his staff to badly injure him. Lefei used a plethora of spells to damage the Norse god, which included some god-slaying spells as well. Loki screamed in agony as the spells managed to pierce his body and deal severe damage to him. His chances of victory are looking slim to none, given that he is dealing with a dragon god, a four-winged fallen, a flower, 2 humans, a Valkyrie and 2 yokai at the same time. Loki, I will not lose, especially to you meddling kids. Issei, ha, look at the puny god, trying to struggle. Loki, I am not puny. Loki then notices the collar on Fenrir's neck is removed. Both the grandchildren are on the floor unconscious and the copy of Midgard Serpent is defeated. Loki is now in shock and anger to see him lose like this. Issei, the Ragnarok will never happen. Loki, you have lost. Loki, no, you must die. Loki fires a barrage of attacks at the group who manage to defend themselves. Roswies and Raynare used their defensive magic. Fenrir was shielding Asya against the attacks, while Arthur and Kiba were slashing at the attack directly. Chara, on seeing him, open lashes at him with an intention to strike him down. Issei, Chara, no. Loki, on seeing this, fires a point-blank blast to her stomach, causing her to stagger and fall. He then continues to punch her ribs, breaking some of it. Chara falls back because of it. Loki then kicks her to the rock. Thankfully, Asya and Fenrir are nearby. Loki, now this human shall die. Issei, Chara, Loki, I leave her alone. Loki fires a blast at the human, but then all of a sudden a green shield forms around her. It is revealed that Asya was the one to erect her shield. Fenrir was next to her to shield her in case her shield broke. Asya was in her balance breaker armor. Her desire to protect her family is what pushed her to finally unlock her Twilight Saint affection armor, her balance breaker, along with her soul trait, kindness. Loki, the soul of kindness, how? Issei, it looks like Asya unlocked her soul trait. Now Loki, you will pay for hurting my sister. Floey, you in? Floey, heck yeah, let's send this god to Kingdom Come. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Floey transforms into his Omega form, which consisted of a grotesque, flower-shaped hybrid of plant tissue, human organs, and machinery, consisting entirely of rendered images. Photoshop Floey is stylistically different from anything else in the game. The middle of his body has a contorted human face with 2 mandibles on the bottom and a TV monitor on top. The pixelated face has sideways eyes that flash red and green, and a big mouth with large, blocky teeth. The face can also escape the screen when it laughs, as the mouth seems to pop out of the bottom. Around the monitor and face are 6 curved pipes, 1 for each soul that resemble the petals of Floey's normal form, and the areas inside flash the colors of the souls when the protagonist is about to encounter one. The second row also has a floating pair of eyeballs inside of them. On either side of the main body is more pipes connected to long cactus-like appendages that perpetually move out from the body. Further down are more vine-covered cacti that have been shaped into arms, with 3 thorns on each hand acting as fingers or claws. Everyone understood why he did not want to show this form to the world. It was kind of disgusted. Asya nearly hurled up on seeing this form. She was not used to seeing human organs of all things. Issei then made a mental note to only reveal this from when it is absolutely necessary, else do not. Floey saw all the reactions and knew he made the right choice to keep this form hidden. Only Issei and Chara had a normal look, else everybody either had a shocked, surprised, or a disgusted face. Issei, alright Floey, let's send this god to Kingdom Come. Omega Floey, indeed big brother, nobody hurts my family. Issei then summoned Durandal. Blade. He then held the Durandal and lunged at the god. Loki tried to use his magic to hold the attacker off, but suddenly vines started to surround him, preventing his escape. Floey had surrounded the Norse god with vines. Issei uses Durandal to cause severe wounds on his body. Floey then summons multiple missiles which explode on his face, damaging him and causing severe burns, and cauterized every wound he had so far. Loki, ahaha. Loki's wounds sizzled as his wounds were being sealed away. Issei used Extinction Ray in multiple directions, causing severe pain to the Norse god. Floey also summoned buzzsaws, made out of grass, to gut Loki severely, making him unable to escape. The adrenaline was keeping him from passing out. Floey then used several vines to hold him in place, preventing him from doing anything. Issei then used Welsh Dragon Flare to burn the god while at the same time preventing any damage to Floey. Issei then used Annihilation Barrage to damage Loki's body and cause severe wounds to his body. Loki, please stop, have mercy, you too. Thankfully Loki's pleas were heard when a hammer showed up. This was Mjolnir, a weapon sent by Thor to seal away Loki. Issei then grabbed the hammer and slammed it on Loki, effectively defeating Loki and sealing him away. Issei, your wish shall be granted, Loki. Loki, curse you red dragon, curse you damn flower. Issei, it's over, Loki. With that, Loki is sent away to Asgard prison and is immediately locked up. Issei sits back. He realized that he went a little too far with that, but his focus was on Chara. Luckily, Phoenix tears coupled with some healing courtesy of Asya brought her to full health. She was in tip-top shape. Chara, sorry about that, Issei. Issei and Floey hugged her. Knowing that she could have died, she hugged them in response. Issei, never do that again, Chara. Chara agreed to Issei's request. They were then joined by Sona and Rias and their peerages, who were happy but exhausted that they managed to defeat the Norse god without any damages or casualties. They are then teleported back to the hall where they were met by the faction leaders. They all were fine yet exhausted after the battle. They deserved a few nights of rest after all the summer vacation is still going on. The faction leaders were really happy with what had happened with them, considering most of them managed to deal with them before it is too late and Ragnarok would happen. They told them that Euclid had escaped along with a stray magician known as Walburga. Surzex, is this all true, Issei? Issei, indeed it is, Lord Surzex. They are after the soul of determination. Thankfully they were unable to find it. Azazel, I see, the wielder of Incinerate Anthem on their side can be a bit problematic. Issei, I have a feeling that they might come back considering they want the soul. Surzex, so what do you think we should do? Michael, I would suggest to stay put and wait for them to strike. First we need to know exactly what they want with the soul of determination. Azazel, my guess is that of a foresight. They want to know what happens next, hence they will try to capture or torture or even experiment on the soul to extract information out of it. Knowing them, they will do anything to achieve that. Issei, I have a feeling that they want hate. The faction leaders are all shocked. They knew how dangerous and volatile hate is. Consumed by it turns you into a walking weapon of mass destruction, but at the same time you lose your sanity, losing your oneself into becoming a monster. They were aware that souls of determination are usually targets of hate, given that these souls have either had a bad backstory or have suffered something traumatizing. Surzex, Issei, are you sure? Issei, that is my guess. My theory is that hate makes you much powerful, and the leaders of the Chaos Brigade will do anything that might cause the alliance to fall apart, so they will use hate despite its repercussions. Surzex, I see. Azazel, anyways, you kids take rest, leave the rest to us. Besides, your friends are waiting for you. Issei, thanks Azazel sensei. Issei takes his leave, leaving the faction leaders to ponder on what they do next. Surzex, so what now? Azazel, if things go according to the last timeline, they might attack us during the raiding game between Gremry and Astaroth, with Astaroth being the traitor, so we need to mobilize our forces to prevent him from doing this ever again. Michael, maybe it is time. I send in my forces as well. I might make her into an angel. Azazel, are you sure? Michael, I can take those powers if she betrays Issei ever again, so do not worry. Surzex, alright then, I will convey the plans to the other Satans. Azazel, I will tell Barakil and Shemizai as well. Michael, I will inform the other Seraphs as well. Surzex, I will inform the Dreamers and the Norse as well. They all teleport to do the respective tasks. The next day, Citri Manor, 9:30 a.m. Lord Citri, it was nice meeting you guys, especially you, Issei. Lady Citri, please visit us again, Issei. Issei, I will. Chara, it was fun visiting the underworld. When you are not dead, it was surprisingly nice. Floey, we had a lot of fun as well. Raynare, and became stronger than before. I mean, I unlocked another pair of wings. Azazel would be happy with my improvement. The train then appears and everyone heads into it. That was when Sona asked something. Sona, hey Issei, how were my parents? Issei, they were nice people, they seemed quite cheerful. Sona, say, what would have happened if some other girl falls for you? Will you accept her as well? Issei, I honestly don't know, but I have a feeling that might happen. Sona, well, we do have school. Our annual sports competition is coming soon, so are you going to train with Asya this time? Issei, maybe, we do not know what will happen next. Sona, we got that right. So many changes that have happened in the timelines. We encountered so many different things as well. Issei, now let's go, the others are waiting for us. They then approach and are met with the others who were waiting for them to show up. The train journey back was uneventful aside from the usual chatting and playing games. They are then dropped to their respective stops and head home. Mickey, you guys came home. How was the training in the underworld? Issei, it was amazing, Mom. We learned a lot of new things, a lot of new abilities. Tiamat, it was fun indeed, Ms. Hyodo, we fought a rogue god and won. Mickey immediately rushed to Issei and Chara. She checked for their injuries, but saw nothing on them. Mickey, are you two fine? Issei, we are fine, Mom. Chara, it was nice. I never thought I would fight a god. That was an experience of a lifetime. Mickey, seriously, both of you two will never change. You just provoke danger in some way or another. Issei, I kinda adjusted to this life since the previous timeline. It is just a regular Monday for us. Mickey, sigh, yeah, you got that right, sweetie. Sona, speaking of which, where is Dad? Mickey, oh, he is at office as of now. Issei, oh, I see. Mickey, come, you guys must be tired after the train ride. I made food for you all. Everyone else joins the dinner table, where Issei talks about his training experience as well as meeting with his in-laws, which surprisingly went well. He then tells about the techniques he has learnt, including several abilities with his Durandal. The others talk about how much they have improved, Raynare unlocking her spear abilities as well as an additional pair of wings, Chara being more evasive and adept, Floey unlocking his Omega form as well as his more control over it, Sona and her peerage being more adept, more stronger as well as having more magic control, Asya not only unlocking her soul trait as well as her balance breaker. Mickey was happy that her family has become stronger as well as more resilient. After the dinner, everyone goes to sleep with the same arrangement, the only difference being that Kuroka joins them in the bed. Thankfully, the bed was big enough to sustain all of them. The bed was able to sustain all of them. They slept like knowing that they would live for another day. 1 week later. Hyodo residence, 4:30 a.m. Everything was going well for everyone except for one person, Raynare, who was plagued with nightmares for the past week. These nightmares were turning into night terrors that were preventing her from sleep. Raynare, what the hell is going on with me? Raynare walks through what seems like her mindscape. She saw images of what seemed to be from a different timeline. She could see her date with Issei, however. She could see her pass by and say this. Raynare, original timeline, would you die for me? That was when Raynare saw herself transform into her fallen form, something she was sure she did not do during her date. She then summons a light spear and throws at Issei, killing him. Raynare, no, Issei. Raynare rushes towards Issei but is too late. Issei had already died. That was when she had suddenly woke up. Raynare screams, but keeps it down, although it was enough to wake Issei up. Raynare, panting, this nightmare again. Issei, Raynare, are you okay? What happened? Raynare, nothing, babe, sorry for waking you up. Issei, but... Raynare, no buts, go to sleep. Issei reluctantly listens to her, and she goes to sleep. She then goes to the bathroom to wash her face off. Then she sees herself in the mirror, but it was her in the dream that she was in. This was impossible because she was wearing regular clothing. Raynare, original timeline, you are a disgrace and not killing him. Raynare, get the hell out of my mind. Raynare yells. Thankfully the bathroom door was closed so no one woke up. Raynare, this nightmare and these hallucinations have been plaguing my mind ever since the Loki fight. Why is this happening? These visions, they seem to be from my past, perhaps from the previous timeline. I need to talk about Issei. No, I do not want to worry him even more. I think these will go after a while. Raynare then washes her face and heads back to the bed. Seeing Issei sleeping soundly made her smile a little bit, and she then went to sleep hoping she would get a proper rest. The next day, 8 a.m. Issei, morning Ray. Raynare, morning guys. Sona, so did you sleep well? Raynare, no, those nightmares keep coming to me. It showed me I killed Issei during our date. Raynare was traumatized by those recurring visions. She did not want to see herself kill the love of her life like this. Her hands were shaking, tears were coming out of her eyes. Issei, on noticing this, hugged her. Issei, shhhhh, it's okay, Han, take it easy. Those are nothing but memories from a dead timeline. Asya, Issei is right. We are there with you. What you did back then is long erased, no longer present. Just relax. Raynare, thanks, you too. Raynare then joins the others and they all have a conversation about what's happening around. With everyone being there to support no matter what happens, she is happy to receive this much support from her family. She tries her best to forget those memories, but they keep plaguing her mind. Raynare shrugs it off and heads towards the school. Scene break. The training area, 5:30 p.m. Issei, alright everyone, we need to train in order to become better. I mean, there are threats that may come in the near future like the Cows Brigade. so we will spar with each other. The first spar is between me and Raynare. Raynare, me. Issei, yeah, let's go. Issei motions with a smile to her, which she complies and heads towards the arena. She then opens up her forewings and charges at Issei. Issei dodges most of the spear-throwing abilities as well as manages to counter most of her light abilities. She then uses her spear to charge at Issei, who was successfully able to evade most of the attacks, while at the same time he was able to keep her at bay. Raynare then uses her Spear Storm ability. Raynare, take this. Several spears start to form below Issei, giving him only 1 second to dodge those spears. Issei was forced to use Durandal to keep several of those spears at bay and managed to keep up with most of them. Issei knew that these can easily give a high-class devil a run for their money, and they might overwhelm them. Issei, that was amazing, Ray. You really have improved in your abilities, but now my turn. Issei charges at Raynare, who is barely able to keep up with the speed. He manages to use close combat to try to get close to Raynare, who is barely able to keep up with those abilities, but when all of a sudden, Raynare agughai. Raynare holds her head in agony. Issei knew that he did not hit her in the head, so why did she held her head like that? That was when he saw Raynare had not her regular expression but that of a bloodlust one. Her eyes had a slight yellow tinge, and she lunged with Issei with the intent to kill. Raynare, it has been so long in a living body. Now Issei-kun, do you remember me? Issei, who are you and what have you done to Raynare? Raynare, didn't you recognize me? I am the one that killed you once. With that, Raynare began throwing punches and spears at Issei. She wanted him dead as she was killed mercilessly by him and the princess. Issei was successfully able to dodge the punch and he was able to deliver his own punch, but instead of even slowing her down, Raynare continued her assault at Issei, unfazed by the damage done or even the pain that she is feeling. Issei knew he had to do something before it is too late. Issei, now on the offensive, was determined to save his girlfriend from whoever took over his body. He then proceeded to deliver his own sets of punches to the imposter in an attempt of slowing him down. The force of those punches were strong enough to push them back. That was when Raynare, hi, I am back, but I cannot hold her for much longer. Issei, knock me out before I do something worse. Issei, no, but Raynare, just do it, I cannot hold her in for much longer. Raynare started losing control. That was when Kuroka used Senjutsu to put her to sleep. Issei was shocked as to what happened to Raynare all of a sudden. First those nightmares and now the sudden assault. He knew that he might have an idea of what had happened to her, but knew to be impossible given that she cannot be alive, especially not after the reset. After all, Rias had presumably destroyed her soul in the previous timeline itself. Issei, we need to call Azazel and tell him about this. Tiamat, are you sure? Issei, he is the only one that can do anything in this situation. Scene break. Grigodi headquarters, 8:30 p.m. After telling Azazel what had happened, he immediately called everyone to the headquarters to check what had happened to the fallen angel. He noticed something was wrong with her soul for her to be acting like this. Issei had informed him about her nightmares, and prior to what had happened, Azazel did not think much of it first, but now knew something had to be done. Raynare could be seen strapped to a chair, so that if the unknown entity takes over, she can still be subdued. Azazel was analyzing her soul while at the same time trying to find any issues that may have happened. Issei can be seen holding his lover's hand while he himself was looking at the monitor trying to find anything wrong with her soul. That was when the machine started to beep. It had found something wrong with her soul. Azazel, I found the issue with her soul. Issei, sensei, what is it? Azazel, it is herself, or more accurately her past timeline counterpart, that is corrupting her. Sona, but how when the reset had happened didn't everything get erased? Azazel, that's what I am wondering. Wait, Issei did kept his body still intact even in this timeline, right? Issei, yeah? Azazel, so my theory is that Raynare's soul was always present in Issei. When Issei committed a reset, the soul never passed out. My guess is during your fight in the previous timeline, Raynare managed to find a way to this timeline by hiding in your body. But when it saw the other Raynare, she somehow managed to pass from your body to her body, after which she started to get those nightmares and hallucinations. Finally, by the time she managed to somehow take over this body through Issei's body, and the rest is history. Issei realized that all this while she is still alive, Rias never fully managed to defeat her. Her soul still lingered inside of his body like a parasite attached to it. He felt like this is his fault, and this Raynare became the victim. But he knew he had to save her. Issei, sensei, is there a way to save her? Azazel had a grin on his face. Azazel, I knew you would say that. I have a device that will allow souls to transfer into another body. But you will need to defeat the other one quick. If it succeeds in whatever it is doing, then this Raynare's soul will be destroyed and she will take over. Issei, I know and I won't lose her, especially not to her of all people. Asya, I would like to come too. Issei, Asya. Asya, Raynare is like a big sister to me, even better than what Rias was. I am not going to lose her. By then everyone else moves forward as well. They all stated that Raynare was like family to them, especially Sona, Chara and Floey. They were all determined to save her at all costs. They all accepted the consequences that they need to pull this Raynare out of her soul no matter what. Azazel, alright, I and Kuroka will watch on what is going on with the bodies. If anything goes wrong you all will be forcefully pulled back to your own souls, got it? Issei, alright sensei. Azazel, alright, here goes. After setting up the equipment one by one their souls are sent into Raynare's body. Inside Raynare's body, 9 p.m. Issei, so this is her body, kinda unsurprising considering human body is much more different than hers. Chara, she is a fallen, but nevertheless the differences are unsurprisingly high. Floey, yeah, like the fact that her body does not have a sort of true body, like us monsters. Tiamat, guys, we need to move on ahead, we still need to beat her. Alright. They all head inside where they could see Raynare from the original timeline waiting for them. She could see shocked and angered gazes especially from Issei and Asya. They knew what she did to them. Raynare, original timeline, so you guys finally showed up. Issei, Raynare. Raynare, original timeline, you still remember me but it is thanks to this imposter, isn't it? Floey, if anyone's the imposter it is you are nothing but a dead memory. Raynare, original timeline, how dare you, you damn flower. Raynare throws a light spear at Floey but is cut in half by Chara, who already had her eyes red, ready to strike Raynare down. Chara, I am not going to ask again, leave that body, it is not yours. Raynare, original timeline, oh I am so scared of a mere human, what will you do, /me? Chara, oh I can do much more than that imposter. Raynare, original timeline, speaking of which you must be wondering how I got this body right. It was easy, it was all thanks to you Issei, you gave me a much stronger version of myself. But this body was no easy for me to control, I had to break her hence the nightmares. I showed her what she did back then and got control in her brain. I mean even now she is being mentally tortured as we speak. Raynare from the previous timeline shows her images of Issei beating down Raynare to a bloody pulp with her begging him to stop, Chara slashing her to pieces with a red determination smile, Floey using friendliness pellets to damage her while laughing like a maniac, Tiamat burning her alive, Asya using her abilities to bash Raynare down, Sona drowning Raynare while she begs for mercy, and finally Kuroka clawing her alive while smiling like a Cheshire cat. Issei, Raynare. Issei charges at Raynare, his eyes red with anger and hate. He manages to graze Raynare but unfortunately she dodges. She in response dodges and throws a light spear, clearly angered by Issei's attack. He dodges and goes back to his team ready to fight the imposter. Sona, Issei, calm down, she wants you to get angry. She is only stalling so that Raynare's true soul is destroyed. We need to take her down together. Issei, you are right, let's kill this bitch. With that everyone strikes at Raynare, who is having a hard time dealing with 2 souls of determination, a dragon king, a 6-soul flower, a high-class devil and finally several others. They all use coordinated attacks to defeat her, but she was regenerating as she was being hit by pellets, slashes and fire breath attacks. Nothing was working as the clock is ticking. Issei, damn it, is there anything that can work? Trahixa, I am afraid not Issei, as long as we are in her body, she can do anything. Draigg, thankfully, she does not have full control of her body, you can still talk to her soul. Issei, guys, I have a plan, but you all need to stall her for the time being. Issei then asks Draigg to boost his voice. Issei, hey Raynare, are you listening to me? Those are nothing but illusions created by this old and dead memory. She wants to break you so that she can use you against us. But do not fall for them, we would never hurt you, we care for you, we love you and we will always be with you. We will never abandon you, so please come back to us. We need our Raynare back, the Raynare who is my soulmate and my first, so please come back, I do not want to lose you, cause I love you Raynare. Everyone on noticing this realizing something is starting. The girls present were a bit jealous as he told Raynare was his first, but nevertheless prioritized on bringing their family member back. Raynare, original timeline, Issei, who the hell did you talk to, was that me? Issei, oh I wasn't talking to you imposter, it is her who I was talking to. Suddenly a light forms next to Issei and all those fake images start to disappear. Raynare from the past timeline realizes what Issei has done. He managed to free her with mere words. Issei managed to free Raynare from this timeline. She then forms next to Issei, who is happy that he loves her more than anyone else. Soon everyone else hugs her as she is finally freed from her alternate's clutches. Raynare from the original timeline gets pissed at her counterpart, who had a smile on her face, and Issei for freeing her. Raynare, original timeline, how dare you? Why should you deserve love when you destroyed mine, Issei? Before Issei could respond, Raynare says, Raynare, love. You do not know the meaning of love or what it is like to fall in love. In love there is no smartness, no deception, no fraud, but you did all of this for what, just to get a small promotion? You took 2 lives, Issei and Asia, just to get a higher rank. If you had fallen in love with Issei for real, then you would have never taken his life, no matter what. But you not only deceived him twice but also killed him and nearly tortured him. You do not deserve love because you do not know what is love. Raynare had an angered look. She glared at her past counterpart. She wanted to tear her apart. That was when Issei spoke. Issei, she is all yours, babe, give her hell. Raynare then looks at counterpart, and the battle begins. She uses her vast knowledge of light attacks to counter her counterpart's spears. She summons a light sword to cut the spears. She then gets close to her and punches the hell out of her. Raynare's past counterpart coughs up blood as she is unable to keep up with her attacks. Raynare then uses 2 of her spears and throws it to her legs. Her previous timeline counterpart screams in pain as her legs get pierced by her spears. She looks at her counterpart in anger and hate, who had a smirk. Raynare, this is for using the spears on Issei. Now how does it feel to be on the receiving end? It hurts, doesn't it? Raynare, original timeline. Why do you love this weakling? He is nothing but a ladder. Raynare, you still don't get it, do you? I love him not because he is the Red Dragon Emperor or the strongest entity. It is because he is Issei, the love of my life. Nothing more, nothing less. You simply just see humans as low-class weaklings. That's why you lost back then to Issei, who had not even unlocked his sacred gear properly. Now it is time to end this once and for all. Raynare used her 2 light spears on her wings, preventing her from using it. She then used a light grenade to daze her and gave a roundhouse kick to the face, knocking her teeth off. Raynare then used her light web to entrap her previous counterpart, and begins using her light spears, piercing through the web and into her stomach. Raynare from the old timeline then coughs up blood as a result. Due to the damage, she is unable to move much because the spear is much stronger than anything she dealt with. Raynare, hey Asia, I have a request. Asia, tell me. Raynare, use a light dome, heal her up. I want to make her suffer for what she did to Issei. Asia then looks at her previous counterpart, the woman responsible for her and Issei's suffering. She looks at Raynare in approval. Asia, consider it done. Asia then uses a healing dome on the imposter, who was surprised. She then noticed Raynare approaching her previous counterpart with a smile on her face, cracking her knuckles. Raynare, ready for round 2. Raynare then proceeds to deliver a vicious haymaker to her counterpart. Bones are broken, blood is flying everywhere. She then uses a light spear to chaff into her body, causing severe burns and wounds. She then uses her light sword to cut off both of her wings as she falls to the ground groaning in pain. She then uses her superior strength to break both of Raynare's arms. Raynare from the previous timeline is wheezing in pain as she is unable to move due to her legs being damaged as well. She then looks at her counterpart in fear. Raynare, that was for tormenting me for a week. Normally I would enjoy killing you for your actions, but I should let Issei and Asia decide your fate. Issei then approaches a down Raynare from the past timeline. He looks at her in pure anger as she once again tried to hurt his friends and family. Issei, it has been a while, Raynare. Raynare from the past timeline transforms into Yuma, a mono form, causing glares and hate from everyone present, but none other than the Raynare from the current timeline. She wanted to kill her right here, right now, but a hand from Issei stops her from doing so. Yuma, Issei, please spare me. I did not want to do this. Please, they are gonna kill me. Please, a second chance, please. Issei, you have got some nerve to take my lover's form after everything you have done to her. You really have no shame or pride. I will strike you down no matter what you say. Not out of hate, but because your existence is itself a threat to not only me but to my family. It is best if you stay as nothing but a memory, a dead one in fact. Yuma, Issei, no. Issei, go back to purgatory, where you belong, Extinction Storm. Raynare from her previous timeline screams in pain as her soul is being torn apart. He then looks at his friends and lover, who share a kiss before they separate after some time. Although this prompted some jealousy from the other girls, they kept it in. Issei then looked at his friends, given that it was their time to leave. Issei, alright Ray, we will take our leave. We need to head to the outside world. Raynare, yes, see you guys on the other side. Sona, we will meet again. With that, the group waves goodbye to Raynare's soul and they exit her body. They then awaken in the real world, where Raynare also has now awakened. They then hear Azazel speak. Azazel, you guys did it, you saved her, nice job guys. Issei then rushed to Raynare, not caring if anyone else was present. He cried on her as he hugged her tightly. Raynare held her lover tightly as she knew that he is the one for her, and will always be the one for her. Raynare, it is okay babe, I will not leave you, I will never let you go, no matter what happens. Issei did not say a word and kept crying. Raynare meant the world to him. She did not push him away. He already has gone through so much, yet he still holds on to the people he cares about. The others smiled warmly at the scene, deciding to not intervene at all. They then leave since they have other things to do as well. Scene break. Raynare could be seen sleeping soundly after what seemed like a week of no rest. Like a baby, she did not care about the position. She just wanted to rest after the whole situation with her counterpart. The others decided to not intervene as she deserved rest. Issei, she needed that, after a week of no sleep. Floey, yeah, let's not disturb her. I want to see what games we can play. Issei, I will tell Sona to get some snacks so we can play some games. Floey, you are the best older brother. Issei, yay. Issei, yeah, save it and stop screaming, we do not want to wake her up. Floey, oops, sorry. They both then leave Raynare as she is sleeping on her bed soundly. Scene break. The next day, shopping mall, 1:30 p.m. Issei and Asya could be seen shopping as the other peerage members were visiting their house. They had brought a lot of stuff from the market. They also brought sports shoes for the upcoming sports event. Issei, did we buy too much? Asya, nope, I think this is more than enough. Issei and Asya then head to an alleyway where they see none other than Diodora Astaroth with a smile on his face. Asya was under panic as she hid behind Issei. She remembers what he will do. Issei on the other hand was on guard, knowing that he will do anything to get his filthy hands on her. Diodora, hello Asya, filthy dragon. Issei, how is your nose and face doing Astaroth? Diodora glared at Issei as he remembers that he was defeated in one punch. He looks at the dragon in pure hatred. Diodora, I am here to take Asya back, I have Ophus's snake. Issei doesn't hear anything else. He punches him so hard that he breaks his head near a concrete wall. He then proceeds to punch him where Diodora activated a barrier. Diodora, you cannot break this barrier, it is of no use. Issei breaks it after a few punches. He then kicks his crotch so hard that it knocks him unconscious. His MC nuggets were officially broken. Issei, never come near me or Asya ever again, or you will suffer a much more painful fate. Issei then teleports Diodora to an unnamed location in the underworld, making him unable to move for a while. He then heads to Asya where he apologizes for his brutality, which she forgives. He did it in an attempt to protect her after all. The two then head home where the others were waiting for them to start the cooking and preparations. At Hyoto residence, 3:30 p.m. Issei and Asya tell everyone what had happened to them while they went to shopping. They knew that Diodora was getting out of hand. Sona told them that she will talk to her sister to at the least stop him from coming, to which both Issei and Asya sighed in relief. The others present knew that they needed to strategize against their upcoming raiding game with Sikveria Agars, the heir of the Agars. Even despite their losing track record, they are not to be taken lightly, especially Sikveria and her queen Olivian. Sikveria's abilities of stopping time is considered to be a threat, as if she could eliminate Sona, she could do so securing the win. Although not as strong as Issei's time stop ability, it was still pretty strong. The queen himself is a dragon, so he might be able to hold himself of many times against the peerage, even taking down some of the members. So they needed to plan carefully, or they might be taken down if they let their guard down. Saji can use Vitra promotion, but he highly doubts that it is strong enough to beat his dragon. And Sona, if she can be taken out just like how Rias was during the Riser fight. With him focusing on the king, it would be game, they would lose. Issei then suggests to take out the knight. It would be an easy picking. Try isolating the trio, and take them out one by one. If they can manage to split the team, they can easily go after the king, who might be separated from the others, and they can win by taking each member down one by one, hence giving them an overwhelming advantage. They all then decide to watch the Gremory vs Astaroth raiding game. All knew that given that Asya is not part of a peerage, who will he attack then? That was when the raiding game venue was attacked by the old Satan faction soldiers. They know they needed to hurry to that location, since Rias and the others were surrounded by several of these soldiers. That was when a communication circle opened up in both Issei's and Sona's ears. It was the voice of Sirzex Lucifer himself. Sensei, Diodora is on the move. He is the one that let the old Satan faction soldiers inside. You need to come here fast. Issei, on it. Come on everyone. Everyone but Issei, right? Asia, but what about Raynare? Issei, she needs some rest after what happened to her soul. Azazel told her to take some rest because of her past self-tampering with her host. Chara, I see, she does deserve a good rest after all the torment the other counterpart put her through. Asia, okay. Before going, all of them see Raynare sleeping peacefully on the bed. Not willing to disturb her, they all head to the underworld. They are all then teleported to the battlefield, where they could see Seorg and his peerage, along with Azazel and Sensei fighting against these soldiers. After seeing Issei and his friends join in along with Sona and her peerage, they knew they had to deal with them. That was when another circle opened up, revealing Michael and Irina along with Roswies. Irina looked at Issei, who looked away. She knew that she must earn his forgiveness. Issei sensed an angel aura from her, knowing that she has become an angel. She this time earned the promotion. That was when a scream was heard. With Rias and her peerage. Rias, the old Satan faction. Akeno, what are they doing here? Kiba, my guess is that they are here to intervene the raiding game. That was a scream was heard. Diodora had shown up, capturing Zenobia Quarta. Zenobia, let go of me, you pervert. Rias, so you are the traitor Diodora Astaroth. Diodora, indeed I am. Now this church girl is mine, there is nothing you can do. Diodora had a smirk and a provocative look on his eyes. While Zenobia was struggling from his grasp, the others had angered expression on their face. Rias tried to use her power of destruction on him, but Diodora put Zenobia in front of him, using her as a shield. Rias, coward. Diodora then uses a magic to teleport himself to the top of the tower, leaving the peerage alone to defend themselves against too many soldiers. That was when Issei and his team showed up along with Odin, who had peeked up Akeno's shirt. Issei, we knew that bastard was up to something, so they took away Zenobia this time, right? Rias, you fucking knew, then why did you not do anything? Rias raised her aura. In response, Issei raised his own aura, crushing it. She fell down due to the sheer amount of power Issei held. Issei, now that you have calmed down, we need to head to the tower if we need to save Zenobia. Not to mention we did not have any proof princess to arrest the guy, so we had to keep tabs on him. At the very least we were able to slow him down. Odin, I will hold these soldiers off. You guys go rescue the girls from that man. Floey, are you sure you can handle them? Odin smacks Floey with his cane. Floey holds his flowery head in pain. Odin, do not worry boy, these old bones do need some training. Issei, Tiamat, stay with Odin, you will be needing some help in case any reinforcement arrives. Tiamat, alright Issei, I will help you Lord Odin. Odin, appreciate the help Tiamat. Issei, the rest of us come with me, we need to teach that devil some manners. Everyone, right? Odin then looks at the old Satan faction leaders and says, Odin, our soldiers of the Cow's Brigade, you might want to look here. You might get real glory if you can take my head or the Dragon King next to me as well. You might get some real recognition. Tiamat, this old pervert certainly knows how to get attention. The soldiers then charge at the devils without realizing that they fell into a trap. Odin, Gungnir. A staff is formed around Odin. He was ready for battle. After all, he is the leader of the Norse. Meanwhile, Tiamat opens her dragon wings up, ready to fight against the Cow's Brigade. Odin, the coast is clear, you guys teach that kid a lesson. Issei, thanks Lord Odin, we will certainly repay the offer later on. They all then head to the area where Diodora is waiting for them. They later get a call from Azazel. Issei informs them on what had happened. Azazel, so this time it is Zenobia, go kids, give that pervert hell. Issei, indeed we will sensei. Chara, thanks Azazel sensei. They all head up for their inevitable clash with Diodora Astaroth. Scene change. With Azazel and Surzex, 4:30 p.m. Azazel and Surzex could be seen eliminating old Satan faction members left and right. They all were able to eliminate most of them. That was when one of the generals of the old Satan faction had shown up. His name was Cruzuri Asmodeus. Cruzuri, if it isn't the false Satan that has taken over the Satans wrongfully. Azazel, looks like one of the fools decided to show up. Cruzuri, I will take you down, false Satan, and avenge Kateria for what you faction leaders did. Surzex, I am only going to give you one chance to leave and go back to where you belong. I will strike down anyone that is against the current system of the government. Cruzuri, understanding each other, peace. All existences besides devils must be destroyed. Why can't you understand devils are? No, we, the Mao, are the ones who have to become the kings of the world. By using Ophus's power we will destroy the world, and create a new world of devils. For that, you imposterous Mao are in our way. Sensei, I see, so be it. Ruin of extinction. A power of destruction sphere surrounds the Satan Prince, who tried to defend himself using Ophus's power but was eventually overwhelmed by him, and was completely destroyed out of existence. Ophus's snake was then later crushed by Sensei when it came on his hand. That was when they sensed her presence. They had shown up, Ophus the Ouroboros dragon themselves. Ophus. Hello, leader of devils and fallen. Sensei, Ophus, what are you doing here? Ophus. Here looking for someone, the soul of determination who reset the timeline. Azazel. So if we can defeat you, we can defeat the Cow's Brigade. Ophus. Impossible, you cannot beat me. Besides, those fools only need a portion of my power, so I give it to them. Besides, I just want to know why they performed a reset. Azazel, I see. Scene break. With Issei and his team and Rias and her peerage, 5 p.m. The teams headed to the first 2 shrine where the first battle would be taking place. Just as they had predicted, there were 2 shrines where 8 pawns and 2 rooks were in one shrine, while 2 bishops and 1 queen were in another. Diodora announces from the 4th shrine. Diodora. Ah, so you have arrived, so let the raiding game begin. Rias had a smug look and answered. Rias. Sorry, but thanks to you the raiding game has been postponed. Diodora. Worry not, we can begin our unofficial raiding game. First of all the pawns have been promoted to queen. 2, you need to defeat them if you need to progress to the next shrine where the knights are waiting, so good luck, ha 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 ha. Rias. Guys, we have the numerical advantage this time around. We will handle this just like last time, right? Issei. Indeed, Rias, let's do this. Issei and his team take on one shrine while Rias and her peerage take on the other shrine. This time, however, there were more members on each team, so they should have a slight numerical advantage. With Issei and his team. Chara. So this is the place where the pawns and the knights are. Issei. Indeed, last time it was me, Gasper, Koneko, that dealt with them while Zenobia dealt with the knights. This time, however, she has been captured and it is just us 4 for the time being. Floey. So I will be taking on the rooks, with no sweat. Chara. Are you sure, Azzy? Floey. Indeed. I don't even think I need my Omega form for that. Asia. I will use my barriers to guard you guys from their attacks, and you can come back to heal when you guys get damaged. Issei. Got it, and let's rock. Issei took on 4 of the pawns, while Chara took on the remaining 2. Floey was facing against the 2 rooks, while Asia was using her soul and balance breaker to protect herself from any oncoming barrages. She knew that it is her job to heal the team when they get defeated. Issei then focuses on the pawns at first. He manages to dispatch most of them with relative ease. He knew that these girls were broken beyond belief thanks to what Diodora did. He decided to end the fight quickly while dealing with the others. He quickly gave a well-timed punch to their stomachs, knocking them to a wall. He then used a dragon shot to finish them, thus eliminating the 4 pawns with relative ease. Chara, on the other hand, was having slight difficulty due to them ganging up on her. But if anything during her training has taught her, it is to push back his enemies despite the overwhelming odds. Grabbing the knife in her hands, she knew what she had to do. She was able to cut through their magic like butter, given that it was much weaker than Unnine's spears. She slashes at one of the pawns but makes sure to keep them alive. Pawn number 2, Nua. Pawn number 3. I will make you pay for this, human. Chara. Oh, eyes turn red. I would like to see you try, pawn. Chara then charges at the devils and easily evades most of their attacks with careful skill and grace. She then slashes at the other 2 pawns, effectively taking them out with relative ease. She then notices the last pawn who tries to escape from her, but she was too quick for her. With a quick slash she defeats her, thus all pawns are eliminated. Floey was easily able to evade most of their attacks given his small size. Floey was easily popping in and out of the ground, while the rooks were struggling to keep up with the flower. The rook started to get exhausted due to his evasive maneuver. Rook number 1. How on earth do we hit this flower? Rook number 2. He just evades our every single attack with ease, like he seemed to know how to dodge so well. Floey. Ah, you guys getting tired? With a smile. Time to end this. Friendliness pellets. A swarm of flower pellets are thrown at the 2 girls as their skin starts to graze due to the pellets' fast hit speed. The girls, being exhausted, are unable to prevent or evade the pellets, and eventually they were overwhelmed and they passed out. Floey. Well, looks like the others are done as well. I wonder what the knight and the vampire along with Cow and her 2 cattle are faring against his queen and bishop. Scene change. With Rias and her peerage. Rias and her peerage were facing the combined effort of the two bishops and the queen. They were being overwhelmed as Akeno and Rias used barriers to prevent the queen from hurting the peerage. Given that they were already being pushed back with the bishops constantly healing the queen, that was when Rias knew of an idea. Since she had her whole peerage with her, she knew what she needed to do. Rias, Gasper stop time, tried to use it on the bishops. Gasper, got it. Gasper used his time stop ability to stop the bishops. This caused the queen's attention at the half-vampire. She then commanded Kiba to deal with the bishops and eliminate them before Gasper loses his control over the two bishops. Rias, Kiba, use your balance breaker to deal with the two bishops. If need be, use your soul trait to keep them at bay and use those orange swords to deal with them. If it takes to defeat them. Please, I need you both to save Zenobia. I know you hate me for what I did back then, but please save her. Rias had pleaded with the Gremry Knight. Kiba knew that she was trying to change. Besides, even though he did not like Zenobia, he hated Diodora even more. He knew that he must be taken down before it is too late. Kiba, got it, President. Kiba then used his bravery armor to keep the queen from attacking him. With his agility, he was able to then quickly make it to the other two girls, and using his sword he was able to eliminate them, thus preventing them from supporting them. The queen, on seeing this, flew into a rage. Queen, how dare you eliminate them, pretty boy. Kiba, sorry, but I will support my friends no matter what. Besides, I am not the one that is going to defeat you. The queen then noticed Akeno using Holy Lightning and Rias using an improved version of Extinguished Star. She tried to defend herself from the attack but was easily crushed by the light energy in Holy Lightning and the power of destruction. Kiba, never let your guard down in a fight. Gasper, judging by the situation, looks like even they have dealt with those pawns. Issei and his team along with Rias and her peerage then head towards the third shrine where they will be facing the knights. But to their surprise, it was none other than Fried Selzen, the exorcist that had survived the attack during the Kokabil's attack. Fried, well, hello, if it isn't those shitty devils that keep getting in our way. Issei, Fried, so you remember me, you shitty dragon. Issei, after all, I am the one to break your nose after you insulted my girlfriend with your lustful words. Rias, where are the knight Fried? Fried, oh them, he opens his tongue, I ate them when they were alive. Issei and the others gasped and they were nearly about to hurl up. Asya outright puked at the edge of the corridor when she heard that Fried had performed the deed. Koneko, looks like he has given up his humanity. Fried, but thanks to that, I am able to transform into a much stronger being. Fried then transforms into a chimera. He had a massive body, thick arms and legs, and sharp fangs coming out of his mouth. He also had a single bat wing and an extra arm coming out of his back. The others could only look at shock when he lost any remaining semblances of his humanity. Fried, oh, but one more thing, the young prince has such an interesting fetish. He often targets the maidens that are either holy or from different religious sectors. He then uses his power and abilities to go after them and obtain them by any means. The women you fought against, his peerage, were all once holy maiden. The young prince then breaks them mentally and then makes them his eternal slave for all eternity. Asya over there was also another victim, but this dragon, he saved her. He always get in the way of my fun. Everyone was shocked at what kind of a person Diodora is. They knew he was like that, but it was still nevertheless shocking to hear that Asya was a victim. Issei and his team were particularly pissed at Diodora's actions, as Asya could be one of those women. The later two of his team viewed Asya as their older sister. They wanted to tear this man apart. Issei was about to charge at him, but Kiba stopped him. Kiba, save your anger for him. I will deal with this abomination. Issei, got it, Kiba. Kiba then charges at Fried, who uses his monstrous strength to try and damage Kiba. But the knight is too fast. He quickly slashes through him, cutting most of his body parts off. The chimera then falls on the ground as he is unable to move. Fried, you defeated me. Kiba, save your strength for the judge in the underworld. With that, Kiba easily kills Fried. Issei and the others then head towards Diodora and know that they need to take that man down no matter what. Issei, Diodora, I am coming for you. Scene break. The fourth shrine, 7 p.m. The gang then heads to the location where Diodora was waiting for them. He had his usual smile on his face. For a guy who had lost his entire peerage in a matter of hours, he was still unfazed by what had just happened. The smile unnerved most of the people present, especially Asya, who knew something was up. Zenobia could be seen chained by what seemed like tendrils. She was imprisoned, unable to move. She could only cry as she heard what had happened to several of the excommunicated church maidens. This man had them excommunicated for unknown reasons. She felt like she lost faith once again. He had them his sex slaves for a long amount of time. He truly was a man beyond redemption. Diodora, so you guys made it. Issei, for a guy that has lost his entire peerage, you seem happy. Rias, release Zenobia right away. Diodora. Diodora, oh, I am afraid I cannot do that. You see, ever since I was being denied Asya for a long time, I decided that someone else, someone worthy as my new toy, so I chose her. She does fit the church theme after all. After all, I am the one that got Asya excommunicated. I pretended to be injured and she came out. She tried to save me, but that was enough to get her excommunicated. She even got branded as a witch by me. Issei gritted her teeth after this. He remembered that this bastard was the reason that Asya nearly died because of his nun fetish. He wanted him to suffer. All he needed was a catalyst to reach his breaking point. Diodora. But then she met you in that fallen, after which you guys prevented her from dying and took her to your home. I tried entering, but the barrier always repelled me. Even after that, you still prevented me from receiving my prize. You not only beat me up but also broke my balls as well, you filthy dragon. Issei. Glad to see I left a mark. Good luck having children. Diodora gritted his teeth after that, but then had a smile on his face. Diodora. But now I have come prepared. I have more power. Ophis gave me more. Now I will kill you, filthy dragon. Then I will take Asya for myself. Issei, shut up. Diodora. After that I will undress her and assault her. Issei, shut up. Diodora. Then I will enter into her and make her mine for all eternity. Issei, shut up. Diodora. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei, guys. Chara, give him hell. Floey, make sure this man suffers. Issei, Draigg. Draigg, go all out, partner. Trihixa, crush him. Diodora, so this is the balance breaker of that filthy dragon. Issei then charges at the high-class devil. With the intent to make him suffer, he then punches him so hard that he coughs up blood. Issei then pulls him from his chair and throws him towards a wall. Few bones are broken from the sheer impact itself. Issei then approaches him with a menacing smile, making him whimper in fear. Out of desperation, he creates a barrier to defend himself, which only stops Issei for a while. Diodora. Oh, my barrier is much stronger than last time. You will not be able to break it. It is useless. Issei charges for a while and manages to break the barrier in one punch. Diodora looks at him in shock and fear as he knew that he was gonna have a bad time. He tried to run, but Issei grabbed him by the hair. The Astaroth heir looked in fear as he could sense the feel of death itself. Issei, where you going? Diodora. I told you to stay away not just once, but twice, yet you did not take my warning seriously. Instead, you still went after the people I care. Now you must face the consequences of your actions. Issei then began punching his face. He kept on punching. As he punched, he remembered the past timeline and what he did to Asya. Punch. You got her killed. Punch. You got her tormented. Punch. You got her excommunicated. Punch. You let her be toyed. Punch. You let her be tortured. Issei kept on punching till his face became unrecognizable with the broken skin, flesh and broken bones. He then lifted him up in the air and threw him like a rag doll, making him unable to recover his strength. Issei then blasted a dragon shot at him, causing him to wince in pain as most of body was nearly destroyed. He then charged at him using his durandal and with sheer precision managed to chop off his legs. Diodora, heya. Nobody felt pity for this man, as this man used to torture and assault women on a daily basis, and no one stopped him. They all looked in disgust as his face now matched what he is. He knew that his time was up and he felt like he was staring at death itself. Issei then approached him. Diodora tried to use his arms to scutter away, only for Issei to easily close the gap between them and say, Issei, the Satans will decide your fate. Issei then approaches Zenobia, who had a happy yet somber expression as Issei still saved her despite her actions. He then tried to use his superior strength to easily break her restraints, which was made by the Longinus Innovate Clear. Diodora was shocked as Issei managed to break those restraints with zero to little effort. Diodora clearly knew that he was as good as a goner, given that he could have killed him right here, right now. Zenobia, thanks Issei. And I am so sorry for everything I have done. I want to be better, please give me a second chance. Issei, Asya, it is alright Issei, they are not the same. The Zenobia from that time is long gone. You can give her a second chance if so you wish for it Issei. In the end it is your choice. Issei, alright Zenobia, you want forgiveness you will have to earn. But before Issei could continue, a blinding flash had come, illuminated the area, taking Zenobia with it. Much to everyone's surprise, Issei and the others were shocked at what had just happened. She was so far from them that none of them could protect her. After the flash had disappeared, leaving absolutely no trace. Rias, Xenoviea. Looks like you seem to fail me again, Diodora Astaroth. Issei knew whose voice it belonged to, the man responsible for sending Asia to his death, as well as torturing Ophis as well as killing him. It was Shalba Beelzebub. Shalba, you fool, you let these pathetic devils hurt you. You really are a disgrace. Diodora. Shalba, please help me. Together the new generation of devil and the old generation of devils will defeat these fools and take over. Shalba. Calling me an old generation of devil. Shalba out of rage instantly disintegrated Diodora out of existence, killing him with relative ease. Issei was starting to harbor hate inside of him, which only Chara could sense. She knew that Shalba needed to leave before Issei kills him in the most brutal way possible. Shalba, that itself is a mistake, you should have stayed quiet, Diodora. Shalba then turns his attention to Issei and the others. Shalba, shall we begin, low-class devils? Shalba, on seeing the anger and hate on the Gremory team, smirks and he looks at them with a pitiful and tried to take them. Shalba then notices a nun, and out of spite fires a magic blast piercing her body, throwing her sideways, shocking everyone in the group. Chara, Floey and Issei immediately go to assist her, and she is barely breathing. Issei, no, Asia, stay with me, you cannot perish not like this. Floey, her vitals are going in fast, I am trying to heal but it won't be enough. Issei then looks at a smirking Shalba Beelzebub, who then tells Shalba, she is a nun, the one whom devils really despise. You working with them shows how far this underworld has fallen. I will kill all of you and push Surzex, making him a cold-blooded avenger. Issei then looks at Shalba in anger. He had tears in his life, just like last time Asia was put to near death by this man. He then walks towards the man responsible for Xenovia and Asia's near death, not caring if anyone is in front of him. A black thing starts to envelop him. Chara, big brother, no. Inside Issei's mindscape. Do you want to destroy and bring everything to ruin? Issei, yes. Make that man suffer, for everything. Issei, yes. Then use our power, make this man suffer for everything, burn it all down, no one should be spared. Issei, I will spare nobody. I will make that man suffer and anybody that dared get in my way. Issei Hyodo, I grant the power to bring everything to ruin, make more suffering, bring everything to ruin as you are destined to. Outside his mindscape. Chara, Draigg, what is going on with Issei? Draigg, I do not know, he is not responding to me, partner. Issei, wake up. Trahixa, it is hate, that thing is corrupting him. You all need to get out of here right now before it is too late. Issei, I, who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. I laugh at the infinite, and I grieve at the dream. I shall become the red dragon of Apocalypse. Apocalypse Drive. Issei has chanted the Juggernaut Drive, however this was not the usual chant. This was a chant corrupting the Juggernaut Drive itself, something far stronger than the regular Juggernaut Drive. This new version of Juggernaut Drive, Hate Drive, was radiating with power, so much so that the people present were forced to leave. It had the same appearance as the regular Juggernaut Drive, but it also had a black substance on his body covered with hate, with 2 red pupils. Issei's new drive had red glowing lights where his green lights were present. Issei then had a menacing grin as he looked at the Beelzebub descendant. Shalba, what the hell is this? Boost times 32. Longinus Smasher. Issei then radiated a blackish red beam towards the now helpless descendant of the Beelzebub clan, who tried to use Ophis's power to escape but was overwhelmed. He was then thrown to the side with severe bruises and broken bones. Shalba tried to escape the dragon's power. He tried to teleport but was unable to do so. He tried it again, then he heard it. No mercy for you. Shalba started to lose his power when he sees Issei use Divide on him. He then cursed Vala for intervening the fight and thought he did the Divide. Issei then created 2 saw blades from his hands and cut off both of them. Shalba, Aha, damn you red dragon. Issei used Annihilate on Shalba's magical abilities, destroying it completely. He then used one of his saw blades to pierce Shalba's heart, where it was preventing him from regenerating or using his magical powers. Boost times 25. Issei then fires another Longinus Smasher at the devil, who tried to defend himself with his own body but was disintegrated. He felt as if his body was getting eroded on a molecular level. Shalba, curse you red dragon, curse you white dragon, Ahaha. Shalba was completely destroyed on a molecular level, making him unable to come back. Shalba Beelzebub was no more. Scene change. The others present were in shock. They could not go near Issei at this power. Even when back then he used his juggernaut drive, he was not this strong, the aura was too strong. That was when they were joined by Sona Citri and her peerage and Tiamat, who looked shocked at what just happened. A beast was rampaging around. Sona, what just happened here? Kiba and the other explained everything what had happened here. They knew that Issei activated the juggernaut drive for a good reason. Even though he was now ageless, combined with hate, he is truly an unstoppable force. Tiamat and Sona along with her peerage dreaded what needed to be done. They knew that there has to be some way for Issei to be brought back. They could not even go near Issei at this point. Sona, oh Issei, Tsubaki, bring Asiya to my mansion, heal her up. Sona was worried about Issei. She knew that Issei was doing this because of Asiya's apparent death. He triggered the hate drive out of anger and hatred. He already suffered enough and all he needed was a breaking point. In the Dimension Gap, 8:30 p.m. Vala and his team were in the Dimension Gap looking for Great Red since they were tasked by Ophis in an attempt to drive him out. Biko, remind me why we are here. Valley, we gotta find him. Sai, why does she want to even find that old dragon? As far as I am concerned, the human world also has her silence. That was when Arthur found something, or someone, a body of a person. Arthur, is that Zenobia? What is she doing here? Vala knew that this was Shalba's doing, but instead of Asiya like last time, why is she here? That was when Vala felt a power spike, a one that would make even Ophis struggle. Vala, oh no Issei, change of plans, we need to head back to the underworld. Something has happened there. All three present knew that they had to return as soon as possible, else this would lead to the complete destruction of the world. They grabbed Zenobia on the way as they decided to save her. Scene break. With Surzex, Azazel and Ophis. Surzex and Azazel were conversing with Ophis when all of a sudden, they sensed it. A huge power spike. They knew it had to be Issei. Ophis wondered what exactly is going on. She knew that this aura belonged to hers, so she also wanted to see who this new entity is. Ophis, that aura, is that me and Bakaret? Surzex, it is him, he has gone berserk. Azazel, I should have known something like this would happen. We have to hurry before it is too late. Ophis, I am coming too. All three of them teleport, wanting to know what happened there. They could only hope that things are not as bad as they seem. With the teams, they all were watching as Issei was rampages across the underworld, destroying buildings as he progresses. They all then notice a portal open up, revealing to be Valley, Arthur and Biko. They were holding an unconscious Zenobia Quarta. Rias, Zenobia, is she? Valley, worry not, she is still breathing. I want to know what happened here. How did Issei become this abomination? Arthur, this seems like pure hatred. Rias, Gremory, what the hell happened here? Arthur was glaring at the Gremory princess, who flinched. Biko calmed his friend down. He knew that now is not the time to get angry. Biko, calm down Arthur, we need to find a way to bring him back. Vala, I could divide it. Albion responded from his gear. Albion, this is not like last time, his hatred is strong. If you get closer you can get consumed by your own hatred. Speaking of hate, you also had a bad past thanks to him. You will become another rampaging beast like him. Vala gritted his teeth. He knew that there has to be some way. They needed someone as powerful as him without a bad past if they needed to get through him. That was when another portal opened up, revealing Ophis, Azazel and Surzex. They knew that this was Issei rampages. Ophis was shocked, wondering what devastated this dragon to the point of triggering a juggernaut drive. She knew that this was going to not be easy, even for her. She knew that they needed to work together to stop him. Issei on the other hand noticed Ophis. He fired a beam at her. She in response used a shield to protect herself, but she started to struggle. That was when Valley used Divide on it to assist the dragon god in dividing the power. Ophis, this seemed like my power, infinite. What happened here? Ophis was getting even more confused, given that she knew something bad happened. Vala paled that if she remembered anything she would tear those cheaters into oblivion if she remembers anything. Ophis knew that for now she needed to stop him. She did not want to kill him as she started to take interest in this new entity. Surzex and Azazel were shocked that the dragon god was struggling against Issei. They knew that they needed to bring him back. They will not lose him again no matter what. As for the others, Sona was devastated that he became a monster because of his own self-hatred. She knew that this was nothing but pure hate, nearly hard for him to break out of. The others from the Orc were helpless, but none so than Kiba and Gasper, who were once again helpless to once again fight to save their brother. While his team, in particular Chara and Floey, were nearly in tears, they could not help him. It is just like back then when they tried to free monsters 400 years ago and nearly got themselves killed. They survived only because of him. He gave them a new life and now he has become a beast. That was when Saji spoke up. Saji, are you all giving up? Everyone turned their attention to him. Saji, if Issei was in your place, he would be fighting till his last breath, not just standing here moping feeling helpless. He would give his own life just to bring you back. While you guys have already lost hope without even trying, he would never give up. Everyone who had heard felt like this is not the time for them to mope around, they needed to do something. Saji noticed he had hit a chord. Saji, Issei would use his own soul, his own arm to bring you back from the dead if need be. Now he needs our help. He needs to be saved just like he once saved you all. So are you going to abandon him, or do something to save him? That was the final straw for everyone to work together to help him. They were all determined to bring their brother, friend, lover, student back from his own self-hatred. Issei was rampaging across the underworld, and they sure as hell are not going to leave him to do so. Serzex came up with a plan to bring him back. He knew that he is going to need everyone's help, including Office and Val, the team. Serzex, I want your help. Please save my brother. I do not want to lose him again. Office, worry not, devil. I will help you. He seemed to take my interest. I will bring him back. Valley, I am not losing him again, at least not before our destined battle. Arthur, he is the reason why my little sister was happy. I am not going to let such a humble and noble man die like this. Biko, if I let him die, Kuroka will never forgive me. Let's save him. That was when they noticed Issei morphing even further. Red armor started to come out from his body. It seemed like a dragon skeleton was protruding from his hate drive. His hand blades seemed to be having a red armor similar to that of a Welsh dragon. They knew that if he kept on mutating, he would be unstoppable. Azazel, we need to stop him now, otherwise he will mutate even further. Most of you stay back, only I, Serzex and Office can handle this aura. That is when Valley, you should be able to divide most of his aura, revert his juggernaut drive back to normal. And finally Sona, you are the key. Bring him back. Your words can only help him. The advantage we have is that he is not thinking rationally. We have the advantage in that. Tiamat, guard the others so that in case a stray beam hits them, you can protect them. Sona, got it, Sensei. Azazel, alright everyone, let's rock. With that the trio head towards Issei. Issei, on noticing this, fires a beam at them which both Azazel and Serzex dodge. Office on the other hand blocks them with her own shield. Office, the same trick won't work twice. Issei then charges at the trio, to which Serzex responds with firing his own power of destruction which destroys some of the hate. Azazel, Serzex, it is working. Use your pod to destroy the outer hate. Serzex, it is too much. I don't think my pod alone would destroy it. We are going to need more firepower. Rias, brother, then let me help. Serzex, no Rias, him seeing you might worsen a bad situation, stay put. Rias wanted to help, but she is stuck on the sidelines. She knew that Issei still had some hatred towards her. She cried that she is one of the reasons this has happened. The others from the orc had consoled her. Azazel, Office might help. Try using your snakes to suck out the hatred. They should not be affected by this. Office, got it. Office then summoned several snakes to consume the hatred which was working. However, the hate started to regenerate. Office couldn't defend herself from Issei's attacks and command the snakes at the same time. That was when Serzex helped the dragon god. He used power of destruction to remove most of the hate from his body. Azazel used his light spears to pin his body so that he could not attack the other two while the hate was going off. That was when a sound was heard. Issei's armor chest cavity opened up, revealing a charging beam. Boost times 45. Die. The hate, however, was removed to show the boosted gear, who was constantly glowing. Draigg spoke up. Draigg, everyone run, he is using another Longinus smasher. I managed to speak through, please save him. Issei then fired at the three that were trying to hold him in. They were using most of their power to stop the power from the Longinus smasher. Office on the other hand was successfully able to remove most of the snakes. That was when the Juggernaut drive showed its regular color. That was Vala's K to step in. He used Divide, but the strain was too much on his body. He had no choice to use Albion's signature move. Half Dimension. The Juggernaut drive lost most of its power, resulting in Issei being back to a weaker state. That was when Sona stepped in. Sona, Issei, listen to me. Asya is being brought to my house to get herself healed. We have the equipment to help her, so please snap out of it. I need the man that loved me with all his heart. Raynare, Asya, Kuroka and Roswies all love you. They all need the man to come back. So please come back, please. Sona's tears fell on the ground, which the now dazed Issei saw. His armor of Juggernaut drive broke up. He was unconscious. He needed some time to be woken up. Meanwhile, in Issei's mindscape, Issei was being plagued with his memories of his previous timeline, from his date gone wrong to his reincarnation being staged, losing his arm to the confession to his death, his revival, and finally the betrayal of the orc. Issei, Aghai, stop it. The hate was plaguing him with his memories of endlessly antagonizing him to keep his hatred on going much longer. It was basically breaking Issei on the inside. The hate then made him see false memories of him losing Raynare to her evil counterpart, Ayamava, sexually assaulting her, to Asia being tortured and broken by Diodora, all the while making him helpless to stop these. That was when it started to lose control of his new host. No, I cannot lose, I won't lose him. Started to lose control of Issei. Eventually almost most of hate was removed from his body. You have won, but I will be back. The hate then disappears from sight, leaving Issei all alone. He then heard her voice of someone familiar. He knew that he needed to break out. That was when the two dragons spoke up. Draigg, thank Ophis that I am able to see or contact you. The hate managed to cut off our connections to you to make you feel despair. Trahixa, they did it, they broke him free, now the rest is up to you. Disable the Juggernaut drive, go back to them, they miss you. Issei, thanks and sorry for troubling you guys, I won't fall ever again. Issei then escapes his mindscape. With the others. Issei is seen collapsed after everything that had happened. He was held tightly by Sona, who was in tears seeing him alive and breathing. He then woke up seeing everyone looking at him. Issei, ugh, what happened? It felt like a truck hit me. Most of his team and Sona, on hearing his voice, immediately hugged him. Issei was surprised. He had no idea the amount of damage he did. He embraced him in return. That was when he saw Vala and his team along with Azazel, Surzex and Ophis. Issei, what happened while I was well? Azazel, you kind of went on a rampage after Shalba tried to kill Asia. Honestly, this fight took the combined efforts of me, Surzex along with Ophis to stop you. You fired 3 Longinus smashers continually at us without stopping. That is some level of strength you got there. You even managed to overwhelm Miss Infinity over here. Issei has his mouth open when he heard that from his teacher. He knew that pushing Ophis is something not a lot of people are capable of. He knew that he needed to be careful with keeping his powers in check. Ophis, on the other hand, had a bit of a smile as they saw him as someone special. They knew him as someone who had once did something to earn their power. Ophis wanted to know what happened to force him to commit a reset. Ophis, Draigg. Issei, you can call me Issei, Ophis. Ophis, alright Issei, may I know what happened that made you to commit a reset? Issei and the others present, except Surzex and Azazel, they wanted to know how did Ophis know about the timelines. Issei, how did you know? Ophis, your eyes during the hate with 666 phase were red. That proved that you had a soul of determination. Also, you have mine and Bakared's blessing. That means you did something to earn it. I don't want to force it out of you because you seem exhausted, so I will wait. Issei, I see. That was when the dimension gap opened up, revealing to be the true dragon himself, Great Red. Ophis, it seems like Bakared finally showed up. After the whole mess, I will one day achieve my silence. I will obtain my home. Ophis then points her hand in a finger like a gun and mocks a shooting action at him. Ophis then notices him go back to the dimensional gap. Vala looks at him with a determined look, saying that he will one day defeat the true dragon god and become the true white dragon of supremacy. Vala clenched his fist, knowing that one day this might happen, and probably will. He is going to achieve his goal. Issei, hey Vala, thanks for helping me out there. Vali, not a problem. Speaking of which, how did things become so bad with you? Like you seem to destroy everything in your wake. Issei, you can thank Diodora as well as Shalba for that. They tried themselves on Asia and now they are both dead. Surzex, I should have at least put him in for his crimes. I feel like this is my fault to begin with. Issei, don't blame yourself, big brother. You did your best to change him, to stop him. If anyone is to blame, it is himself. He is responsible for his own actions. Surzex, I will make sure the council doesn't make such a mistake again. They need to answer for their bad decisions. They let him do such a heinous action unnoticed. I have to deal with them. Issei, try not to kill them, okay? Ophis, I will take my leave. You can tell me the story later. I will be waiting for that, Issei. Surzex and Ophis along with Vala team leave. Not before he fist bumps Issei before leaving alongside them. Issei is with his team, along with his friends, is left alone. He then hugs Chara and Floy along with Tiamat. The trio were crying as they were worried about their brother, Master, when he went full rampage on them. Issei consoled them, telling nothing is going to happen again. Issei then collapses due to strain. Chara, brother, what happened? He is resting. Issei has collapsed due to strain. He is then taken back to the Citri residence where he has been watched over by everyone. Draigg informed them that this time, since Issei is an ageless being, he did not suffer the side effects of using the hate drive, which let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Aside from that, he needed to recover his strength if he needed to go back to the overworld. During the recovery time, none of the girls or his team left his side, with Asuya, who had just woken up, and Raynare and Kuroka, who had joined them after hearing everything that had happened. They were glad that those two are gone for good, and they won't be bothering him for a while. Issei decided that they all should be having a good night's sleep given that a lot had transpired with them. At an unnamed location, 11:30 p.m. A man wearing a white robe can be seen sitting on a chair. He was checking what had happened during the old Satan faction during the attack at the peace conference. Ever since the beast was missing from the seals, he had to find another way to invade the other worlds. He was joined by a silver-haired man who looked familiar. So what happened there, Euclid? Euclid, Lord RageRevan, we found out the hate was used against Shalba Beelzebub. In order to kill him, the soul of determination used the power of hate against him. RageRevan, I see. The man known as RageRevan was a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. He looked much like his grandson, Valley, albeit with longer hair and a beard. RageRevan possessed a bottomless and creepy aura around his body. He wore the same Mao Lucifer attire, although colored in silver. RageRevan, the power of hate, things are taking an interesting turn. Euclid, so what should we do, my lord? RageRevan, keep experimenting on it. We need to find a way to defeat those otherworldly creatures. We will conquer that dimension. But before that, we need the Holy Grail. We need an army to keep up with those beings. Euclid, I contacted the brother of the wielder. He seems to be interested in helping us. We also have the wielders of the true Longinus and Holy Cross with us. RageRevan, good Euclid. Now we can begin our second phase of our plan. Then we will be unstoppable. Ha 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 ha. Scene break. The next day, Issei and the others return home. As their summer vacations are nearing the end, only 2 weeks remain and he had to do his homework. He then noticed Roswies at his home. Issei, Roswies, what are you doing here? I mean, shouldn't you be in Asgard as we speak? Mickey, well, Odin kind of left her. Issei, I see. Issei then saw Roswies angry and crying at the fact that Odin just left her. She was constantly complaining at the fact that Odin pretty much abandoned her without hesitation. She wanted to go with him, but she is stuck here for the time being. Issei, hey Ross. Roswies, hey Issei. Issei, so looks like he left you again, huh? Roswies, yeah, that jerk left me once again for some women at a stripper's club. After everything I did for him, he still abandoned me. Roswies started crying. Issei kept his hand on her, consoling the crying Valkyrie. He knew that he will always stay by her side again. Scene break. 2 weeks later. Issei's school had just opened up, but there were a few changes that were going to happen. The 5 of them entered the school. The first thing is that 3 new students will be joining this school. The ones that entered the school were the ones that surprised the 4 of them. Seraphal, there will be 3 transfer students joining us. Kuroka, hello, my name is Kuroka Tojo, the older sister of Koneko Tojo. Nice to meet you all. All the boys cheered for a new girl that had come to school. Irina, hello, my name is Irina Shidu. Nice to meet you all, amen. Irina winks at the class, which caused a storm of cheers. Issei and Asuya kept a level-headed expression. They smiled at her while keeping their inner emotions to themselves. That was when the 3rd student came in, shocking Chara. My name is Frisk Dreamer. I came from America. Nice to meet you all. This time it was the girls that cheered while the boys cursed for being another prince. Issei wondered if this is the kid that had released monster kind from its captivity and lead them to the surface world. Seraphal, you may all sit in the places where you wish to sit. Irina sat next to Zenobia, who was far away from Issei, while Frisk and Kuroka sat near Issei and his group. The boys wanted to attack Issei for stealing another girl, but Seraphal's bubbly voice brought them back to her. Issei mentally thanked her for saving him the trouble of dealing with unwanted attention. Frisk, it has been a while, Chara. Mom and Dad told me a lot about you, and it is finally good to meet you in person, Issei. Dad informed me about you. Issei, so you are the human that freed the monster kind? Frisk, yeah, it is me. Speaking of which, where is this real? Issei, he is with me but is hidden because of the class. Seeing a talking flower might not take it too well. Frisk, yeah, I can see that. Issei, so you decided to join the school at Kuroka? Kuroka, indeed I did. Honestly, I never got to experience a school life. Now I can keep a watch over Shirin. At Koneko, After all, I am not going to let her follow the dark path which she did back then. Issei, I see. Well, I hope you enjoy your new school life. Kuroka, well, you as well, Issei. Issei can be seen sitting in his room, wondering what he needed to do next. It has been a day since his hate drive. He was sitting in his gaming room playing Call of Duty while the others were playing on the consoles. That was when a circle opened up, belonging to the Citri clan. It was revealed to be Lord and Lady Citri. Sona, mother, father, what are you doing here? Lord Citri, nice gaming room you got there. Issei, my boy, speaking of which, we are here for something important. Issei, what is father? Lady Citri, it is you need a final proof of confirming yourself to be the true suitor of Sona Citri. Think of it as the final hurdle. Lord Citri, this was kept by my ancestor, the first Citri, as a sort of challenge to find whether the suitor is worthy. Issei, so just like with Rias, huh? Okay, father, mother, I see no problem in the challenge. Lord Citri, great, a maid will pick you two up in a few hours, you get ready alright. Both Lord and Lady Citri teleport out of there, leaving the rest of the team alone. Raynare asks what exactly happened just now. Issei tells her that he needed to go to the ruins in order to be the one and only true suitor of Sona Citri. Raynare, I see, it seems like they have a very old-fashioned system of making sure the right girl marries a member of the Citri clan. Issei, well, most of the devils live in Victorian-style mansions, so it is not surprising. Floey, I just wish I could see the ruins. They remind me of old home back in the underground. Issei, I gotta get ready for this challenge. Sona, you two get ready, this might get freaky. Sona, got it, babe. Both Sona and Issei get dressed to go to the ruins, while the others go back to playing the games. Chara, I call dibs on Issei's computer. Everyone else, oh no you don't. Everyone is fighting on who gets to be using the computer, given that some of the best games are inside his computer. Thankfully, Issei and Sona are in their rooms getting prepared for the trial at the ruins. Scene break. Hyoto Residence, 12:30 p.m. A maid had shown up to pick the duo to head towards the ruins of Connection for their trial. They were told that Issei and Sona would take a few hours to complete the trial. Raynare, all the best, babe. Raynare, Asuya and Kuroka kiss him before he and Sona leave for the trial. Issei knew he had to prove himself to be worthy. He is not going to lose Sona ever again. He will conquer any obstacle that stands in his way. Issei, I will be back. Ruins of Connection, 12:45 p.m. Issei and Sona both teleport to the Ruins of Connection, the place where the trials take place. This was where the Citri clan had their suitors confirmed for their clan. It was supposed to be a place where everything of the said suitor would be tested out, from manners to powers and abilities. Issei, are you ready for this? Sona, yeah, let's do this. Issei and Sona head inside, where they could see 5 costume heroes appearing. They were the 5 Satan Rangers. They were the heroes of the underworld. They all did their poses and showed the hero stances. Satan Red, Surzex, red. Satan Blue, Ajuka, blue. Satan Green, Falbium, green. Satan Yellow, Graphia, yellow. Satan Pink, Seraphol, pink. Satan Red, we are the protectors of the underworld, heroes of justice and the light of the devils, we are the all 5 Satan Rangers. Issei and Sona, along with their dragon, sweat drop at the scene. They know it is the Satans that are acting like this, were even able to recognize the voices of the Satans, especially Seraphol, Surzex and Graphia. Issei, Sona, let's just play along. Sona, sigh, yeah? Issei, why are you guys here? Satan Red then separates from the group and says, Satan Red, we are here to test your skills. We were called to see if you were worthy for marrying Sona Citri, heiress of Citri clan. Satan Pink then responds, Satan Pink, the test will be tough, challenging, and will test your skills to the limit. Are you two ready for that? Issei and Sona, indeed we are, let's do this. They both head inside where the trial area begins. The first test was conducted by Satan Blue. He was going to take a test based on the underworld. First test, 1:30 p.m. Satan Blue, alright challenger, you need to pass this test in order to move to the next phase of the trial. Alright, the first question, what are the 72 pillars of the underworld? He answered them all correct. Satan Blue, good job Issei. Alright Sona, tell me any 8 extinct clans out of these. Sona, they are Sabinok, Boer, Gus Ion, Larage, Egelos, Bodis, Bathan and Pos. Satan Blue, good job, now tell me what are the names of the 4 Satans. Sona, they are Lucifer, Asmodeus, Beelzebub and Leviathan. Satan Blue, nice, now tell me which piece of the evil pieces are banned and illegal. Sona, the king piece. Satan blue. Nice. Now Issei, tell me what is the signature power of the House of Baal? Sona, power of destruction. Satan blue. Nice job, both of you. You have passed the test with flying colors. You may now proceed to the next area. Your second test will be held. Second test 2:30 p.m. Satan green was taking this test. This test would be the one where it would test the couple for their table manners. Satan green. Since you passed the first test, the second test will be simpler. All you have to do is have food on this table with the table manners you know. Both Sona and Issei begin eating their food where the Satan green was observing them whether they were making mistakes or no. Initially he checked whether they are sitting straight or slouched, then he checked the presence of a napkin on their seating area, to prevent any food fall on their clothes. The next he checked was whether the knife and fork are in the right position, then he checked for any sound while they were eating or chewing their food. He then noticed whether the food on the plate was completely finished, and finally he saw whether everything was cleared with the fork and knife on the plate, just like a table should be after consumption of food. Satan green. Both of you have performed exceptionally well. I shall now grade your performance out of 100. Sona got a 91, while Issei got a 85. Issei, may I know why mine was 85? Satan green. You made some noise while you were chewing your food as well as making noise while you were cutting the meat in your plate. Issei was embarrassed at Satan green pointing out even the little flaws in Issei's food habits, while Sona chuckled at her fiancé's situation. Issei, I see. Satan green. Nevertheless, you performed exceptionally well, Issei. You may now move on the next stage. Issei and Sona, thanks Satan green. They both leave the dining hall and head to the location of the third test. Issei knew that it might be a ballet test, but nevertheless he still progressed. Third test, 3:30 p.m. Issei and Sona headed to what seemed like a dance floor. It was a ballet area. Satan Yellow was standing on the sideways, waiting for the duo to arrive. They knew that she was the one to check the dance performance would be good or not. Satan Yellow, so you are here then. I would be here to check your dance performance. Issei, so it would be basic high-class dance that happens in functions of the underworld. Satan Yellow nodded to Issei's question. He knew that this is the issue where he had a bit of a problem back then. He knew that he had barely passed during his trial with Rias. He had a lot of flaws when instead of Satan Yellow judging him, it was Satan Pink. He knew that he has screwed up in a lot of places. Thankfully he was able to push himself back up. Sona, on noticing Issei's distress, held his hand, assuring him that they would be fine. He knew that he was going to need all the help he can, and Sona was willing to pull him back up if he screws up anywhere. Issei was happy to have her support. Issei, I am ready. Satan Yellow smiled underneath her helmet. She knew that Issei was one determined soul. She began the music. Issei was dancing gracefully along with Sona this time. He also had learned some extra moves during his stay at the Citri Manor, with Lady Citri teaching him personally some of her own moves so that Issei does not screw up. It was like she knew that Issei will be facing this trial in the near future, so she had to make sure he was ready for this. Issei used all his trainings and lessons from the timelines to perform the dance with skill and grace, with Sona helping him whenever he failed in during his performance. Satan Yellow was taking notes as to where Issei and Sona might fail. As far as she knew, Issei was barely screwing up. This time around, the song had ended with Sona and Issei stopping their dance. Satan Yellow, that was a spectacular performance. You two, both of you scored very well and passed the test with flying colors. You may now go and proceed with the next test. This one might be interesting for you, Issei. Issei, I see. Draigg, this better not be anything related to your perversion. Issei, I highly doubt that is going to happen. Fourth test, 4:30 p.m. Issei and Sona headed to a room on what seemed to be a standard regular room with a television screen. It was connected to a Nintendo 64, which had the Super Mario 64 on its screen. Issei remembered this game when he used to play with Azazel. That was when Satan Red was seeing them and informed them what their next challenge was. Satan Red, hello there Sona and Issei. Your next challenge is rather new and unexpected. We came up with this one since none of the previous trials had them. Issei, are we going to play Super Mario 64? Satan Red, indeed Issei, more likely we will be speed running this game. That is, in order you to be passing this trial you need to defeat me in this game faster than I do so. I will be playing this game first, and you need to defeat me in my time. There will be no tricks allowed, so no glitching through walls or any of that shenanigans. Satan Red then sat on the couch, picked up controller and began playing it. He was able to play most of it skillfully without any issue. He even managed to defeat Bowser faster than an average player could beat. Satan Red managed to complete this game in 3 hours. Issei was surprised that Satan Red was able to complete this like a skilled player was able to do it in no time. Issei knew that he needed to complete this game within the 3-hour time limit. Issei sat on the couch and picked up the controller and started playing. He was trained by Azazel in order to finish this game as fast as possible, but his best record was 3 hours and 30 minutes. He knew that he needed to increase the usage of dive as well as long jumps. Issei managed to finish a lot of stages much quicker since his goal was to reach the minimum stars unlocked to reach Bowser. He managed to defeat Bowser much quicker, finishing the game in 2 hours, 59 minutes and 50 seconds, just 10 seconds less than the record Satan Red had put up. Satan Red was initially surprised by Issei completing the time limit he had set up just by a measly 10 seconds. He then was happy that the trial was successfully completed by Issei in less than the expected time limit he was given. Satan Red, that was indeed surprising Issei. You managed to beat my record by 10 seconds, you have indeed passed the test. Issei on the other hand was exhausted by the challenge. He never pushed himself in beating a game. Even Azazel did not push him for this game. But nevertheless he was happy in beating the 4th challenge that Satan Red had set up for him. Satan Red, the next one will be your final challenge. This is going to be the hardest challenge you will be facing so far, so are you ready, Issei? Issei, indeed I am Satan Red. Satan Red, I will be following you. Since Satan Pink is waiting for you, she will be the one you will be facing. 5th test, 10:30 p.m. Issei and Sona along with Satan Red had headed to arena where Satan Pink was standing. She was waiting for the combatants to appear. She knew that Issei and Sona should not have any problem clearing the earlier stages. She and Issei knew that this fight would be the finale of the trials. Satan Pink, so you have made it. Here is what you need to do. You must fight me. Issei felt like he knew what he needed to do. Last time he fought Satan Red for his trial with Rias, this time he would be fighting Satan Pink with Sona. Not much has changed except for his allies and his opponent. Satan Red, the rules are simple. Anyone who is unable to continue or their stamina is below 50% will be the one to lose. Issei then summoned Durandal since he knew he had to be dealing with her ice powers. Blade. Issei then lunged at Seraphal, who had kept her distance using Ice Arrow ability. She wanted to keep her distance from Issei knowing that he was more of a close-range fighter. Issei used Durandal to block most of the arrows and slashed the remaining ones with his own strength. Issei then approached Seraphal, rushing towards her with his own fire attack. Seraphal in response uses her own Ice Spike ability to reduce Issei's mobility, as she needed to cut down on his speed. Issei, on knowing this, uses his wings to get the high ground on her. He then used a fire breath attack on her which she had to defend using her own ice magic. Even then she was struggling to reduce the fire. This resulted in what is called a steam shower. Issei used the steam as a cover, dealing a devastating punch to her face, resulting in parts of her helmet being broken. Satan Pink, I need to be careful. He is faster and stronger. One wrong move and I might lose. I need to think of something quickly. Issei, on noticing her broken helmet, responded. Issei, what happened? MS Pink, giving up. Satan Pink, never. Us Satan Rangers, never surrender. Satan Pink made a pose similar to Milky Girl's spiral, earning a sweat drop from all the people present. She then jumps up to get an aerial advantage and summons an ice semi-sphere and hurls it towards Issei. Issei knew if that ice block hits him, it would do serious damage. However, before he could act, he was too late. When the mist settled, it revealed an Issei with several bruises and a torn jacket and pants. Issei, looks like I got to take it to the next level. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei envelopes in a red dragon armor. He knew that he needed to at least knock out Satan Pink to win the match. He would use some of Traheex's power if need be. He knew that Satan Pink has not been pushed to the limit. He needed to defeat her before she could take him down. He had been underestimating her, but now he is ready for her. Satan Pink, looks like you are not holding back. Let me also take it to the next level. Issei, I will not disappoint you. Issei then grabbed Durandal and charged at Satan Pink. She constantly kept using her ice attacks to keep him at bay, making him unable to get closer. She knew that if he managed to close the distance she would lose, and she will not fall so easily. Issei used Welsh Dragon Flare to keep preventing the ice from hitting him. When he was close, he used a point-blank dragon shot, sending Satan Pink flying. But that was what she needed. Issei gave her the desired distance she needed. She used her signature move, the same move that she used back in the days of the Devil's Civil War to defeat a full army. Seraphal, Cross Celsius Trigger. The temperature all around suddenly dropped to a 35 degrees Celsius. Sona had to be behind Satan Red, who had created a barrier just to keep her safe. The whole field had become an ice graveyard with the ice attacks slowly approaching Issei. Issei was eventually frozen in ice. Sona, no Issei. Satan Pink, I have never been pushed to this limit. I must say he already passed. Satan Red, Issei is unable to battle, the winner is. That was when the temperature started to rise, shocking the trio. Issei had completely broken the ice. He was ready to go to the next level. Satan Pink was shocked that her best attack was destroyed. Issei, sorry for making you worry, Sona, it won't happen again. Draigg, that's because you did not go all out from the beginning. Draigg, she could have easily defeated you with ease. Now do not hold back. Show her who is the dragon of domination. Satan Pink, no, impossible, that was my strongest attack. Issei, indeed it was. I would have been defeated if I was my previous timeline self, but I am much stronger now than I ever was. Now it is time to end this. Issei then charged at her and used a point-blank extinction ray, preventing Satan Pink from dodging it. She was forced to block it using her ice attack. He then charged her with the extinction sphere, dealing severe damage to her armor. Issei made sure not to hurt her too much. Issei, now time to end this. Barrage of annihilation. Several tendrils of pure destruction magic had shown up next to Issei. Issei then threw those spheres at Satan Pink. Satan Pink was unable to keep up with the attack, resulting in complete damage to her armor, except her helmet, revealing only her suit and helmet to be left intact. Satan Pink was knocked away by the attack. She was unable to move after that. She looked up at Issei in approval. She knew that the man she and her sister loved was strong enough to protect them. Satan Pink, I submit. Satan Red was shocked. He snapped out of his shock. Satan Red, Satan Pink is unable to battle. Issei Hyoto wins the match. Issei then helps his opponent up, telling her that it was an incredible match. Sona on the other hand charged and hugged Issei. She knew that he would win. She was just worried when he had gotten frozen by ice. Sona, thank Lucifer you are alright, Issei. Issei, I am fine, sorry for worrying you. Sona had stayed on Issei for a while. Satan Pink on watching this smiled warmly that her sister is showing emotions more often. Ever since she has met Issei, she has been much happier than before. Satan Red then watched the scene in happiness, as he told the loving couple that they had to leave. Sona and Issei then split up on hearing their voice. Hyoto Residence, 12:30 a.m. Issei and Sona had returned to their house when they saw the gaming room in complete disarray. They saw Floey playing on the PC while the others were bound by vines. Issei, what the hell happened here? Floey on hearing his voice jolted out of the bed, but before he could say, Chara snitched against him. Chara, oh big brother, Floey was the one who had imprisoned us and prevented us from playing. Issei, us real, is this true? Floey, Chara is equally responsible for this. They are the ones who started it. Chara called dibs and we all started fighting to see who plays the PC. I had bound them by the vines to prevent any destruction. Floey was smiling sheepishly. Issei and Sona sighed at this. Issei said, Issei, for a week no games, all of you. Everyone was shocked. They all pleaded with their brother, lover. Raynare, Issei, please, we wanted to only play a little. Issei cut her off. Issei, no buts, you ruined several consoles and games, these cost a lot, now you all will suffer. Issei pulled the plug to the PC. Issei and Sona then leave the others crying in defeat as they cannot play for a week. Previously we saw the aftermath of the battle that had happened between Diodora and Rias, with the former coming out as a traitor to the Devil's Society. After his defeat and death, another threat approached who nearly killed Zenobia and Asia, both out of spite for being former church maidens. He then tells Issei that devils should not associate with the other factions and shoots Asia out of sheer spite. This enrages Issei, who gives into his inner hatred and anger and activates a new version of the Juggernaut Drive, one that is far stronger and more deadlier than the regular one called Hate Drive. With this new version he attacks Shalba, who despite using Ophus's power was unable to stop Issei's new Longinus Smasher, which was much stronger than before. Issei then charged at Shalba and stabbed his heart and several vital organs. Issei finally fired another Longinus Smasher at the already defeated descendant of Beelzebub, killing him and destroying his entire body. Issei was then destroying the underworld, which was taken notice by Azazel, Ophus and Serzex. Together, coupled with the three teams and the Vala team who joined with them after finding Zenobia in the dimensional gap along with sensing Issei's power, they devised a plan to bring Issei back to his senses. Ophus and Serzex destroyed his hate, while Azazel pinned him down so that he does not move much. After that, Vala divided the power of the Juggernaut Drive, but it was too much even for him. he instead used half dimension, which severely reduced Issei's power by a lot. Issei then in his mind heard Sona's voice making him come back to his senses. She knew that since Asuya, Kuroka or Raynare aren't present, she is the only one that could bring him back, which she successfully does in bringing him back to normal. After he waked up, he gets surprised that Ophis knew he committed a reset, but was nevertheless happy that they do not remember anything. After that, Great Red showed up to check the influx in power there before leaving. After that, Vala team and Surzex along with Ophis leave the area to do their respective tasks. Issei then collapses due to using the drive, but thankfully he does not lose his life force given that he is a dragon, and hate in a way protected his body from the effects of the Juggernaut drive. After that, he then along with Sona and the others go home, where they see Rosweez crying. Most of them know it was Odin leaving her alone. 2 weeks later, the summer vacations have ended with most of the characters going back to their usual work. In school, 3 students are introduced to Rina's Shidu, Kuroka and a new student named Frisk Dreamer. The latter 2 of the 3 get along very well with Issei and his team, while Irina sits next to Zenobia. The teams have been training for the upcoming festival, where Issei is once again chosen to be Asuya's partner, just like last time for the 3-legged race. As a result, many of the teams were practicing for the sports festival. They knew that the monster faction will also be appearing with other 3 factions. Given that Chara and Frisk have been chosen to be teamed up together, the team is training separately given that everyone will be training well. Asuya and Issei knew that it is going to be a tough competition given that they are up against more people this time and not regular students. Issei, Asuya, let us try number coordination, like when I say 1, I put 1 foot forward, then you have to say 2 and put your foot forward. Asuya, so it is just like last time, where we did go up against the other students as well. Issei, indeed, with enough practice we should be able to perform well. Issei and Asuya continue with their practice, where because of a stone, Asuya ends up tripping. Issei catches her, but feels something soft. Asuya, on noticing this, immediately becomes embarrassed. Issei, are you okay, Asuya? Asuya Issei. Issei, on seeing that he has grabbed her breast, immediately pulls his hand back. He is also embarrassed at what he had done. Issei, I am so sorry, Asuya. I did not mean to grab that like that. Asuya nods her head and responds. Asuya, it's all right. I know you did not do it on purpose. You have not done anything perverted since the reset, plus even you want to do it, just tell me beforehand. Issei, okay. Asuya then removes the strap that was tying her leg with Issei's leg. She then goes inside the house for a break, where she notices Raynare practicing her ball toss skills since she had no partner, as she refused to take part in the 3-legged race. He also noticed Frisk and Chara had completed their practice for the 3-legged race. On noticing them, they waved at Issei. Frisk, oh hey guys, how is your practice going? Issei, it went quite well. Frisk, speaking of which, is my little sister a bother? Chara playfully smacks Issei on the comment. Frisk, no, Issei, she has been quite coordinative and supportive. Our practice has been going quite well. Raynare, what about your Issei? Issei, it has been fine, we were quite coordinative. Chara, speaking of which, what are the other sports that we are going to take part in? Issei, from what I heard, cavalry battle, ball throw, dodgeball and many others will be present, not to mention the 4 teams are already been picked up. Most of the people we know are going to be a part of the devil's side, followed by monsters, fallen and finally angels. Raynare, speaking of which team are you going to participate in, babe? Issei, I am planning to work for the Fallen this time. Since I was with the Devils back then, I decided to go for the Fallen. Plus I really want to go against Sona and Rias in a tennis match. Raynare, thanks babe, we will always be together. Are you also going to participate with the Fallen as well? Asuya, yes. Raynare was once again in Cloud 9. 2 of her friends are going to be in her team for the sports festival. Issei then asked Chara. Issei, are you and Frisk going to be in the monster team? Chara, indeed I really want to work with them, plus I get to go against my big brother. Frisk, we will not go easy on you just because you guys are my friends. Issei, I do not expect anything less from you guys, let the best team win. All 4, indeed. They all then continue their conversation on what was going on with their lives since they all have been practicing for a while. Ever since Monster Kind was released a few months prior, humanity has taken into their existence very well. They never feared or hated the peace-loving faction of the monsters. In just a few months only monsters have settled well among the humans living in Canada and United States. Now when news was heard that they will be coming to Kuo for the sports festival, the countries took it upon themselves to prevent any news outlets or paparazzi from interrupting their event. hence allowing the monsters to participate in the sports festival without any issues. Scene break. Kuo Academy, Sports Festival, 9 a.m. It was the sports festival of Kuo Academy which was currently beginning. The team leaders had also been present, with Sirzex Lucifer acting as the devil team leader, Michael acting as the angel team leader, Azazel acting as the fallen angel team leader, and finally Askari acting as the monster team leader. All the team members were chosen accordingly, and it was a grand event attended by all students present. Announcer: thanks all for coming. This sports festival is truly the best one we have had so far. The Monster King himself has joined us for the event. May I present you King Askari Dreamer. Askari is then called to the stage given that he is the special guest of the event. People were clapping and cheering when this man came up the stage. Everyone was specifically happy when this monster showed up, who was known for his gentle and benevolent nature. He was also considered as a very esteemed guest given that he was the king of the monsters. Askari: thanks everyone for inviting me for this event, but I am no esteemed guest. I am just a simple parent who is here for the event. I am also the captain for the team that is going to participate for this event, so without further ado let us begin the event. Announcer: just like Askari said, we may begin the event, so participants get ready for the event as this event is truly going to be special. Scene change. With Issei and his friends. Issei: your father is indeed the esteemed guest over here, right Frisk, Chara? Frisk: yeah. I am surprised humanity is taking this well. Ever since I managed to help us release monster kind all those months ago, humanity has been very accepting towards this new race. Although there are some corporations that have been hostile towards monster kind, those ones were shut down and dealt with immediately. Chara: there will always be some that will get in the way of peace. Humanity sometimes does fear a lot of things it does not understand. I am grateful that those organizations are being dealt with without any issues. Raynare: speaking of which, Frisk, why did humanity fear monster kind back then? Frisk: honestly, Mom told me that one monster accidentally killed a human and absorbed his soul. After that everything snowballed from there and the war began. After that they were sealed away in a barrier for 450 years and the only 7 human souls can break free from their captivity. Chara: I was the first child to fall into the underground. Despite this, Askari, Tariel and Asriel still treated me as their own. They never saw me as someone else. They loved me like their very own child. Asia: must be nice. I never had a proper family. I was abandoned by my own birth mother. I was raised by the church and well, the rest is history. From being holy maiden to healing him, getting excommunicated and finally meeting Issei. Frisk: that was dark for you. Honestly, you must have gone through a lot. Asia: yeah, but enough of those bad memories, let us get ready for the event. Frisk: yeah, and we won't go easy on you. Issei: indeed, let's show who is the best. Raynare: come on guys, the event has just started already, and the participants are heading there. Issei and Frisk shook hands. They knew that this event was going to be the best one so far. Scene break. First event, 3-legged race, 10 a.m. After the announcement that had taken place for the participants of the 3-legged race to begin, the people that had come here to participate had reached there. There were a total of 12 participants, with each of them representing a different team, with the 5th and 6th one being added as an extra participant, since the interested participants were quite high. 3 teams were from the Devil team, since they had Rias Gremry's peerage, Sona's Citri's peerage as well as Seorg Bale's peerage were also participating. Issei and Asia knew that these devils were going to be much stronger than how it was back in the previous timeline. They also knew that even Frisk and Chara are not going easy on them. That was when the announcer told. Announcer: is everyone at their positions? On your marks, get set, go. With that the race had begun. Chara and Frisk had already taken the lead, with Issei and Asia being way behind them. Their coordination was off the charts. The others were lagging behind, given that Zenovia and Irina were barely being able to keep up with the other 3 teams as they were pushing forward without much effort. The members from the other 2 peerages were struggling to keep up with the teams, especially the Rias Gremry peerage. Because of their lack of coordination, they were constantly being pushed back and were constantly tripping. Seorg's peerage were on a slightly better position than the Rias Gremry peerage, but were catching up very fast and were close to overtaking the duo of Zenovia and Irina. Zenovia: what are you doing? We need to beat them, not struggle. Irina: I am trying. It is just so hard to go through this with one of my leg in the air. That was when Regulus and Mistitra had passed them and made a snide comment mocking the Angel team. They were able to successfully overtake them, with ease making them 3rd position, but nevertheless was struggling to keep up with Issei and Asia, who were giving a close competition to Chara and Frisk, who were on the lead. Issei and Asia managed to keep up with Chara and Frisk, who were successful in their coordination so far that they were giving reincarnated devils and angels a run for their money. They eventually saw Issei and decided to up their speed. While Issei and Asia were focusing on their coordination, while Frisk and Chara were constantly speeding things up. Frisk, just a little more, we can do this. Chara. Chara, yeah, but let's see what Big Brother are doing. Frisk, Chara, no. Chara had looked behind while Frisk was not seeing and tripped on a rock. Because of their speed they fell quite a distance. That was the chance for Issei and Asia to take over and take the lead. Issei, now is our chance. Asia, let's do this and win this round. Issei. Issei and Asia had pushed forward, passing Chara and Frisk behind. They managed to get up and move on with their race. They saw Issei and Asia passing by, but they were too late to do anything. Issei and Asia had managed to cross the finish line, securing the first position for themselves and finishing the race. Chara and Frisk were unable to anything, so they went forward with whatever they could and ended up securing the second position. Frisk, ah man, if hadn't looked behind we would have been first. Chara, yeah, it is my fault, but next time we would win. Frisk, indeed Chara, we will win. Announcer, that was a spectacular performance by all the players involved in the race. The results are in. The point system will be designed by your position. First place is 10 points, second place is 8 points, third place is 5 points, fourth place is 3 points, fifth place is 2 points, while last position is 0 points. The results are: Fallen Faction, 10 points. Monster Faction, 8 points. Angel Faction, 3 points. Devil Faction, 7 points. We shall all see you in 30 minutes for the next round. It is going to be a cavalry battle. Second event, Cavalry Event, 11 AM. Announcer, alright everyone, we are back from the break. This previous round was quite intensive. The next one will be quite interesting, cause the next one will be the Cavalry Event, where a group of 4 will be forming a cavalry and one member will be standing on top of the others to catch a headband each of the members will be wearing. The one with the most amount of headbands gets the most points. So let us begin the second event. You will have a time limit of 15 minutes, and you can re-wear any stolen headbands in a counter over there. The announcer then points to a bowl with the headbands. The cavalries have been set with the desired members sitting on top of the cavalries. Kuroko was top on Issei's cavalry, Chara was top on Frisk's cavalry, Regulus on Sewerg's, Koneko on Rias's, Irina on Zenovia's, and finally Saji on Sona's. The members on top of each cavalry were all wearing a headband with their team logo on the head. Announcer, and begin. The teams charged at each other. The devil teams were trying their best to work as a team, but then again most of them were all rivals, so in the end the battle was chaotic to say the least, with each leader trying to steal the other leader's headband while unable to defend theirs from the leader's headband. Kuroko and Chara looked at each other, their determination aimed to stealing the other's headband no matter what happened. Only one could win this game. The others were dealing with trying to steal the other's headband, some were even successful in matching theirs, thus diverting the focus of Kuroko and Chara, who went on to focus on the other teams. Kuroko had managed to steal Regulus and Irina's headband with ease. Irina, hey, no fair. Kuroko, sorry Angel, first come, first serve. Kuroko mocked a flustered Irina who could be seen saying something gibberish Kuroko did not even bother to hear. She was focused in trying to get as many headbands as possible. She had to win for her fallen team. Issei and the others were trying their best to keep up with Kuroko, constantly trying to get headbands as possible. But they weren't the only ones that were struggling to keep up with the leader's maneuvering. Monster Team was also struggling to keep up with the headbands. Frisk, Chara, can you slow down? We might lose our balance. Undyne is unable to keep up with the pressure. Undyne, don't worry about me punk, just steal those headbands, Ngala. Chara looked at the exhausted Frisk and the screaming Undyne, whose screams were heard by pretty much most of the teams. They drove their attention towards the monster team as they went for their headband, but that was what Chara wanted. She mentally thanked the grinning Undyne and pretty much told her to charge at the teamus. With quick and skilled precision, Chara managed to steal 4 of the 6 headbands from the teams while preventing hers from being stolen with relative ease. The others were shocked. Chara had a smile on their face which they looked at the now defeated teams, who all had an angered look on her face. Chara, thanks for the headbands guys and girls. Chara had a snarling look towards Saji, who had an angered look. He responded in a very aggressive tone. Saji, hey, no fair, you called us in, you cheated. Chara, hey, it is not my fault that you fell for the taunt. Besides, you focus on refilling your headbands, only 2 minutes remain. Chara put her headbands that she had stolen in her pocket. The other teams went to get their headbands and put them back on their head. That was when Undyne responded. Undyne, nice thinking punk, you managed to fool all of them. Unnine's voice was filled with glee and happiness. If she was here, she would have cheered for her and her team's success. But unfortunately she has been working on her new project, with the help of Sans who had to free W.D. Gaster from the void. Chara then had a total of 6 headbands. She then had her look fixed on Kuroka, who also had the same amount of headbands. They both looked at each other with gaze and began to charge at the other. Both the teams then charged at the other with the intent of stealing the other's headband. Only 30 seconds were remaining on the clock. They knew that this headband was the deciding fate of the match. With skill, Kuroka tried to steal Chara's headband, but Chara easily evaded her. She on the other hand managed to steal the headband on Kuroka's head with relative skill and ease, shocking Kuroka and her team. Issei had specifically chosen Kuroka for this mission as she was the most capable when it came to snatching stuff. But Chara outsmarted her and managed to steal her headband. Kuroka, but how? Kuroka was left speechless, unable to understand what had just happened. On how Chara stole her headband. Chara's team on the other hand was celebrating the fact that they had won the challenge. That was when the clock had completed the 15-minute time limit. Chara's team had won the most headbands. That was when the announcer then spoke. Announcer, that was a spectacular performance on all the teams, especially the monster team. They managed to get the highest number of headbands. The other teams also did exceptionally well. So here are the results of the match. The monster team, first position with 7 headbands. The fallen team, second position with 6 headbands. The angel team, third position with 5 headbands. The devil, Sona, team, fourth position with 3 headbands. The devil, Rias, team, fifth position with 2 headbands. The devil, Seorg, team, sixth position with 1 headband. The total score for all the teams are as follows. Monster team, 18 points. Fallen team, 18 points. Angel team, 8 points. Devil team, 12 points. Alright, the next event will be a tennis match this time, and the one that wins all the most matches will be the one to earn the most amount of points. We will come back after a 1-hour break. Kuroka was sad at the fact that she let her team down. She was then approached by Chara, who gave her a handshake because of her amazing performance. She knew that if it was any moment later Chara would have lost and Kuroka would have won. She had narrowly escaped being under trouble. Kuroka also responded in a grateful manner, as she knew that she had the battle of her life with the human, who managed to push her to her limits. Chara told her that she would never let her team down with the agreement of Issei and his team along with her own team of monster kind. Kuroka felt nice after receiving some words of encouragement from her teammates. Third event, Tennis Double Series, 12 a.m. The seats were being filled in the stadiums as the tennis rounds had already begun. The matchups have already been decided between the Devil team from Rias facing off against the Fallen team, Monster team up against the Devil team from Sona, and finally the Devil team of Seorg against the Angel team. Announcer. Oh wowie. The court seems quite full indeed, with all the spectators watching the tennis match between the two teams. Seems to have gathered a lot of spectators and fanboys, especially for the girls present in the matchups. This is going to be quite an amazing matchup between the teams. The first match was between Rias Gremry group of the Devil team with the Fallen team. May I have a round of applause as the two teams enter the stage. The first match was about to begin with Rias and Akeno facing against Raynare and Issei. They all wished the other team good luck and begin. The crowd was cheering for the two teams to enter. Issei knew that they were cheering for mostly the girls present, given that several of the students are a bunch of simps. They knew that they had to defeat the two girls in order to proceed ahead. The match had begun as soon as the referee had given the call. The first serve was given to Rias, as she was the one to serve the ball. She used some of her destructive magic to up the odds against her competitors, but Issei responded using his own magic as well as Draigg's boost to enhance the force of the ball as it was thrown to Akeno, who struggled to hit back because of the fast speed, making it impossible to use magic. She responded with a weak strike, resulting in Raynare taking the ball and using her own magic to secure the win for Issei and his team. Raynare, that was easy. Raynare had a smile. She wanted to win the match, as she barely did anything so far, so she decided to use the match as an advantage for her team at least. Raynare was easily overwhelming the duo of the opposing team with her enhanced mastery of light magic to hit the balls in a confusing manner, dazing the two beauties of cool, resulting in their loss against the Fallen team. Issei and Raynare had won the first round. Announcer, that was a spectacular performance on both the teams' side, but only one team can unfortunately win. The winner for this round is Issei and Raynare. Issei, that was a good match, Rias. Rias sighs and responds. Rias, yeah, we have been losing, nevertheless it still was good playing against you. Akeno and Raynare on the other hand were having a glaring contest. Issei and Rias sighed, knowing that some things will never change. Issei and Rias then called out to their teammates and had them leave the stadium. The crowd was a bit saddened that Rias and Akeno lost. Some even booed, but the boos were overwhelmed by the cheers by most of the students. The next round had begun with a surprising victory for the Devil team, with Sona managing to defeat both of Chara and Undyne given their lack of skill in tennis, as well as in the Angel team victory in their match against the Devil team of Seorg and Keisha Abaddon. Announcer: the matchups have been decided. Since Issei's team has the highest points, they are not going to participate in the elimination round, so the next matchup is between the Angel team and the Devil team. Irina: why but? Announcer: simple. It is because only the best out of the two teams will be chosen to fight against the fallen team in the finals. Irina: I see. Announcer: so without further ado, let the match begin between the teams. The two teams then take their position and begun the match against the other, with either intending to back out from the match. They knew that the victor will be facing against Issei and Raynare in the finals, and they wanted to face against him. Irina takes the lead for the Angel team and starts to serve at Sona, who thanks to her endless training in the match was able to counter most of Irina's shots. Tsubaki was assisting her in taking down the remaining aimed at her. She was giving Irina and Zenobia a hard time keeping up with the opposing team. Irina was forced to use her angel magic to get an upper hand on the Devils, who were countering with their own magic as well, using their own signature. Sidri served to get an advantage against the Angel team. Irina then decides to go all out. She knew that she needed to win for Lord Michael. He gave her a second chance despite everything she has done so far. She decided to not hold back and fire illusion ball of light magic, confusing the duo. This was Irina's chance to fire the real ball. Tsubaki: President, the real ball is coming towards you. The ball was hitting at massive amount of speed, with them being unable to keep up with their speeds. The ball hits the ground on their side of the court, resulting in the victory for the Angels. They were then scheduled to face against the fallen team after a 15-minute break. 15 minutes later, Issei and Raynare could be seen walking down the court ready for their tennis match against Irina and Zenobia. Issei knew that this might get ugly given his and Raynare's hostility towards the church duo. That was when Irina spoke up. Irina: hey Issei. Issei: what do you want? Irina flinched at the venom present in his voice. He clearly wanted to do nothing with her, especially what she did. Nevertheless, she did not falter in her request and said something. Irina: if we win this, can I have a talk with you? Issei was surprised. Aside from the orc apologizing on a daily basis back a few weeks ago for their actions, Irina wanted to have a chat, but that was based on a condition. No apology, nothing. Issei then sighed and responded. Issei: sure, but if you try anything, you are as good as a goner. Irina nodded solemnly. They then took their places. Issei could see the determined look in the Angel's eyes. He knew that this is going to be tough given that they won against Sona, so they might have a chance against them. Issei and Raynare knew that this might be the toughest challenge they faced so far. Irina began her serve, which Issei responded with his own serve. Zenobia was also trying to assist Irina in helping the areas of a tennis court where she could not match the ball. Zenobia then began to use her own strength and aimed at Raynare on purpose. Since she was the weakest among the duo, she managed to get a point against Issei's team first, given that it was a first serve basis. The teams were constantly being pulled under a deuce and advantage situation. That was when Irina used her illusion trick, which she used against Sona in her last match. Irina used a light magic to throw a fast ball at her. Irina knew that she had to win because it was her advantage, especially if she needed to have a conversation with Issei, so that at the very least she could mend her friendship with him. Issei, on noticing this, hit the ball, but little did Issei know that it was not the real ball. The other ball was fired by Irina moments later, and it was a much faster than before, giving Issei less time to recover, making him miss this ball, thus securing the win for Irina and the Angel team. Issei and Raynare were not expecting this. They thought that they had hit the ball, but little did they know that this ball was fake, and the actual ball hit the ground a few seconds later. This resulted in a well-needed victory for the Angels. Irina and Zenobia were overjoyed that they had won. Irina was especially overjoyed that she might have a conversation with Issei. Issei then approached the duo. He then made a handshake gesture at the Angel. Irina accepted the handshake gesture, with Issei telling her that he would have the conversation in private, much to Irina's happiness. Announcer: a spectacular performance by Team Irina in the finals. They managed to secure the win from the leading fallen team, making them the real winners of this tournament, and the final winners of this tournament. The losers of the first 3 rounds will be given points based on their performance. The position of the teams for the third and final round of the tournament are: first, Angel team; second, Fallen team; third, Devil team, Sona; fourth, Devil team, Rias; fifth, Monster team; sixth, Devil Team, Seorg. The final point table for this sports festival are: Fallen Team, 26 points. Monster Team, 20 points. Devil Team, 20 points. Angel Team, 18 points. The winners of this sports festival team matchups is the Fallen Team of Azazel. The crowd cheered when the victors were announced. The ones of that team were called to the stage and were given gold medals for their first position. The Monster Team received a silver medal along with the Devil Team that received the same medal since their points were tied, while the Angels received a bronze medal. Irina and Zenobia even won a trophy as they managed to win the tennis tournament as well. Announcer: that was an amazing sports event. Everyone participating did an amazing job. There are more events coming up like the 100-meter run, 200-meter run, short put, ball throw, and many more that are there for the other students, so buckle up everyone. The sports festival is not done. We still have medals for other events. Anyone can participate, and no cheating is allowed, okay? The events then continued as normal. Issei and Asya did not want to participate given that they were tired from the other events. The others went to check out the events. Asya then took Issei to a secret location and kissed him when no one was looking. Issei was shocked but unsurprised because that action of Asya. Asya on the other hand wanted to advance the relationship between them. Given that there was no one present in the area, she kissed him on the mouth. They made out for a while and then separated due to lack of air. Issei: Asya. Asya, think of this as a winning kiss. You came in second for the cup as well as let our team won. Think of this as a victory kiss. We even won the three-legged race because of you. Issei: no Asya, we won because we worked together. I did not alone when you also helped me a lot in the matches against the other teams. Asya nodded in agreement. They then decided to go and watch the other students and the other events going on, since the sports festival was far from over. The sports event had gotten over with everyone having fun in it. Some students even won some medals because of their performance. Everyone was happy with the results, with the announcer even having a lot of fun being the announcer of the event. He was honored to be a part of such an important event. After that they all had headed home. Issei and his team along with Sona had decided to go home given that the event was over and everyone was starting to go home. Issei and the other met up with Sona, who was still doing her duties given that she was the student council president. Sona was a little bit sad that her team had come in third but was nevertheless happy for Issei and his team and their performance. She looked up at her smiling fiancé, who had approached her and spoke. Issei: hey Sona, that was an amazing performance, especially in the tennis match. Sona: thanks, plus you guys were also equally amazing, if not more than us. Not only did you guys win the festival but also you managed to get on the second place. Not less than that if I might add. I mean, you guys were outstanding. Raynare: thanks Sona. Speaking of which, where are the rest of the student council? Sona: oh, they went home much early except for. Sona then points to Saji and Momo having a conversation with each other. Issei could see the blush on both of their faces. They were having a good time, given that both had a crush on each other for a long time, but were unable to voice their affection for one another because of their fear of being rejected. Now the gang could see the happiness in their faces. Chara: looks like the ship has finally sailed. Frisk: indeed Chara, it was going on for a long time and now it has been finally sailed. Asya: I am so happy for Saji. He never got anyone to love him back then, but at least now he has someone. Raynare: indeed he almost in a way is similar to you, Issei. Issei: yeah, you got that right. He does want to become stronger for the people he cares about. He is the only support system for his siblings. Raynare: speaking of which, what happened to his parents? Sona: I honestly do not know about his father, but his mother had passed away when he was very young. Raynare: I see. Raynare felt bad for the blonde given his suffering from the past. She never had any parents given that she was created by the God of the Bible. The only people that have been a parent to her were Issei's parents, but that is as close as she ever received a parental love from anyone. That was when Askari along with Undyne had shown up. They both had a smile on their faces, given their performance of their kids. Askari: Issei, fancy seeing you here. I thought you guys might have gone home. Issei: Askari: no, we did not. We were waiting for Sona for finish her duties of the student council, and speaking of it, is a pleasure to meet you, Captain of the Royal Guard, MS, Undyne. Undyne: former captain, but just call me Undyne, punk. We never have met properly before, have we? Issei: but Chara and Frisk told me a lot about you, Undyne, and you may call me Issei or Issei, whichever suits you. Undyne: alright Issei, plus Askari. Frisk, we gotta go. Toriel is waiting for us back home. Frisk: oh, I know why you are in a hurry, Undyne. It is because of her, isn't it? Undyne had a blush, she gritted her teeth in embarrassment. Undyne, you punk. Frisk was laughing his heart out. Chara looked at Frisk with a sly look while the other wondered who is Frisk talking about. That was when Askari responded. Askari, now Frisk, stop teasing Undyne. We need to go plus your mother will kill me if we get late. Now let's get going. Frisk, okay dad. Askari, by Issei, I hope we will meet again soon. Issei, indeed Askari, we will meet, come by the house to meet Floi, he must be at his home resting in the garden. Askari, I will bring Tori along with me, bye son. They all wave bye to the Monster King and the Royal Captain as they teleport out of there with the others, they then themselves head home. While heading home, they encounter Surzex who wanted Issei for something important. He wanted to show Issei that Azazel and Ajuka were working on an evil piece that can work on any faction by a simple application of that user's magic. That is, a dragon can turn someone into a reincarnated dragon, similar to the cards of the brave saints. Surzex, Issei, good to see you here, I need you for something important. Issei, big brother, what is it, is something wrong? Surzex, no not at all, I just wanted to show you a prototype Ajuka is working on, and besides why you did not go with our team in the sports competition, we would have come in first. Issei, you had 3 separate teams which was part of a single devil team, that is the reason I did not go for your team. Surzex got sad when he heard that. He had the advantage in numbers, but despite that he still came third. That was when Raynare asked the question. Raynare, may I know what kind of prototype Lord Beelzebub is working on? Surzex, it is a sort of evil piece that all races can later use down the line to create reincarnated versions of themselves, similar to the Brave Saints card deck that Michael uses. Even Azazel is helping Ajuka in that as well. Raynare, I see. Asia, so why do you want Issei for this? Surzex, well, he would be the first one to try it out, since it is kind of an apology gift for what Rias did in the previous timeline. Plus we were planning to make an all-faction raiding game somewhere down in the future, so this piece might help the other races to participate as well. Issei, alright then big brother, let's go. Surzex, and do not worry girls, he will be there on bed by tonight so do not fret. The girls in question blushed, except Kuroka who had a smirk on her face, and a neutral look on Chara's face, while Issei was unsurprised at this situation, since he had already gotten used to it. Issei, alright bye girls, see you later. Issei and Surzex then teleported to Ajuka's laboratory in the underworld. Scene break. Ajuka's laboratory, 7:30 p.m. A man in his early 20s, with light blue eyes and green hair that is slicked back. He has a mysterious aura around him which he claims makes him seem devilish. This man was Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 4 Satans, in charge of the underworld and one of the 2 super devils. Ajuka and Azazel were continuing their research on the pieces. They needed to prepare this beforehand given that some races needed to replenish their numbers, so they worked on these prototype pieces. Ajuka, any progress? Azazel, nothing, no matter how hard we try, it just goes back to the same regular old evil pieces. My guess is that we need a stronger magical signature for it to work. Regular samples of yokai or god magic are not working, not to mention the samples that we have are tampered with devil magic as well. Ajuka, so we are back to square one. Azazel nodded solemnly. The duo of scientists sighed knowing that they were unable to get anywhere. That was when Issei and Surzex had shown up. Surzex, hey guys. Azazel, hey Surzex, hey kiddo. Ajuka, so you must be the Red Dragon Emperor. Quite the interesting being you are, considering that you are the soul of determination as well as the most strongest Red Dragon Emperor so far. Issei, your words flatter me Lord Beelzebub. Surzex, so how is your progress going? Azazel, aside from the fact that we are in a fucking loop for the past 20 days, yeah I think our progress is going quite well Surzex. Azazel tried to hide his frustration towards this project but was unable to do so. He knew that he has been trying to alter the physical and magical properties of the evil pieces but was unable to do so. He was honestly hiding his anger. But his voice made it clear that he was losing his cool pretty quick. That was when Issei spoke up. He thought that he might help. Issei, how about trying my magic? Mine does have dragon and god magic so it might help in the experiment. Azazel and Ajuka gave a thought about it and responded. Ajuka, alright Issei, let us give this a shot. Azazel, we have been failing so far, who knows we might succeed this time. Issei then channels his magic into the said evil piece which was a king piece. Issei remembered this piece was illegal given its unstable nature and overloading capacity but knew that Ajuka was a person adept in handling the evil pieces given that he was the creator of them. He also knew that certain people had those evil pieces to reach the ranks of the raiding games illegally, which caused a lot of turmoil in the past timeline. The piece has a reddish-black glow instead of its regular white crystalline normal look. The piece then had some changes which Ajuka's scanner had noted. Some progress had been made into the piece. The pieces had managed to retain the magic of Issei instead of losing the magic like it has been since the past attempts. Ajuka and Azazel were ecstatic. They knew that some progress has been made given that they were unable to do anything. They were not going anywhere. But Issei applied pure god and devil magic and the progress happened. Azazel: wow, this is not something I expected. I knew that we needed to use pure magic other than devil magic, but this is not something I thought the pieces would react this way. Azazel's voice had excitement. All this while he had never seen a progress like this. He knew that there is to be more to be worked on by the time the final product is done and given to certain select people. That was when Issei spoke up. Issei, are you sure we should be using the king piece given that it would cause a lot of chaos in the underworld if word had gotten out that this thing exists? Ajuka: I do not think it should be that of a problem given that by the time this is done, most of the devils should be having them. Most likely this piece will be given to upper high class, ultimate class or beyond beings. Both Azazel and Surzex on the other hand knew what Issei meant. They do remember the past timeline given that the revelation of the king piece by Dihauser Belial had caused a lot of chaos in the underworld and he had exposed the second and third position of the raiding game champions resulting in their arrest and them losing the title. They both knew that they needed to have a word with Issei regarding this. Issei on the other hand hoped that things are not going to be as bad as it was back then with RageRevan using and manipulating Dihauser to his bidding and making him do some pretty messed up and unforgivable things. Issei knew that this piece must be made accessible to all beings above high and ultimate class only. Ajuka: I will also be using samples of your magic to insert them into other pawn pieces like queen, rook, knight, bishop and pawns as well. Surzex: I think it is for the best. If your experiment works we can then create an evil piece meant for all beings to be able to use, regardless of the race. Ajuka: Indeed my old friend. But this still needs to be modified so that a normal high-class devil can use them without any issue, and this could be made public without any controversy. Issei: I see. I also hope for the best, Lord Beelzebub. Ajuka: Anyways, thanks for helping us, Issei. Issei: Not a problem, Lord Beelzebub. Issei and Surzex then teleport out of there given that they have something important to discuss. Surzex: May I have a word? Issei: Yes sure, what is the issue? Surzex: What exactly happened when he attacked your parents? Issei released some of his aura when he heard the question. He then noticed the situation and apologized. Issei: Sorry big brother, it just brings back bad memories. Surzex: Not a problem, I just want to know what happened. Issei then went on to explain about what the Great King faction did to Cleria, Dihauser's cousin, for being in a relationship with Masaomi Yagaki, and how they both were killed because they never got a chance to be in love since back then it was against for a person of two enemy factions to be in love. This resulted in Masaomi being revived by RageRevan and him killing a lot of members of the Great King faction, and when he was talked by Issei and being a good person, he was killed by RageRevan. After that, Dihauser had betrayed the devils by joining with RageRevan, who convinced him that he would help the reason his cousin had died. After doing so, Dihauser had found out that his cousin, who was killed on the pretext of being in a relationship with a human priest, was killed for something else entirely. She had found out about that being the existence of the king piece, resulting in her demise. After finding this out, he kidnapped both Ravel and Riser Phoenix for the Phoenix Tears and also exposed the king piece to the devils and also exposed the cheaters, resulting in the series of dominoes which resulted in the whole situation of the evil dragon war to take place. Surzex on hearing this was pissed. Beyond pissed, he has had enough of the council trying to ruin the devil government that he and the other four Satans along with Lord Agars and Zekrom Baal had set up. He knew what he needed to do. He will go and confront them right here and right now. Issei: Big brother, please do not kill them. Surzex had cut Issei off. His voice had fury that even Issei sensed. Surzex: No Issei, this has gone for far enough. I did not even know of this. I would have found an alternative, but no, this was kept under wraps. First they created the concept of arranged forced marriages, then they ignored a man who used to sexually assault women just because he was a high-class devil, and now this. I need to stop them before they make any more decisions that might result in the downfall of devil society, which I will not let it happen. Surzex then teleports Issei to his house, after which he heads straight to the council. Scene break. Surzex can be seen heading to the Great King faction along with Grafia. Both senior devils were disappointed and angered at the Great King faction and the Devil Council for their actions. Sensei, I would like an audience with the Great King as well as the faction as well. Devil, alright Lord Sensei. The devil said in the voice of fear. He could clearly hear the anger and seriousness present in his voice. He wanted to confront the council for their actions. Zekrom, is something wrong Lord Sensei? Zekrom Baal was sitting in the council room alongside the council members. They were all surprised to see the Devil King Lucifer as well as the strongest Queen Graphia. Sensei, I want to know why Cleria Belial was killed, now. The council was surprised on why out of all the people he came to know of this, they knew he would never side with injustice just like he had been trying to punish Diodra Astaroth for his actions but was prevented by the council. Zekrom on the other hand, sensing the anger knew that he came to know the truth. Sensei on seeing his head down once again knew that he was ashamed at what he had done. Zekrom, I know what happened. We had to ally with the church to hide the King Peace's existence from the world. But she came to know, she was so young, so nice, she did not deserve to die. But to prevent the underworld from going into a turmoil, we had to do what we must. The church was vehement on preventing this union from happening, so they agreed to make a deal to break the rebellion at all costs. That was when Lord Belial came and slugged the Great King on his face. Lord Belial, how dare you? That was my niece that was killed. Do you even have the slightest idea of what you guys have done? I am leaving this council. I will no longer be part of this council that goes after my children for reasons like these. Lord Belial had his voice full of anger and hatred towards the Great King, who looked down in shame. Sensei calmed Lord Belial down. He looked at the Great King and said, Sensei, sigh. Lord Zekrom, we have been trying to achieve peace with the other factions, but situations like these will jeopardize any effort we make in trying to achieve peace, so I made a decision. Zekrom, but what would that be? Sensei, any decision the council makes will have to not only be informed to me, but I and the other Satans will make the final call on whether the decision should be passed or not. The council was shocked. No longer they enjoy autonomous power on making decisions like this. They have to now listen to the Satans as well. One of the council members spoke in direct opposition to the statement. Council member, but Lord Sensei, our decisions have. Sensei cut him off, responding. Sensei, helped. Let me remind you that not only this decision nearly ruined the government, but also a lot of decisions have made messed up situations like the whole Ionova fiasco as well as the Diodra Astaroth situation. It is best that I at least be informed about such a decision and everyone makes the final decision. Always remember that your actions have consequences. None of the council members said anything. They knew that if Sensei and Graphia wanted to, they could have easily dissolved the Great King faction, but he was not like that. Sensei then said this. Sensei, I will also be informing the rest of the Belial family on what happened to their niece. Lord Belial, Lord Sensei, I will be the informant to my family. Sensei, no Lord Belial, let me also come. I also need to apologize for letting this happen. Lord Belial, alright then Sensei. Sensei and Graphia along with Lord Belial leave to inform the family on what happened to Cleria Belial. They then leave the council members and Zekrom Baal to look down in sadness and shame. Scene break. 2 days later. Issei and the others were heading towards the school. Issei had informed the others on what he had been called for by Sensei as soon as he returned back from the underworld. The others were curious as to what Issei did with the evil piece. They wanted to know what would happen if the pieces would have been let out. Most of his team did not mind to be in his peerage as long as they can stay with him forever. They were heading to school. Issei had an idea that he might go to Kyoto given that it was this time around, since they were supposed to add the yokai into the peace treaty, so Issei heading there would be better. The class had started as regular with Issei dealing with his perverted friends and then heading towards his other friends to inform them what is going on next. He tells them that they might be heading to Kyoto this time around. Frisk, Kyoto, I never visited that place. I have visited most places in America, but this might be a new start to get to know the culture. Chara, me too. I would love to visit a new place. Speaking of which, are they coming? Issei, well, if it is like last time, my guess is that Zenobia and Kiba will come. Chara, Kiba, Issei, Chara, is something wrong? Chara, nothing Issei, nothing is wrong. Chara tried to act normal, but Issei noticed that she always daydreams when the Kiba is mentioned. He decided to not pry on it and move on. Raynare, I always wanted to visit somewhere traditional given that Kyoto is much more traditional than Kuo. Honestly, I have been liking Japanese tradition as of late. Asya, speaking of which, Rosweez will also be joining us since she has applied to be a teacher. She would be present in our group. Frisk, Rosweez, you mean that Valkyrie that cries a lot? Issei, yeah, ever since Odin left her, she has been crying and complaining on how ungrateful he is, and how much she has done for him and never received much in return. Frisk, yeah? Kuroka then joins the gang as she was called by the teacher for something important. Kuroka, hey guys, did I miss anything? Issei, a lot actually. Kuroka's cat ears perked. Luckily she immediately kept them hidden given that she was a school student. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Kuroka, please tell me. Issei, okay, so we are going to Kyoto for the school trip. Kuroka was happy. She wanted to go there for a long time but never could because of her stray status, but now that has been lifted up, she could visit the area anytime. Kuroka, that must be nice. Frisk, I am surprised that you think anything else aside from being horny. Kuroka on hearing this glared at Frisk, who only gulped at the Nekashu's glare. He knew that she is not someone he should anger. He then kept quiet as he did not want to incur her wrath. Frisk, okay, remind me to never do that again. Kuroka then returned back to her usual happy look. She then noticed Koneko and ignored her. She was still a bit angry with her sister for what she had done. Issei on noticing this told her. Issei, you can go and talk to her if you want to. Kuroka, but... Issei, no buts, she is your sister, then again if you want to talk to her it is your choice. I am not forcing you to do so. Kuroka, okay. Kuroka then goes and talks to her little sister, who is happy that at least her older sister still cares for her even it is a little bit. Raynare, you certainly know how to handle situations, huh babe? Issei, past experiences do teach you a lot. Asuya, guys let's go, we have to prepare for the Kyoto trip. Issei, yeah, I hope this time I can get to the Pokemon Center there. I always wanted to visit one. Asuya, we weren't able to visit a lot of places because of the hero faction attack. Let's hope that they attack much later this time around. Issei, yeah Asuya, I hope so too. They all then go to their classes. After all, in a week's time they do have to go to Kyoto to enjoy themselves there. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.